Destitute and struggling, Qin Fan awoke to find himself struck by the light of civilization system, unexpectedly acquiring a fully operational chip factory. Huawei dismissed him, ridiculed across the internet, yet he countered by placing a 14nm wafer on the desk of the future automotive CEO, delivering within 10 days, outperforming TSMC. Xiaomi lined up overnight, desperate for chips. Qin Fan declared, "My apologies, orders are scheduled until next year. A deposit must be made before we proceed." Chapter 1. Perhaps I should consider selling the chip factory. Ah, I seek Mr. Kong. Yes, that is Kong Pei Wu. No appointment? That simply won't do. Have you Jiechi take the call? I have urgent matters to discuss. Why is that not possible? I am truly pressed for time. I possess a chip factory and wish to negotiate a collaboration. The call was abruptly terminated. Dismayed, Qin Fan nearly hurled his phone in frustration. This was his third attempt to reach Huawei. The individual who answered was merely an employee of the board office, entirely skeptical of Qin Fan's claims. He was even mocked. "Ha! You are full of deceitful tricks." However, Qin Fan indeed owned a chip factory. Although it may sound implausible, this time he spoke the truth. Just days prior, he had serendipitously acquired a system known as Light of Civilization. What is this system? According to the astute Qin Fan, it utilizes advanced technology to propel societal progress. Thus, he felt an immense sense of responsibility. Fortunately, this system generously bestowed upon him a chip factory at the outset. Qin Fan now found himself with a burgeoning opportunity. Initially, he was merely a lowly worker in the capital, but upon discovering his ownership of a chip factory days ago, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, contemplating resignation. He mused that if he could assist Huawei with production, he could surely earn a substantial sum. Yet, Huawei regarded him with indifference. Although he possessed a factory, he lacked the means to generate profit. Qin Fan was as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. With merely over 20,000 yuan remaining, sustaining basic living expenses had become a challenge. If this continued, he might find himself unable to afford food. In his cramped rental room, Qin Fan paced restlessly, consumed by anxiety. What could he possibly do? He entertained the notion of selling the factory, which could potentially yield billions. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as the system's assistant had indicated that the assets of the system were non-transferable. With no alternative, he resolved to visit the factory in person. The chip factory was somewhat remote, located beyond the 6th Ring Road in the northern part of the capital. The premises were expansive, seemingly endless. The entire facility comprised 3 manufacturing buildings, a laboratory, and an office building. These 3 manufacturing buildings actually formed a complete production line, not 3 separate ones. Moreover, this chip factory was classified into tiers. Currently, it was at the first level with a maximum of 5 levels. The higher the level, the greater the production capacity, the lower the waste, and the superior the product quality. The intricacies of chip manufacturing far exceed common perceptions. Qin Fan's factory was capable of producing 12-inch round wafers, which are currently the most advanced specifications in the world. It could fabricate chips at 28 nanometers, 14 nanometers, 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers, and even more intricate designs. The production line could yield 100,000 wafers each month. There were 22 diffusion machines alone, 42 CVD machines, 15 coating and stripping machines, 8 lithography machines, 25 etching machines, 13 ion implantation machines, 24 PVD machines, 12 polishing machines, 17 cleaning machines, and 50 inspection devices. There were 33 testing devices. Even crucial materials like photoresist and hydrogen fluoride could be manufactured automatically, boasting exceptionally high purity. Overall, the factory faced no concerns regarding raw material supply. The consumption systems for water, electricity, and gas had already been efficiently established at a low cost. But what a workforce! Not to worry, the entire factory could operate autonomously, surpassing the technological advancements of any chip factory globally. In terms of production, Qin Fan could manage it single-handedly, albeit with slightly reduced efficiency. To enhance output, hiring assistants will be necessary. However, at present, such assistance was unnecessary. The equipment required no manual maintenance, as it was entirely self-sustaining. Regrettably, despite the exceptional factory at his disposal, Qin Fan found himself unable to utilize it. Without orders, there was no opportunity for profit. Chips were not commodities one could acquire casually. Only large enterprises could afford substantial quantities. Currently, Huawei was in dire need of supplies, yet they dismissed Qin Fan entirely. Upon reflection, it was understandable. If someone else received such a call, disbelief would surely follow. Who would trust a minor player suddenly claiming to possess a chip factory capable of resolving their dilemmas? Qin Fan resolved to explore other companies. But where could he find opportunities? After conducting some online research, He discovered an upcoming technology exhibition in the capital in a few days. He felt compelled to attend in person, seeking potential partners. However, he could not arrive empty-handed. He needed to prepare some materials. He entered the factory and captured several hundred photographs, approximately over 100. The pivotal step involved activating the entire production line for a trial run. This was the most critical phase. The feasibility of chip production and the quality of the output depended entirely on the results of this experiment. Of course, once the trial run concluded, the wafers would need to be sliced. What is a wafer? It is a 12-inch disc from which numerous small chips can be cut. Qin Fan's factory also had packaging capabilities, although this step was not yet required. Within a single day, all tasks were completed. On the day of the exhibition, Qin Fan brought a wafer along with him. The capital, as expected, hosted a grand exhibition with nearly all major technology companies in attendance. Lenovo, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, Huawei, Apple, and Samsung all had booths. Being a weekend, the entrance was bustling with people before 10 o'clock. Admission was priced at 85 yuan. Qin Fan felt a pang of regret as he paid. A penny can indeed be a hero's downfall. With no income and rising expenses, his savings were dwindling. Although he still had over 20,000, it would hardly sustain him for long in the capital. Should he fail to generate further income, he would have no choice but to move into the factory. While the factory had an office building suitable for living, its distance from the city center and lack of transportation rendered it inconvenient. It was as if the system had endowed Qin Fan with a treasure trove, but neglected to provide the key to unlock it. At this moment, Qin Fan's spirits were at an all-time low. Gritting his teeth, he purchased the ticket and entered the venue, clutching his materials. Inside, a sea of people swarmed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Qin Fan wandered about, seeking suitable manufacturers to discuss potential collaborations. He still prefers the option from Huawei. The company is currently in dire need of chips, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Huawei exhibition booth is bustling with activity, with staff members engrossed in their tasks. After much effort, Qin Fan finally seizes an opportunity to converse with a staff member. The individual is a young man. The staff member inquired, "Hello, is there anything you need assistance with?" Qin Fan responded, "Do you sell CDs here?" The staff member looked utterly bewildered, asking, "What did you say?" Qin Fan's heart sank as he realized he had spoken too hastily and misspoken. He quickly attempted to rectify his mistake, saying, "I apologize, I meant to say that I have a small circuit board here. You know what I mean, right?" The staff member appeared even more confused, responding, "A circuit board? What circuit board? What exactly are you referring to?" Qin Fan hurriedly added, "It's that kind of high-tech component. Aren't you in dire need of such items right now?" Chapter 2. The Troubles of Ignorance in Technology. The staff, after listening, stared wide-eyed, their expressions resembling those who have seen a ghost. Qin Fan continued, "How about I have a direct conversation with your supervisor? Could you inquire for me?" The staff chuckled and waved their hand dismissively. "Don't jest. We're swamped with work here." Hastily, Qin Fan began rummaging through his bag, seeking to produce the circuit board for their inspection. However, before he could retrieve it, the staff member was called away. Qin Fan stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Alas, why must this be so challenging? Time for a change of strategy. Qin Fan had already prepared himself. If all else failed, he planned to head directly to the headquarters of Huawei. If that didn't work, he would mail the board to their technical department for evaluation. Surely, he would find someone knowledgeable in the field. After abandoning the notion of Huawei, Qin Fan resolved to explore other booths in search of fortune. Yet, after a round, his efforts yielded little. Many individuals at the booths either refused to accept such materials or outright disbelieved his words, with some even regarding him as a fraud and avoiding him altogether. Not to mention leading companies like Xiaomi and Oppo, who had long-established supply channels and were far too busy to spare a thought for Qin Fan. Just as his spirits began to dwindle, a sudden pat on his shoulder jolted him. Turning around, Qin Fan's eyes lit up. It was his university classmate, Song Qibing. What a delightful surprise after such a long time. Song Qibing grinned. "It's been ages, hasn't it?" Curiously, Qin Fan inquired, "What brings you here? Attending the exhibition?" Song Qibing chuckled, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I'm working for this company." Qin Fan was taken aback. "So, he was with an exhibiting company. Where's your booth?" he hurriedly asked. Song Qibing pointed over there. Following his gesture, Qin Fan spotted a booth showcasing automobiles. Raising his gaze, he read the sign, "Future Automotive." "Oh, a new car company?" Qin Fan mused. "Qibing, your current company seems quite impressive." Song Qibing shook his head. "It's all right. Nothing extraordinary." Suddenly, inspiration struck Qin Fan. Electric vehicles also require circuit boards, don't they? He promptly asked, "Qibing, does your company currently need circuit boards?" Song Qibing nodded. "Absolutely. If the supply is interrupted, production would halt." "Wouldn't that be urgent?" Qin Fan responded with a grin. I have a solution. I can help you sort it out. Song Qibing appeared skeptical. Don't joke. You think it's as easy as casually buying a knockoff watch? Qin Fan's demeanor became serious. I'm not joking. Quickly, fetch your supervisor. We need to discuss this. Observing Qin Fan's earnest expression, Song Qibing still found the situation peculiar. In this day and age, who could casually present a circuit board? Qin Fan promptly retrieved a wafer from his bag to show him. Look at this. Song Qibing, puzzled, asked, what is this? Qin Fan sighed, this is a wafer. You really lack technical knowledge. Though he understood what a wafer was, Song Qibing still suspected it might be a cheap or counterfeit product. After Qin Fan's detailed explanation, Song Qibing finally agreed to help introduce him to their supervisor. The advantage of a familiar introduction was evident. This meeting was made possible solely due to the bridge Song Qibing had built. The following day, at 11:30, they arranged to meet at the headquarters of Future Automotive. Working in the marketing department, Song Qibing was relatively familiar with a colleague in the supply chain named Chu Yunping. Chu Yunping had some technical knowledge and could readily discern the reliability of the product. However, he was skeptical that Song Qibing's classmate could actually deliver a finished board, viewing the meeting as merely a way to pass his lunch break. Previously, Song Qibing and Chu Yunping had been smoking and chatting during their break. With hands raised in exasperation, Song Qibing remarked, I'm just as baffled. He insists he can deliver. Chu Yunping laughed. If he truly were a fraud, wouldn't I be laughing at him? Just then, Song Qibing's phone rang. The caller informed him that Qin Fan had arrived at the front desk. Soon, Song Qibing escorted Qin Fan into the meeting room. Although Qin Fan appeared tidy and composed, he clearly did not resemble a big boss. Upon entering, he wasted no time and placed the wafer on the table. Chu Yunping casually picked it up and examined it for a moment, asking, did you make this? What is the nanometer size? Qin Fan replied earnestly, 14 nanometers. In truth, his factory had achieved technological breakthroughs from 28 nanometers, 22 nanometers down to 14, 7, 6, 5, and even 1 nanometer. Chu Yunping scrutinized the wafer intently. After a while, he brought over a man of average stature, clearly someone with a technical background. The man, named Yao Huntao, wore glasses and a plaid shirt, exuding an air of refinement. He spoke a bit awkwardly. I know a little about this, but not in depth. Chu Yunping handed him the wafer. Old Yao, take a look and see if this is genuinely a 14-nanometer product. Which factory produced it? Was it Zhongxin International? He gestured towards Qin Fan. It was made by him. Yao Huntao paused in surprise, taking the wafer and examining it from every angle, turning it over and scrutinizing it closely. The onlookers felt faint, wondering how he could take so long without reaching a conclusion. After all this research, you still can't tell? This is ridiculous, they thought. Yao Huntao murmured, it looks somewhat like it, but I need professional instruments to confirm. Suddenly, Song Qibing called. As soon as Qin Fan answered, Song Qibing's hurried voice came through. Qin Fan, where are you? While walking, Qin Fan responded, at home. Why? Song Qibing urged. Don't go anywhere. We're coming to find you shortly. Surprised, Qin Fan asked, coming to find me? Who else is with you? Song Qibing replied, I'm bringing my supervisor with me. Just wait at home. Qin Fan acknowledged and hung up. A few minutes later, his phone rang again. It was Song Qibing, asking urgently, hey Qin Fan, where exactly is your home? Qin Fan reluctantly provided his address. Song Qibing instructed him to stay put, saying they would arrive shortly before ending the call. Since he was making them wait, Qin Fan had no choice but to sit and wait at home. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The urgency of their visit suggested potential success. Perhaps a key figure from the supply chain was personally intervening. Of course, it could also be another instance of dashed hopes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fan reminded himself not to overthink and to maintain a calm demeanor. Approximately half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. They had arrived. Qin Fan quickly opened the door. To his astonishment, several individuals stood outside. Leading the group was Song Qibing, who smiled and asked, Qin Fan, may we come in? Qin Fan stepped aside, gesturing invitingly, of course. Please enter. Along with Song Qibing, 7 or 8 people flooded into the small rented room. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a large gathering. Chapter 3. The Future Boss? The rented space was cramped, barely measuring 10 square meters. With so many people crammed inside, there was scarcely room to stand. They looked around, their expressions revealing astonishment. In their minds, they wondered how someone living in such conditions could possibly own a chip factory. It was utterly perplexing. Clearly, every face bore the mark of doubt. Song Qibing's expression was rather intricate, his heart pounding with anxiety. If Qin Fan was merely toying with them, the repercussions could be dire. He might even jeopardize his job. He discreetly pulled Qin Fan aside and inquired in a hushed tone, "Do you live here regularly?" Qin Fan replied, "Where else would I reside?" Song Qibing gasped, "Good heavens." Qin Fan then asked, "Who are they?" With wide eyes, Song Qibing responded, "Prominent figures." Qin Fan frowned. "Which prominent figures?" Song Qibing explained, "The new owner of our company." "The new owner?" "This individual hails from the future electric vehicle company." It dawned on Qin Fan. Was he referring to that magnate? Before Song Qibing could respond, a man approached and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Sui Hiren." Qin Fan was taken aback. Sui Hiren? He was well aware of this name. The chairman and CEO of the future electric vehicle company. Truly a person of considerable stature. Qin Fan forced himself to maintain composure, shaking hands in return. "Hello, Mr. Sui. I am Qin Fan." Sui Hiren asked, "Are you and Song Qibing classmates?" Qin Fan affirmed, "Indeed, we are old friends." At that moment, Song Qibing was extremely tense. Previously, Sui Hiren had no knowledge of him, and now he stood right there. Sui Hiren gestured to his assistant, who produced an item, none other than the chip that Qin Fan had left a few days prior. Sui Hiren scrutinized it and asked, "Is this yours?" Qin Fan nodded, "Yes, it is." Sui Hiren continued, "Which factory produced it?" Qin Fan nonchalantly replied, "My own." "Your factory?" Sui Hiren was taken aback, clearly skeptical. If it were a job, it would be understandable, but to claim ownership was preposterous. Qin Fan affirmed, "Yes, I just completed the prototype a few days ago." The listeners were filled with doubt. His words seemed too casual, as if creating a chip were as simple as pressing a switch. In truth, it was quite close to that. Noticing their skepticism, Qin Fan added, "It truly is my factory. Look, I even have photos." He then retrieved an old phone and scrolled through some images. In his haste, he nearly revealed several personal photos, quickly swiping past them until he found the pictures of the chip factory. Sui Hiren examined each photo with increasing astonishment, and others gathered around to take a look, engaging in discussions. "This factory looks quite legitimate. Could it be edited images?" The equipment appears almost brand new. But where is everyone? Despite having seen the photos, they still harbor doubts. Anticipating their skepticism, Qin Fan declared, "If you do not believe me, you are more than welcome to visit any time." Sui Hiren's interest was piqued. "Can we really go see it now?" Qin Fan nodded, "Of course." After he changed his attire, they all exited together. On the way, Song Qibing quietly asked, "This won't lead to trouble, will it?" Qin Fan queried, "What trouble?" Song Qibing remained unconvinced. How could Qin Fan possibly own a chip factory? The three vehicles set off together. Qin Fan and Sui Hiren shared the same car, with Qin Fan directing the driver from the front seat. The factory was indeed not close to his rental apartment. Fortunately, it was not peak traffic hours, and the roads were clear. Upon arriving at the entrance, the electric gate slowly opened. Indeed, it was an electric gate. The three vehicles entered the factory premises and parked. A group of people disembarked, and upon seeing the factory buildings, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was far larger than they had anticipated. However, accustomed to such scenes, they understood that chip factories are typically sizable. Someone remarked, "This place is quite clean. The buildings look well constructed, with quality materials." Is this really a chip factory? The factory's roads were paved with concrete. Though unadorned, they were tidy, leaving a favorable first impression. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Strange. Why isn't there a single person around?" Naturally, there were none. Qin Fan operated solo, with no employees whatsoever. Sui Hiren pondered, "Are they all on break?" Qin Fan replied, "Yes, they're on holiday." This excuse was somewhat flimsy. Yet, what else could he do if he didn't want to speak the truth? Song Qibing, brimming with excitement, quietly asked, "Is this genuinely your factory?" Qin Fan nearly slapped him, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Do you not trust me?" "Of course it's mine." Song Qibing still looked doubtful. "You live in that shabby place? How can you own such a large factory?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fan couldn't help but sigh. "Do you think I have a fortune? I invested all my savings into the factory. With no money left, I can only reside in a humble abode." This statement held some merit. Song Qibing was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he still felt a bit uneasy, looking at the people Sui Hiren had brought along. Their faces were etched with shock and disbelief. It was no wonder they were astonished. Qin Fan's chip production line was so advanced that it was unimaginable, unlike anything they had ever encountered elsewhere. The equipment was bizarre. For instance, the photolithography machine, an essential device for chip production. Only a handful of companies worldwide can manufacture them, with the most advanced models coming from ASML in the Netherlands. However, the one in this factory was clearly not produced by ASML. Of course, Sui Hiren and his group were not specialists in chip technology, so they did not delve too deeply into inquiries. Qin Fan, being astute, managed to navigate around any peculiarities. Next, He led them to the R&D laboratory building, prompting further admiration. The equipment inside was even more sophisticated, with many items that even Qin Fan had never seen before, leaving him intrigued. After the tour, the group gathered in the conference room of the office building to rest and chat. At this moment, Qin Fan felt somewhat awkward. In such a large factory, there wasn't even a single person to serve tea or refreshments. He resolved that once he earned money, the first thing he would do is hire a female secretary. Then, it was time for serious business. Sui Hiren spoke. Mr. Qin, having just toured the facility, your factory is indeed impressive. Sui Hiren had already altered his form of address to Mr. Qin. Qin Fan perked up. Can it meet your requirements? Sui Hiren waved his hand dismissively. That remains to be seen. Qin Fan nodded, awaiting further elaboration. Sui Hiren continued. Mr. Qin, to speak frankly, we are currently in dire need of chips. Our production line has already been affected. However, I am still unsure if your chips are suitable, so I would like to see a physical sample first. In simple terms, he hoped that Qin Fan could produce a sample according to their specifications for trial use. Even if their electric vehicles primarily relied on others for manufacturing in the future, their core team was also robust, developing their own electric motors and control modules, with smart chips following the same model. Previously, they had their chips produced by a factory in Taiwan, but now that factory was overwhelmed, with capacity running extremely tight. Qin Fan earnestly nodded. Mr. Sui, no problem. We will produce a sample according to your specifications, and you can evaluate it afterward. Sui Hiren responded enthusiastically. Great. If we provide you with the chip design blueprint, how quickly can you complete it? Qin Fan replied, tomorrow. What? Surely not. Are you jesting? The moment Qin Fan spoke, he felt something was amiss and quickly corrected himself. Apologies, I misspoke just now. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he had let something slip. His statement had indeed startled them all. Sui Hiren remarked, Mr. Qin, please continue. After speaking, he took a sip from his glass to ease his nerves. Qin Fan continued to elaborate. What I mean is if you send us the design today, we can provide feedback by tomorrow. Ha! Sui Hiren nearly choked on his water. This statement bore no resemblance to his previous remarks. Even an ordinary person would recognize the impossibility of such a feat. Song Qibing, with an anxious expression, constantly cast glances at Qin Fan, urging him to refrain from further indiscretion. Sui Hiren said, Mr. Qin, I find your words quite perplexing. To my understanding, no factory could achieve production at such a rapid pace. Qin Fan, exuding confidence, replied, Mr. Sui, as you can see, our equipment is exceptionally advanced. What others deem impossible, we can accomplish. The surrounding individuals regarded him with skepticism. Who do you think you are? Do you truly consider yourself on par with TSMC or Samsung? Qin Fan, undeterred by their gazes, suggested, perhaps it would be best if you simply provide us with the design to test it out. After contemplating, Sui Hiren found some merit in this. A true expert's capabilities are evident at first glance. Sui Hiren said, very well, I shall have my colleagues send you the chip design now. However, it must remain confidential and not be leaked. Qin Fan nodded, affirming, no problem. Confidentiality is the most basic requirement. In truth, Sui Hiren was not so easily deceived. The design he intended to provide was from the previous version. Thus, even if problems arose, the losses would not be catastrophic. After chatting for a while, Sui Hiren prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Song Qibing quietly pulled Qin Fan aside and asked, is this factory truly yours? Qin Fan, unable to contain his frustration, kicked him. Song Qibing continued to press. Can you really manufacture chips? Those wafers aren't something you purchased online, are they? Qin Fan was infuriated, wishing to give him a thorough beating. Once he had seen off Song Qibing and Sui Hiren, Qin Fan felt a slight relief. Although the contract had yet to be signed, there was at least new progress. Song Qibing had also helped by introducing resources. He resolved to treat him to a meal when the opportunity presented itself. If a significant order materialized, providing him with a commission would be inconsequential. Qin Fan believed he was quite loyal. Shortly thereafter, Qin Fan received a call from Song Qibing. Qin Fan, check your email. The chip design should have been sent to you. Qin Fan acknowledged and hung up. Upon returning to his computer, he discovered a chip design document from the future. In simple terms, it was a chip proposal intended for future electric vehicles, utilizing a 28-nanometer process, which posed no challenge for Qin Fan. The design employed internationally recognized EDA software, fully compatible with the factory's capabilities. Without hesitation, Qin Fan entered the operation room and imported the chip design into the computer. He pressed the start button. The chip fabrication process officially commenced. As he awaited the results with patience, hunger struck. prompting Qin Fan to order a serving of egg fried rice while continuing to study the factory's operational manual. There were still many functions he had yet to grasp. This factory was truly remarkable, not only producing ordinary silicon-based chips, but also capable of processing advanced photonic and even quantum chips as technology advanced. The more he learned, the more exhilarated he became, realizing what this represented. It meant he had ascended to the pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. After finishing his meal, he spent some time browsing videos on his phone. Ding! The phone emitted a notification sound. Fabrication was complete. Qin Fan did not bother with cutting and packaging. He directly retrieved the wafer for inspection. The results were impressive, and he was thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, his phone received a message. System notification, level 1 chip factory experience points, 10. Merely a 28-nanometer process, yielding such a meager amount of experience. Qin Fan examined the data. A level 2 factory required 1 million experience points, revealing a significant gap still to be bridged. The following morning, Qin Fan took the wafer to the headquarters of Future Electric Vehicle Company. At that moment, Sui Hairen was in a meeting. Several major shareholders surrounded him, expressing their grievances. Mr. Sui, when will our chip issues be resolved? We've already reduced production for 2 months, and our performance is suffering. At this rate, our market value will plummet. We must devise a solution. Sui Hairen shrugged, somewhat helpless. I too hope for a swift resolution. But the reality is that we cannot find a suitable production location at present. The shareholders fell silent, exchanging glances. Just then, the secretary entered to report, Mr. Sui, a gentleman named Qin is here to see you. He mentioned he has an appointment. Sui Hairen paused, quickly realizing that Qin Fan had arrived. He felt somewhat taken aback. To be honest, he did not fully trust Qin Fan, always sensing an air of unreliability about him. Even if he did possess a factory, whether he could fulfill production remained uncertain. Moreover, the claims made by Qin Fan seemed overly exaggerated, submitting a design in the morning and producing a product by the afternoon. Sui Hairen, experienced in the industry, understood that chip manufacturing could not be accomplished at such haste. It was simply unrealistic. Even the most implausible novels would not feature such plot lines. As the leader of the enterprise, Sui Hairen could not place all his hopes on a small company. In the absence of a more ideal partner, he would have to reach out to TSMC or SMIC, offering additional compensation to prioritize their production. Since Qin Fan had already arrived, he decided to meet with him to ascertain his true capabilities. Let him in, and also summon Director Kong Tianluan, Sui Hairen instructed. The secretary nodded and departed. Kong Tianluan was the technical director responsible for automotive chip design within the company. Having navigated the industry for many years, he possessed a keen eye. Upon inspection, he could readily assess the quality of the chips. Soon, Qin Fan and Kong Tianluan entered the office together. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Fan got straight to the point. Sui Hairen inquired, Mr. Qin, have you truly produced a sample? Qin Fan answered plainly, it is already done. Sui Hairen was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a direct and confident response. Chapter 5 was no longer necessary. Qin Fan wasted no time. Extracting a 12-inch silicon wafer from his bag, he stated, Mr. Sui, please take a look and see if it meets your company's requirements. Sui Hairen immediately instructed Kong Tianluan to examine it. Upon seeing the wafer, Kong Tianluan's eyes lit up, almost rendering him speechless with astonishment. He exclaimed, wow, this is a 12-inch wafer. We rarely see these around here anymore. Sui Hairen nodded and asked, this is a sample of the chip we intend to use in our vehicles. Do you believe it is suitable? Kong Tianluan, incredulous, responded, this is a chip for our vehicles? After speaking, he hurriedly resumed his meticulous inspection. Such nanoscale products could not be assessed with the naked eye. He retrieved a portable microscope from his pocket, a common tool for someone in his profession. After examining it for a while, a peculiar expression emerged on Kong Tianluan's face. Sui Hairen pressed, so, is it usable? Kong Tianluan looked up, saying, Mr. Sui, I have discovered an issue. Sui Hairen's brow furrowed. Is there a problem with the chip? Kong Tianluan clarified. This is not the latest design draft. It is an older model that has long been obsolete. Sui Hairen's expression suddenly became complex. Initially, his eyes brightened, only to be followed by a look of embarrassment as he turned to Qin Fan. He inquired once more, let us set this issue aside for now. Can you confirm that the design for this chip was indeed created according to our standards? Kong Tianluan confidently replied, yes, it was made according to our blueprints. And the craftsmanship is exquisite. There are absolutely no issues. Sui Hairen immediately stood up. Are you certain? Kong Tianluan hesitated for a moment. Yes, indeed. He quickly added, However, Director Sui, there is one more point to clarify. Sui Hairen asked, what point? Kong Tianluan explained, this is a 12-inch wafer. while our chips actually only require an 8-inch size, which is somewhat excessive and a waste of resources. Sui Hiren looked at him helplessly, thinking to himself that this was self-evident and did not need to be pointed out. He continued, aside from that, are there any other issues? After a moment's contemplation, Kong Tianluan responded, the performance data will need to be tested in the lab to ascertain, but based on experience, there should be no problems. By the way, which factory are you producing at? It can't possibly be Zhongxin International, can it? Their technology has indeed advanced remarkably. Sui Hiren pointed at Qin Fan and said, this product is being made at General Qin's own factory. Upon hearing this, Kong Tianluan was filled with confusion and directly asked Qin Fan, General Qin, which establishment are you from? Qin Fan responded calmly, the Qin Fan chip factory. Kong Tianluan was taken aback. Huh? What factory? I've never heard of that name. Qin Fan smiled and puffed out his chest, stating, I am Qin Fan. In that moment, everyone understood that Qin Fan's own factory indeed possessed the capability to produce high-quality chips. Yet, Sui Hiren still harbored some concerns. After all, such outsourcing projects had a significant impact on the supply chain, and any mishap could have dire consequences. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied and had reached a preliminary cooperation intention with Qin Fan. They planned to arrange for the production of 1,000 chips, and if all went well, they would continue to increase the order. Sui Hiren remarked, there will also be subsequent processes like cutting and packaging that will require other factories, which will take some time. However, Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively and said, I can handle all those processes. Our factory provides a comprehensive one-stop service. Upon hearing this, both Sui Hiren and Kong Tianluan were taken aback. Since that was the case, they decided to entrust all tasks to Qin Fan's factory. Production, cutting, packaging, and testing would all be managed uniformly. Naturally, the order value would escalate accordingly. Sui Hiren proposed, General Qin, this is our first cooperation. Could you offer some price support? Qin Fan readily agreed. No problem, we can negotiate. Subsequently, Sui Hiren summoned the head of the supply chain department, and they all discussed pricing together. To be honest, Qin Fan was not deeply familiar with market prices, so he left the quoting entirely to Sui Hiren's customary calculations. However, Qin Fan was still willing to make some concessions on the price. After all, this was their first collaboration, and leaving a good impression was paramount. Even with discounts, the final price was still somewhat astonishing. The price per chip was set at 350 yuan, with a total order of 100,000 chips, making the contract amount 35 million yuan. The payment terms stipulated a deposit of 350,000 yuan, with 30 of the contract amount due upon delivery of the first batch of 1,000 chips, provided the quality was up to standard. The remaining balance would be settled after inspection by the electric vehicle company. Looking at the figures on the contract, Qin Fan felt his heart race. Since graduating from university and venturing into the capital, he had never encountered such a substantial amount. Nonetheless, he endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness. As the owner of a chip factory, this was merely routine business, was it not? After signing the contract, Sui Hiren shook hands and said, General Qin, we will have many more chips to outsource in the future. If this goes smoothly, we are considering assigning more orders to you. He then added, oh, by the way, the trial production fee is, as per convention, 150,000 yuan. Would you find that acceptable? Qin Fan nodded, yes, that is fine. Observing sui airenesse de minor. Qin Fan felt as though he was gazing upon a gold mine opening before him. The future of electric vehicles was not merely traditional cars, but rather intelligent electric vehicles, each requiring at least 7 or 8 such chips. Each chip represented tangible wealth. Therefore, this business deal was exceedingly important and had to be executed flawlessly. After finalizing the contract, Sui Hiren specifically had someone copy the latest chip data from the computer, saving it onto an encrypted USB drive to hand over to Qin Fan. Qin Fan did not rush home. Instead, he and Song Qibing stepped outside the company building for a smoke, engaging in conversation to relax. Upon learning that Qin Fan had successfully signed a contract with future electric vehicles, Song Qibing was so astonished that he nearly fumbled his cigarette. With a grin, he said, Old Qin, you owe us a treat this time. Qin Fan readily replied, of course, I'll treat you to whatever you want. Song Qibing cheerfully inquired, what kind of specifications are you thinking? Qin Fan chuckled, you choose. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. Song Qibing was elated, that sounds fantastic. Let us meet up another day. After chatting for a while longer, Qin Fan took his leave from the headquarters of the electric vehicle company. His intention to dine with Song Qibing was not only to express gratitude, but also to request his assistance in introducing a few reliable technicians. After all, managing a chip factory alone was quite overwhelming. Even though the production line was touted as fully automated, the operational speed was frustratingly slow. with someone assisting, the efficiency could undoubtedly multiply several times. Chapter 6. It was already a considerable profit. This situation was akin to playing a video game. Manual operation was always faster than idle automation, which was utterly unhelpful. Moreover, as a new boss, it felt rather dismal not to have a single employee. It hardly conveyed a commanding presence, and working alone was indeed lackluster. As soon as Qin Fan returned home, his phone rang with a text notification. 50,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Your balance now shows 50,000 yuan. He paused for a moment. 50,000? I recall the advance payment for the contract with the electric vehicle company was supposed to be 35,000, right? Oh, right, the previous 15,000 spent on testing chips also needed to be reimbursed. Sui Hiren had indeed mentioned this, but Qin Fan had not paid it much mind at the time, not anticipating that the funds would arrive so swiftly. Holding the text indicating 50,000 yuan, Qin Fan felt elated. As a former worker, he had never seen such a sum of money. Transitioning from barely scraping by to enjoying a modest fortune felt like a stroke of luck. However, wait a moment. Qin Fan suddenly recalled that producing chips would also incur expenses, which, although not substantial, meant this income was not entirely profit. He headed straight to the chip factory without returning home first. That night, he spent the night in the office to make do. He didn't rise until noon, neglecting to wash his face or brush his teeth, and merely ordered soy milk, fried dough sticks, and pancakes for breakfast before diving back into work. Qin Fan entered the control room for chip production, beginning to adjust parameters. He plugged the USB drive into the computer and loaded the chip design data. Then he entered the specific quantity to be produced. The screen displayed the key information for this production run clearly and concisely. Production project, Model 04 vehicle-grade chip. Production mode, fully automated operation. Production quantity, 1000 chips. Estimated time, 240 hours. Total cost, 500,000 RMB. Manufacturing process, 28 nanometers. Type, silicon-based chip. Qin Fan felt a twinge of surprise. It turned out that the cost for 1,000 chips amounted to 200,000 RMB. This price seemed exorbitantly high. According to market rates, 1,000 chips could approximately fetch 350,000 RMB. The production costs alone accounted for a significant portion. How could this be? Upon further reflection, he realized the inefficiency of this fully automated mode. Not only did it take as long as 10 days, but the raw material prices were also shockingly steep. It was an utter waste of resources. It seemed that the time had come to consider hiring some assistants. In truth, most of the tasks here were not particularly challenging. They merely required someone to arrive on time and press a button. However, Qin Fan couldn't just hire anyone at random. He needed someone reliable and trustworthy. Prolonging the situation was certainly not a viable solution, yet he had already made over 100,000 RMB from this venture, which he considered a substantial profit for himself. Ultimately, he clicked the confirmation button to commence production. With a resounding roar from the machine, the production line officially sprang to life. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a text notification. Without needing to look, he knew it was a bank deduction alert. Watching 200,000 RMB vanish in an instant, Qin Fan felt a pang of regret. Yet, business operated on the principle that one must invest to reap rewards. Moreover, he had essentially acquired this chip factory at a bargain, and he felt quite satisfied. Once this order was fulfilled, he would receive the remaining 300,000 RMB payment, totaling over 10 million. For the next 10 days, the factory had to operate around the clock to complete the task of producing 1,000 chips. The following day, Qin Fan invited Song Qibing to dinner. The two of them chose a barbecue chain with a rustic wooden cabin style to attend this meal. Song Qibing even took a day off, setting aside his busy tasks. The restaurant was bustling with patrons. Arriving late would mean waiting in line. Thankfully, they arrived early and were promptly seated. As soon as they sat down, they ordered several plates of meat and a few bottles of beer, engaging in lively conversation. Qin Fan teased, "You can't work overtime today. Don't you feel like you're missing out?" Song Qibing retorted with a laugh, "That's not very comforting. You're the boss now, yet you're still so stingy." Qin Fan replied earnestly, "You facilitated this deal for me. I must express my gratitude properly." Song Qibing chuckled. "Haven't I already treated you to this meal? What more do you want?" Qin Fan insisted, "Next time, I'll give you a red envelope as thanks." "Absolutely not. We're friends. You shouldn't say that. I have company rules to uphold as well." It seemed that Song Qibing was genuinely declining. Qin Fan felt a surge of gratitude. In today's society, It is rare to find individuals who prioritize loyalty over profit. This kindness must be remembered, and he would seek opportunities to repay it in the future. At that moment, a young couple entered nearby. Song Qibing's eyes lit up, and he called out, "Geng Xiaojun." Sure enough, it was Geng Xiaojun and his girlfriend, Qin Fan. They recognized Song Qibing as well, clearly surprised. Song Qibing warmly invited, "Come sit with us. Don't be shy." This fellow was quite familiar. He was interrupting others' dates to join tables. Nevertheless, Geng Xiaojun and Qin Fan did not refuse. Thus, the dinner transformed into a gathering of four. Song Qibing enthusiastically made introductions. Geng Xiaojun was a friend he had met during work at an electronics manufacturing company, which had previously collaborated with an electric vehicle company before their partnership ended. He raised his glass and said, "Old Geng is a genuine person. We hit it off immediately. Cheers." Everyone clinked their glasses and drank. However, the smile on Geng Xiaojun's face appeared somewhat strained. Song Qibing, puzzled, asked, "Old Geng, what is wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?" "Not at all. I'm very glad to see you," Geng Xiaojun replied, shaking his head. But Song Qibing wouldn't let this subtle hint go and press further, "What's really going on?" Geng Xiaojun seemed reluctant to elaborate, but Qin Fan chimed in, "Oh, he has been unemployed recently." Upon hearing this, Song Qibing suddenly understood. It turned out that although Geng Xiaojun's former company had some reputation, its competitiveness had waned in recent years, leading to deteriorating profitability and, naturally, his elimination by the electric vehicle company. Now, the company had even scaled back operations in the capital, forcing many employees to resign. Song Qibing patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be disheartened. If this job is gone, another one will come along." Geng Xiaojun shook his head, sighing, finding a job nowadays is incredibly difficult. They all lived in Beijing, so they understood the challenges involved. The rent was exorbitant, and being unemployed for months made life quite difficult. Suddenly losing one's job was disheartening for anyone. Qin Fan, however, remained more optimistic, continuously comforting Geng Xiaojun and encouraging him. "Don't rush. Take a few days to rest and prepare for your job search properly." Geng Xiaojun nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. If worst comes to worst, I'll reach out to my former colleagues and see if there are any new opportunities." Qin Fan gently squeezed his hand, and Geng Xiaojun wrapped his arm around her waist, creating a warm and intimate scene. "Hey, you're both unemployed, yet so sweet. It's truly enviable." Song Qibing quickly interjected, filling everyone's beer glasses and raising his own. "Ah, changing workplaces is completely normal. Don't take it too seriously." Chapter 7. Is this person reliable? They all clinked glasses and began chatting. Qin Fan inquired, "Old Geng, was your previous workplace large?" Geng Xiaojun replied, "In the capital, there were probably 200 to 300 people." Qin Fan further asked, "What was your role?" Geng Xiaojun responded, "I was responsible for the technical team." Song Qibing clapped Geng Xiaojun on the shoulder. "Old Geng, that's technical expertise, a versatile talent with management skills." Geng Xiaojun sighed, "However, positions like mine make finding a new job truly challenging." Indeed, that was the reality. It was easier for ordinary employees to switch jobs, but for those at the mid-level, it was not so straightforward. First, there were higher salary expectations. Second, the competition was fierce, and the number of available positions was limited, making opportunities scarce. At this moment, Song Qibing suddenly turned to Qin Fan. "Hey, you're a boss now. Why not let old Geng come and give it a try?" Geng Xiaojun and Qin Fan both turned to look at Qin Fan. "A boss? So young? Surely, he must come from a wealthy family?" Qin Fan smiled, "Sure. Come by, and let us have a chat." "What? You really mean it?" Everyone was taken aback, not expecting this outcome. Song Qibing half-jokingly said, "President Qin, you're not joking with us, are you? This is no trivial matter." He had merely suggested it casually. After all, hiring was not something to be taken lightly. Even among friends, it was not possible to finalize a position over a single meal. Qin Fan chuckled, "I'm not joking. Old Geng, come by when you have time. Let us discuss it face to face." Geng Xiaojun asked, "Are you really in need of staff?" Qin Fan nodded, "Yes, we need hands. If there are suitable candidates, they can also be recommended." Geng Xiaojun inquired, "What specific business do you engage in?" Qin Fan replied, "We primarily manufacture chips." Geng Xiaojun's expression brightened. "Are you referring to chip design?" "That is not really my area of expertise." Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "We are in chip manufacturing." Geng Xiaojun looked somewhat astonished. He is an insider, fully aware of the stringent demands of the chip manufacturing industry. Previously, he had never heard of any relevant factories in the capital. He cast a glance at Song Qibing, seemingly inquiring, "Is this person truly reliable?" Song Qibing promptly clarified, "Boss Qin is earnest. Future electric vehicle company has just signed a contract for outsourcing with him." Geng Xiaojun was once again taken aback. Future Electric Vehicle is a prominent corporation, and collaborating with such an entity undoubtedly signifies substantial capability. Song Qibing continued to elaborate. I have visited his factory. The equipment is remarkably advanced, clearly indicating substantial financial backing. Upon hearing this, Geng Xiaojun's interest was piqued, especially considering his current unemployment. He was unwilling to overlook any opportunity. He turned to Jin Xuanxiang, seemingly seeking her counsel. What do you think? Jin Xuanxiang nodded. Darling, you should speak with Boss Qin. Be sure to express your gratitude to him. As she spoke, Jin Xuanxiang raised her glass and proposed a toast to Qin Fan. After Qin Fan responded, he remarked, I genuinely need personnel, old Geng, if your former colleagues are willing. They may join the discussion as well. Geng Xiaojun found it hard to believe. Even my colleagues? Qin Fan nodded. Certainly, but the prerequisite is that they must be dependable. Geng Xiaojun agreed. Though he harbored some doubt, any opportunity was better than none. Qin Fan, however, was indifferent to his thoughts. He was in dire need of manpower. The factory was entirely automated, requiring employees merely to perform their designated tasks proficiently. Maintenance and inspections were conducted autonomously by the system. Geng Xiaojun appeared to be a composed individual, possessing a modicum of management experience, making him a suitable choice for a managerial role. If he could bring in some trustworthy individuals, the factory's operations would be even smoother. Even if a small clique formed among the newcomers, Qin Fan was unperturbed. The entire factory was his private property. No one would dare to disrupt operations without his consent. Thus, they exchanged contact information and agreed to discuss matters in detail on another day. Naturally, this meal was on Qin Fan, as he was the owner, and maintaining appearances was essential. Nonetheless, Qin Fan felt a sense of joy. He finally glimpsed the prospect of hiring. Although he had only 300,000 in savings, he could not continue residing in the dilapidated rental. While purchasing a home was out of the question, he utilized his spare time to rent a newer apartment in Haidian district, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, with tidy decor, perfect for a solitary occupant. A few days later, Qin Fan returned to the factory, having arranged to meet Geng Xiaojun for a discussion on collaboration. This time, Geng Xiaojun came alone. Initially intending to bring a few former colleagues, he decided it prudent to assess the situation himself first. It would be quite awkward if the factory did not live up to expectations. He arrived at the location by car. Upon reaching the entrance, he was somewhat astonished. The factory appeared quite large, and the modern, sturdy gate exuded an imposing aura. But why was the gate closed? Noticing an intercom nearby, he pressed it. To his surprise, the gate slowly opened, tightening his chest with a sensation reminiscent of entering a secret base in a film. In reality, it was not intended to be mysterious. The factory had yet to commence formal operations, and aside from Qin Fan, no other employees had been hired. Hence the temporary closure for safety reasons. Once inside, Geng Xiaojun surveyed the surroundings. The pathways were immaculate, the factory grounds spacious, and the buildings appeared to be of considerable scale, affirming that this was indeed a legitimate company. However, it was peculiar that there was not a soul in sight. Just as he began to harbor doubts, Qin Fan approached him. Upon seeing him, Geng Xiaojun felt a sense of reassurance. Qin Fan meticulously explained the factory situation to Geng Xiaojun. Firstly, it was a newly constructed facility, not excessively large, but equipped with advanced technology. Secondly, there was an urgent need for personnel to quickly fill the ranks. After listening to this introduction, Geng Xiaojun felt considerably more at ease, though he still harbored concerns about his suitability for the role. After all, this was a high-tech chip factory. Could a novice truly manage? He inquired of Qin Fan. What specific qualities are you looking for? I am not particularly knowledgeable about chips. Do not worry. These skills can be acquired gradually. What I lack most is capable managerial talent. The technical positions can be filled in due time, Qin Fan reassured him. Upon hearing this, Geng Xiaojun recognized it as a genuine opportunity. Subsequently, Qin Fan elaborated on the probationary system, emphasizing that only those who performed well would be retained. Otherwise, they would be reassigned or let go. However, he assured Geng Xiaojun that the salary would be at least comparable to his previous one, with the potential for future raises. Even if the compensation was slightly less favorable, Geng Xiaojun was quite satisfied with these terms. The two thus solidified their agreement. Additionally, Qin Fan requested Geng Xiaojun's assistance in identifying suitable candidates for employment at the factory. Geng Xiaojun inquired, "When can I start?" Chapter 8. As soon as possible. The factory is set to release its first batch of samples in 3 days, creating an urgent demand for manpower. Relying solely on the owner would not suffice. Qin Fan stated, "Come over early. If you have reliable acquaintances, bring them along as well." Upon hearing this, Geng Xiaojun readily agreed. After Geng Xiaojun departed, Qin Fan continued working diligently throughout the day. He had already posted recruitment information on various job websites and planned numerous interviews in the coming days. In this automated factory, the workforce requirements were not extensive. The primary goal was to ensure the essential employees and security were in place. In the short term, he could not expect to find top-tier talent and would have to settle for qualified individuals to fill the gaps. After several days of effort, this issue was largely resolved. The only remaining vacancy was for a secretary, which he would have to manage for the time being. He would address that when a suitable candidate presented themselves. As for minor tasks like pouring water and brewing tea, he would have to handle those himself for now. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 days had elapsed. Early that morning, Qin Fan rushed to the factory to monitor the production status of the first shipment. This initial order was crucial. If delivered smoothly, the advance payment would be received. Any mishap could result in significant losses. Fortunately, with the support of the system, substantial errors were unlikely. On the same day, Geng Xiaojun embarked on his first day at the new factory. After a few days of adaptation and training, he had quickly acclimated, leading a small team to commence various tasks. With additional manpower, should efficiency still fall short, further recruitment would be necessary. As soon as Qin Fan entered the factory, Geng Xiaojun promptly approached to report on the progress. "Old Geng, have all the arrangements been made?" Qin Fan inquired with concern. Geng Xiaojun replied with a relaxed tone, "Everything is in order. Come and take a look." The two walked together into the dispatch area of Workshop 3. This production line encompassed a complete suite of processes, including manufacturing, cutting, packaging, and inspection. Once all procedures were completed, mechanical arms would neatly stack the chips, placing them in specially designed boxes constructed to be robust, waterproof, shockproof, and dustproof, ensuring that even magnetic fields would not affect the chips inside. Each chip was securely packaged in its own individual wrapping. A single box could hold thousands of chips. Qin Fan casually picked one up to examine. In truth, he could discern little from it, though he detected a faint scent of ink, likely residual from the wafer cutting process. All the chips are of first-rate quality. As for the defective and substandard ones, they have been uniformly relegated to the adjacent scrap area. Qin Fan cast a glance towards that direction, feeling a tightening in his chest. There were likely several hundred pieces of waste. No wonder the system's fees are exorbitant. After all, with such a low pass rate, production costs naturally escalate. The production of this 1,000th chip in small batches has finally been accomplished, offering Qin Fan a sigh of relief. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the electric vehicle company to collect their order. At this moment, he was acutely aware that the other party must be equally anxious. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the electric vehicle company, Sui Hairen was convening a board meeting. This gathering was a necessity, and facing the barrage of questions from shareholders, his head was almost spinning. The crux of the matter remained the perennial issue: insufficient chip supply. Due to various reasons, the entire market was experiencing a chip shortage, particularly the type designated for automotive use, which was in especially critical demand. The electric vehicle company had already reduced production for 2 consecutive months. Previously capable of selling 7,000 units monthly, their current output hovered around 2,000, resulting in considerable losses. This predicament weighed heavily on Sui Hairen. Whenever shareholders proposed suggestions, he felt compelled to listen attentively, regardless of their feasibility. The moment he expressed even a hint of dissent, he would be met with skepticism. Leading this meeting was proving to be exceedingly challenging. He addressed the board. "Esteemed directors, I have identified a new chip processing plant. If their samples meet our standards, we may have a viable solution to our predicament." One of the shareholders, Zhen Wenji, immediately inquired, "A new manufacturer? What is its name?" Sui Hairen replied, "It is a newly established company called Qin Fan Technology." A profound silence enveloped the room. None had heard of this name, and bewilderment spread across their faces. Zhen Wenji continued to probe. "What is the background of this company? Why have we not heard of it before? Is it a local enterprise?" Sui Hairen responded, "It is a local company that has recently been founded, thus facilitating our collaboration." Zhen Wenji clearly remained unconvinced. "Chairman Sui, do not attempt to placate us with such remarks. Chip manufacturing is not an endeavor that just any company can undertake. Moreover, this city is not a semiconductor industry hub. It lacks a comprehensive supply chain to support such isolated operations. How could this possibly work?" Other shareholders nodded in agreement. As the entire semiconductor industry chain cannot be managed by a single factory, it requires collaboration between upstream and downstream entities. Furthermore, chip manufacturing inherently belongs to a high-tech, high-barrier industry, making solitary efforts exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Sui Heron's proposal sounded like a fanciful dream. At that moment, the female shareholder, Tang Yongting, interjected. Chairman Sui, I am quite familiar with an executive from Zhongxin International, and during a recent conversation, this matter was mentioned. If we were to offer a higher bid, we might secure more chips. Sui Heron quickly inquired, by how much are you suggesting we increase our offer? Tang Yongting raised a hand. This amount. Sui Heron pressed on. 50%? Tang Yongting shook her head. It is 50%. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. That was exorbitantly high. Such a steep price would undoubtedly compress our profit margins. It would elicit negative reactions in the stock market. Not merely an impact, but a significant blow. Each vehicle requires 10 chips, and this would inevitably result in a substantial increase in costs. The vehicle prices cannot be adjusted arbitrarily. Otherwise, our financial data would suffer. For investors, the foremost concern remains return on investment and stock performance. Currently, Future Electric Vehicle Group has not only gone public, but is also trading on the Nasdaq in the United States, wielding considerable influence. Any fluctuation in costs would attract widespread scrutiny and skepticism from the public. Tang Yongting continued. The reality is as such. If we do not act swiftly to raise our prices, others will inevitably do so. In the end, we may fail to meet even our basic procurement targets. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Some furrowed their brows and sighed, while others shook their heads in dismay. Jin Wenji nodded in support. Sister Tang is correct. If we do not adjust our prices in a timely manner, our competitors will seize the initiative. We must make a decision promptly. We must bear the costs, no matter how high they may be. His perspective quickly garnered consensus from the others. All eyes turned once again towards Sui Heron, awaiting his decisive pronouncement. Chapter 9 sparked significant resonance. The weight of the pressure bore down solely on him. He felt as though he were on the verge of collapse, facing the agitated shareholders. Despite his earlier assertion of having found a new partner, they remained incredulous. Sui Heron shook his head. Let's wait a moment longer. I am confident that good news will arrive shortly. However, Zhan Wenji persisted, urging others to apply pressure on Sui Heron. We cannot delay any longer. Another year is slipping away, and what will we do if this issue continues to drag on? His words rang true. Immediate action was imperative. Lest we miss the optimal opportunity. Everyone was frantically scrambling for chip resources. If we do not respond proactively, we are effectively relinquishing our market position. At that moment, Sui Heron felt an overwhelming urge to slam the table in frustration. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Komin, Sui Heron instructed. The head of the supply department, Feng Yongsheng, entered and whispered a few words in Sui Heron's ear. Upon hearing this, Sui Heron's expression grew complex, yet visibly more relaxed. The others were bewildered, sensing that he had received some significant news. After Feng Yongsheng spoke, he quickly exited the meeting room. Sui Heron adjusted his suit and cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the first batch of trial-produced chips is already en route and will arrive shortly. This announcement struck like a thunderbolt, astonishing everyone present. Most attendees wore expressions of shock, utterly unprepared for such news. How could this be possible? There are very few manufacturers capable of producing such high-end products, and they are typically booked solid. The fact that these chips are trial samples indicates that a new supplier has been found at the last minute. Could it truly be from that new company, Qin Fan Technology, in the capital? Jin Wenji clearly remained skeptical. Chairman Sui, this is no joking matter. Do not merely seek to placate us. Sui Heron waved his hand, interrupting. Do not prattle on. Since I occupy this position, I must consider not only your interests but also my own responsibilities. Would I have any reason to deceive you regarding this matter? Am I a fool? Although Sui Heron was young, he had always been responsible and decisive. With chips in hand, his confidence surged. Tang Yongting inquired. Chairman Sui, what is the price of this batch of chips? Is there an increase? This was a matter of utmost concern for all. Sui Heron smiled and replied. Rest assured, the price has not only remained stable, but we have also received considerable discounts. The room fell silent, everyone stunned into disbelief. No price increase? How could that be? The entire industry was scrambling for chip resources. If there were no price hike, they would have been booked up long ago. Tang Yongting continued to caution. Chairman Sui, let us be frank. You get what you pay for. If the quality of the chips does not meet standards, affecting the overall vehicle performance, it would be a significant loss. Sui Heron paused momentarily. In truth, he shared her concerns. This order was merely for 1,000 units to assess Qin Fan Technology's actual production capabilities. However, he could not afford to reveal this apprehension. lest this group of individuals exploit the opportunity to amplify the situation. He was somewhat taken aback by the swiftness with which Qin Fan acted. Although 1,000 chips may not seem like a substantial quantity, the initiation and fine-tuning of a production line typically requires a month or two. Yet, it had barely been over a week. Soon, the 1,000 chips were delivered to the experimental center. Sui Hiren was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, promptly arranging for testing. The results only emerged deep into the night, revealing that not only did this batch of chips meet the required standards, but they also boasted exceptional quality, nearing the pinnacle of excellence. Initially, he found it hard to believe. He had not anticipated that Qin Fan technology possessed such capabilities, not merely satisfactory, but truly top tier. It is worth noting that only large enterprises like TSMC can achieve such standards. In comparison, the product from Zhongxin International could only be deemed mediocre. What was even more astonishing was that all of this had been accomplished within 10 days. Sui Heron's heart raced. Such efficiency was indeed unfathomable. No wonder the shareholders were in disbelief, as no one had ever witnessed such a proficient company. If he had not signed a contract with Qin Fan himself, he too would have considered it a fantastical tale. He subsequently inquired meticulously with the supply chain and quality control departments about the stability of this batch's performance, to which they provided a definitive affirmation. Unable to remain seated any longer, Sui Hiren recognized the necessity for decisive action. If Qin Fan truly possessed such strength, he needed to secure orders promptly. A moment's delay could allow others to seize the opportunity. Acquiring such premium chips again would prove challenging. With this thought in mind, he immediately summoned his secretary to initiate discussions with Qin Fan regarding the next steps for collaboration. The future of electric vehicles would necessitate a substantial quantity of such chips, and he also needed to identify several backup suppliers to mitigate any potential supply chain disruptions. Just as he was about to instruct his secretary to carry out this task, he suddenly paused and called for Song Qibing from the marketing department. "Bring him here," he instructed. The secretary looked perplexed. General Manager Sui, who is Song Qibing? At that moment, he realized that Song Qibing was merely an ordinary employee, someone the secretary had never heard of. He works in the marketing department. Just summon him. Upon hearing this, the secretary exited. Song Qibing, who was conversing animatedly with his colleagues, was startled when he saw the secretary approaching him. Oh, he felt a surge of nervousness. Kelly was not just any secretary. She was a trusted aide to General Manager Sui, possessing not only exceptional abilities, but also a commanding presence. Kelly directly inquired, "Are you Song Qibing?" He instinctively nodded. She then stated, "General Manager Sui requests your presence in his office." Oh no, what could this be about? Typically, when summoned by Sui Hiren, it was rarely for anything pleasant. Had something gone awry with Qin Fan? But the contract was already signed. A reversal at this stage would likely incur substantial penalties. Throughout the journey, Song Qibing's mind was a whirlwind of apprehension as he made his way to the boss's office with heavy steps. Perhaps I should just resign and join Qin Fan. The more he thought about it, the more vexed he became, and he knocked on the door. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Sui Hiren greeted him with a beaming smile and invited him to sit down. Observing suiesse, cheerful de minor. Song Qibing felt a twinge of curiosity, but complied and sat. The sofa was quite comfortable, yet he remained intensely anxious. When Sui Hiren finally revealed the purpose of his summons, Song Qibing let out a slight sigh of relief. "In the next couple of days, please let me get in touch with Qin Fan. We need to meet and discuss." "No problem. I have a good rapport with him." At that moment, the secretary entered with 2 cups of coffee. Song Qibing took one, inhaling the inviting aroma. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Hiren suggested, "Let us meet at the Imperial Capital Hotel. You can coordinate the timing with Qin Fan, and I'll make a reservation in advance." Chapter 10. Achieving the Pinnacle of Standards. Song Qibing was momentarily stunned. That was one of the priciest venues in the capital, where a meal could easily cost several thousand. How on earth had Qin Fan managed that? Just as Song Qibing's mind began to wander, Qin Fan was at home watching television when his phone suddenly chimed. After reading the text message, he leapt up from the sofa in astonishment. Am I about to strike it rich? Over 10 million had inexplicably appeared in his bank account. Almost immediately, his phone began ringing incessantly. "Hello, Mr. Qin. We hear you're interested in a Sihiyuan near the Second Ring Road. That plot may soon be up for redevelopment. Mr. Qin, we have professional investment managers to assist you with your finances. Keeping your money in the bank will lead to depreciation. Perhaps consider our investment products." Although the tone was gentle, Qin Fan felt rather unenthusiastic and promptly hung up. He resolved to be more forthright moving forward. In truth, while 10 million sounds substantial, Establishing a chip factory is not a trivial expense. Even with lower production costs, the expenditures are considerable. Additionally, with over 20 employees already on board, monthly salaries and insurance alone would amount to hundreds of thousands. Qin Fan sighed. Entrepreneurship is exceedingly challenging. It is no wonder many business owners become overwhelmed. Fortunately, a portion of the outstanding payment from future electric vehicles was still pending. Once the production line commenced operations, they would need to remit the remaining balance. At that point, his account would reflect over 30 million, providing a semblance of security. However, relying solely on one company was insufficient. He needed to expedite the acquisition of more clients. With the prestigious future electric vehicles as a reference, negotiating partnerships with other companies would become more feasible. Qin Fan felt confident about this. As he contemplated the electric vehicles of the future, he suddenly considered whether he should purchase a car. But he quickly shook his head. In Beijing, not only is wealth necessary, but one also requires a license. He would need to apply under the company S name, which should simplify the process. For now, he would have to wait. Just then his phone rang again. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was his mother, Li Taotao. Qin Fan quickly answered the phone. Mom, have you finally remembered your son? Oh dear. I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number. Qin Fan was momentarily speechless. His mother was quite playful. He quickly responded, well, it's fortuitous. Let us chat for a bit. I have a lot going on here. Just wanted to let you know that Yunpeng might come and visit you soon. If you have time, show him around. Yunpeng is Qin Fan's cousin, Shi Yunpeng, with whom he shared a close bond since childhood. But don't let it interfere with your work too much. If you're genuinely busy, it's fine for him to explore on his own. She was evidently unaware of Qin Fan's resignation, assuming he was still preoccupied with work. Why is Yunpeng suddenly coming to Beijing? What is he up to? Qin Fan inquired. I'm not entirely sure. He might just want to unwind and perhaps do some shopping, Li Taotao replied. Seems like he is doing well for himself, Qin Fan remarked. You just manage the arrangements as you see fit. If you're really busy, a quick phone call to explain would suffice. All right, I'll call him later. The mother and son exchanged a few pleasantries before concluding the call. Recently, Qin Fan had indeed been quite busy, even more so than when he was employed. However, the feeling was different. Previously, he worked to generate profit for a company, but now he was striving for his own success. Though it was tiring, it was also fulfilling. No matter how busy he became, he still needed to find time to rest. Now that the staff was mostly in place and the factory was operational, he no longer had to monitor it constantly. Once he found a reliable manager, Qin Fan would be able to ease some of his burdens. Just as my cousin was about to arrive, it seemed like an opportune moment to unwind and take a leisurely stroll. While I was contemplating this, my phone chimed again. This time it was Song Qibing. Song Qibing, Boss Qin, how are you? Qin Fan, what do you think? Just sitting at home. Song Qibing, alone? Qin Fan, are you coming over to see me? Song Qibing, not a chance. You're a boss now. Surely you ought to have a girlfriend to keep you company. Qin Fan, don't talk nonsense. Let us get to the point. Song Qibing, I almost forgot. President Sui wants to treat you to dinner. Are you available in the next few days? Upon hearing this, Qin Fan inquired. Sui Hiren? Song Qibing, of course it's him. Who else could afford to treat you to a lavish meal? His words struck a nerve, and Qin Fan couldn't help but retort. Song Qibing, all right, enough banter. Let us set a time. President Sui is quite eager to host you. Qin Fan pondered for a moment, suspecting that Sui Hiren wished to continue discussions regarding their collaboration. If they could reach an agreement, it would undoubtedly be favorable for the chip factory. Qin Fan, let us do it tomorrow. I'm available. Song Qibing, great. I'll let President Sui know right away. Qin Fan, aren't you coming along? Song Qibing, of course. I'll tag along for a free meal. Can't pass that up. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. The following day, Qin Fan refrained from going to the factory, opting instead to rest at home all day. At 5 in the afternoon, Song Qibing called again, offering to pick him up. Qin Fan declined. Qin Fan, no need to trouble yourself. I could take a taxi. Song Qibing chuckled. Boss Qin, when are you going to buy a car? Now that you're a boss, not having one seems rather inappropriate. Qin Fan responded, just give me the license plate number, and I'll buy one. Song Qibing hurriedly hung up. Qin Fan hailed a taxi, heading straight to the Imperial Capital Restaurant. While the name might sound somewhat outdated, it was, in fact, an extraordinarily upscale establishment. This venue was typically reserved for high-profile guests and formal occasions, carrying a certain prestige. Qin Fan had never imagined himself dining in such a place before. The expenses were typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, things are different now, as Qin Fan had several millions in his account, which provided him with a newfound confidence. He arrived slightly early, thinking it would be nice to wait inside the restaurant. From the outside, the restaurant appeared unassuming, with a modest height and somewhat aged exterior. Yet, within, it was lavishly decorated reminiscent of a palace. The floor tiles gleamed, reflecting the figures of those who walked upon them. Before long, a well-dressed server approached and inquired, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" It seemed that entry without a reservation was indeed impossible. Qin Fan nodded. "I have a reservation." The server politely asked for his name, and upon confirmation, she said, "Very well, this way please." Following her guidance, Qin Fan ascended to the second floor and entered a private room named Magnificent Rivers and Mountains. The name alone commanded respect, and the decor, while steeped in antiquity, exuded luxury, likely at a significant cost. The room was empty, as Song Qibing and the others had yet to arrive. Qin Fan took a seat and waited. Shortly thereafter, several servers brought tea, juice, coffee, and a fruit platter. Nibbling on a few bites was a pleasant way to stave off hunger. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Qin Fan decided to step outside for a smoke. Upon reaching the corner of the hallway, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, one that belonged to a striking woman. Chapter 11. I no longer have any reservations. This woman was none other than Lu Chuanmei, the object of Qin Fan's affections for many years. They were university classmates, and back then, Lu Chuanmei was the unattainable goddess in Qin Fan's eyes. After graduation, both became engrossed in their respective careers, leading to diminished contact, though he occasionally glimpsed her updates on social media. Seeing an old classmate after so many years took Lu Chuanmei by surprise. She gazed at Qin Fan, astonished. "Qin Fan? What brings you here?" Qin Fan replied nonchalantly, "I'm here for dinner." She seemed puzzled, as this venue was indeed rather expensive for someone like the former Qin Fan. Just then, a young man approached, evidently accompanying Lu Chuanmei. "Ah, Mr. LV has arrived," she promptly introduced. Though young, the man held a significant position within his company. However, this Mr. LV was merely a department manager named LV Yuquan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he mentioned that due to work commitments, he could not linger. Qin Fan, feeling no need to be formal, responded with a smile, indicating it was no problem. Subsequently, Lu Chuanmei hurriedly departed due to an urgent work task. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Fan returned to the restaurant, just in time to receive a call from Song Qibing, who informed him that he was on his way and would bring along leaders from 2 electric vehicle companies. Such esteemed guests warranted utmost respect. Host Sui Hiren welcomed them warmly and handed the menu to Qin Fan, allowing him to order first. Although the prices were steep in this context, no one paid much heed to the costs. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes began to grace the table, and conversations commenced. The discussions primarily revolved around work, with Qin Fan and Sui Hiren leading the dialogue. Sui Hiren stated, "Mr. Qin, we tested 1000 chips, and the overall performance is outstanding." Qin Fan responded with a smile, "That is truly excellent. I have great confidence in our technology." Upon hearing this, Sui Hiren laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. "Initially, I had some concerns, but now I'm completely convinced." It was no small feat to earn such validation from someone of Sui Hiren's stature in the industry. Sui Hiren then continued with his inquiry. "Mr. Qin, when can we expect the next batch of large orders to begin production? This involves hundreds of thousands of chips." Qin Fan contemplated briefly before replying, "We can start tomorrow." This response took everyone by surprise, as transitioning from the experimental phase to mass production typically required preparation. Yet he asserted that production could commence the very next day. The supply chain supervisor, Han Ning, appeared particularly excited. If this could be achieved, it would indeed be a tremendous help. Confirming this, Sui Hiren promptly decided to finalize the financial aspects that very evening. Subsequently, Qinbo nodded in agreement. Further elaborating, "We guarantee the quality and quantity of the chips required for this batch of electric vehicles." Sui Hiren expressed high praise for this assurance. He then inquired, "By the way, what is your current maximum production capacity? I'm considering entrusting you with more projects." To this question, Qin Fan replied earnestly, "The specific figures will need to be calculated, but I assure you, our speed is significantly faster than that of other manufacturers." Sui Hiren nodded in satisfaction. "Hearing you say that, I have no reservations." To celebrate the successful collaboration, the two clinked glasses. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The individual who entered was not a server, but rather another figure, Lei Jun. Upon seeing this unexpected guest, Sui Hiren quickly stood to offer a warm greeting. "Ah, ISNT, this Mr. Lei. What brings you here?" Seeing Lei Jun, Qin Fan felt a sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness. He was the renowned founder of Xiaomi. Lu Chuanmei soon followed him into the room. This scene left both Lu Chuanmei and Song Qibing somewhat astonished. It turned out that Lu Chuanmei was not only affiliated with Xiaomi Group, but was also a colleague of Lei Jun that invited everyone to raise a glass. And the entire room responded enthusiastically. During the conversation, he inquired with genuine interest about what they had just been discussing. He had heard that they were discussing the challenges of chip supply, and he was particularly attentive to the matter. Upon learning that Sui Heron's team was currently grappling with a tight chip supply issue, and had found a new partner in hopes of resolving it, Lei Jun and his companion, Lu Yuquan, immediately expressed their interest. Lu Yuquan chimed in, asking, "Boss Qin, do you have any chip manufacturers to recommend that can supply us? There are very few factories capable of producing chips, and most are already overwhelmed with orders." Sui Heron smiled and replied, "You might be surprised to learn that Boss Qin is actually the head of a chip factory." As soon as these words left his lips, both Lei Jun and Lu Yuquan were momentarily taken aback. Lei Jun scrutinized Qin Fan closely, struggling to reconcile the youthful visage before him with that of a high-tech enterprise owner. Nevertheless, he quickly inquired, "Where is your factory located? In the suburbs of the capital?" Qin Fan answered calmly. Upon hearing this response, astonishment deepened on Lei Jun's face, prompting him to turn to Sui Heron for confirmation of Qin Fan's assertion. Sui Heron promptly elucidated, "This factory is situated just outside the city, occupies a substantial area, and is equipped with state-of-the-art technology." Lei Jun then pressed further, "So, does that mean your company has already partnered with electric vehicle manufacturers?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, how could we be having this conversation? Moreover, the batch we are currently trial producing has exceeded our expectations." Sui Heron affirmed, nodding emphatically. All eyes converged on Qin Fan. Given Sui Heron's typically cautious nature and his reluctance to casually vouch for anyone, Lei Jun was quick to accept this information as credible. However, Lu Yuquan remained skeptical. Visibly unconvinced, Lu Chuanmei's reaction was even more pronounced, her mouth agape in disbelief. Internally, she mused, how could someone of such ordinary beginnings and mediocre academic performance suddenly become a major owner? This is utterly absurd. Yet, observing Sui Heron's demeanor, she realized this was no mere jest. At this point, Lei Jun's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of chips do you primarily manufacture? Are they exclusively for automotive use?" He pressed on. After all, those in the industry are well aware of the myriad types of chips available, each serving different functions. Some companies focus solely on processors, while others specialize in memory chips, and very few can excel across multiple sectors. Qin Fan replied unhurriedly, "We endeavor to produce essentially all types of chips." This statement once again rendered the room speechless with astonishment. Lei Jun turned to Sui Heron for further confirmation. While Sui was aware that the factory was engaged in various types of production, he did not have confidence that they could excel in every domain, particularly as they had yet to test many of them. What they did not realize was that Qin Fan had access to a remarkably robust technical support system. Chapter 12. What on earth is happening? By simply inputting design parameters, various types of chips could be rapidly put into production. Simultaneously, Qin Fan recognized that Lei Jun might be a potential major client. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Securing a partnership with this company, particularly given their globally popular smartphone brand, would yield significant prospects. Thus, Lei Jun, with a tone of cautious intrigue, asked, "Does that mean you could also produce chips for mobile phones?" Qin Fan smiled and nodded. "No problem, as long as you are willing to place an order." Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Lei Jun's face, yet he quickly reverted to his calm demeanor, stating, "All right, I hope you won't disappoint me." As the atmosphere grew slightly tense, Sui Heron swiftly interjected, "Mr. Lei, doesn't your company require such components?" Lei Jun sighed. Which electronic device doesn't need these parts these days? Especially in communications, our previous supplier is currently overwhelmed with orders, and their inventory is nearly depleted. At this juncture, Qin Fan suggested, "Mr. Lei, would it be possible to start with a small order to gauge our quality?" Lei Jun hesitated. "Isn't that a bit risky?" Lu Yuquan quietly cautioned Lei Jun that switching suppliers should be approached with caution, as it could affect overall product quality. Lei Jun countered, "Given the imminent supply shortage, what stability are we even discussing?" Ultimately, he resolved to give Qin Fan a chance. "Could you provide us with a sample for evaluation?" Qin Fan readily agreed, stating that as long as he received the circuit diagram, he could swiftly produce a sample. They exchanged contact information for future collaboration. As they prepared to part ways, Sui Heron unexpectedly produced a set of car keys and presented them to Qin Fan as a gift. This left Qin Fan astounded, and the others around them widened their eyes in shock. The futuristic ES6 was not an inexpensive vehicle. Even the entry model started at over 300,000, with top configurations exceeding 500,000. Sui Heron's generosity was indeed remarkable. Qin Fan felt a surge of complex emotions, grateful yet hesitant to accept such an extravagant gift. He remarked, "Sui, this car is far too precious. Might I purchase it myself instead?" Sui Hiren waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so formal, my friend. This is an extra one I have. It's perfect for you. Just accept it, and I'll arrange for the transfer. He added, you needn't worry about the license plate. I can sort out the new energy license. Faced with such goodwill, Qin Fan found it impossible to refuse and nodded in acceptance. At that moment, he noticed Lu Chuanmei quietly observing him. He smiled at her, causing her to quickly avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Internally, she was conflicted. What had happened to him? How had he suddenly become the leader of a major company? Why was he able to negotiate business with figures like Lei Jun and Sui Hiren? Most astonishing of all, Sui Hiren had directly gifted him a car worth hundreds of thousands. The dinner had gone splendidly, with the atmosphere quite jovial. As the evening drew to a close, both Sui Hiren and Lei Jun were somewhat intoxicated. Although Qin Fan held his liquor well, he too felt a slight buzz. As he left, Sui Hiren arranged for someone to drive him home. The next day, he awoke around noon, brushed his teeth, and picked up his phone, only to discover a notification. Oh my goodness! A bank alert indicated that over 20 million had suddenly appeared in his account. His hands trembled slightly. This windfall was utterly unexpected. It seemed it was time to officially dive into work. After a quick wash-up, he ordered a breakfast delivery. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and tofu pudding, all his favorites. He relished the meal. Just as he was finishing, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a male voice inquired, "Is this Mr. Qin Fan?" "Yes," he replied. The caller continued, "Your newly ordered car is ready. Please provide your address, and we can assist you with the transfer process today." Qin Fan paused. "Which car?" The other person explained, "It's a Neo ES6, specifically arranged by Mr. Sui. It's best to finalize the paperwork today." Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Fan. Indeed, last night, Sui Hiren had mentioned gifting him a car and had given him the keys, though he had been too intoxicated to remember. He was pleasantly surprised that Sui Hiren had been serious about the gift. He could hardly contain his excitement. Now, he considered himself somewhat accomplished. It seemed inappropriate not to own a car. Although he had a driver-S license, he had no means to purchase a vehicle in Beijing. He then provided his address. Shortly thereafter, the other party called again to inform him that they had arrived downstairs. Qin Fan, dressed impeccably, descended to find a blue and white Neo ES6 quietly parked by the roadside. The vehicle certainly exuded a certain charm at first glance. It bore a resemblance to a Qian. Its overall design appeared more elegant. The person delivering the car introduced himself as Zhang Feng, requesting Qin Fan to simply call him Xiao Zhang. Zhang Feng inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you have your ID and driver's license with you?" Qin Fan nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Zhang Feng drove Qin Fan to the relevant agency to facilitate the transfer of ownership. As Sui Hiren had mentioned, they utilized a special channel. Obtaining a new energy vehicle license plate was quite straightforward, and the paperwork was completed with remarkable ease. In just half a morning, the entire process was finalized. Now, it was time for Qin Fan to experience this vehicle firsthand. Zhang Feng provided a brief introduction to the car. This particular Neo ES6 was indeed a high-end version, with a base price exceeding 450,000 yuan and a remarkable range of 610 kilometers. He added, "It takes just 1 hour to charge up to 80% with fast charging, while a regular charge would approximately require 14 hours. He continued, "The acceleration to 100 kilometers per hour takes a mere 4.7 seconds, with a top speed reaching 200 kilometers per hour. However, Mr. Qin, please be mindful of safety while driving. Do not be overly aggressive." Zhang Feng emphasized, "Most importantly, Mr. Qin, you can enjoy lifelong complimentary battery swap services at designated Neo stations." Qin Fan was somewhat taken aback at the notion of free battery swaps for a lifetime. "Is it truly free for life?" he asked. Zhang Feng nodded in confirmation, stating, "Yes, as long as you are at Neo's dedicated battery swap stations. You can swap batteries at will. This benefit is long-term," Qin Fan casually remarked, all the while contemplating how Sui Hiren truly was a good friend. He would need to find an opportunity to prioritize supply to repay this kindness. Afterward, Zhang Feng handed over the car to Qin Fan and returned to the company. What delight! Qin Fan drove the new vehicle, circling the vicinity to familiarize himself with its operations and features before heading directly to the suburban chip factory. To be honest, the sensation of driving an electric car was distinctly different. The acceleration was exhilarating, devoid of engine noise, with only the rush of wind in his ears. Chapter 13, Highly Automated. The interior of this car was exquisitely crafted, particularly the small robot positioned at the center console, radiating a sense of technological sophistication. Initially indifferent to electric vehicles, Qin Fan's perspective was profoundly transformed after this test drive. Of course, during long journeys, The constant search for charging stations or battery swap stations was still less convenient than refueling. Before long, Qin Fan arrived at the chip factory, where Geng Xiaojun and his team had already commenced their work. At this stage, they were learning the operational steps for various pieces of equipment. After gaining an understanding of the overall situation, Qin Fan confirmed that the project was progressing steadily according to the planned schedule. He then entered the production line control room, a space to which only he currently held access. In the future, he might grant authorization to Geng Xiaojun, but only if he proved himself trustworthy. Qin Fan activated the control panel, retrieving data from the chip factory. Building type, chip manufacturing plant. Level 1. Production capacity, 500,000 units. Efficiency, 90. Yield rate, 85. Cost savings ratio, 69. After reviewing this data, Qin Fan felt that he had made significant progress compared to his previous solitary endeavors. Once full production commenced, efficiency would markedly improve and costs would be substantially reduced. However, elevating to level 2 would require further accumulation. Currently, his growth points had just surpassed 20,000, still a considerable distance from the target of 100,000. He then input the manufacturing data for a new type of chip and set the production parameters. Product name, new version of onboard chip model 04. Process, 28 nanometer fabrication. Material, silicon wafer. Operating mode, semi-automated. Production efficiency, 90. Target output, 500,000 units. Estimated time, 960 hours. Total cost estimate, approximately X million yuan. Looking at this array of figures, Qin Fan couldn't help but rub his temples. The volume was indeed vast, and even a slight oversight could lead to complications. After some deliberation, he decided to initiate a small-scale trial production of 100,000 units to assess the outcome. Although it would incur certain expenses initially, he did not mind. After all, Sui Hiren had gifted him a vehicle worth several hundred thousand, making these costs seem trivial. From material input to finished product, the entire production cycle was projected to take about 4 months, with an estimated total cost exceeding 10 million yuan. However, according to the contract, the completion was expected to yield a profit of around 3.5 million yuan. On paper, this investment appeared quite lucrative. Upon pressing the start button, Qin Fan immediately called Geng Xiaojun to inform the entire team to prepare for commencement. The idea that such a small team could operate the entire factory seemed almost unbelievable. Typically, a facility of this scale would require at least 800 or 900 personnel. This was a clear testament to the high level of automation at this chip base. With the production line fully operational, it meant that Qin Fan would be working tirelessly for the next month. Over the following days, he made it a point to visit the site daily to inspect the operational status of each piece of equipment. Preliminary estimates indicated that for every successful chip produced, his growth value would increase by 2 points. Why was this reward so modest? It was due to the slightly outdated 28 nanometer process. If a more advanced technology were employed, the growth value rewards would be considerably higher. Even so, upon completion of this batch of orders, his growth value should increase by approximately 200,000 points. If larger orders materialized, upgrading would be entirely feasible. However, Qin Fan was not anxious about the current progress. He felt assured, knowing that ample opportunities for profit lay ahead. Yet, there were still aspects of the factory that he had yet to grasp. For instance, he was unclear about the purpose of the experimental building next door. Theoretically, with advanced equipment already in place, the focus should be on enhancing capacity and efficiency, making a separate research and development department seem unnecessary. What secrets did this experimental building harbor? The manual merely stated, this facility can autonomously generate specialized equipment based on existing resources without the need for human intervention. It appeared that Qin Fan would have to wait and see until it revealed its capabilities. One evening, his cousin Shi Yunpeng called. Bro, do you have time tomorrow? Qin Fan replied, yes. When will you be arriving in the capital? Shi Yunpeng responded, around 10 in the morning. Qin Fan asked, are you referring to just yourself? Who else is coming with you? Haha, my girlfriend. Oh, you have a significant other now? Well done. You're growing up. Of course. Qin Fan proactively offered. Should I come and pick you up? Shi Yunpeng replied. No need. Bro, we could take a taxi. No. It's quite troublesome to take a taxi during peak hours. Before he could finish, Shi Yunpeng suddenly asked, Bro, can I borrow your new car for a couple of days? Are you saying you have a car now? Yes. Hearing this, Shi Yunpeng had no choice but to agree. All right, if it's not too much trouble, could you come and pick us up? Thus, the two finalized their meeting for the following day. Before hanging up the phone, they exchanged a few casual remarks. The following morning, Qin Fan set out early, as he was to pick up several relatives and friends arriving from afar. To avoid potential traffic jams, he deliberately left home with ample time to spare. The night before, he had also taken the initiative to charge his electric scooter. Fortunately, the community was equipped with a public charging station. Otherwise, renting a place would have made it impossible to install a private charging point. Meanwhile, Shi Yunpeng and his girlfriend, Teng Wanli, had arrived by train. Accompanying them was Ruan Qiujuan, Teng Wanli's classmate who worked in the capital. A few days prior, she had returned to her hometown of Yinjing City for the weekend, and, upon learning that Teng Wanli and Shi Yunpeng were heading to the capital, decided to join them. The three of them departed from Yinjing, a short distance from the capital, and the train arrived in just 2 hours. Teng Wanli and Yunpeng were merely in town for a day or two, so they had packed lightly. As they exited the station, they engaged in light banter. Teng Wanli inquired, "How are we getting into the city?" Shi Yunpeng replied, "My brother will be driving over to pick us up." Teng Wanli was somewhat taken aback. "Your brother is coming to pick us up?" "Yes," Yunpeng nodded. "That is quite convenient." Teng Wanli then glanced at Qiujuan, asking, "Is it on your way? Can you join us?" After a moment's thought, Yunpeng responded, "It should be fine. He doesn't have anything else to do today, as long as it's not too much of a detour." Qiujuan interjected softly, "No need for trouble. I have someone coming to get me." Teng Wanli teased, "Someone else is picking you up? It wouldn't happen to be that handsome colleague of yours, would it?" Qiujuan shook her head. "Not at all. We're not even officially dating yet." Teng Wanli raised an eyebrow. "Oh my, you're quite selective. How is he?" Qiujuan replied, "He is passable. Oh, by the way, he drives a BMW." Teng Wanli gasped, "Wow, he must be wealthy. Why not just agree to date him?" "It's just a 3 Series, Qiujuan shrugged, "around 300,000. It's not that impressive." Teng Wanli was taken aback. "You think a car worth several $100,000 is nothing?" Qiujuan explained, "Things are different in the capital. The roads are filled with Audis, BMWs, and Mercedes. A 3 Series hardly qualifies as a luxury vehicle." Teng Wanli nodded. "No wonder your standards have risen since moving to the capital." Meanwhile, Shi Yunpeng couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, "This isn't a conversation. It's a display of wealth." Just then, Qiujuan suddenly asked, "Your brother is driving over, right? What kind of car does he have?" Shi Yunpeng shook his head. "I didn't ask. I don't know." Qiujuan continued, "How long has your brother been working?" "About 3 to 4 years, he replied. Qiujuan frowned. "Only 3 to 4 years? If he doesn't even have a car worth over 200,000. He is doing pretty average." Shi Yunpeng felt a pang of discomfort, thinking, as long as he has a car, it's not necessary for it to be expensive. Qiujuan seemed to remember something, adding, "However, acquiring a license plate in the capital is quite an achievement. Local plates are worth over 100,000. Yunpeng remained silent. Qiujuan continued, "It wouldn't be an out-of-town plate, would it? Out-of-town vehicles require a transit permit, which is quite a hassle." Teng Wanli shot her a glance, wishing she would tone it down. Was Qiujuan feeling a bit off today? Her words seemed sharper than usual. However, Teng Wanli understood Qiujuan's strong sense of superiority. Now that she was in the capital, she had become even more boastful, seizing every opportunity to show off. Throughout the journey, she had not ceased her chatter. Upon reaching the exit, Qiujuan expertly instructed, "Walk a few steps forward. There's a designated parking area for pickups." Consequently, Yunpeng and Teng Wanli followed her lead. Upon arrival, Qiujuan took out her phone to call her ride, confirming how close they were. On the call, her tone was relaxed. "Yes, please hurry up. I've arrived." After ending the call, she turned to Shi Yunpeng and the others, asking, "Is your cousin not here yet?" Teng Wanli cheerfully replied, "He should be here soon." Just as she spoke, Yunpeng's phone rang. It was indeed his brother, Qin Fan. He quickly answered, "Brother, where are you?" "Oh, at the temporary parking area." "All right, you'll be here soon?" "Great, we'll wait for you." After hanging up, he remarked, "My brother's almost here." Then, he stole a glance at Qiujuan, silently praying, "Please, let that colleague arrive soon to pick you up." He was anxious that Qiujuan might witness his cousin arriving in a modest vehicle, resulting in another round of snide remarks. Truthfully, Shi Yunpeng had never considered what kind of luxury car Qin Fan might drive. He wasn't even sure if Qin Fan owned a car. He imagined it would be something inexpensive, perhaps around 100,000 or even less. After all, they came from a modest background, and with only a few years of work experience, he would need time to save up while also managing loan pressures. Before long, a vehicle gradually came into view. It was an SUV, appearing quite substantial, with a sky blue exterior that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. As the car approached, it was unusually silent, barely making a sound. Those in the know could easily deduce it was an electric vehicle, yet the brand was unfamiliar to them. Qiujuan's eyes sparkled. "Wow, is that the latest electric vehicle? It's trending right now." Teng Wanli inquired, "How much does such a car cost?" Qiujuan replied, "Not cheap. It reportedly starts at over 400,000. Teng Wanli was taken aback. While Shi Yunpeng was not particularly ignorant about cars, he understood that vehicles from this brand generally came with a high price tag, so he was not overly surprised. It was said that those who purchased this model were typically not ordinary individuals, possessing both means and a penchant for quality living. As they continued to discuss, the vehicle came to a smooth stop in front of them. The three of them stood momentarily stunned, with no one else around. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Wow! Shi Yunpeng's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. It was none other than his cousin, Qin Fan. How could this be? He was driving such a high-end electric vehicle to pick them up. Yunpeng was momentarily dumbfounded. While he recognized his cousin, Teng Wanli and Qiujuan were utterly baffled. Noticing Yunpeng's strange expression, Teng Wanli leaned in and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Before he could respond, a voice from the driver's seat called out, "What are you dazed about? Hurry up and get in. We can only park here for 5 minutes." It was Qin Fan speaking. Teng Wanli and Ruan Qiujuan stood frozen. Was this tall, handsome driver truly Shi Yunpeng's cousin? He was incredibly stylish and charismatic. Realizing this, Shi Yunpeng quickly nodded. "Ah, yes. We're getting in right now." He hurriedly opened the back door, allowing Teng Wanli to enter first, whispering, "This is my cousin." Teng Wanli waved to the still-dazed Qiujuan. "I'll go ahead." Qiujuan nodded repeatedly. "Okay, goodbye." She added, "Be safe on the road," though it was evident she was still processing everything. Just moments ago, she had been disparaging the notion of a BMW, and now here was a relative of Shi Yunpeng arriving in a luxury electric vehicle worth around 500,000. The impact was overwhelming. While a BMW was indeed impressive, this car was clearly in a different league, a highly sought-after luxury electric SUV. Not to mention, acquiring such a vehicle indicated substantial financial backing, far beyond what ordinary individuals could afford. In this day and age, electric vehicles had become the hallmark of the affluent. Teng Wanli settled into the back seat, while Shi Yunpeng, in high spirits, promptly took his place in the front passenger seat. Seizing the rare opportunity to ride in such an impressive vehicle, he was eager to relish the experience. Qin Fan glanced in the rearview mirror and inquired, "Isn't your friend joining us?" Shi Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, she's waiting for her own BMW." Qin Fan nodded in understanding, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. On the road, Shi Yunpeng hurriedly introduced Qin Fan to Teng Wanli and vice versa. Qin Fan flashed a smile at Teng Wanli, teasing, "You certainly have an eye for quality." Shi Yunpeng grinned widely. "Absolutely, one must have discerning taste." He then gazed up at the expansive panoramic sunroof, captivated by its grandeur. "This is exquisite," he exclaimed, entranced by its understated luxury. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Bro, where did you get this car?" Qin Fan nonchalantly replied, "What do you mean, where? It has always been mine." This revelation left Shi Yunpeng momentarily speechless, nearly causing him to leap from his seat in astonishment. He had assumed the car was borrowed or rented. With incredulity etched on his face, he pressed, "You can't be serious. How much do you earn to afford such a vehicle?" Qin Fan chuckled softly, his tone calm. "It's efficient, really." Teng Wanli, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback. She recalled Shi Yunpeng mentioning that his cousin was merely an ordinary office worker. She never expected him to drive such a high-end car. Chapter 15. One must indulge in leisure for a while longer. As Qin Fan drove, he asked, "Where would you like to go? Otherwise, I can take you somewhere to enjoy some delicious food." Shi Yunpeng interjected, "Then I won't hold back. Let's eat whatever we like." However, Qin Fan would never allow his relatives to indulge carelessly. He took them directly to a popular seafood buffet nearby. The restaurant was of a higher mid-range, costing around 300 yuan per person, yet the quality of the seafood was commendable, with live crabs, octopus, and geoduck clam freshly caught. A plethora of tropical and temperate fruits were also available. Upon entering, the sight of lobsters and king crabs sent Shi Yunpeng into a frenzy of excitement, incessantly praising Qin Fan for his generosity and excellent arrangement. Nevertheless, Teng Wanli felt somewhat embarrassed. As she observed the bill nearing 1,000 yuan, she felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, Qin Fan hardly regarded it. With over 20 million in his account, this meal seemed trivial to him. He smiled at the pair. "Don't think too much. Eat to your heart's content. There's plenty of room in your stomach." Shi Yunpeng promptly declared. "Then I must eat until I'm on the verge of hospitalization." Teng Wanli quickly interjected, "Don't say such things." Shi Yunpeng, with a cheeky grin, continued, "By the way, bro, how long has it been since you returned to your hometown, Yinjing?" Qin Fan pondered. "It's been about 6 months. I plan to go back in a few days." "No, I think you should avoid going back," Shi Yunpeng advised. Qin Fan was taken aback. "Why not?" Shi Yunpeng teased. "You don't even have a girlfriend. Your mom will surely give you a hard time when you return home." At this point, Qin Fan felt a headache coming on. Li Taodao had indeed been pressuring him about marriage lately. At only 30, why the rush? One should still enjoy their youth. Even if he had a girlfriend, there was no need to hurry into marriage. After their meal, Qin Fan drove the two to a shopping mall. Although Yanjing had its own large shopping centers, the variety and value of brands available in a big city were incomparable. Tang Wanli eagerly browsed through the selections, while Shi Yunpeng, though slightly fatigued, willingly accompanied her. As any good boyfriend would, when it came time to pay, he was the first to step forward. Tang Wanli, aware of his burden, would occasionally insist on paying. Meanwhile, Qin Fan leisurely sipped an iced Americano at a cafe within the mall, comfortably awaiting their return. Just as he was engrossed in his phone, his own rang. The caller was Lei Jun. Upon answering, a familiar southern accent greeted him. "Ah, hello, Boss Qin. I hope I'm not interrupting." Qin Fan smiled. "Not at all. I'm just relaxing. What can I do for you?" Lei Jun proceeded to explain. "Do you remember the project we discussed while drinking? I will arrange for someone to send you the IC design plan for that batch of communication chips shortly. We will conduct a round of small-scale testing to assess the results." Qin Fan's heart raced. This was a significant opportunity. He immediately replied, "No problem. Once I receive the documents, I will arrange for production." Lei Jun paused before adding, "We will be comparing several factories comprehensively." Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. "More evaluations? How will the comparisons be made?" Lei Jun explained seriously, "We will conduct detailed technical assessments and then hold an executive meeting to determine the final supplier. Such a large project cannot be decided by me alone." This reasoning was sound. A major international company like Rough Grain Technology maintained stringent standards for supplier selection. Securing a large order could yield substantial profits, but the bar was set high, and competition was fierce. However, Qin Fan felt confident. He had behind him an exceptional system, the civilization of light, whose factory technology was unparalleled. He responded decisively. "Rest assured, President Lei, I am not afraid of competition, as long as the process is fair." Lei Jun replied with assurance, "There will be no issues. Our core criterion for selecting suppliers is capability, with cost also being a key factor." Qin Fan nodded, "Understood. We will cooperate fully." The two discussed many details over the phone, and, after their conversation concluded, he sensed that Lei Jun genuinely valued Qin Fan's team, especially given the importance of the rough grain contract. While Qin Fan continued to reflect on these matters, Shi Yunpeng and Tang Wanli returned, laden with bags of snacks and daily necessities from the supermarket. After a brief rest, Qin Fan warmly invited them to his home, but they politely declined, stating they had already booked a hotel. Qin Fan did not press further, smiling, "Got it. Shi Yunpeng also smiled sheepishly. The next day, they planned to visit Happy Valley and invited Qin Fan to join, but he declined without hesitation. It would be rather unsuitable for him to go alone. It would feel dull and somewhat awkward. Thus, he drove the two to their hotel before returning home himself. That evening, as expected, he received an email from Rough Grain containing the technical documents related to their mobile communication chips. The following morning, Qin Fan went directly to the chip factory's operations room. Although the factory primarily produced high-performance chips for automobiles, it was still equipped to handle other experimental tasks. This production line supported multiple projects simultaneously, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Qin Fan uploaded the information provided by Rough Grain into the system and selected the production process, which quickly displayed the relevant details. Project name: Mobile Communication Control Chip. Process standard: 22 nanometers. Materials used: silicon-based materials. Execution mode: production experiment. A brief glance revealed that this chip adhered to the 22 nanometers standard specification, although not classified as a high-performance chip, and the performance requirements were relatively low. It excelled in terms of stability and reliability. If it weren't for the fully equipped production line handled by Qin Fan, most manufacturers would indeed hesitate to undertake such a task. Within less than 2 hours, the assignment was completed. If Lei Jun were to learn how swiftly the matter was resolved, he would likely be astounded. The next step was merely to send the test samples to the coarse grain supplier and await their confirmation and feedback. After bidding farewell to Shi Yunpeng and Tang Wanli, Qin Fan began to shuttle between his home and the factory. On one hand, he needed to closely monitor the production status of automotive chips. On the other hand, he was meticulously observing the performance of the newcomers led by Geng Xiaojun. Geng Xiaojun proved to be reliable in his work, displaying a serious attitude and down-to-earth demeanor. His organizational and coordination skills exceeded expectations. Qin Fan believed that with a bit more training, Geng Xiaojun could shoulder significant responsibilities. That day, Qin Fan summoned Geng Xiaojun into his office and assigned him a new task: to continue recruiting personnel, but this time with higher standards. seeking individuals who were well-versed in the business and possessed excellent communication skills. The company could no longer rely solely on Qin Fan's personal involvement in business dealings. Such an approach lacked dignity and was not a sustainable strategy. Chapter 16 presented considerable challenges. If the factory achieved stable growth, it was likely that clients would queue to place orders for production capacity. Contemplating this, Qin Fan specifically tasked Geng Xiaojun with recruiting personnel for client support. Qin Fan stated, "As long as we find the right people, we shall not hesitate to invest." Geng Xiaojun nodded in agreement, feeling a newfound confidence. Why? Because the profits were remarkably high. While others faced costs of 3 yuan, Qin Fan managed to keep his at a maximum of 1 yuan, with room for further reduction. Moreover, while other companies frequently offered salaries in the millions to attract top technical talent, he relied on systems to directly address technical issues. However, some concerns lingered. Surrounded by employees adept at executing tasks, the lack of technically knowledgeable staff to address clients' in-depth technical inquiries was indeed a predicament. Should a client pose questions regarding principles or technical explanations, it would be decidedly awkward if Qin Fan could not elucidate. It would be unprofessional to inform clients that merely pressing a button sufficed. Such an explanation could easily undermine credibility. Nevertheless, these minor troubles did not hinder profitability and could be set aside for the moment. Lost in thought, the office phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from the coarse grain supply chain. They notified him of an invitation to a vendor presentation hosted by the coarse grain company. This meeting was essential. Its significance in securing orders from the coarse grain supplier was self-evident. Samples had already been dispatched a few days prior. As Lei Jun had mentioned, multiple companies were vying for this collaboration. Such phenomena are commonplace, as everyone recognizes the weight of coarse grain. News of a potential partnership sends ripples through the industry. In other words, standing out amidst the competition would be quite challenging. Without further ado, Qin Fan decided to take matters into his own hands and invited Geng Xiaojun along for some experience. The meeting was scheduled for 2 p.m. Qin Fan calculated the time, pondering that he could afford to have lunch before heading over. While he was not in a rush, the other companies were certainly eager. Early in the day, several supplier representatives had already arrived at the coarse grain headquarters, waiting for the meeting to commence. Prominent companies in the industry were also present. To enter the building, one had to acquire a temporary pass indicating the visitor's identity, and the procedures were quite stringent. As it was a gathering of industry acquaintances, pleasantries were exchanged. "I hear GN Electronics is determined to secure this order?" "Not a chance. With your Xinjing here, how much opportunity can we expect?" "Oh, come on, Lao Wang, don't jest. Have you caught wind of anything?" "Hard to say. We shall find out shortly." As the conversations flowed, a group of individuals entered through the door, their strides confident and their presence commanding. The name tag on their chests read Fike Xinjian Zhongyuan. The atmosphere quieted momentarily. Goodness, even Fike Xinjian is here. Fike Xinjian was a globally recognized telecommunications giant, nearly on par with the domestic leader, Huawei. Despite its lesser reputation in the chip sector, industry insiders understood its considerable influence. Even if their technical prowess was average, the mere mention of their name could cause a wave of competitors to retreat. Seeing Fike Xinjian's presence, many smaller manufacturers began to whisper among themselves. "We're doomed. Even they have mobilized. Do we stand a chance? Should we consider withdrawing? If you leave, go ahead. Stay in." No one was willing to relinquish this rare opportunity, even in the face of formidable competition. Fike Xinjian's strength was undeniable, particularly in the telecommunications field, where it was a name of great repute. However, how adept they truly were in chip production would ultimately be determined by results. At this moment, the representatives from Fike Xinjian, exuding an undeniable aura, made their way to the front row, seemingly oblivious to those around them. Their message was clear, with Fike Xinjian in attendance. Others should abandon any hope and simply await the outcome. The other vendor representatives, understanding the situation, instinctively distanced themselves. In the front row, only the representatives from Fike Xinjian occupied the seats. For individuals from Fike Xinjian's mainland division were present, led by Liu Guichang, a well-known figure in the industry. Just then, 2 more individuals entered the room. They were unfamiliar faces, and almost no one recognized them, instantly drawing attention. Most people in this circle had at least seen one another before, even if they were not well acquainted. These 2 appear to be newcomers from a larger corporation. Their name tags prominently displayed Qin Fan Semiconductor. The newcomers were none other than Qin Fan and Geng Xiaojun. Qin Fan Semiconductor? This unfamiliar name surprised many. Typically, companies bearing the term semiconductor were not to be taken lightly. Yet this name was entirely unheard of. Although the company name was relatively new, Qin Fan quite liked the label, finding it quite impressive. He scanned the room and noted the considerable turnout. Everyone seemed quite enthusiastic. Geng Xiaojun whispered, "Boss, this order from coarse grain is substantial. Even a small share would sustain us for quite some time." Qin Fan shot him a glance. "You talk too much. Find a place to sit." With that, the two made their way to the front row and settled into their seats. Just as they sat down, Geng Xiaojun was taken aback. Noticing his unusual expression, Qin Fan inquired, "What's wrong? Seen a ghost?" His loud exclamation attracted the attention of several nearby individuals. The representatives from Xinjiang turned their heads to look in their direction, leaving Geng Xiaojun too startled to speak. Qin Fan, intrigued, gazed at them and asked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" Geng Xiaojun whispered in explanation. "That individual is Lu Guichong, quite renowned in the industry, having previously held executive positions in several major corporations." Qin Fan nodded and replied, "Is that so? And what of it? What does it have to do with me?" Geng Xiaojun lowered his voice further, adding, "They are Xinjiang. With a company of such magnitude, how could they possibly lack a solid foundation?" Qin Fan nonchalantly responded, "Oh, isn't that the one that went bankrupt after dealing in medical equipment?" Geng Xiaojun nearly choked on his words. His boss was far too audacious. Xinjiang did not originate from medical devices. They were a venerable name in the communications sector, a well-established enterprise. Chapter 17. The arrangements were quite thorough. In contrast, he owned a small factory that was entirely on a different scale. Not to mention competing on technology, it would be commonplace to be easily trampled. Yet, Geng Xiaojun overlooked the fact that he alone was acutely aware of the capabilities of Qin Fan's factory, which were nothing short of extraordinary. In a genuine competition, it would not be them who would be flattened. Even if giants like TSMC or Samsung were to come, they would hardly be rivals. At that moment, Lu Guichong suddenly spoke up. "Which manufacturer are you from?" Qin Fan casually handed over his identification badge. Lu Guichong took it, snorted coldly. "Qin Fan, semiconductor? Never heard of it." Qin Fan smiled and replied, "You will know in due time." Lu Guichong fell silent, but his assistant mocked. "What kind of small factory dares to sit in the front row? Are they out of their minds?" Geng Xiaojun could not help but stand up. "Could you keep your mouth shut for a moment? What business is it of yours where I choose to sit?" Qin Fan restrained him. "Let us not make a fuss. Such trivial matters are unnecessary. There is no point in arguing. We will see the results soon." Naturally, whether they would make it onto the supplier list for coarse grains remained uncertain. Although Lei Jun had stated that the process was fair and transparent, based on merit, it was unclear if there were any hidden agendas. Even if Lei Jun himself was above reproach, it was difficult to ascertain whether others within the company would adhere to the rules. Before long, the briefing officially commenced. The meeting was presided over by Ying Linhu, head of the coarse grain supply chain, with Lei Jun present, seated quietly without speaking. The sight of Lei Jun calmed Qin Fan considerably. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ying Linhu promptly got to the point. "Thank you all for traveling from afar to participate. Given the pressing timeline and heavy tasks, let us dive directly into the subject and begin announcing the testing results of each chip." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated scoring would be involved. Immediately, someone raised a question. "Since the results are out, why not issue a notice online?" Ying Linhu responded, "Face-to-face communication fosters better consensus. Furthermore, we will live-stream the results for those unable to attend." Lei Jun added, "The company will reimburse travel expenses, and we will arrange accommodations collectively." This arrangement was exceptionally thorough, without any issues. In truth, no one truly cared about the trivial travel costs. Even if no deals were struck this time, becoming familiar faces would facilitate future opportunities. As long as they could gain entry into the part supply chain, whether large or small, all sought to seize this opportunity. Moreover, the presence of a foreign giant like Xinjiang underscored the immense allure of the coarse grain sector. With a command, the projection screen illuminated, drawing the attention of all present. It soon became evident that the assessment conducted for coarse grains was alarmingly meticulous. Each manufacturer's performance parameters were meticulously detailed, with strengths and weaknesses clearly delineated, culminating in an overall score. At that moment, Qin Fan finally grasped the essence of Lei Jun's notion of fairness. It was all about the data. In the face of such transparent figures, even if one felt discontented, they could only swallow it back, lest they become a laughingstock. All results were compiled into a PowerPoint presentation, displayed page by page, with each manufacturer receiving a dedicated slide, the information clear and direct. Ying Linhu stated, "The parameters for Tianyuan's semiconductor have been fully tested, yielding a comprehensive score of 64, which essentially meets our requirements. The representative from Tianyuan Semiconductor brightened upon hearing this. So, we barely made the cut? Lin Hu shook his head. It can only be said that you just scraped by. Next, they turned to the following company. The projections switched to the next page, revealing another manufacturer S scores. It was immediately recognized as the assessment results from Xinjian's chip department. The data from the previous manufacturers had already tempered expectations, but upon seeing Xinjian's score, many were left wide-eyed in astonishment. The score was exceedingly high. No individual test scored below 70, while the overall technical rating soared to an impressive 85. Frankly, this performance was nearly on par with Zhongxin International, if not closely rivaling it. The smaller manufacturers nearby began to murmur among themselves. It's over. It seems there's no chance this time. Did you think you could compete with Xinjian? Honestly, even at their worst, they're still superior to us. The foundation is simply too solid. However, do not underestimate Xinjian. They have remained formidable over the years, with their technology never lagging behind. When Xinjian's score was announced, it sounded the death knell for the other manufacturers, utterly shattering their hopes. The disparity was insurmountable, rendering any comparison futile. The four representatives sent by Xinjian maintained calm expressions, devoid of excessive excitement. They had never regarded this evaluation as a challenge, fully aware of their guaranteed victory over these fledgling companies. Lu Guichong's lips curled into a self-assured smile. Yet, the reactions from Qin Fan and Geng Xiaojun diverged significantly. Qin Fan's face betrayed no emotion, exuding an air of composure as if these scores bore no relevance to him. In contrast, Geng Xiaojun appeared somewhat dejected, his eyes reflecting both reluctance and a sober acceptance of reality. He understood all too well how challenging it would be to penetrate the supply chain of the coarse grain group. Although Qin Fan Semiconductor's factory appeared quite new and boasted advanced equipment, surpassing these globally leading giants in technological prowess and brand recognition was nearly an impossible feat nevertheless. Having the opportunity to participate in this assessment was a rare privilege. Despite harboring low expectations for Qin Fan Semiconductor's competitive future, Geng Xiaojun still considered a company with significant potential. At that moment, Lu Guichong finally spoke up. Mr. Qi, shall we proceed to formally sign the supply agreement now? Lin Hu waved his hand. Not so fast. There's still several companies' data yet to be displayed. Lu Guichong nodded, though impatience brewed within him. Was there any necessity to continue reviewing the scores of those smaller manufacturers? In this evaluation, apart from Xinjian, no one else stood a chance. As Lin Hu pressed the remote to switch to the next page, an eerie silence enveloped the entire conference room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The expressions of everyone present shifted, including those from Xinjian. Which company is this? This is outrageous. It can't be possible, can it? Someone scored even higher than Xinjian? This was not merely a marginal improvement. It represented the pinnacle of excellence. The so-called S-grade denoted the highest standards for component quality within the industry, perfectly aligning with client requirements. Every sub-item scored above 88, while the final overall assessment astonishingly reached 95. Chapter 18. This approach is too disadvantageous. It approached perfection. Upon seeing the number, the immediate reaction of everyone present was, this must be the work of some renowned international corporation, yet no one was in attendance. However, when they glanced at the title, astonishment swept through the room. It read, Qin Fan Semiconductor. Which company is this? How come I have never heard of it before? The attention of those from Xinjian quickly shifted to Qin Fan and Geng Xiaojun. Indeed, the representatives of this company were right before them. Lu Guichong's mouth gaped in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. This was clearly an obscure little enterprise. How could it possibly yield such astonishing results? Speculation began to swirl. Could it be a subsidiary of a global brand making its debut? The entire conference room fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to speak. Only Lei Jun could no longer suppress his laughter, a smile illuminating his face despite the absence of words. The communication chip samples provided by Qin Fan exceeded everyone's expectations, surpassing the quality of any product previously submitted for testing. It was well known that the communication performance of coarse grain phones had been subpar, primarily due to limitations in chip performance. This time, due to a prior supply shortage, they had sought a replacement manufacturer, inadvertently discovering a treasure. Subsequently, Lin Hu continued to announce the scores of the remaining companies. However, at this moment, no one seemed to care about those scores. Everyone understood that it was impossible for anyone to present a higher score. Even if Beiji Dian were present, the results would likely remain unchanged. Finally, Lin Hu declared, Based on the evaluation results, the highest scoring entity is Qin Fan Semiconductor, and we have designated it as a priority partner, with Fei Xingyun as an alternative. We will engage in further discussions with both companies. Upon hearing this outcome, Geng Xiaojun's eyes widened in disbelief, gradually transforming into excitement and elation. He turned to Qin Fan and exclaimed, boss, we have won. It feels as if we truly have." Qin Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, replying nonchalantly, "Do not display such overt enthusiasm. This was anticipated." Upon hearing this, Geng Xiaojun immediately recognized his overexcitement and hurriedly tempered his emotions, feigning composure, fearing that those present might perceive him as lacking in steadiness. In truth, at that moment, Qin Fan's heart was already soaring with joy, though he had grown accustomed to this understated demeanor, nearly convincing even himself. Although the result aligned with his expectations, it still constituted a significant surprise. After the meeting concluded, as per Yinglin-Hu's instructions, the other manufacturers gradually departed, leaving only the representatives of Qin Fan Semiconductor and Fei Xingyun. The subsequent discussions would revolve around pricing collaboration. This aspect was personally overseen by Yinglin-Hu, who intended to negotiate specific details with both companies. He initiated communication with Fei Xingyun. Lu Guichang, resolute, decided to propose an exceptionally low price to gain an advantage. He inquired, "General Manager Qi, what is the approximate quantity for this procurement?" Yinglin-Hu raised one finger. "For the first round, we aim to order 10 million units, potentially divided into 2 or 3 batches over the year." Upon hearing this, Lu Guichang's eyes sparkled, and he promptly nodded. "Understood, I will calculate that immediately." He then produced his phone, swiftly tapping the calculator, ultimately presenting an incredibly low price, 62 yuan per unit. This quote was indeed astonishingly low, a figure that even previous suppliers of coarse grain had not dared to propose. Naturally, Yinglin-Hu was intrigued. However, he stated that discussions must first occur with Qin Fan's side. Lu Guichang was acutely aware that Zhao Bo's side could not possibly offer a lower price. The smaller the factory, the harder it was to guarantee quality, and thus costs could not be reduced, making it impossible to negotiate. Unless Qin Fan was willing to incur losses, such a strategy was unthinkable for most. Yet, he was unaware that Qin Fan Semiconductor had a distinct advantage in cost control. Yinglin-Hu invited Qin Fan and Geng Xiaojun into the conference room and directly laid out the current procurement situation. It was now Qin Fan's turn to present a price. Qin Fan calmly stated, "General Manager Qi, let me speak plainly, what price did Fei Xingyun offer?" Yinglin-Hu hesitated momentarily. "That is somewhat confidential and cannot be disclosed casually." Qin Fan nodded. "Then let me rephrase. Whatever they offer, we shall match." Yinglin-Hu frowned. "Mr. Qin, you must consider this carefully. Fei Xingyun has already quoted the lowest price in the industry, and I believe accepting such an order would undoubtedly result in losses for you." Qin Fan smiled. "We are confident in our ability to reduce costs. After all, our technology is sound." The conversation had reached a pivotal point. As long as both technology and pricing remained competitive against Fei Xingyun, coarse grain would undoubtedly choose Qin Fan Semiconductor. This was evident to any discerning observer. Yinglin-Hu pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well. We can proceed with the contract, but we must sign a supply agreement, and I hope you can ensure timely delivery. Otherwise, we will have to allocate part of the order to other manufacturers." Qin Fan smiled. "That is only logical. Once the automotive-grade chips for electric vehicles are completed, we will immediately concentrate on producing the communication chips required for coarse grain. I am confident that our production and delivery speed will far exceed that of other manufacturers." In truth, he could have offered an even lower price but deemed it unnecessary. Holding the core technology, there was no need to rely on low pricing to penetrate the market. As long as the value for money was adequate, it sufficed. Ultimately, as anticipated, Yinglin-Hu readily signed the contract, providing a 20% deposit on the spot, with the remainder to be paid according to the delivery schedule. It was later revealed that the intention had been to split the order between the two companies. However, it was ultimately decided by Lei Jun's remark to allocate the entire order to Qin Fan Semiconductor. Geng Xiaojun was overjoyed with this substantial order, repeatedly exclaiming, "We have chosen the right partner and boarded the right ship." This order was not merely about financial gain. Becoming a supplier for coarse grain was akin to possessing a highly valuable business card. Future collaborations with other manufacturers would carry significantly more weight. Of course, Qin Fan Semiconductor's current notoriety was still limited, and it would require time to truly establish its reputation. Yet this beginning was so perfect, it felt as if it belonged in a novel. After the contract was signed, Lin, who shook hands with Qin Fan and added, "By the way, during the chip production process, we may send technicians to conduct several spot checks at the factory. Will that be problematic?" Qin Fan initially paused, then smiled and nodded. "Not at all. You are welcome to visit." Lin, who chuckled, "Then it is settled. Let's stay in touch." These words caused a sudden pang of unease in Qin Fan's heart. This situation could prove troublesome. His greatest concern was precisely this. If the representatives from Coarse Grain came to inspect and pose questions that no one could answer, it would be quite embarrassing. Upon further reflection, however, there were indeed countermeasures. An excuse could be devised, perhaps citing the need to protect core processes, allowing them to postpone their visit. This reasoning seemed plausible. With that thought, he finally felt a sense of relief. As he exited the conference room, Qin Fan observed that people from Fei Xingyun were still awaiting news, likely eager to learn the outcome. At this moment, Geng Xiaojun wore a confident smile and remarked, "Don't wait any longer. It's a futile endeavor." Lu Guichang, with a serious expression, remained silent, but it was evident from his demeanor that he had surmised the situation. It appeared that this deal was utterly doomed. Qin Fan, in high spirits that day, decided to grant Geng Xiaojun a half-day off and drove home himself. This order amounted to a staggering 600 million, categorizing it as a colossal transaction. He had already gained clarity on the pricing of chips. The larger the order, the lower the average cost, making the unit price more advantageous. For instance, this time, they ordered 10 million chips at 62 yuan each. Had it been merely 1 million, the cost would have surged several-fold, with the price per chip escalating by at least 3 or 4 times. Although 600 million seemed daunting, the actual profit, after deducting various expenses, was not as substantial as it appeared on paper. 2 days later, Qin Fan did not visit the factory, as there was little to attend to. During a meal, a notification unexpectedly flashed in his mind. "System, a new breakthrough has emerged in the laboratory." Qin Fan felt a surge of excitement and immediately stood up. He abandoned his meal, wiped his mouth, donned his coat, and hurriedly drove to the factory. Another breakthrough had occurred in the R&D lab. Though the specifics were yet unknown, it was evidently significant. Upon entering the factory, he encountered several employees who greeted him warmly. Qin Fan nodded and proceeded directly to the experimental building. The operations control room was situated within. As soon as he entered, information began to display on the screen. Knowledge storage device. Supports the storage of various professional knowledge and skills, encompassing fields such as science and technology, public speaking, languages, sports, driving and combat. Category: knowledge related to science and technology. Applicable to the owner. Price: 500,000 yuan. Qin Fan scrutinized the description, marveling at the high-tech nature of the device. Was 500,000 exorbitant? Yet, he chuckled to himself, considering he could easily manage that expense. Thus, he swiped his card and placed the order. The device emitted a soft operational hum, and soon, a small cabinet to the left of the control room vibrated. Qin Fan approached and opened the cabinet door, revealing a diminutive box. Upon opening it, he discovered a tiny chip, approximately the size of a fingernail. This must be the fabled knowledge storage device. How is it utilized? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he inserted it into his ear. To his astonishment, it slid in effortlessly. He hurriedly attempted to extract it, but found it lodged firmly in place. At that moment, a sudden warmth enveloped his mind, and a torrent of unfamiliar information flooded in. So, it was akin to inserting a USB drive, directly uploading a wealth of data into his brain. Most of this information pertained to scientific knowledge. Qin Fan felt as though he were on the verge of becoming a scientist, grasping various theories with ease. This was fortuitous. When the engineers from the partner company arrived, he could assume the role of technical lead and engage with them meaningfully. The orders for the automotive chips for electric vehicles were already over half complete, and within about 10 days, they would be finalized. Recently, he had enjoyed a modicum of relaxation, occasionally visiting the factory to assess the situation or simply driving around. He delegated most of the work to Geng Xiaojun, only involving himself in critical decisions, while routine matters hardly crossed his mind. Geng Xiaojun was exceptionally motivated, showing no signs of complaint. Qin Fan mused that he needed to observe further. If this individual proved trustworthy, the next step would be to grant him a salary increase and expanded authority. Early one morning, Qin Fan lingered in bed, reluctant to rise, when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Geng Xiaojun calling. Could something have gone awry? He quickly answered the call. Geng Xiaojun, on the other end, immediately stated, "Boss, we have a major situation." Qin Fan inquired, "What is the matter? Please, take your time and explain." To Qin Fan, aside from a catastrophic explosion at the chip factory, no other issues seemed particularly daunting. Geng Xiaojun continued, I arrived at the factory early only to find someone had come to visit. Qin Fan asked, "Who is it?" Geng Xiaojun replied, "Peng Peng." Qin Fan paused, perplexed. "Peng Peng? What?" Before he could finish, realization dawned upon him. Ah, he remembered Peng Peng Company, the electric vehicle manufacturer. This company had experienced rapid growth over the past 2 years, establishing itself as the only domestic brand capable of competing with future electric vehicles. However, Peng Peng catered to the mid to low-end market, with prices slightly lower than those of future electric vehicles. Geng Xiaojun continued, "They came to negotiate with us, expressing interest in signing a contract for OEM orders." Qin Fan smiled and said, "Isn't that a positive development? We should proceed." Geng Xiaojun added, "I thought the same. I was just about to call you when another company arrived." Qin Fan was taken aback. What was going on? There had been no orders previously, and now 2 had suddenly emerged? Geng Xiaojun hesitated before revealing. The second company is even more significant. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? Who is it? Please, enlighten me." Geng Xiaojun quietly mentioned a name, Godzilla. Qin Fan was taken aback. What? Godzilla? This was no ordinary company. It was a world-renowned electric vehicle brand, renowned for its technological prowess and industry influence. Such an enterprise sought them out. It seemed almost absurd. Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. The global chip supply was currently strained, with very few manufacturers capable of producing high-tech chips. Only a couple of companies could create high-end chips. Those major clients, once fully booked, could no longer spare any resources. Even a prominent brand like Godzilla would need to seek alternatives as a precaution. It was vital to remember that if chip supplies were interrupted, electric vehicle production would come to a halt. One word: cessation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan proposed, "Well, we could collaborate with both companies, couldn't we?" Geng Xiaojun sighed. That's the crux of the issue. He slowly elucidated the details. Peng Peng Company had been the first to arrive, making it reasonable to prioritize their arrangement. However, while they awaited a response, Godzilla had also shown up, contesting the arrangement on the grounds that both parties arrived at nearly the same time, making it difficult to determine who should take precedence. How unreasonable was that? Geng Xiaojun shook his head as he analyzed the situation. Chapter 20. Would they really change their minds at the last minute? After listening to Geng Xiaojun, Qin Fan found himself at a loss. This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Geng Xiaojun spoke again. "Boss, perhaps you should come down to the factory. I find myself unable to make this decision." Qin Fan nodded. "All right, I will head over now." He ended the call, acknowledging the urgency of the matter. There was no time to waste. Both clients were substantial, particularly Godzilla, a name that resonated powerfully within the global electric vehicle arena, with a market value several times greater than that of traditional automotive giants. As Qin Fan rose from bed, washed up, dressed, and descended, he drove directly to the chip factory. Upon entering the factory grounds, he indeed spotted 2 vehicles parked in the lot, a Peng Peng P5 and a Godzilla Model Y. Both were among the most sought-after electric vehicle models currently on the market. He parked his future ES6 beside them. Ah, how bustling it is, with the courtyard brimming with electric vehicles, exuding an unmistakable aura of environmental consciousness. Upon entering the reception area on the first floor, a few visitors are already seated upon the sofas. A small cluster of 2 or 3 individuals occupies one side, while 3 or 4 others are gathered on the opposite side, each maintaining a considerable distance from one another, resulting in a rather tense atmosphere. Geng Xiaojun is already present at the scene, and upon noticing Qin Fan's arrival, he promptly rises to introduce both parties. Instantly, everyone stands to greet one another. It is indeed quite remarkable that Qin Fan, at such a young age, has ascended to the role of a business owner, drawing considerable attention. However, the crux of the matter lies in the collaboration at hand. The representative from Peng Peng is named Zhou Tingjia, a 31-year-old supply chain manager. The team from Godzilla is led by a lady named Shun Zuni, who is in her 30s, holds an important position within the company, and has even studied abroad. The manner in which they discovered Qin Fan is not difficult to comprehend. Although Qin Fan's semiconductor company is merely in its infancy and has yet to gain widespread recognition, future electric vehicles is already a hot topic in the industry, and the associated supply chains have garnered considerable attention. When Future Electric Vehicles announced its collaboration with Qin Fan's chip factory, Peng Peng, facing a chip shortage, promptly sought him out. Godzilla, encountering a similar predicament, also sought a contingency plan. Should there be a disruption in chip supply, production would halt, resulting in a significant drop in stock prices, a matter of grave concern. After the initial pleasantries, Qin Fan gestures for everyone to take a seat and engage in discussions. He instructs Geng Xiaojun to arrange for more refreshments. Zhou Tingjia takes the lead. "President Qin, let us not beat around the bush. The contract negotiations are nearing completion, and we should address our orders first. Would you agree? Qin Fan pauses for a moment. That does make sense. Shenzuni interjects, shaking her head. Boss Qin, one cannot view it that way. A contract is only valid once signed, and merely reaching an agreement does not guarantee anything. She continues. Both teams arrived almost simultaneously, with just over half an hour's difference. Such a brief interval means little. Zhuotingji expresses his dissatisfaction. How can you say that? Arriving early is still arriving early. We have reached a verbal agreement. The absence of a signature does not diminish the agreement as validity. This is a gentleman's agreement. Shenzuni smirks. No one globally adheres to that notion. Zhuotingji's tone grows more emphatic. We are conducting business domestically, not internationally. Qin Fan, standing nearby, feels a slight headache coming on. He muses to himself. These two hardly resemble executives of major corporations. They act more like children. Nevertheless, their vehement reactions clearly indicate their urgency. Beyond the superficial pleasantries, the chips themselves are the crux of the matter. If the chips remain unresolved, the implications extend far beyond mere financial concerns. It is worth noting that the electric vehicle industry in the Central Plains is developing at an astonishing pace, with everyone racing to capture market share. A moment's complacency could lead to falling behind and being left in the dust. Although Godzilla appears to be thriving, they too face considerable challenges. Otherwise, they would not be seeking to force their way into the fray. After a few words of counsel, Qin Fan speaks. You both should cease your quarrel and remain calm. Amicability is essential for a successful outcome. Zhuotingji, wearing a troubled expression, responds, President Qin, it is not that we do not wish to be cordial. Our inventory is nearly depleted. If this drags on, it is not merely a matter of halting operations, but could lead to a complete shutdown. Shenzuni rolls her eyes, muttering under her breath. Who can't feign hardship? After some contemplation, Qin Fan states, then it is settled. Since Peng Peng was the first to initiate discussions regarding collaboration, we shall prioritize their orders. Upon hearing this, Shenzuni's expression visibly darkens. Qin Fan quickly adds, of course, we will also make every effort to accommodate Godzilla. It must be acknowledged that Qin Fan's tactic of stalling for time is quite adept. He believes that this decision is fair. Regardless of whether the contract has been formally signed, the first party to reach an agreement should be given precedence, much like the order in which one queues for beverages. Despite Godzilla being a major client with considerable allure for most suppliers, the threshold to become their supplier is notably high, akin to entering the supply chain of a renowned brand. However, Qin Fan has his own principles in this regard. Particularly in the realm of supply chains, reputation is paramount. Zhuotingji exhales in relief, smiling. I have no objections to President Qin's handling of the matter. Yet, Shenzuni remains unconvinced. Of course, you have no objections. Boss Qin, I oppose. Without waiting for Qin Fan to respond, she continues. I have already articulated my points. Now I wish to address something more substantive. Qin Fan pauses momentarily. Go ahead. Shenzuni bluntly states 2 words. Price increase. The moment her words leave her lips, both Qin Fan and Zhuotingji are taken aback. Price increase? They ask in unison. Regardless of how much Peng Peng is willing to pay in processing fees, we are prepared to increase the price by 20. Her tone is resolute. This declaration immediately ignites Zhuotingji's ire. Such a proposal could have been discussed privately. Yet she boldly presents it directly in front of the representative from Peng Peng, leaving no room for negotiation. Even though the final veil has been torn. As she rightly states, international transactions are fundamentally driven by power. On one side stands a world-class automotive giant, while on the other is merely a well-known domestic enterprise. Godzilla's strength is not something Peng Peng can rival. Moreover, the two companies have a history of contention, with their respective leaders having exchanged barbs in public forums. Perhaps it is precisely due to their deep-seated grievances that neither side is willing to concede. Noticing Qin Fan's indecision, Zhuotingji grows anxious. Is it possible that this fellow might change his mind at the last moment? To be frank, contracts of this magnitude are often substantial, with even smaller agreements reaching tens of millions, while larger ones can amount to several billion yuan. An increase of 20. What company could resist such a lure? Shenzuni smirks slightly. Boss Qin, you must be well aware of Godzilla's capabilities. Securing a long-term supplier agreement would yield a continuous stream of collaborative opportunities. And what a Peng Peng. It is merely an emerging brand. How far can it truly go? This is merely a statement of fact. Zhuotingji retorts angrily. How can you say such a thing? You are being utterly unreasonable. Shenzuni stands her ground. I am simply stating the facts. It is futile to ignore the disparities between us. She disregards the visibly upset Zhuo Tingjie and turns to Qin Fan. Boss Qin, I have brought the contract along. Perhaps you might review it. If it meets your approval, we can finalize and sign the formal agreement. She emphasizes, of course, we hope your side can expedite production capacity and prioritize our products. Qin Fan cannot help but let out a sigh. At this moment, Zhuo Tingjie leans in to remind him, President Qin, do not agree to her so easily. We were the first to negotiate. Qin Fan raises a hand to signal for calm, turning to Shenzhoni, and states flatly, I'm sorry, but I will maintain my previous decision. A profound silence envelopes the room, with all eyes fixed upon Qin Fan. Shenzhoni is clearly taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? What decision are you referring to? Qin Fan asserts resolutely, I have decided to prioritize signing with Peng Peng. In that instant, Shenzhoni's expression shifts dramatically. This individual simply fails to appreciate the gravity of the situation. She has provided ample hints, yet he continues to feign ignorance. Shenzhoni could no longer contain her frustration and questioned, Mr. Qin, is it solely your decision on this matter? Qin Fan replied calmly, as the person in charge. The final say rests with me, and others have no right to interject. Shenzhoni was clearly incensed. Think it over. This could significantly impact our partnership with Godzilla. Qin Fan attempted to reason. At Qin Fan Semiconductor, it matters not who places the order. Brand stature is inconsequential. Furthermore, our production capacity can effortlessly accommodate multiple clients. Even if we prioritize Peng Peng, it will not unduly delay Godzilla. His words were sincere. Retaining both Peng Peng electric vehicles and Godzilla as major clients would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Coupled with the substantial order from Coarse Grain Mobile, it was certain that Qin Fan Semiconductor could accelerate its growth trajectory. Yet, Shenzhoni was already brimming with ire, unwilling to heed any further arguments. Coldly, she declared, You will regret this decision sooner or later. With that, she and her companions swiftly exited the conference room, slamming the door behind them. Once Shenzhoni and her entourage departed, the atmosphere in the conference room became awkward. Zhuo Tingjie cautiously spoke up. Mr. Qin, isn't this approach somewhat risky? A hint of unease was evident on his face. Although he was satisfied with the outcome, he recognized that they might have missed a rare opportunity for collaboration. Frankly, Qin Fan felt a twinge of discomfort himself. It was akin to the time during his misfortunes when he stumbled upon a 100-yuan note on the street, only to lose it again before he could warm it in his hands. It felt like a fleeting joy turned to despair. However, now that Qin Fan had assumed the role of a business owner, his perspective and ambitions had broadened significantly, and his mood did not linger in disappointment for long. Although he had not secured the Godzilla contract, at least Peng Peng electric vehicles remained on board. He reassured himself, it's all right. Business must adhere to principles. And we have upheld our bottom line. So Tingjie nodded. Mr. Qin, I never expected someone your age to possess such principles. It is truly admirable. Geng Xiaojun also remarked, surprised at how Qin Fan had managed to withstand the pressure and persevere. Such resilience was indeed a rare trait. Flattered by their praise, Qin Fan's cheeks flushed, and he quickly invited them to sit down to continue discussing the outsourcing contract. Having reached this stage, Zhuo Tingjie naturally dropped the pretense and drafted a preliminary agreement. The formal contract would be arranged for their legal advisor to sign the following day. To be candid, he held a very favorable impression of Qin Fan, so much so that gratitude seemed an apt descriptor. Of course, this reflected his personal sentiment and did not encompass the company's overall stance. Business must still be conducted with decorum. Matters should be handled appropriately. After finalizing the contract, Zhuo Tingjie and his team departed. Qin Fan exhaled in relief. While it was regrettable to have lost a major order, he reminded himself of the new technologies at his disposal, alleviating concerns about immediate challenges. The following morning, he made an unprecedented visit to the factory, preparing to welcome the representatives from Peng Peng electric vehicles for the signing. As anticipated, right on schedule, 4 individuals arrived, including the familiar Zhuo Tingjie, a legal representative, and a man who extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Chui Peng Peng. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Upon closer inspection, the man's face seemed familiar. To his astonishment, this was indeed Chui Peng Peng himself, the true owner of Peng Peng electric vehicles. He had not expected them to value this collaboration so highly that even the owner would make an appearance. Mr. Kui, you truly came? Qin Fan exclaimed, astonished. Chui Peng Peng replied with a hearty laugh, of course. After hearing so much from Xiaojie, I had to see for myself. You are indeed a remarkable and youthful leader. Qin Fan smiled, courteously reciprocating the compliment. He understood that Chui Peng-Peng's presence was a gesture of sincerity, indicating their support for Qin Fan's factory. Had Qin Fan not stood firm and chosen to uphold fairness amidst pressure, it would have been a significant boon for Peng-Peng electric vehicles. Chui Peng-Peng expressed, "To be frank, we have been overwhelmed with chip-related matters lately. Thankfully, we have your support." Qin Fan could not help but laugh. He warmly invited everyone to take a seat, serving tea and snacks. After engaging in light conversation, they successfully signed the formal outsourcing agreement. Initially, Qin Fan had intended to treat them to a meal, but Chui Peng-Peng politely declined, stating, "There will be plenty of opportunities for us to interact in the future. Today is not feasible, as I have a meeting this afternoon. Another time, I shall host. Let us sit down together for drinks and reminisce." Grateful for his understanding, Qin Fan did not insist further. The successful negotiation uplifted his spirits, as they not only secured a substantial new order, including an initial batch of 3 types of high-end automotive-grade chips, totaling 100,000 units, with subsequent replenishments to follow. While the market for such products was not as vast as that for mobile phone chips, the higher unit price and greater profit margins rendered the overall value quite favorable. The ensuing days unfolded seamlessly. With the automotive project recently delivered, they promptly commenced work on the coarse grain smartphone order. Qin Fan also allocated some resources to assist Peng-Peng electric vehicles in urgently filling parts shortages. This gesture deeply touched Chui Peng-Peng, who later called to express his gratitude. After work that day, Qin Fan entered the control center of the factory to review its operational status. Building type, chip manufacturing base. Chapter 22. What do you need from me? Current level, level 1 factory. Monthly production capacity limit, 50 million units. Operational efficiency, 90. Quality rate, 85. Cost control rate, 59. Upon viewing these figures, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The recent improvements were evident. The cumulative growth score had reached 750,000 points, soon enabling an upgrade to a level 2 factory. The company's financial health was also robust, with liquid assets exceeding 200 million yuan. Furthermore, the corporate account had been successfully established, completely separating it from personal finances. In other words, Qin Fan could now be considered a minor affluent individual, with several tens of millions in cash readily available in his personal account. As he contemplated these joyous developments, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was his old colleague, Su Jinping. The two had been friends for many years, having weathered numerous challenging times together. Even after Qin Fan's departure, they maintained contact and occasionally met for meals and drinks. However, with their recent busy schedules, it had been a while since they last met. Qin Fan pressed the answer button, cheerfully saying, "Hello, brother, what do you need from me?" Laughter echoed from the other end. "You're the brother here?" Qin Fan replied. "Enough with the banter. Let us get serious." Su Jinping proposed, "How about we gather this weekend?" Qin Fan responded, "This weekend? I'm quite busy." Su Jinping, "This? Were you so busy with it you can't spare time for a gathering?" Qin Fan replied, "It's not that. Just a lot on my plate." Su Jinping persisted, "Come on, are you coming or not?" Qin Fan relented, "Fine, I truly don't have the time." Su Jinping, "Gao de. You don't know what you're missing. There'll be beautiful ladies." Instantly, Qin Fan's demeanor changed. "Where are we meeting?" Su Jinping, "Pauset badi fili." Muttering under his breath, he still the same. He explained that he had found a charming farmhouse in the suburbs, perfect for unwinding on the weekend. Indeed, Su Jinping added, "The person you used to have quite the fondness for, Lai Man, will also be attending." "How does that arrangement strike you?" "My friend is quite thoughtful. ISNT, Lai Man works in the HR department of the company and is quite attractive. Not only does Qin Fan hold an affection for her, but many unmarried young men from various departments also find her appealing. Even some middle-aged male employees, despite being married, cannot help but steal a few glances." Qin Fan cleared his throat with feigned seriousness and remarked, "As a newly minted boss, I find myself rather bored and merely wish to escape for a bit, to experience the pastoral life." Su Jinping rolled his eyes in response. He then reiterated the specific location of their gathering. Upon reflection, Qin Fan realized that this place was surprisingly close to his chip factory, making it quite convenient to reach. As the weekend arrived, a group of friends ventured to the outskirts of the capital, near the village of Guyuan Gorge. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, the air was fresh, and the scenery was breathtaking, a favored destination for many seeking respite on weekends. The locals had capitalized on this natural bounty and ventured into agritourism, with nearly every household engaging in the restaurant business, thriving with bustling patrons. The establishment Su Jinping had reserved was conveniently located at the village entrance, easily identifiable. As noon approached, Only Qin Fan had yet to arrive. The other four, Lai Man, Qiu Yanhua, Fan Zipping, and Su Chunyan, had already gathered, seated at a stone table outside, engaging in light conversation while they awaited his arrival. Despite not being from the same department, they shared a good rapport, which was why they had decided to come together for this gathering. Fan Zipping inquired, Jinpeng, it's already this late. Is Qin Fan really coming? Su Jinpeng, Zipli. Since he agreed to join, he is likely en route. I'll give him a call shortly. Qiu Yanhua then interjected, oh, by the way, I heard Qin Fan has become his own boss now. At the mention of this topic, all eyes turned to Su Jinpeng. Su Chunyan curiously asked, he started his own company? Qiu Yanhua waved his hand dismissively. I only heard Jinpeng mention it briefly. I don't know the details. Su Jinpeng, not that. He told me over the phone last time that he has embarked on an entrepreneurial venture, but I'm not well acquainted with the specifics. Fan Zipping chuckled. What kind of success could Qin Fan achieve? I wager he is merely renting a small shop in some backwater selling goods. Lyman Smilet Gently, regardless. Running a business here is no trivial matter. The cost can be substantial. Fan Zipping scoffed. He is probably just setting up a stall by the roadside, which still counts as a business. Su Jinpeng chuckled. Let us wait for Qin Fan to explain himself when he arrives. With that, he pulled out his phone and called Qin Fan. After a few rings, Qin Fan answered. Hey Lao Qin, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? We're about to eat. Qin Fan responded from the other end. Almost there. I'm driving. Oh, you're driving? Everyone was taken aback. Qin Fan continued. What's what I do? Take the bus. I just bought a car. With that, he hung up. Su Jinpeng, holding his phone, exclaimed, wow. This exclamation sent the group into a frenzy. Qiu Yanhua exclaimed excitedly. If that is the case, he must have struck it rich recently to afford a car. Su Chunyan asked, how did he manage to get a license plate? Acquiring one nowadays is akin to winning the lottery. My man pondered, perhaps he just got lucky. Fan Zipping sneered, it's likely an out-of-town plate. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many, as obtaining a Beijing plate had become increasingly difficult, especially for new energy vehicles. With lotteries yielding little hope, out-of-town plates had become the norm. Qiu Yanhua pressed further, what brand is Qin Fan's car? Fan Zipping speculated. It's probably just a second-hand car worth a few tens of thousands. Just then, a sky-blue SUV approached slowly, appearing to be a new energy vehicle. Su Chunyan pointed and exclaimed, no way. Could that be the car he drove here? Fan Zipping scoffed, no way, that kind of car looks expensive. Lyman, though a woman, had some understanding of vehicles. I recall that brand. High-end electric SUVs typically start at over 400,000. As they discussed, the vehicle made its way directly toward them. Qiu Yanhua, feeling uneasy, said, I hope he is not driving under the influence. Let's move back a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, the car smoothly parked in the open space, and the door opened, revealing Qin Fan. Everyone froze, astounded. It was indeed him. To enhance his appearance, Qin Fan wore sunglasses, which added an air of sophistication. Wow! Su Jinpeng exclaimed, rushing over. Qin Fan, is this your car? Did you really buy it? Qin Fan removed his sunglasses, beaming. Who else would it belong to? Did you drive here? Su Jinpeng could hardly believe the transformation in Qin Fan. In just a few months, he seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis, emerging as a figure of affluence. Chapter 23. Should we go take a closer look? Did you win a lottery? How else could you be so extravagant? Su Jinpeng, please? As the others began to gather around. While such electric SUVs could occasionally be seen in Beijing, they were still relatively rare, typically only spoken of in hearsay. The group encircled the car, discussing its merits, particularly astonished that he could afford such a luxurious new energy vehicle. The MSRP hovered around 400,000, nearing the average price of certain Tesla models. Qiu Yanhua remarked enviously, well done, Qin Fan. After quitting your job, you've really made a name for yourself as a boss. Su Chunyan added with a smile, you've truly impressed us. It seems life is treating you well. Fan Zipping remained silent, but an unsettling feeling brewed within him. A mix of envy, resentment, and dissatisfaction surged through him. He too owned a car, a modest Hyundai 935, which paled in comparison to the sky-blue electric vehicle before him. Even more awkwardly, he had just mocked Qin Fan for supposedly selling goods on the roadside, and now here was Qin Fan, arriving in a premium electric vehicle, rendering his earlier jibe a source of embarrassment. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. How could Qin Fan, once an ordinary employee, amass the funds to purchase such a luxury car? Even with a loan, the repayments would be substantial. Unless he had suddenly come into a fortune, there remained an air of mystery. Lai Man discreetly studied Qin Fan, feeling some confusion. Her previous impression of him was that he was decent-looking but lacking in exceptional capabilities. She had not anticipated such a change, as he now exuded confidence and maturity, appearing as a completely different person. Once everyone had arrived, they prepared to enter the restaurant. Su Jinping and Lai Man took charge of the reservation. While the place wasn't the most economical, the food was undoubtedly delicious and of good quality. The group gathered around the table, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and amiable. Qin Fan had been away from the company for several months now, and during that time, much had transpired, rendering him somewhat estranged from his former workplace. They all took turns asking Qin Fan about his recent ventures and how he had acquired such wealth. Qin Fan chuckled, "You may not believe this, but I opened a chip factory, an actual enterprise focused on chip production." This statement left everyone momentarily speechless. To them, it seemed like a jest, the kind of boastful claim one might hear. Everyone was aware of the significance of chips. It was not something just anyone could undertake. The mere investment of funds would amount to several hundred million. Su Jinping chuckled, "Don't jest." Qiu Yanhua continued to tease, "If you truly could produce chips, would that mean I could follow suit and manufacture a smartphone?" Su Chunyan shook her head. "This joke is rather unamusing. It's making me lose my appetite." Lai Man laughed and suggested, "Let us not dwell on this topic. Let us eat before it gets cold." Beside them, Fan Zipping merely grunted, choosing not to engage. Everyone shared a brief laugh, dismissing the conversation as a jest from Qin Fan. He didn't elaborate further, although he felt a twinge of discomfort. It didn't weigh heavily on him. After all, truly formidable individuals must endure various doubts from others. Whether or not they believe is inconsequential. What matters is that I am aware of my own path and continue to earn a living, thriving comfortably. After the meal, Fan Zipping proposed a stroll nearby. There's a scenic spot ahead that's quite beautiful. Shall we go take a look? Everyone readily agreed, appreciating the idea of a post-meal walk. The location was the core scenic area of Guyuan Gorge, where mountains and waters melded harmoniously. Lush trees flourished, valleys deepened, and crystal-clear streams flowed, with a tranquil lake visible in the distance. The entire environment evoked a sense of being in a secluded paradise, serene and exquisite. As they walked along the path, the scenery gradually unfolded before them. Lai Man had thoughtfully prepared a picnic blanket so they could rest and enjoy the surroundings. It was genuinely pleasant here, with an occasional gentle breeze uplifting their spirits. Suddenly, Su Chunyan pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, that seems to be a villa community." Lai Man gazed in that direction and mused, "If only I could have a house here, life would be utterly perfect." Su Jinping chuckled, "That's merely wishful thinking. Villas in this area don't go for less than 15 to 18 million. Qin Fan smiled and suggested, "Shall we go take a look?" Fan Zipping cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fan and joked, "Oh, has President Qin entertained thoughts of purchasing a house?" In truth, Qin Fan did have some thoughts on the matter. He currently lacked a fixed residence, and this place was not far from his chip factory, just a 30-minute drive. Although there were no large shopping centers nearby, making errands slightly inconvenient, overall, this area seemed quite suitable. If he could acquire a place to stay nearby, it would be a delightful retreat for vacations, ensuring a comfortable life. Qin Fan calmly remarked, "Whether I buy or not is irrelevant. Can we at least take a look?" Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Su Jinping hastily interjected, "Since we have the time, let us go check it out together. It'll broaden our horizons and motivate us to strive for greater wealth." A group of eager individuals made their way toward the villa district. The distance was not far, taking about 10 minutes, though the slope made it a bit taxing for those less physically fit. Yet upon arrival, everyone was captivated by the scene before them. The rows of villas boasted unique exteriors and distinct styles, most being 2 to 3-story buildings infused with European charm, radiating elegance and romance. The construction was meticulous, and the community's amenities were perfectly integrated into the surrounding environment, thoughtfully arranged. What particularly stirred envy was the unobstructed view of the nearby mountains and waters from the villa area. Lai Man couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the scenery here is like a painting. It's breathtaking." Su Chunyan chimed in with a smile. "Wouldn't it be nice to rent a place for a day or two for an experiential visit?" Fan Zipping scoffed, "In such a high-end locale, who would rent out properties? The residents here are all affluent. They buy homes solely for personal enjoyment, and opening a guest house wouldn't be profitable." Just then, Qin Fan pointed ahead. "Let's go check that out over there." Everyone followed his gaze, realizing he was indicating the sales center for the villa project. Goodness, was he genuinely intent on exploring this? Qin Fan took the lead, striding toward the center. The others exchanged glances, but decided to follow suit. Upon nearing, they found the sales center to be extravagantly luxurious, with tasteful decor and a spacious, well-lit lobby reminiscent of a 5-star hotel. For such a high-end project, It was essential to create a significant first impression from the reception area to attract discerning clients willing to invest several million in a property. In the center of the exhibition hall stood a massive model, meticulously depicting the entire community's layout, with every pathway and green space clearly defined, allowing one to envision the lifestyle within. A female sales representative approached them, clearly not an ordinary real estate agent. Her team exuded a higher caliber of professionalism. She was attractive and poised, embodying the quality expected in a high-end community. Her name tag read Yuan Ruohua. With a smile, she inquired, "Are you here to view the properties? Would you like me to provide you with a brief introduction?" Su Jinping quickly waved his hand. "Oh, we're just browsing." However, Qin Fan calmly interjected, "Please do enlighten us." Yuan Ruohua smiled. "Certainly, please follow me. I'll start by introducing the overall design of the community and the types of homes available." Qin Fan nodded. "Thank you." The other five exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? Was he truly considering a purchase? Su Jinping quietly pulled Qin Fan aside and asked, "Where are you getting all this money? Are you really thinking about buying?" Qin Fan softly replied, "Whether I buy or not is secondary. It doesn't cost anything to look, and since we're here, why not?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinping found it reasonable. After all, listening to a presentation wouldn't incur any expenses and could serve as a means of broadening their perspectives. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat astonished. Qin Fan's demeanor had been remarkably composed. To anyone unfamiliar with him, he could easily be mistaken for a wealthy heir or a high-powered businessman with influential connections. His presence was commanding, and his attitude was unflappable. Lai Man and Su Chunyan, the two young women, were equally perplexed. Su Chunyan whispered, "Why is Qin Fan so serious today? Is he trying to show off how impressive he is?" Lai Man chuckled, "You're overthinking. Perhaps he is showcasing for you." Su Chunyan rolled her eyes. "Don't joke. Everyone knows you're the popular one." Lai Man laughed and playfully pinched her arm. "You dare say that?" The two continued their playful banter as they approached the model. Yuan Ruohua began her explanation. "Although this area is not vast, our design standards are quite high." She elaborated. "All the villas are built against the mountains, and from the balconies, one can gaze upon the lakes and peaks. The views are simply splendid." She added, "The community consists of 39 villas, of which approximately 3/4 have been sold. The remaining 8 are priced between 1 to 3.8 million. She concluded with a smile. "If any of you are interested, I recommend securing a reservation soon. Otherwise, they may be snatched up by others." The message was crystal clear. First, the properties were indeed appealing, but the prices were far from modest. Second, if there was genuine interest in purchasing, it was advisable to place a deposit immediately. Otherwise, they risked losing out to other buyers. Would this group of friends consider it? Of course not. After all, we are merely ordinary office workers, struggling to afford a modest home, let alone something as extravagant as a villa. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Qin Fan boldly suggested, "Shall we take a look at the actual showrooms?" What was going on? Did he really wish to see in person? Was this fellow overly confident? Yuan Ruohua, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. "Of course. May I ask which buildings you are interested in?" Qin Fan calmly replied, "I would like to view the C-type and E-type units." The C-type is a 2-story villa. Although not particularly tall, it boasts ample space within. The E-type, on the other hand, is structured over 3 levels, offering a broader room layout. Regardless of either option, the price is undeniably steep. Fan Zipping immediately leaned closer to Su Jinping and whispered, "Is Qin Fan losing his mind? We must stop him." Su Jinping sighed. "I advised him against it long ago, but he insists on seeing it for himself." Fan Zipping was momentarily speechless. Su Jinping then inquired, "If we go to view the properties, will there be any charges?" After pondering, Fan Zipping replied, "That is uncertain, but it's not uncommon for upscale projects to have additional fees." Su Jinping smiled. "Then let us go take a look. It won't cost us anything, and we can broaden our horizons. It's worth it." He felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Truthfully, who wouldn't want to witness a true mansion with their own eyes? It's just that, unable to afford one, the thought of it often brought a tinge of disappointment. After all, with limited funds, one hardly dares to dream of owning such properties. Yet, Qin Fan seemed utterly unperturbed. Since he was adamant about the visit, the others ceased their objections. Thus, Yuan Ruohua led the 6 of them towards the 2 reference properties. She began, "These 2 houses are situated at the highest point in the community, offering the finest views." With a smile, she added, "The scenery here is exceedingly expansive. The air is fresh, and the environment is particularly pleasant." Qin Fan casually asked, "Is the transportation convenient? Can cars access the area?" "Absolutely," she replied. "There is a road that leads directly into the community, and the security system operates around the clock, ensuring complete safety. Lai Man and Su Chunyan exchanged incredulous glances. Lai Man quietly remarked, "Do you think Qin Fan resembles a boss?" Su Chunyan nodded. "There is indeed a certain aura about him. If you don't pursue him, who will?" Lai Man chuckled. "You're quite the charmer." As they bantered, they arrived at the entrance of the E-type unit. Yuan Ruohua skillfully input the code, and the door swung open. Indeed, this was a high-end community. Upon entering, the interior decor exuded sophistication. The arrangement inside was meticulous, clearly reflecting significant effort. Both the hard and soft furnishings were exquisitely detailed, with no small detail overlooked. Sitting beside the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, one could gaze out and feel enveloped by nature, as if one were living within a picturesque landscape, perfectly suited to enjoy a comfortable life. The furnishings and appliances were all top-tier brands, with a television, air conditioning, and refrigerator fully equipped, not to mention the coffee machine, oven, and dishwasher. All necessities were accounted for. Yuan Ruohua explained earnestly, "Everything you see here will remain as is upon moving in. Nothing will be altered." Su Jinping couldn't help but exclaim, "So, it's ready to move in at a moment's notice?" Yuan Ruohua smiled in affirmation. "Precisely, that's the idea." After touring the E-type unit, the sales consultant Yuan Ruohua led the group to the nearby C-type unit, a two-story villa. As soon as they opened the courtyard gate, Qin Fan's eyes brightened involuntarily. The design of this house was remarkably spacious and bright. The first floor featured 2 bedrooms and an exceptionally large living room, approximately 100 square meters. The second floor comprised 3 rooms, a generous living area, and a study, providing ample space overall. The house extensively utilized floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to flood in, rendering the entire room brilliantly luminous and airy. Qin Fan was particularly fond of the living room on the first floor, with its large, plush sofa, a massive television, and a quaint bar counter by the window that piqued his interest. Most importantly, a wine cabinet filled with an array of spirits stood nearby, exuding a sense of prestige. Having seen it in person, he recognized that the house had indeed spared no expense on its renovations. Every feature was meticulously chosen. Of course, the price was equally staggering, 26 million RMB. Such a hefty sum made even Qin Fan hesitate, although he possessed some assets, amounting to nearly 40 million. Purchasing this house would deplete more than half of his fortune. Making such a decision was undeniably daunting. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could easily find himself back in dire straits. Weighing the pros and cons at this juncture was indeed challenging. Observing Qin Fan's evident enthusiasm, Yuan Ruohua seized the moment. "So, have you all considered it?" Qin Fan inquired. "Is there any discount for the E-type unit?" The question left Lai Man, Su Jinping, and the others somewhat astonished. Was Qin Fan truly negotiating? Yuan Ruohua chuckled. "You're in luck, sir. We are currently offering a final promotional discount of 5. Qin Fan pressed further. "A 5 discount? What would that amount to?" Yuan Ruohua responded. "That would be 24,700,000. Qin Fan nodded. Although he would save over 1 million, such a small sum felt insignificant in the grand scheme of things. She continued, "You might also want to consider the C-type villa, which, after discount, is just over 20 million. It offers decent value for money." Upon hearing this, Su Jinping and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes internally. What could possibly be deemed value for money at such a price? Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "I'll think it over." In truth, he had long been fond of the E-type unit. He hardly cared about spending a little extra. Yuan Ruohua refrained from further comments and led the group back to the sales center. At that moment, Su Jinping suddenly lowered his voice, exclaiming, "Wow, it seems I've spotted a big shot." Qiu Yanhua leaned in for a closer look. "Isn't that Lei Jun?" Qin Fan squinted, and indeed, it was Lei Jun himself. What a coincidence. He was here as well. It made sense. Lei Jun is one of the country's top billionaires, with several companies already publicly listed. With a net worth exceeding 100 billion, it was entirely unsurprising for him to be viewing properties of this caliber. Simply put, for him, purchasing a villa of this standard was not an investment. It was merely a minor expenditure. Just as Qin Fan hesitated about whether to approach and greet him, Su Jinping had already dashed over. "Mr. Lei, may I take a photo with you?" Lei Jun was known for his approachable demeanor, though his assistant appeared somewhat reluctant to agree. Ultimately, it was Lei Jun who spoke up. "Of course, a photo is no problem." His speech was marked by a strong regional accent, yet his Mandarin was impeccable. Upon hearing that photos could be taken, Lai Man, Su Chunyan, and Qiu Yanhua hurriedly squeezed in to form a line. It was a rare opportunity to meet this entrepreneur and internet celebrity, the original creator of the "Are You OK?" Meme, missing out on a photo would indeed be a regret. Even the usually composed Fan Zipping could not contain his excitement and squeezed into the group for a photo. After the picture was taken, Lei Jun inadvertently looked up and noticed a familiar figure lost in thought among the crowd. "Oh, President Qin, you are here too?" Lei Jun exclaimed with delight. Qin Fan hurriedly approached and shook his hand, exclaiming, "What a coincidence to encounter you here." Nearby, Su Jinping and a few others were left agape, speechless. The scene was simply absurd. Lei Jun had actually taken the initiative to seek out Qin Fan for a conversation. Even more astonishing was his calling Qin Fan Boss Qin. Could this plot even be penned in a novel? Yet this unbelievable moment unfolded before their very eyes. The two men engaged in increasingly animated conversation, even playfully patting each other on the shoulder and linking arms, as if they were old friends reuniting after many years apart. At that moment, Fan Zipping felt as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed with shame for his prior disdain toward Qin Fan. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Qin Fan as merely a newly wealthy upstart. But now, he suddenly realized that perhaps the true nouveau riche was himself. Qiu Yanhua subtly tugged at Su Jinping's arm and whispered, "Do you think what just happened was a dream? Is that really the legendary Lei Jun? Which part do you want me to tell you is fake?" Su Jinping zipped with Li. He was now convinced. Qin Fan was no mere illusion. He was truly formidable. This revelation resonated not only with Qiu Yanhua, but also left Lai Man and Su Chunyan equally astonished, speechless. It appeared that everything Qin Fan had claimed in the past was indeed true. Their proximity to such a high-caliber individual was enough to instantly alter their perception of him. In their eyes, Qin Fan now seemed to radiate an extraordinary glow. Indeed, Lei Jun and Qin Fan were enjoying a delightful conversation. Lei Jun revealed his optimism regarding the development of the semiconductor industry and expressed keen interest in Qin Fan's new company. Unfortunately, most board members maintained a conservative stance. Otherwise, they would have proposed investing long ago. Lei Jun casually inquired, "President Qin, are you also house hunting? Have you found anything you like?" Qin Fan smiled and shook his head. "The budget is a bit high. It does feel somewhat pressuring." Lei Jun chuckled. "Is it truly a challenge for you?" Qin Fan replied helplessly, "Please don't jest, Lei Jun. I'm still in the early stages, and funds are quite tight. How could I possibly compare to you?" After saying this, Lei Jun turned and called out, "Manager Gao, come here quickly." Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. Lei Jun introduced Qin Fan. "This is our sales center head, Zhuang Zuofei." Qin Fan paused for a moment, extending his hand for a handshake, somewhat puzzled. Was he about to receive special treatment? Lei Jun directly stated, "Old Gao, this Mr. Qin is a very good friend of mine. You must offer him the internal employee discount." Those nearby were instantly taken aback. No one had anticipated that Lei Jun had such influence. Later, the truth emerged. Lei Jun was also a shareholder in this project and a primary investor. When the big boss spoke, how could the management dare to resist? The sales manager quickly shifted into action, asking, "Which villa is Mr. Qin interested in?" Before Qin Fan could respond, Yuan Roa interjected, "He has already chosen. It's the remaining E-type villa." "Well, that is excellent taste." Manager Gao exclaimed, his smile growing wider. "Let us calculate a price." Qin Fan nodded in agreement. Lei Jun's intent was clear. If Qin Fan was willing to accept the terms, he would proceed. If not, he would walk away. Zhuang Zuofei pulled out his phone and began entering numbers. "This villa's original price is 26 million yuan, if we apply a 65 discount." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan could hardly believe his ears. What? This house can be discounted? And to such a low price? A 65 discount? This was utterly outrageous. After calculating, Zhuang Zuofei announced, "Mr. Qin, the final price is 16.9 million yuan. This is the lowest price we can offer to internal employees. Any lower, we simply cannot manage." Qin Fan nodded and decisively stated by. Su Jinping, Lai Man, Fan Zipping, and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Was Qin Fan serious? Had he truly decided to purchase this villa? Even with the discount, that was still 16.9 million. This amount was astronomical for the average person. However, from another perspective, this price was not exorbitant for a luxury residence in the city center. The question remained, who could genuinely afford such a sum? With Qin Fan's commitment, it was settled. Manager Gao immediately began making arrangements. He inquired whether Qin Fan wanted to apply for a loan. To everyone's surprise, Qin Fan decisively opted for full payment. With a swipe of a card, 16.9 million yuan was settled immediately. Zhuang Zuofei promptly led his team to handle the transfer procedures. Moreover, as this was a newly completed property, with a little preparation, they could move in the very same day. Lei Jun's influence was indeed formidable. His words carried substantial weight. Amidst the astonished gazes, Qin Fan swiftly received the villa keys and identification documents. The property deed would take another month to be officially issued. Externally, Qin Fan appeared unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor, while internally he was elated beyond measure. Life truly held unexpected surprises. Having never purchased a home before, his first acquisition was a luxurious villa. His luck felt akin to winning the lottery. The sudden joy was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. After completing all the formalities, Qin Fan expressed his gratitude to Lei Jun. Lei Jun waved his hand dismissively. President Qin, no need for formalities. Let us simply share a meal together to solidify our friendship. Qin Fan readily agreed, understanding that regardless of wealth, social connections often followed a predictable pattern. Lei Jun had other matters to attend to and did not linger, bidding farewell as he left. Qin Fan, of course, headed straight to his new home. He turned to Su Jinping and the others, saying, "Let us head over. Tonight we'll make do at my place." "Really? You're going to live here?" "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Is it reliable?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "This place is already mine. Why shouldn't I live here?" Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Fan Zipping, who was still struggling to come to terms with Qin Fan's sudden rise to wealth. He found an excuse about family matters and left early that day. In truth, Qin Fan held little fondness for him. His departure made the atmosphere more pleasant. Ultimately, the remaining 5 entered the opulent mansion that Qin Fan had just acquired. The community was named Guyuan No. 1, already home to several affluent residents, with luxury cars dotting the area. The amenities were comprehensive, and nearby residential areas made ordering takeout convenient. Having just purchased a new house, it was only fitting to treat everyone to a meal. Qin Fan ordered a plethora of dishes and drinks, and they gathered around, celebrating the occasion with great enthusiasm. The gathering continued late into the evening. This villa conveniently had 5 bedrooms, perfectly accommodating each person. The developer had provided bedding and linens, a negligible cost for such a high-end residence. As the night deepened, everyone gradually prepared to rest. Qin Fan lay on his bed in the first-floor room, his heart brimming with excitement, rendering sleep impossible. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Rising to answer, he found Lai Man standing at the threshold. With a hint of surprise, Qin Fan inquired, "What is the matter?" Lai Man whispered, "There's a cockroach in my room. Can such a high-end villa harbor cockroaches?" Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, creatures like humans aspire to reside in better quarters. Qin Fan chuckled. "All right, I'll assist you in dealing with it." After expressing her gratitude, Lai Man led him into her room, where indeed the audacious cockroach awaited. Reluctantly, Qin Fan commenced his extermination efforts, dedicating considerable time to restore order. Once the task was completed, he returned to his own room, finally able to rest in peace. The pleasant weekend came to a close, and Qin Fan resumed his daily work. The production of a new batch of high-performance chips for future electric vehicles was successfully completed. Sui Hiren sent a representative to collect the goods and brought along a new order contract. Naturally, Qin Fan had no reason to refuse. However, production would need to be scheduled later, as orders for coarse grain phones and pong-pong electric vehicles had already taken precedence. No one anticipated that the chip factory would reach full capacity so swiftly. Time had to be allocated accordingly, as all production capacity had been booked. Fortunately, plans for factory expansion were underway, promising an increase in production capabilities. In recent days, the factory's growth metrics have been steadily rising, and Qin Fan diligently monitored these figures. One day, he entered the control room once more to check the latest panel. Building type, chip manufacturing plant. Building level, level 1. Current capacity, 500,000 units. Cycle. Production efficiency, 94. Pass rate, 88. Cost control, 75. The growth value had surpassed 900,000 points, leaving just one final step before upgrading to a level 2 chip factory. Employee cooperation was improving, with efficiency, quality, and cost gradually enhancing. Overall, Qin Fan felt quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. It was evident that Geng Xiaojun was indeed a trustworthy ally. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang. It was a call from Shui Pampa. Qin Fan answered with a smile. "President Shui, what can I do for you?" On the other end, a cheerful voice responded, "I appreciate your character. First, let me thank you. Your technology at Qin Fan Semiconductor is truly impressive, far superior to our previous suppliers." Qin Fan replied with a grin. "We certainly pride ourselves on our technological prowess." Shui Pengpeng then asked, "Let's get down to business. Are you free tonight?" Qin Fan responded, "I have no plans for tonight." Shui Pengpeng exclaimed, "That's fantastic. There's a gathering this evening hosted by friends within our circle. I'll come pick you up, and we can go together. Chapter 27. I was invited. The circle he referred to was the entrepreneurial realm within the technology industry. What underpins tech entrepreneurship? Connections are paramount, and relationships within the circle are particularly crucial. As the head of a chip factory, Qin Fan needed to penetrate this circle to secure a more stable future. Qin Fan chuckled, President Shui, you're too kind. Just send me the address. I can make my own way. Shui Peng, not insistent, replied, all right, I'll send you the address shortly. Just remember to come. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. Not long after hanging up, Qin Fan received a message detailing the location from Shui Peng. He promptly summoned Geng Xiaojun to arrange a few matters, confirm the itinerary, and then set off to attend the gathering. The soiree was scheduled at a hotel located on the northern 5th Ring Road of the capital. Although somewhat distant from the city center, it was a hub for many tech company headquarters, making it a fitting venue for the event. The traffic was smooth, and Qin Fan arrived at the hotel parking lot right on time. With nowhere else to go, he decided to enter the hotel lobby and wait. The gathering took place in a grand conference hall on the 2nd floor. The door was slightly ajar, allowing for a narrow opening. Noticing no one outside, Qin Fan gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The hall was exquisitely decorated, with an open space in the center and tables and long tables arranged neatly around the periphery. An array of fruits, snacks, beverages, and wines adorned the tables. Having previously been an ordinary white-collar worker, this was Qin Fan's first experience attending such a gathering. He had only seen similar scenes on television before. The reality was far more captivating than the screen, and Qin Fan found himself enchanted by the novelty of the scene. A considerable number of guests had already arrived, with staff bustling about finalizing arrangements. A few individuals, like Qin Fan, had also arrived early and were engaging in casual conversations in the corners. Feeling somewhat bored sitting alone, Qin Fan casually picked up a cup, poured himself some juice, and sat down to check his phone. Shortly thereafter, two young individuals approached him. The first to speak was a young man who asked, Brother, which company do you represent? Qin Fan glanced up to see a youthful man and woman, both appearing to be under 30. The young man's tone carried a hint of skepticism, which made Qin Fan feel slightly uncomfortable. He retorted, What do you think? That should give you a clue. The young man raised an eyebrow. This is a formally invited gathering. The attendee list has been recorded, and uninvited individuals cannot enter. Qin Fan observed him with interest. Then what is your role here? The young man, brimming with arrogance, replied, That's none of your concern. If you're not an invitee, please leave at once. The girl beside him quickly interjected, gently explaining to Qin Fan, We are responsible for assisting with this event. I'm Hu Fanghao, and this is Fan Xiaoman. We work nearby and are here as volunteers. Qin Fan acknowledged them with a nonchalant I understand. I was invited. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. As local professionals in the tech industry, they had some knowledge of the companies and individuals attending this gathering. Yet Qin Fan was a complete mystery to them. Most attendees were notable figures with considerable backgrounds. If he were merely an accompanying individual, he wouldn't be sitting alone in a corner, drinking juice. Hu Fanghao's skepticism persisted. Can you provide proof of your invitation? Who invited you? Feeling a growing impatience at his questioning, Qin Fan lowered his gaze to his phone, feigning ignorance. Hu Fanghao, sensing he was being disregarded, immediately hardened his expression. If you don't clarify your situation, I will call security right now. Fan Xiaoman politely reiterated the earlier question. Finally, Qin Fan lifted his head and softly stated, I was invited by Shui Peng. Upon hearing this, both individuals displayed expressions of surprise. They certainly recognized Shui Peng, the prominent leader of Peng electric vehicles, a well-known figure within their circle. Could this person be a friend of President Shui? Yet logically, he should have arrived alongside Shui Peng. Claiming to be a friend seemed implausible, as Shui Peng's acquaintances were primarily industry magnates. The young woman hesitated, asking, May I know your surname, sir? We still need to register. Just as she finished speaking, several new guests entered through the door. Hu Fanghao's eyes lit up instantly, and he promptly donned a smile. President Shui has arrived. Among the guests entering the venue, the focal figure of this soiree was none other than Shui Peng. Hu Fanghao hurriedly approached to greet him. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaoman glanced back at Qin Fan, her eyes still filled with uncertainty, clearly seeking to reaffirm the veracity of his earlier statements. Hu Fanghao respectfully addressed Hello, President Kui. Shui Peng responded with a smile and a nod. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Hu. Without missing a beat, Hu Fanghao continued, President Shui, this individual just claimed to be invited by you, but I'm not entirely certain of his authenticity. Shui Peng paused for a moment, puzzled. Who are you referring to? Hu Fanghao gestured towards Qin Fan. Shui Peng followed his gaze and a broad smile suddenly broke across his face. "Ah, that's Mr. Qin. What brings you here so early?" With that, he entirely disregarded Hu Fanghao and swiftly made his way over to Qin Fan, extending a warm handshake as he approached. This scene left Hu Fanghao momentarily dumbfounded, as the camaraderie displayed between them resembled that of long-lost friends rather than a mere leader and subordinate. Qin Fan rose to his feet, shaking hands while saying, "President Chui, this place is rather difficult to access." Chui Peng chuckled in response. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Fan continued, glancing back at Hu Fanghao. "I arrived quite early and intended to sit down for a drink while waiting for you. However, 2 volunteers insisted on interrogating me about my identity, almost forcing me to leave." Upon hearing this, Chui Peng furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving look at Hu Fanghao, as if to say, "How could you be so inconsiderate?" He then turned to Qin Fan to apologize. "I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight in not providing adequate instructions, and I appreciate your understanding." Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. They didn't recognize me, and they were just doing their job." The two continued their conversation, walking shoulder to shoulder into the venue. Fan Xiaoman quickly followed, eager to assist the 2 distinguished guests with their seating arrangements. Hu Fanghao remained rooted in place, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word as if time had been suspended. Chui Peng led Qin Fan to a prominent seat at the front, where they began to chat while enjoying some refreshments. After a while, the banquet hall gradually filled with guests. Influential figures and notable celebrities from various spheres began to arrive. Qin Fan found himself in awe, as many individuals he had only seen on social media were now vividly present before him, such as the renowned tech evaluator Shi Hongda, the top livestream sales influencer Wei Ye, and the viral short video star Pippi Jiang. Not to mention a host of heavyweight personalities, including the CEO of Wang Yi Group, Yin Daong, the head of ByteDance, Zhang Xian, and the founder of the ride-hailing platform Didi, Rong Ziming, who were also in attendance. However, it was curious that Sui Hiren, a key player in the electric vehicle sector with whom Qin Fan had a partnership, and Lei Jun, the leader of a whole grain brand, had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps they were delayed by unforeseen circumstances. In this lively atmosphere, Qin Fan appeared somewhat isolated. Despite Chui Peng's earnest attempts to introduce him to others, most guests merely offered polite nods and brief pleasantries without any genuine enthusiasm. This was to be expected, as Qin Fan's semiconductor startup was still in its nascent stages, lacking significant influence in the tech community. It was only natural that people were unfamiliar with him. In the business realm, value reigns supreme. If others perceive you as currently lacking utility, they will not seek to curry favor with you. Once Qin Fan's company secures a place among the top 10 in the national manufacturing rankings, he will find that even without effort, opportunities will present themselves. Ultimately, one standing in the circle is dictated by their capabilities. Speaking of which, Chui Peng proved to be quite affable, eager to engage with others, and possessing a broad network, effortlessly striking up conversations with everyone. Just then, 2 more individuals approached. Qin Fan looked up and recognized one of them, a bespectacled, portly gentleman who seemed somewhat familiar. Chui Peng cheerfully waved, "Old Cha, come sit over here." This rotund figure was none other than the notorious industry misfit, Cha Zijuan, accompanied by his longtime partner, Yu Maoqiang. Cha Zijuan, initially scowling as he glared at Shi Hongda, was forced to suppress his irritation upon hearing Chui Peng's call, leading Yu Maoqiang over to sit across from them. Chui Peng inquired with a smile, "Old Cha, it's been a while. How have you been?" Cha Zijuan sighed. "What do you think? Just a heap of troubles." Chui Peng pressed on, "I heard your new model, T3, is about to launch. How is that going?" Cha Zijuan sighed again, rubbing his face with his hands. His expression revealed that things were not looking promising. Yu Maoqiang managed a weak smile. "It's a bit troublesome." Chui Peng blinked in surprise. "Another hurdle?" Cha Zijuan took a sip of tea, forcing a bitter smile. "When have I ever launched a venture without encountering difficulties?" Noticing Cha Zijuan's gloomy demeanor, Chui Peng refrained from probing further, raising his glass. "Don't fret. Challenges will be overcome. There's no obstacle too great to surmount." Clink! Cha Zijuan raised his glass in return. Indeed, those with talent need not over-explain. After taking a sip, Cha Zijuan could not help but vent his frustrations. "It's utterly ridiculous. Even with money, I can't buy the parts. What kind of era is this?" It turned out their new model, the T3, was set to enter mass production, but the most pressing issue was a shortage of chips. The variety and quantity of chips required for smartphones were substantial, and the supply chain was utterly incapable of keeping pace. Initially, they anticipated producing 200,000 units in a month. Now, Even reaching 50,000 units seemed like an insurmountable challenge. Cha Zijuan was nearing the breaking point with his financial strain. The factory was largely sustained through loans. If this venture faltered, Zhuazi Technology would likely face closure. To be candid, old Cha was indeed quite talented and proactive. But since venturing into the smartphone industry, he had not seen a stroke of luck. Many joked that the current chip shortage was a direct consequence of his foray into mobile phones. Was he incompetent? No one believed that. It was merely that fortune had not favored him, and no matter how hard he tried, he struggled to regain his footing. His company had been plagued by misfortune in recent years, stumbling into pitfalls at every turn. The T3 was supposed to be his chance for redemption. As they spoke, Cha Zijuan tousled his hair, revealing a receding hairline, and sighed with a wry smile. Look at my hair. I'm about to go bald from worry. The others couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. He still had a knack for storytelling, always ready with a quip. After downing another drink, he excitedly declared, if this fails, I may as well turn to live streaming. Chui Peng slapped his thigh. Oh, if you went into sales, you'd surely become an overnight sensation. Cha Zijuan waved his hands dismissively. I'm just saying that for a laugh. Don't take it seriously. Just then, Shi Hongda let out a derisive chuckle. Cha Zijuan's expression turned icy as he demanded, what is so funny? Is there something you can't say? The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone was aware that the two had never seen eye to eye. Just days prior, during a review show, Shi Hongda had subtly belittled the performance of Zhuazi's phones, leading to a heated exchange online with Cha Zijuan. Given Cha Zijuan's already foul mood, this confrontation ignited his anger. Shi Hongda spoke slowly. President Cha, I'm not trying to provoke you. I genuinely feel for your predicament. Cha Zijuan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by feeling for me? Shi Hongda continued at a leisurely pace. No matter how excellent a phone is, if it cannot be produced, and the public cannot purchase it, it ultimately becomes the subject of ridicule. Wouldn't you agree? Old Cha slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud. Rising abruptly, enough. I'm not finished yet. We're making progress. We have the funds. There's no way we can't pull this off. Shi Hongda retorted with a cold smirk. No matter how much money you have, it won't help without the chips. Bang! The table was struck again as Cha Zijuan's anger reached its peak. Do you dare to say another word? I will make you regret it. Surrounding individuals hurriedly intervened to mediate the conflict. Old Cha, calm down. Please sit and discuss this rationally. Don't act impulsively. No need for violence. Teacher Cha, take a moment to breathe. After a considerable amount of persuasion, they finally managed to coax old Cha back into his seat. At this point, Shi Hongda refrained from further comments, fearing that adding fuel to the fire might provoke old Cha into taking a swing at him, which would be utterly humiliating. Yet, he felt aggrieved and began to mock Cha Zijuan behind his back, claiming he was ignorant of the rules and lacked refinement. At that moment, Chui Peng interjected, Old Cha, is it because the processors are unavailable? Cha Zijuan waved his hand dismissively. The processors are not the main issue. We placed orders early and secured both the 875 and 888 models. The real trouble lies with some auxiliary chips. Chui Peng glanced at Qin Fan. Boss Qin, is there any way you could assist us? Old Cha looked surprised. Who is Boss Qin? Chui Peng hurriedly introduced. It's Boss Qin Fan, who runs a chip factory. To be honest, without his help, our electric vehicle project would have collapsed long ago. This revelation astonished everyone. Previously, when Chui Peng mentioned Qin Fan, they paid little attention, thinking he was merely an ordinary chip factory owner with no significant capabilities. However, now that they realized he could resolve chip issues for Peng Electric, it indicated that his factory was no ordinary establishment. Qin Fan straightened his posture with newfound confidence. Cha Zijuan could not help but inquire, Boss Qin, do you really manufacture chips? Qin Fan replied with a smile, Indeed, Mr. Cha. Which type do you require? Old Cha remained silent. Turning to Yu Maoqiang, please clarify the situation. Yu Maoqiang cleared his throat and explained, currently, we are most in need of power chips and baseband chips, particularly the baseband, which is challenging to produce and in high demand. Chui Peng quickly asked, Boss Qin, can you help us procure some? Qin Fan pondered for a moment. He possessed considerable knowledge of high-tech matters, yet he was uncertain if they could produce the baseband chips. The reason? It involved numerous patents, and only a handful of companies globally could manufacture them. However, recalling that his chip factory claimed to handle any complexity, he thought the baseband chips should not pose a problem. Seeing Qin Fan's silence, Old Cha's heart began to race with apprehension. He feared that Qin Fan might not want to get involved in this complicated matter, realizing he had been too eager in his demands. He sighed, it's all right. I will consult other manufacturers. If necessary, I will seek assistance elsewhere. At that moment, Honda interjected nonchalantly. When it comes to baseband chips for mobile phones, only a few companies worldwide can produce them. Everyone in this circle knows that. Cha Zijuan shot Honda a glare, adjusting his glasses and preparing to retort, but was preempted by Qin Fan, who directly stated, "Teacher Cha, I will handle this." Cha Zijuan was momentarily stunned, words caught in his throat. The others were equally taken aback. This young man was bold enough to take on the challenge. Cha Zijuan widened his eyes. "What did you say? You can manage it?" Honda scoffed. "Is that even feasible? Don't joke around." Qin Fan confidently replied, "Of course, it's no problem. However, Mr. Cha, I would prefer to first review your design blueprints and obtain a physical sample. This will ensure that the produced model is fully compatible with your equipment." This assertion left everyone incredulous. Generally speaking, even if one had the blueprint, creating a chip from scratch was quite unrealistic due to the high technical barriers and intellectual property issues involved. Sensing the skepticism in the room, Qin Fan further clarified, "Please don't worry. I have thoroughly considered this matter. Should any issues arise, I will shoulder the responsibility, ensuring you are not implicated." Old Cha adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious. "Can you truly do it? What is the fastest you can complete it?" Qin Fan inquired. "When can you send me the necessary materials?" Cha Zijuan immediately replied, "Tomorrow." No, today I will arrange for someone to send it over." Qin Fan smiled. "Then we shall have it ready by tomorrow." He added, I can provide tape-out services, creating samples for you to test and verify their usability." Old Cha took a gulp of his drink, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent." His heart felt as if a light had been ignited. He excitedly grasped Qin Fan's hand. "Brother Qin, if this works out, I shall call you brother from now on." Qin Fan thought to himself, "You can call me father if you wish, as long as you pay." At that moment, Shui Peng reminded him, "Boss Qin, we must not delay the automotive chips." Qin Fan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am aware of the situation and will not let it affect your matters." Though he said this, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Current production capacity was already quite strained. If the mobile phone project proceeded smoothly, the pressure would only intensify. Fortunately, the chip factory was on the verge of upgrading, and once it reached level 2, the capacity would at least alleviate somewhat. After the meeting, Qin Fan drove home. It was not yet the right time to head to the villa. He returned to his rental apartment instead. He contemplated that purchasing a home in the city might be more convenient in the long run, allowing for occasional stays at the villa for rest, as commuting from the city was quite a distance. However, having just spent over 10 million, he needed to take a breather and was not in a hurry to buy property. Upon reaching his doorstep, his phone buzzed. It was a message from old Cha. "Cha Zijuan, Brother Qin, I have sent the materials. Please take a look. The sample of the baseband chip we are using will be delivered tomorrow." Qin Fan replied with an OK emoji and also sent his chip factory's address to old Cha. The next morning, Qin Fan drove to the chip factory. The purpose was solely to assist Cha Zijuan in resolving the baseband chip issue. The materials sent by old Cha were merely partial design documents and lacked the complete set of IC design data. Qin Fan felt uncertain and could only expedite the process to see if the chip factory could successfully navigate the workflow. After driving through the factory gates and parking, he noticed another vehicle nearby. It appeared that a guest had already arrived. Oddly, he saw no one moving about, nor were there any security personnel watching, and no staff came to greet him. Upon entering the reception area, he discovered the visitor's identity. It was Yu Maoqiang, Cha Zijuan's partner. Geng Xiaojun was chatting with him. Upon noticing Qin Fan's entrance, Yu Maoqiang quickly stood up. Yu Maoqiang said, "Boss Qin, I have brought the samples you requested." He had indeed come specifically to deliver the chips. Qin Fan smiled and asked, "Mr. Zhua, why are you here so early?" Yu Maoqiang sighed, "I had no choice. Old Cha called me out of bed early this morning and called several times. This matter is indeed urgent. Cha Zijuan even sent me personally, clearly not trusting anyone else to handle this." Qin Fan joked, "Old Cha must not have slept well last night." Yu Maoqiang nodded. "That is certainly the case. He has hardly slept well lately." Hearing this, Qin Fan felt an additional weight of pressure. He genuinely hoped to assist old Cha in overcoming this predicament. In his previous job, he often observed old Cha passionately speaking on stage. Feeling that this individual was quite dedicated and that the mobile phones produced should not be undermined by the supply chain, Qin Fan remarked, "Zhua, rest assured, I will commence testing the wafer immediately and ensure it is delivered at the earliest opportunity." Yu Maoqiang hastily waved his hands, saying, "Please do not send it over. Just call me as soon as it is ready, and I will personally come to collect it." Qin Fan smiled and inquired, "Is this arranged by Teacher Cha?" Yu Maoqiang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it was his instruction." Qin Fan responded, Very well, I will take care of it. Once everything was clarified, Yu Maoqiang departed with a sense of relief. In truth, Cha Zijuan had intended for Yu Maoqiang to remain and oversee the entire process. However, he was subtly declined. If he were to wait idly, it might imply a lack of trust in Qin Fan, which would be disrespectful. Upon reflection, Cha Zijuan found merit in this reasoning and consequently abandoned that notion. Thus, Qin Fan obtained the design files for the T3 baseband chip and the physical samples. Chapter 30. Let us first attempt the wafer test. If we cannot produce a usable chip under these circumstances, it would merely indicate a lack of capability on our part. An equally pressing concern loomed. Would we infringe upon someone else's patent? If entangled in an intellectual property dispute, it could lead to significant troubles. Yet, based on Qin Fan's understanding of the civilization light system, if it were feasible to undertake this task, the legal risks should be minimal. With resolve, Qin Fan proceeded, armed with the necessary materials, into the control room of the chip factory. He began by importing the data into the main computer using a USB drive, and the screen promptly displayed several messages. Qin Fan glanced over and could not suppress his astonishment. This was a 7-nanometer process baseband chip, one of the most advanced technologies currently available, comparable in performance to products from Huawei. However, they were already overwhelmed with orders and could not provide any capacity. Even if they could produce it, such popular chips would be snatched up immediately. This thought left Qin Fan feeling somewhat anxious. Could their factory genuinely manufacture such high-end chips? Even if they managed to do so, would the quality assurance be reliable? He decided to proceed with the wafer test. He pressed the confirmation button, and the system presented a notification. System, insufficient data. The wafer process may encounter anomalies, with an estimated success rate of only 58. Qin Fan paused momentarily, fully aware that relying solely on the current data was indeed precarious. He retrieved the chip sample obtained from Yu Maoqiang and placed it into the analyzer adjacent to the control console. The production line began to automatically analyze the chip, extracting the IC design. This production line was remarkably intelligent. When the progress displayed 100, Qin Fan submitted the wafer request once more. This time, the notification that appeared was different. System, detection of certain patented technologies in this chip. To mitigate risks, the system will adjust the design. Do you wish to continue? Qin Fan was naturally elated and promptly clicked confirm. Soon, the wafer process officially commenced, and the entire set of equipment came to life. This round took considerably longer than usual, requiring a full 5 hours to complete. To finish within 5 hours was nearly miraculous. Seizing a moment of respite, Qin Fan entered the boss's office, intending to rest on the sofa briefly. Just as he began to doze off, the ringing of a phone jolted him awake. Groggily, he opened his eyes and saw that the caller was Cha Zijuan. Ah, Teacher Cha, had it not been for me, you would surely be troubled today, he thought as he pressed the answer button. On the other end, Cha Zijuan's voice inquired, Xiao Qin, how is it going? Will it be completed today? Qin Fan glanced at the time. 5 hours were nearly up, and he nodded, responding, no problem, it will be ready shortly. Fantastic. Cha Zijuan's excitement echoed through the line. Xiao Qin, I will send someone over right now. Please wait. Before Qin Fan could utter a few more words, the call was abruptly disconnected. What was going on? Why the sudden urgency? Rising, Qin Fan made his way back to the control room. He took the chip and proceeded to the testing and analysis area. With a vast database supporting him, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of chip technology. The system's performance indeed proved formidable. With just a few minor adjustments, it circumvented the patent traps. More importantly, not only did this not hinder the chip's performance, but it also enhanced it. Qin Fan finally felt at ease. As for profitability, he decided to set that concern aside for now. Avoiding legal issues was paramount. Just as he exited the experimental center, with the chip still warm in his hands, he noticed a vehicle entering the courtyard. Ah, it was Yu Maoqiang. The moment he opened the car door, he rushed over, his hair tousled by the wind, evidently in a hurry. Qin Zong, is it done? Upon seeing the box in Qin Fan's hand, he eagerly reached out to take it, inspecting it meticulously inside and out. Qin Fan cautioned, Zong, please handle it gently. Be careful not to drop it. Yu Maoqiang chuckled and waved his hand. Haha, I am simply too excited. Qin Zong, could you assist me in securing a more reliable package? I need to take this back immediately for submission. Qin Fan found a specially designed shockproof packaging box, carefully placed the chip inside, sealed it securely, and personally handed it over to Yu Maoqiang. Yu Maoqiang stated, Qin boss, I will head back now. Our technical department needs to conduct another round of testing. I will contact you as soon as we have results. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. All right, take care. Before he could finish his words, Yu Maoqiang had already dashed away. Observing the scene, Qin Fan could only smile wryly. Back in the office, he intended to catch a little more rest. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. "Please come in," he called. The door opened to reveal a lady named Pei Yanlan. She appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in a professional manner, exuding a steady demeanor, characteristic of someone reliable in their duties. In fact, she was just that. Previously, she had worked in administration for a large company without ever holding a managerial position. Qin Fan had merely considered a trial when he hired her. However, after observing her performance over time, he found her to be remarkably grounded and competent, ultimately leading to her promotion to administrative supervisor. Seated in his office chair, Qin Fan pretended to be engrossed in work. Pei Yanlan opened the door and said, "Boss, I would like to discuss something with you regarding our recruitment efforts." Qin Fan nodded. "Sure, go ahead." Pei Yanlan continued, "There have been several college recruitment fairs in the capital recently. Should we participate?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fan found it quite interesting. He was no stranger to campus recruitment fairs, having attended numerous such events during his final year of college. Although he faced many setbacks, he eventually secured a position at an internet company, marking the beginning of his working life. Never did he imagine that years later, he would be leading a company capable of attending campus recruitment fairs. It was quite gratifying and heartening. Qin Fan replied, "Absolutely. Let's go see and recruit some talented young individuals." Chapter 31. Have you graduated? Although Qin Fan's semiconductor company cannot yet be classified as a large enterprise, it is relatively well off in terms of funding. The current number of employees is sufficient. However, as the factory upgrades to a secondary scale, the demand for manpower is likely to increase significantly. Pei Yanlan nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, I will arrange for a recruitment fair as soon as possible, aiming for tomorrow morning. Once I finalize the plan, I will bring it to you for your signature." Qin Fan responded affirmatively, "Sure, just take care of the arrangements. I have no objections." Before long, Pei Yanlan indeed delivered the relevant documents for Qin Fan to review and sign. The recruitment fair is set to take place at the Beijing Foreign Studies University, primarily aimed at attracting talents for administrative roles. After reviewing the details, Qin Fan found it quite suitable. "Yes, it sounds good. Recruiting some candidates with strong foreign language skills would be beneficial for our future expansion into overseas markets. By the way, when exactly does the recruitment fair commence?" Pei Yanlan replied, "It will take place over one day, starting from 9:30 in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon." Qin Fan then inquired, "Who will be responsible for overseeing the recruitment fair?" Pei Yanlan answered, "It will be myself along with another colleague from our department, and we will have someone arranged by Supervisor Gong, making a total of 3 people. This will not interfere with our other responsibilities." Qin Fan nodded in satisfaction, well thought out. After signing, Pei Yanlan took the documents and departed to continue with the remaining preparations. Qin Fan pondered that if nothing came up the next day, he would also attend the event to observe the situation and gauge the progress. He was aware that this was merely an excuse, as he found the monotony of being cooped up in the office rather dull. The following day, he awoke at 10:30, lingering in bed for a while before finally rising at a leisurely pace. Upon checking his phone, he noticed there were no missed calls. It appeared that matters at the chip factory were stable, and no one was seeking his attention. Should he remain at home today? However, staying cooped up was not a viable option. He ought to venture out. Where to go? Naturally, to the Beijing Foreign Studies University to observe the recruitment activities firsthand. Since graduating, Qin Fan had not returned to his alma mater, and this visit served as a means to rectify that regret. The university was somewhat distant from his residence, taking about an hour to drive there. He initially intended to drive directly onto the campus, but was halted by a security guard at the entrance. The guard inquired, "Do you have a pass?" Qin Fan replied, "I do not." The guard responded, "Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry." Qin Fan was taken aback. "I am not here to cause trouble. I am genuinely here on business." The guard scrutinized his vehicle. "What business might that be?" "You're not here to seek out students, are you?" Qin Fan, bewildered, clarified, "That has nothing to do with it. I am representing my company at the recruitment fair." The guard nodded. "All right, you may enter." He pressed a button on the remote, raising the barrier. Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the guard's rather erratic thought process. Once inside, he found a parking space for his vehicle. This was his first visit to the campus, and he was pleasantly surprised by its picturesque environment, reminiscent of a park, far surpassing the university he attended years ago. As he walked, he encountered numerous students, all part of the youthful demographic. A notable characteristic of the Foreign Studies Department was the abundance of attractive female students. Qin Fan found himself momentarily distracted, finally comprehending the guard's earlier comment. With so many beautiful women around, it was only natural that some overly eager individuals might be drawn in, their motives perhaps not entirely pure. However, where exactly was the recruitment fair? After wandering a few circles without success, he realized the campus was vast, and his feet were beginning to tire. He decided to ask for directions. Approaching two girls, both strikingly beautiful, he inquired, "Excuse me, ladies, could you direct me to the recruitment fair?" One of the girls responded, "We are headed that way. Would you like to join us?" Qin Fan grinned. "What a coincidence. I'd be delighted to walk with you." Thus, the three of them proceeded together. The girls introduced themselves as Xiao Xiaoping and He, with Xiao Xiaoping being the one who had spoken first. She was quite attractive, embodying the average beauty standard of a university. As they walked, Qin Fan asked, "Have you both graduated?" Xiao Xiaoping replied, "Yes, we have. Initially, I planned to pursue a master's degree, but I've decided to work for a few years first." He interjected, "Honestly, pursuing further studies might not be that beneficial. It's better to start earning money sooner." Xiao Xiaoping laughed. "You only think about money. Your boyfriend is already working, so he can support you quite well." He replied earnestly, "No way. I want to be independent. I'll need him to help me submit my resume later." As the trio continued conversing, they arrived at the entrance of the recruitment fair. The venue was bustling with people, both local and from afar. Xiao Xiaoping casually asked, "Are you here looking for a job too? A fellow student?" Qin Fan chuckled, "I'm not looking for a job. I'm here to recruit." The two girls paused, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiaoping exclaimed in surprise, "Recruiting? Are you here on behalf of company?" Qin Fan nodded. "You're quite perceptive." Their expressions shifted, and they regarded him with newfound interest. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan invited, "Would you like to come and check out our company? You could submit a resume." Just as Xiao Xiaoping was about to respond, he pulled her away. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, "Let us not rush into anything. We should look around first and be wary of any sketchy companies." Qin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes, wondering if he really appeared to be associated with a scam company. Xiao Xiaoping turned back to him with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, we'll take a look first." With that, she tugged He away. Qin Fan shook his head with a chuckle and proceeded into the fair. The venue was expansive, with dozens of recruiting companies neatly arranged and throngs of fresh graduates wandering about, clutching their resumes. Observing all the job seekers, Qin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he no longer had to endure such a situation. The companies present range from small startups to well-known mid-sized firms, as well as several formidable multinational corporations. Qin Fan quickly located his company's booth, Qin Fan Semiconductor. The setup was impressively executed, exuding a sense of reliability and professionalism. This was to be expected, as Qin Fan had allocated a generous budget for the Human Resources Department, thus sparing no expense. Not only was the booth well-designed, but there was also a large advertisement nearby, clearly outlining several highlights of Qin Fan Semiconductor. 1. Established deep cooperative relationships with internationally renowned technology manufacturing brands. 2. Chip supplier for leading domestic mobile phone brands. 3. Strategic partner for in-vehicle chips for a leading domestic electric vehicle brand. 4. Supplier for another prominent electric vehicle brand. Just from these details, it was indeed quite enticing. Had he secured the Titra project back then, it would have been even more impressive. Chapter 32. Purposeful Applications. Qin Fan noticed that candidates were already beginning to submit their resumes, indicating that his company was quite appealing. The recruitment was being overseen by Pei Yanlan, who sat attentively at the booth, skillfully attending to each applicant, clearly an experienced HR professional. Qin Fan chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he intended to explore and observe the recruitment activities of other companies. At that moment, the two girls, Xiao Xiaoping and He, were engaged in conversation nearby, accompanied by two boys. One is He's boyfriend, Hui Yunrui, and the other young man is named Yang Wentian. As previously mentioned, Hui Yunrui has already secured employment, and he is accompanying his girlfriend this time. Nowadays, university students no longer adopt a scattergun approach when searching for jobs. They tend to conduct thorough research first and apply with specific targets in mind. This is the Beijing Foreign Studies University, a prestigious institution that ranks among the best in the nation, naturally attracting students of high caliber who often show little interest in ordinary companies. He inquired, "Xiao Jing, how about asking Yang Wentian to help you identify which companies are worth applying to?" Xiao Xiaoping shook her head. "No need, I can look it up myself." Yang Wentian then interjected, "Let me assist you. I've been researching quite a bit about various enterprises lately. Renowned large companies may not necessarily be the right fit for you. There are some lesser-known firms that, despite their current obscurity, possess considerable potential and may offer greater opportunities for growth in the future." His words sounded quite sincere, yet they were, in fact, a pretext to draw closer to Xiao Xiaoping. His intentions were clear. He sought to find an opportunity to bridge the gap between them. As a college classmate of Hui Yunrui, He had long harbored feelings for Xiao Qiaoping. With graduation approaching, he understood that if he did not seize this chance, it would likely become more difficult to approach her afterward. He had come prepared, resolutely determined to grasp this opportunity. Seeing his enthusiasm, Xiao Qiaoping felt reluctant to decline. After all, he merely wished to offer some suggestions, and rejecting him would seem rather impolite. The group chatted while strolling through the exhibition, occasionally pausing to peruse the recruitment information. Some companies even offered preliminary interviews on the spot, and if successful, candidates could return with their materials for a second round. As this was a foreign language university, the first round of interviews primarily assessed language proficiency, an area in which they excelled. Just then, Hui Yunrui suddenly pointed to a booth and said, "This one seems quite promising." Everyone turned to look, and the sign read Qin Fan, Semiconductor. He asked in confusion, "What kind of company is this? I haven't heard of it." Xiao Qiaoping also shook her head. "I haven't heard of it either." Hui Yunrui explained, "A few days ago, I read an introduction about it. It's a nascent chip manufacturing enterprise." Yang Wentian continued, "In the semiconductor industry, companies generally possess a decent level of expertise, as the technical requirements are quite high." Hui Yunrui pointed to a large advertisement and remarked, "Look, they are already collaborating with prominent phone brands and are set to partner with well-known electric vehicle companies in the future." Yang Wentian immediately added, "This indicates that they indeed possess substantial capabilities. Being able to collaborate with major brands is a testament to their strength. They may not be well known now, but in the future, they are likely to achieve remarkable success." Hui Yunrui nodded in agreement. "If I hadn't found a job yet, I would certainly consider applying." Their mutual praises undoubtedly piqued the interest of He and Xiao Qiaoping. Indeed, as Yang Wentian articulated, opting for small companies with significant growth potential is often more suitable for young people seeking to hone their skills than joining large enterprises with limited upward mobility, which may also offer better compensation prospects. Just as Xiao Qiaoping was about to speak, he noticed a change in her expression and followed her gaze. Discovering that Qin Fan had arrived, Qin Fan made a circuit and happened to walk back in their direction. Upon seeing the two of them, he smiled and said, "What a coincidence! How can we meet again?" He curiously asked, "Aren't you here to recruit? Why are you wandering around?" Qin Fan shuklat, "Ieme mareli brosin kazwadi." "Just taking a break." Xiao Qiaoping, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you worried about being reprimanded by your superiors for wandering around?" Qin Fan replied with a smile, "Our boss is particularly open-minded. Seeing me work so diligently, he would surely be pleased rather than scold me." Everyone laughed, clearly skeptical of his claim. Yang Wentian asked, "Which company are you with?" He responded, "He over there recruiting." He said he with that company. Upon hearing this, Yang Wentian and Hui Yunrui finally understood the situation. Hui Yunrui then asked, "Which specific company?" Qin Fan pointed, "That booth over there. It says Qin Fan Semiconductor." All four of them froze momentarily. What an incredible coincidence. They had just been enthusiastically discussing this mysterious, yet promising company. Xiao Qiaoping exclaimed in astonishment, "You work for this company?" Qin Fan nodded, "Yes, I work there." He became intrigued. "What is this company like? Is the business busy?" Qin Fan smiled and replied, "Very busy. We hardly stop." Xiao Qiaoping probed further. "What is the office environment like? Is the team atmosphere good?" Qin Fan assured her, "Absolutely. The working conditions are excellent, and the company culture is very harmonious. Why don't you consider applying?" He's eyes brightened. "Could you introduce us directly?" Yang Wentian muttered under his breath, "He is probably just an ordinary employee. I doubt he can pull any strings." Qin Fan chose to ignore him and simply smiled. "Come on, I'll take you over." With that, he led the group toward the booth. To be honest, he had a favorable impression of both girls, particularly Xiao Qiaoping, whose refreshing demeanor seemed well suited for an administrative or assistant role in the company. Who would he prefer to see pleasant colleagues at work every day? Of course, the prerequisite was that they needed to be competent and reliable, at least passing the interview assessment. After all, they were merely submitting a resume. How could they know if they didn't try? Moreover, having previously discussed the company's prospects in detail, they felt optimistic about its development. It seemed only natural to give it a shot. Yang Wentian and Hui Yunrui exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow along. Yang Wentian muttered quietly, "Does this guy have some issues? Is he a fraud?" Hui Yunrui retorted, "Even if he is scamming, what could he possibly gain?" Yang Wentian was momentarily at a loss for words. Before long, they arrived at the recruitment table. Pei Yanlan was engrossed in reviewing a stack of resumes when she suddenly looked up, utterly stunned. "The boss? What was he doing here? Just a few days ago." Qin Fan had casually mentioned he might stop by, and Pei Yanlan had assumed it was just a polite remark, never taking it seriously. Yet now, seeing him here, She realized he was indeed serious. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Fan would actually have time to come to such an event. Chapter 33. Repeated Disappointments. Pei Yanlan promptly stood up. Boss, you've arrived. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaoping, and the others were instantly taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. This is real. The young man, whom they had just spoken to, was being addressed as boss. What was going on? This young man was actually the head of Qin Fan Semiconductor. How astonishing. To start a business at such a young age? That is simply outrageous. Although they were still students, they were not entirely ignorant of society. They had seen young entrepreneurs before, but few had achieved such remarkable success. While some students might refer to themselves as boss after starting small ventures, most were merely running small shops or online businesses. But what was this young man's status? He was a key figure supplying chips to major companies like CU, Liang Technology, and Future Electric. This was not the level of a mere shell company or small workshop. Yang Wentian couldn't help but whisper, isn't it possible that his name just happens to include the word boss? Hui Yunrui cast a glance at him and queried, are you suggesting that his surname is Lao? Yang Wentian was momentarily at a loss for words, as it seemed improbable that anyone would bear such a name. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had already nodded towards Pei Yanlan, stating, let us keep the profiles of these two individuals for now, if suitable. Arrange for them to come in for an interview. Pei Yanlan turned her gaze towards Xiao Xiaoping and inquiring, is it you two? Qin Fan affirmed with a nod. Pei Yanlan immediately understood. The two then realized the situation and hastily presented their resumes. After confirming the details, Pei Yanlan instructed, just wait for a call, I will notify you. Xiao Xiaoping nodded repeatedly, while he appeared somewhat bewildered, asking, is that all? Pei Yanlan smiled reassuringly, explaining, just keep your phones on. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. The boss had come personally, and no one dared to take it lightly. Xiao Xiaoping stole a glance at Qin Fan, suddenly perceiving a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. He was no longer the typical student exuding youthful naivety, but had evolved into a capable and substantial figure. That afternoon, the two indeed received a call from Pei Yanlan, informing them to come in for a formal interview the following day. They set off early the next morning, apprehensive about whether the journey would be excessively long. However, they soon discovered that was not the case at all. Though located in the suburbs, the site was quite favorable. Emerging from the newly opened subway station in northern Beijing, they found it was merely a 10-minute walk to the company. Upon entering the company's gates and the office building, they felt an immediate sense of reassurance. There was no indication of a fly-by-night operation. The company boasted spacious interiors, bright lighting, and an orderly workspace that was far from chaotic. In fact, it was even more immaculate and organized than many established enterprises they had previously encountered. To their astonishment, during the interview, the interviewer specifically mentioned, our company does not advocate overtime. Weekends are strictly off. The 2S interview proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and they were promptly offered positions, with the option to start immediately if they wished. However, as they were still in school, they could only begin as interns. That evening, Qin Fan received a message from Cha Zijuan. Cha wrote, brother, I need to discuss something urgent with you. Qin Fan replied, what is it, brother Cha? Cha Zijuan added, I was a bit rushed earlier and didn't express myself clearly. In any case, we need to chat as soon as possible. Qin Fan inquired, has the result of the project come out? The response was almost instantaneous. Yes, it's good news. Let us hurry and arrange for formal cooperation. Please suggest a time. Qin Fan replied directly, how about tomorrow? To his surprise, Cha Zijuan eagerly responded, I'm on my way to you right now. Don't go out. Just wait for me. Qin Fan was taken aback. Was he supposed to suggest a time? Why had it shifted to him dictating the schedule? Nevertheless, he understood Cha Zijuan's urgency. An expert entangled in a predicament was relying solely on their small firm. How could he not be anxious? After hearing promises of hope countless times only to see them dissolve, anyone would feel the pressure. Thus, Qin Fan acquiesced, glancing at the clock. It was already past 6. It seemed he wouldn't be going home tonight. He would have to pull an all-nighter. However, he no longer harbored any aversion to working late. As he understood, it was an investment in his future. Every ounce of effort would ultimately benefit himself. Approximately an hour later, a vehicle indeed arrived outside. The car contained Cha Zijuan and Yu Maoqiang, both bearing serious expressions and carrying a bag. Upon entering the office, they immediately took a seat. Qin Fan intended to pour them some tea as a gesture of hospitality, only to realize the company had no tea available. So he brought 2 cups of plain water instead. Cha Zijuan wiped his brow and gestured dismissively, no need for formality. Let us get straight to business. Qin Fan smiled and said, then let us skip the pleasantries. What are your plans? Cha Zijuan began, The first matter concerns the pricing of this product, Mr. Qin. May I ask if you can accept it? With that, he nodded to Yu Maoqiang, who promptly presented a contract, a formal outsourcing cooperation agreement. Cha Zijuan flipped to a specific clause and pointed out to Qin Fan. What do you think of this term? Qin Fan quickly scanned it, his eyes widening in shock. The price listed was a staggering 20 higher than the industry average. In other words, they were deliberately inflating the price to expedite the signing of the order, fearing that he might refuse. The room fell silent. Cha Zijuan stared intently at Qin Fan, while Yu Maoqiang remained silent, both awaiting a verdict. Qin Fan rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, "It's acceptable." Cha Zijuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and Yu Maoqiang was rendered speechless with astonishment. Qin Fan was puzzled. What was with their reaction? At that moment, he was entirely unaware that the world was grappling with an unprecedented shortage of chip supplies. Securing a contract under such circumstances was an extraordinarily fortuitous opportunity. To others, this quotation was indeed quite favorable. Therefore, this agreement was not merely a commercial commitment, but felt like a timely boon after a long drought. Currently, manufacturers capable of producing communication chips with a 7-nanometer process were exceedingly rare. Globally, only 2 foundries could provide stable supply, TSMC and Samsung, with no other manufacturers possessing such capabilities. Both Cha Zijuan and Yu Maoqiang understood this, yet they were astonished that Qin Fan Semiconductor could produce chips of such caliber. Initially, they had doubted it until the technical team validated that this batch of chips was genuinely fabricated using a 7-nanometer process, with no deception involved. Moreover, the technology employed for these chips differed from that of Gao Tuxin Company, entirely avoiding any patent infringement issues. Chapter 34 unfolds as they swiftly finalize the matter. Most notably, this domestically produced 5G chip not only functions, but also outperforms many mainstream products currently available on the market. It is no wonder the two were elated, having personally delivered the signed contract. In truth, they had already resolved in their hearts that if Qin Fan Semiconductor did not accept the quoted price, they could continue to raise it. How much? There was no upper limit, even if their current funds were insufficient. Even if they had to invest the entire principal borrowed from Cha Zijuan, it would be worthwhile. If necessary, they were willing to seek additional loans. This was a rare opportunity that they could not afford to miss. However, they had not anticipated that Qin Fan would so readily agree, leaving them momentarily stunned. Qin Fan pondered. Did they believe the price was set too high? Should he offer them some concessions? Just as he hesitated internally, Cha Zijuan suddenly stood up, excitedly grasping his hand. Qin Fan was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, is this an impromptu confession? Cha Zijuan's expression was earnest, his tone filled with emotion as he remarked, "Brother, you are truly exceptional. Your loyalty is remarkable. How can I describe you? Do you understand my meaning?" Yu Maoqiang promptly chimed in, "A loyalty that transcends the skies." Cha Zijuan nodded vigorously, "Exactly. Indeed, you exhibit noble character, boldness, and integrity." Qin Fan stood there in a daze, his face a mixture of incredulity, feeling as though he had been frozen in place. The two before him seemed as if they had descended from another planet, leaving him questioning whether he was merely dreaming. However, at present, his mind was sufficiently agile, and he immediately comprehended the reason for their excitement. He hastily waved his hand in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "Teacher Cha, let us merely affix our signatures. There is no need for such exuberance." Suddenly, a loud clap startled him. Fortunately, it was not a table being struck nor a quarrel. It was merely Cha Zijuan, overly animated, applauding. He exclaimed, "Very well, let us sign without delay and finalize this matter at once." With that, he retrieved a pen from his bag. The atmosphere was electric, and just as they were about to write, Yu Maoqiang interjected, "Old Cha, wait a moment. We have yet to inquire about the delivery timeline." Only then did Cha Zijuan come to his senses, nodding vigorously, "All right. Boss Qin, could you inform us when it would be most appropriate to commence production?" Qin Fan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "I fully understand your urgent need for timely delivery. To be candid, our factory's production schedule is currently quite strained, but I will prioritize your orders." As he finished speaking, Cha Zijuan and Yu Maoqiang nodded repeatedly, their expressions particularly docile, resembling attentive students. Qin Fan added, "The initial phase may proceed at a slower pace, but as we ramp up production, we will gradually increase your supply. I assure you that I will do my utmost to avoid hindering the progress of your project." His words were sufficiently sincere, and anyone present would have been satisfied. Currently, the first phase of the chip factory operated at full capacity with a monthly output of approximately 100,000 wafers, each of which could be sliced into several chips. However, at this moment, The orders from Guangliang Technology and Pengpeng Electric Vehicles had already overwhelmed the production capacity. Allocating a portion of this capacity for the 5G baseband chips required for the Zuaz phone would undoubtedly intensify the production pressure. The good news, however, was that the factory's upgrade to Phase 2 was nearing completion, which would alleviate the current constraints, giving Qin Fan the confidence to make this decision. Consequently, both parties did not even seek legal review of the contract details and signed on the spot. This signing scene resembled an honorable agreement built on trust, with both sides relying on one another, and the process conducted with remarkable efficiency. Qin Fan felt secure in trusting the task to Cha Zijuan, while Cha Zijuan and his team similarly needed to place their trust in Qin Fan, who was, for them, almost the only reliable lifeline. Qin Fan also promised that he would notify them immediately of any new production schedules, striving to minimize the manufacturing cycle. Naturally, before departing, both business owners expressed their gratitude and committed to promptly processing the first deposit transfer upon their return. Qin Fan understood this and accepted it with equanimity. Thus, collaboration progressed seamlessly. After their departure, Qin Fan arrived at the control center of the chip factory. The screen displayed the current operational data of the factory. Factory type, chip factory. Level 1. Current output, 500,000. Production efficiency, 98. Qualification rate, 92. Cost control rate, 90. Upon reviewing these statistics, Qin Fan became even more convinced that it was time to upgrade to level 2. If the upgrade proceeded smoothly, it should alleviate Cha Zijuan's pressing concerns. As expected, the following morning, a deposit of 5 million yuan from the Zuaz company was received. With the funds secured, it was imperative to execute the task effectively. He re-entered the production interface of the chip factory to examine the details. Current task, Gauda Series 5G base station processing module. Specification requirements, 7 nanometers, nanometer, manufacturing process. Product description, silicon-based integrated circuit. Operational mode, dual control of automatic and manual. Completion progress, 15. Estimated total production volume, 500,000 chips. Estimated total time required, 450 hours. Total budget expenditure, XXXX million. Upon reviewing this information, Qin Fan furrowed his brow. 500,000 chips had only reached 15 completion, with a total estimated time of 450 hours, translating to nearly half a year. This efficiency was indeed somewhat lacking. However, this could be understood, as the factory was currently operating 3 production lines, which inevitably slowed progress. Additionally, the complexity of the 7 nanometers process led to a high product rejection rate, naturally inflating production costs. After careful calculation, Qin Fan decided to adjust the production task, reducing the initial sample volume and opting to produce 550,000 chips from the first 50 million. This would conserve resources, allowing the factory to ramp up to level 2 before continuing mass production of the remaining 45 million chips, thereby saving considerable expenses. Upon confirming the adjustments, the entire system began to recalibrate the production layout, entering a new preparatory phase. He continued to monitor the revised operational progress. True to the nature of the 7 nanometers process, the production efficiency was indeed 3 to 4 times slower compared to the previous 28 nanometers process. Yet, the value enhancement brought about by the new technology was substantial, far surpassing that of the lower-end products of the past. At this rate, it would not be long before they transitioned to the next stage. By the time Qin Fan exited the control room of the chip factory, it was already noon. As he walked toward his office, he contemplated whether to order takeout for a quick meal. In truth, the company had a kitchen, but they had yet to arrange for someone to prepare meals. Thus, everyone was currently reliant on takeout for sustenance. He called for Pei Yinlan to discuss how they might address the dining issue. Pei Yinlan indicated that she had already contemplated this matter. Chapter 35, each with its own pros and cons. She continued, "Boss, we have 2 options. Either hire a chef team directly or outsource the kitchen." Qin Fan nodded, encouraging her to elaborate. Pei Yinlan explained, "Both methods have their advantages and disadvantages. Hiring chefs directly allows us to control the quality of meals, but the cost will be higher. Outsourcing is less expensive, but it is more challenging to manage taste and hygiene." Finally, she added, "You can decide how to proceed." Qin Fan waved his hand, stating, "In such matters, let's not be overly frugal. We are not short of funds. It is better to hire someone to prepare meals so that our employees can enjoy better food. It can be considered a form of welfare." After hearing this, Pei Yinlan felt that although the boss was young, he was quite reliable in his decision-making. Furthermore, With the semiconductor company being financially robust and its future development trajectory clear, she became even more dedicated, suggesting several commendable ideas, all of which Qin Fan swiftly approved. At that moment, Qin Fan suddenly recalled an important matter. He said, "By the way, we need to begin addressing legal affairs. It would be best to find a lawyer familiar with domestic and international intellectual property law as soon as possible to facilitate collaboration with a suitable law firm." Pei Yinlan understood the critical importance of legal matters for a tech enterprise and quickly noted this for prioritization. Qin Fan nodded. "Then you may go ahead and attend to it." Pei Yinlan stood to leave but turned back at the door, asking, "Boss, should I arrange for an assistant to help manage daily affairs?" Qin Fan straightened in his seat. "Sure, you may choose someone suitable." Pei Yinlan acknowledged this and went off to handle the matter. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. Qin Fan called out, "Come in." The door opened, and a young woman entered. Upon seeing her face, Qin Fan recognized her as Xiao Qiaoping, whom he had previously met at the Beijing Foreign Studies University. Xiao Qiaoping appeared a bit shy upon encountering Qin Fan, softly greeting, "Hello, President Qin." Qin Fan chuckled softly and remarked, Not bad, not bad. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Qiaoping lowered her head and replied, "It's no trouble at all. This is what I ought to do." As she spoke, she glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Qin Fan inquired, "What are you looking for?" She smiled somewhat shyly and said, "I'm looking for the coffee machine. I want to make you a cup of coffee." Qin Fan shook his head. "We haven't installed it yet. After all, we are still in the initial stages, and many things are not yet in place. Please make a list of supplies for me later, and the administration will handle the procurement." Xiao Qiaoping nodded in agreement. "All right. Then let me fetch you a cup of hot water." Qin Fan casually replied, "That is fine." Before long, a cup of hot water was placed steadily on the table. Qin Fan added, "If I'm not in the office, you needn't feel compelled to stay by my side. You can call me if there's something you need." Xiao Qiaoping responded, "No problem. Sister Pei said the same to me." Pei Yinlan was indeed a decisive person, and Qin Fan felt reassured. He must admit that ever since this lovely assistant joined, his days in the office had become much more comfortable, and his overall demeanor had relaxed considerably. He felt quite satisfied. For the first time, he experienced the pleasures of being a boss. In the following days, Qin Fan would often return to the office to drink some water or chat with Xiao Qiaoping. This young lady was meticulous in her work and organized in her arrangements. She was a promising employee. On this particular day, Qin Fan was at the production control center, inspecting project progress. He was just over 1,000 points away from leveling up, and, judging by the current pace, he estimated he could achieve it by tonight. He felt a bit anxious. The closer he got to the critical moment, the slower time seemed to pass. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from the coarse grain supply chain. The caller immediately stated, "The coarse grain company has someone who wishes to visit the chip production line to see if Qin Fan has any availability for an arrangement." After pondering for a moment, Qin Fan readily agreed. Since he had already embarked on the path of independent research and development, there was no need to keep things under wraps. Allowing them to visit could actually enhance their influence. He responded directly, "Sure, just have them set a time." They agreed on a visit for the following day. The next day, on a highway in the capital, a GL8 business van traversed an overpass. Inside were 5 individuals, all sent by the coarse grain company to conduct an on-site inspection of the wafer factory in the suburbs. Among them were 3 from the technical department and 2 from administration. Interestingly, the 2 administrative personnel were familiar faces. One was Lu Chuanmei, an old classmate of Qin Fan's from school, albeit from different majors. She now worked in the comprehensive department of coarse grain. The other was Lu Yuquan, the director of the comprehensive department. Notably, Lu Chuanmei was actually Lu Yuquan's subordinate. It was worth mentioning that Lu Yuquan had ascended to a high-ranking position before even reaching 30, indicating substantial potential for future advancement. The fact that coarse grain sent such a sizable delegation underscored their significant emphasis on this visit. Typically, local enterprises do not dispatch such large groups for a tour. Before their departure, Lu Chuanmei was summoned by her superior and informed that they would be visiting a company called Qin Fan Semiconductor to observe the production process. This company was a core component supplier for the coarse grain company. Upon hearing the name Qin Fan Semiconductor, a flicker of curiosity arose within Lu Chuanmei. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Could it indeed be the company founded by the Qin Fan she knew? Of course, she was also aware that entrepreneurship was no easy feat, particularly in the capital-intensive semiconductor industry. Gaining entry onto the supplier list of a large enterprise like coarse grain was an even greater challenge. Previously, she had encountered Qin Fan at a dinner party and learned of his entrepreneurial endeavors. She was surprised to see that he had truly made a mark. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Lu Yuquan, "Director Lu, what level of supplier is Qin Fan Semiconductor?" Lu Yuquan glanced at her with indifference and replied succinctly. Class A. Lu Chuanmei was taken aback, her heart racing slightly. In the supplier rating system of the coarse grain company, Class A was already a commendable tier. Aside from the highest S-class, Class A represented the pinnacle of ratings among partners. This was not a standard that just any small factory could attain, but rather a level befitting the country's top enterprises. Lu Yuquan's mood was evidently not very good today. Why? Primarily because he held a low opinion of Qin Fan, believing him to be somewhat unreliable. He could not comprehend why General A placed such importance on Qin Fan Semiconductor, a relatively new company. Thus, he had specifically requested to observe this company to ascertain what made it so noteworthy that it garnered such attention from leadership. One of the responsibilities of the comprehensive department was to evaluate and grade suppliers. Lu Yuquan contemplated that if this enterprise proved to be less impressive than expected, he would find reasons to lower its rating during the assessment. Accompanying Lu Yuquan was a technical expert from the technical department named Kong Qingjie, a highly skilled technical backbone. Kong Qingjie was a quintessential, STEM-oriented individual. While his intelligence was commendable, he was inept in social interactions, with an emotional quotient that hovered near zero. His technical prowess was robust, but his blunt demeanor and poor temper often alienated others, hindering his rise to leadership. He was the type who would not tolerate any nonsense, speaking his mind freely and not fearing confrontation, even with superiors. In other words, if there was even a slight issue on Qin Fan's side, Kong Qingjie would be the first to point it out, showing no regard for face-saving. Lu Yuquan was well aware of this and planned to leverage this dynamic to jointly emphasize to Qin Fan that mere modest accomplishments did not grant one the right to act presumptuously. After all, the threshold for suppliers in coarse grain was no trivial matter. Without genuine skills and knowledge, one could hardly gain a foothold in this circle. As they were conversing, their Buick GL8 arrived at the entrance of Qin Fan Semiconductor. The occupants, all first-time visitors, could not help but gaze at the entrance with intrigue. It indeed appeared quite impressive. The main gate, initially closed, opened automatically as the vehicle approached. The door, seemingly crafted from a white metallic material, exuded a sense of technological sophistication. The vehicle gradually entered the premises, where a security guard approached politely to inquire about their purpose. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Currently, the staff at Qin Fan Semiconductor had grown from just a handful to around 40 to 50 individuals. Although the factory appeared somewhat sparse, it was a marked improvement from the initial days. Following the guard's directions, they parked their vehicle smoothly. The group disembarked and stood in the courtyard, surveying their surroundings with curiosity. After all, this was the first genuine semiconductor manufacturing facility to emerge in the capital, representing a completely new visage. The attendees were not strangers to the industry. They had visited prominent firms such as Zhongxin International and even world-class factories like TSMC. Naturally, comparisons were inevitable. Before their eyes stood 3 workshop buildings, along with an office building and a laboratory. The exterior was well designed, and the layout was neat, conveying a sense of cleanliness and professionalism. Lu Yuquan felt a tinge of disappointment, as he could not discern any issues with the factory management or infrastructure present. Even Lu Chuanmei had to concede that the environment was indeed quite commendable, evidently reflecting a substantial investment in construction. However, she was also perplexed. Where did Qin Fan procure such abundant funds? Could it be a bank loan? The prospect of him being a wealthy heir was dismissed, for she was well aware of his family background, having been his classmate for years. At that moment, Kong Qingjie abruptly broke the silence. Something feels off. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuquan immediately perked up. Old Zheng, what seems to be the issue? Kong Qingjie did not provide an immediate explanation. Instead, he glanced around before raising his hand to indicate a direction. These factory buildings are too small. All 3 appear quite diminutive. Lu Yuquan momentarily failed to grasp the implication. What do you mean? Kong Qingjie continued. I just reviewed the materials and noted that this company claims a monthly output of 100,000 wafers, correct? Lu Yuquan nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's right. Yet the problem lay in the fact that such a modest number of buildings and limited space could not possibly support a production capacity of 100,000 wafers per month. Lu Yuquan turned to survey the entire factory area again, and indeed, Kong Qingjie's observation hit the mark. This reminder, coupled with memories of previously visited manufacturers, made it evident that these buildings were notably small. Everyone present had toured grand factories like Zhongxin International and TSMC, where the facilities stretched endlessly. In contrast, the scale of Qin Fan's factory was evidently lacking. If they truly had a monthly output of 100,000 wafers, the factory space could not be so confined. Lu Yuquang felt a surge of alertness, sensing he might have uncovered a significant issue. Lu Chuanmei proposed another idea. Perhaps there are other factories? Lu Yuquang shook his head. Impossible. This is the only site for Qin Fan's company. Kong Qingjie furrowed his brow, continuing, then that is strange. We must conduct a thorough investigation once we go inside. Lu Yuquang concurred. Indeed, we will rely on the technical team to identify any discrepancies. We must document any suspicions we uncover. Kong Qingjie nodded while muttering. It's truly peculiar how such a small area could yield such high output. If he were to learn that this factory not only produced chips, but also completed subsequent packaging and testing processes, he would likely be astounded. Subsequently, Lu Yuquang instructed Lu Chuanmei, make sure to take detailed notes. Lu Chuanmei softly acknowledged, though an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. Just as they were engaged in discussion, someone approached from the direction of the office building. Leading the group was none other than Qin Fan, flanked by Geng Xiaojun and assistant Xiao Qiaoping. The trio approached them, smiles adorning their faces as they greeted each individual. Lu Chuanmei had long been aware that Qin Fan was the owner of this company, yet she was taken aback by his presence. The once unassuming classmate now exuded the demeanor of a corporate leader, surrounded by aides, a stark contrast to his school days. In their academic years, while Qin Fan was not unattractive, he had presented as quite ordinary. Now, however, he appeared transformed, were it not for her own eyes. It would have been hard to believe the change. Upon seeing the group, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Fan's face. Ah, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Lu Chuanmei replied, I've been assigned to assist for this visit. Qin Fan glanced at Lu Yuquang, his demeanor lacking warmth, yet he politely suggested, please, have a seat in the reception area. Lu Yuquang quickly waved his hand. President Qin, we are here to work. There is no need for formality. Let us commence the inspection directly. Qin Fan responded with an O and inquired, where would you like to start? Lu Yuquang glanced at Kong Qingjie, who promptly asserted, let us head to the production line first. Other areas R&T our focus. Qin Fan nodded, gesturing towards a nearby factory building. This way, please. Kong Qingjie asked, is your lithography machine located there as well? Qin Fan shot him a curious glance, retorting, what do you mean? Lithography machine? Kong Qingjie affirmed, exactly. You are in the chip business. Isn't a lithography machine essential in the semiconductor industry? Are you an exception? The necessity of a lithography machine was fundamental in this field. Without it, operations would be untenable, a truth universally acknowledged. Whether producing processors, memory chips, sensors, or RF modules, nearly every type of chip production relied on corresponding lithographic equipment. Chapter 37. No need for cleanroom attire. Even novices like Lu Yuquang and Lu Chuanmei understood the critical importance of this machinery. Qin Fan nodded, stating, by conventional standards, that is indeed the case. At this, the group momentarily fell silent. Lu Yuquang furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by that? Is it not the case here? Qin Fan chuckled lightly. It's actually quite different. Kong Qingjie's face was a portrait of confusion. What exactly is going on? Are you implying that your workshop truly lacks a lithography machine? That is absurd. A smirk played on Qin Fan's lips as he gestured them to enter the factory, saying, come in and I'll clarify everything for you. Upon reaching the factory door, the staff scanned their ID cards and the door swung open. Inside lay a corridor. Lu Chuanmei couldn't help but ask, do we need to wear cleanroom attire? Without turning back, Qin Fan replied, not necessary. Kong Qingjie was taken aback. Really? You don't require that? Ignoring the question, Qin Fan continued walking ahead. The others exchanged glances, following suit as the door swiftly closed behind them. Stepping into the corridor, Qin Fan explained, our production line operates entirely on automation. All equipment is designed to be sealed, hence cleanroom attire is not required. Kong Qingjie's eyes widened in disbelief. Fully automated operation? You can't be serious. Qin Fan smiled. Why would I deceive you? He had garnered substantial knowledge about the high-tech manufacturing industry. He had thoroughly mastered the high-tech chip production line for the Civilization Light project. No technical challenge was insurmountable for him. Though Kong Qingjie still harbored doubts, he decided to refrain from dwelling on them for now, choosing to see for himself. After traversing the corridor, they arrived at another door at the end. Upon opening it, they entered the core area where the equipment was housed. As the door swung open, the three of them nearly lost their footing. Led by Kong Qingjie, the technicians stood agape, their expressions frozen in shock. Why? Because what lay before them surpassed all comprehension. Frankly, it resembled equipment transported from another planet. What on earth is this? Kong Qingjie thought, stunned. Goodness, this is the most bizarre machine I've ever seen. Is this truly production equipment? Am I seeing this correctly? Still dazed, Kong Chengjie remained rooted in place. Liu Yuquan couldn't help but inquire, Oljung, what is going on? After a few moments, Kong Chengjie finally regained his composure and whispered, I've truly never seen equipment like this before. Liu Yuquan and Lu Chuanmei exchanged astonished glances. Kong Chengjie was renowned in the field as an expert. He had visited chip factories worldwide. What type of equipment had he not encountered? Yet now, they stood before an array of entirely unfamiliar machines. At that moment, Qin Fan interjected, It seems you have already noticed. Our equipment is indeed unlike anything found elsewhere. As I previously mentioned, all the equipment operates in a fully enclosed manner. Thus, personnel are not required to don protective garments. With that, he gestured towards the apparatus before him and continued, All machinery is controlled by computers, requiring only operational oversight from personnel in the background. To prevent dust contamination, each machine is encased in a special transparent cover. These outer shells, resembling glass domes, are actually constructed from a unique high-strength material that is both robust and hermetically sealed. Upon hearing this introduction, Kong Chengjie suddenly realized something and quickly inquired, Where is your lithography machine? What about your lithography equipment? Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Did I not mention that our apparatus differs from those of standard manufacturers? We don't even possess such a device. The expressions on the faces of several individuals instantly grew complex, their eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you serious? How can chips be produced without a lithography machine? Are you jesting with me? Liu Yuan's expression turned grave. Mr. Qin, you must clarify this matter. How can a complete chip be manufactured without the most crucial equipment? This is no trivial issue. There may be ulterior motives at play. To be candid, his suspicions were not unfounded. There have been previous instances where manufacturers, after securing orders, discovered their technology or equipment was insufficient, secretly subcontracting the work to others and profiting from the price difference. This practice is known as intermediary order fraud. It was precisely because this factory could not locate a lithography machine that Liu Yuan suspected they were an unreliable company that relied on hollow orders. Should such a situation be uncovered, not only would the contract be voided, but the responsible parties could also face legal consequences, including compensation or imprisonment. Yet, Qin Fan appeared unfazed, instead smiling as he remarked, Who said that producing chips necessarily requires a lithography machine? Liu Yuan was taken aback. Isn't that a widely accepted rule? Qin Fan chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the previously silent Kong Chengjie. He had discerned that this individual was the true technical expert. Generally speaking, the chip manufacturing process encompasses several key steps: coating, exposure, etching, ion implantation, packaging, and testing, Qin Fan elucidated. Kong Chengjie nodded earnestly. Indeed, those are the critical stages. Qin Fan continued, However, our approach is distinct. We have consolidated the exposure and etching processes into a single workflow. In other words, what previously required 2 steps to accomplish can now be completed in 1, resulting in significant equipment savings. Upon hearing this, Kong Chengjie's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Are you saying these 2 processes can be executed simultaneously? One machine can handle it all? Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Precisely, that machine over there. With that, he pointed towards a device in the distance. Kong Chengjie and 2 other engineers immediately approached, encircling the machine to scrutinize it closely. The apparatus appeared rather compact. Yet the question lingered. Could it truly perform both lithography and etching processes concurrently? However, since it was currently operational, it indicated production status. Although the small machine was not diminutive by any standard, roughly the size of a shipping container, it certainly seemed more refined when compared to the large lithography machines that could occupy dozens of containers. At that moment, the machine was operating at high speed. Thanks to the transparent dust cover enveloping it, everyone could clearly observe the internal processes. The pace at which the machine handled silicon wafers was remarkably swift, with lithography and etching occurring almost in unison, yielding an astonishing level of efficiency. The sight before them left the trio utterly speechless, their faces frozen in astonished disbelief. Like statues, Liu Yuan slowly approached and quietly asked Kong Chengjie, Oljung, what do you think? Is there an issue? Chapter 38, 7 nanometers. Kong Chengjie, without turning his head, snapped, Do not disturb me. I'm intently observing. Liu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. As his old habit resurfaced, once engrossed in technical matters, he felt disconnected from the world. Yet, he dared not press further. For Kong Chengjie was renowned in the industry for his meticulousness. Angering him would not bode well. Kong Chengjie was intensely focused when he suddenly turned and asked loudly, Qin Fan, This is not ASML equipment, is it? Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Of course not. It was well known that most high-end lithography machines came from that company. Kong Chengjie pointed to a specific component of the equipment. Then, what type of wafer is currently being processed? At that moment, the machine was operating at full throttle, and the location he indicated was precisely a station where a silicon wafer was being machined. He widened his eyes and continued. Is it a product from Cone Technology? Is it the kind of chip used for 5G basebands? Qin Fan nodded in confirmation. Correct. Kong Chengjie's voice trembled slightly. What is the process node? Qin Fan extended a finger, 7 nanometers. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone around them was momentarily stunned. The visiting team from the coarse grain sector exhibited yet another expression of astonishment. 7 nanometers? This place can genuinely produce 7 nanometer chips. This is simply incredible. Given our current domestic capabilities, how could this be feasible? Yet, observing the etching results, the precision appeared exceptionally high. As professionals, their technical assessments carried weight. Moreover, a display screen beside the equipment clearly showcased real-time data and several operational buttons. Employees manipulated these buttons to control the entire production line from the exterior. They were all captivated by this unprecedented production model, something they had never witnessed in other factories, akin to a scene from a science fiction film. As previously mentioned, chip production demands an extraordinarily high level of cleanliness. Not a speck of dust can be tolerated in the air. Qin Fan's adopted solution was indeed ingenious. The entire production line was encased in a transparent isolation cover, allowing personnel to operate solely from the periphery, thereby completely eliminating contamination risks. While other manufacturers might have contemplated similar methods, they simply could not achieve it due to their automation levels falling far short of what Qin Fan's semiconductor operation had accomplished. The most difficult aspect for others to accept was the fact that they had genuinely produced chips at the 7 nanometer level. The team from the coarse grain sector was left in shock. What did this signify? It meant that Qin Fan's chip manufacturing capabilities had begun to approach a level where they could contend with world-class manufacturers, provided that the yield rate could stabilize. Otherwise, costs would skyrocket. Kong Chengjie exclaimed, "It is almost unimaginable that processing below 10 nanometers could be achieved without an ASML lithography machine. To put it into perspective domestically, even achieving 28 nanometers is a considerable challenge." Standing nearby, Lu Yuan grew increasingly uneasy. He had come prepared to identify issues, yet not only had he found none, but he also felt compelled to give Qin Fan a perfect score. He turned to Qin Fan. "What exactly is the origin of this equipment you're using?" Qin Fan paused for a few seconds. Clearly, revealing the source provided by the system was out of the question. Nevertheless, he had already devised a response. Qin Fan gradually replied, "This is the result of our company's independent research and development, entirely reliant on our internal innovations. No such equipment exists on the market." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. He incredulously pressed, "What did you say? You fabricated these devices yourselves? How is that even possible? Where is your production workshop? How could you possess such capabilities?" Qin Fan smila politeli, ia polujiza. But that information is considered a company trade secret and cannot be disclosed at this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanmei silently assessed Qin Fan, realizing that he had undergone a remarkable transformation, to the point where she almost failed to recognize him. The current Qin Fan resembled a commanding, domineering CEO one might find in a film or television drama. What was most unexpected was that the usually assertive leader, Lu, found himself at a loss in the presence of this young man, utterly powerless. Standing nearby, Xiao Xiaoping gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling like those of a devoted fan. After spending considerable time in a leadership role, one inevitably develops an aura of authority that cannot be feigned. Subsequently, Qin Fan guided them to inspect other advanced manufacturing equipment, leaving the technical core team from the coarse grain sector utterly astounded, their minds reeling from the experience. Kong Chengjie repeatedly exclaimed incredible as he absorbed the information. Finally, Qin Fan led them to observe some freshly produced communication chip samples. The 3 experts meticulously examined them with their testing instruments, taking turns to express their opinions. The quality control levels are remarkable. This surpasses the factories we previously collaborated with by a significant margin. The products are clearly superior to what we encountered last time. If this level of craftsmanship can be maintained, it could stand toe-to-toe with leading manufacturers. I believe the overall technology has surpassed those traditional giants. Lu Yuan could only stand by, listening to their effusive praise, unable to interject, his expression increasingly awkward. Lu Chuanmei clutched her notebook, not turning a single page, as there was truly no need to take notes. The whole process consisted of their accolades. By the end of the tour, Qin Fan had completely won over Kong Qingjie and his colleagues. Kong Qingjie was notoriously known in the industry for his acerbic critiques and meticulous standards. In previous inspections of other manufacturers, he had always managed to uncover numerous flaws, his scrutiny leaving many on edge at the prospect of his visit. However, today was entirely different. Kong Qingjie repeated a few phrases for an extended period. "This is astounding. This is exceptional. Absolutely unbelievable. How on earth is this achieved?" Lu Yuqian felt a profound discomfort at this situation, struggling to accept the reality before him. He felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away, forcing a smile as he exchanged a few words with Qin Fan, utterly at a loss. Conversely, Lu Chuanmei exhibited her professionalism by proactively inquiring about various details, such as production processes, product qualification rates, and efficiency, topics of great interest to her and the three technical experts. Chapter 39, Not for External Sale. Qin Fan, evidently well-prepared, answered each question with remarkable clarity, prompting frequent nods of approval from Kong Qingjie and his team. Kong Qingjie couldn't help but exclaim, "This has truly opened my eyes. This equipment surpasses even ASML's." The technical personnel all nodded in agreement. "Indeed impressive, Mr. Qin. Where did you acquire this? May we have a closer look? Are these devices domestically produced or imported?" "Surely they must be imported. Domestic manufacturers lack the capability." Qin Fan replied with a smile, "No, we fabricated them ourselves with our domestic team." An expert immediately probed, "Is there any possibility of these being sold externally?" Qin Fan shook his head. "No, these devices are core resources and are not for sale." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, yet they understood the rationale. After all, no amount of expensive equipment could rival the stability of substantial orders. Allowing such equipment to be released would be tantamount to relinquishing one's competitive advantage. No high-tech company would ever engage in such folly. Following the tour, the individuals from the coarse grain sector were left in stunned silence, none daring to voice dissent. Before departing, Lu Chuanmei seized the opportunity to converse with Qin Fan briefly. "You have truly transformed," she remarked. Qin Fan smiled. "Have I really changed so much?" "The transformation is remarkable. I almost didn't recognize you," she replied. Qin Fan chuckled. "People must grow after all." Lu Chuanmei regarded him thoughtfully. "We should find an opportunity for a reunion with our old classmates. Dining and singing would be delightful." Qin Fan nodded. "Absolutely. By the way, I recall you have a lovely singing voice." "All right, we must take our leave now. You have your business to attend to, big boss," she said with a smile. With that, she elegantly slipped into her Buick GL8 and departed. Unbeknownst to him, half the day had slipped away, and Qin Fan felt genuinely fatigued. Upon returning to his office, he took a moment to unwind and opened his computer to browse the web. At that moment, a cup of hot coffee quietly appeared on his desk, placed there by Xiao Xiaoping. Qin Fan looked at the coffee with a smile. "Did we acquire a new coffee machine?" Xiao Xiaoping nodded. "Each department has one now. Yours is the high-end model, which is yet to arrive." Qin Fan acknowledged her with a hum, choosing not to elaborate further. It was only natural for the company leader to enjoy certain privileges. Xiao Xiaoping softly inquired, "You must be quite exhausted today, right?" Qin Fan sighed. "Indeed, how could one expect to manage such a formidable group?" Xiao Xiaoping smiled. "Boss, you are outstanding." They were left in awe. In that moment, her confidence in the company surged. Although it may still be relatively unknown, the ability to impress such a demanding client as the coarse grain sector indicated tremendous potential for the future. The most immediate benefit stemming from this inspection was that previously sluggish payments began to flow in rapidly. By the following morning, a substantial sum had been deposited into Qin Fan's account. In the business world, any order from the coarse grain sector signified a stable cash flow. This single order was sufficient to support numerous small and medium-sized enterprises. Qin Fan's account balance had surpassed 300 million, instilling him with immense confidence. In high spirits, he strode into the workshop control center, where a message flashed on the screen. "System, the upgrade conditions for the chip manufacturing zone have been met. Please confirm the upgrade." Qin Fan felt a surge of excitement. An upgrade for the chip production line was indeed necessary. Only by scaling up capacity could they accept more orders and generate greater profits. Without hesitation, Qin Fan clicked to proceed, prompting a notification. "System, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 of the Civilization Light chip zone will incur a cost of yuan. Please ensure that your account balance is sufficient and confirm to continue." Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What? An upgrade requires a financial outlay? Though not short on funds, he was curious about the amount. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 200 million. He nearly failed to grasp it. The upgrade fee was 200 million. This was exorbitantly high. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Upgrading necessitated a complete overhaul of the production line. In the realm of high technology, such costs were not unusual. Without further deliberation, Qin Fan confirmed the action. The interface transitioned to the next step. System notification. The upgrade is expected to take 48 hours. Please be patient. 2 days may not seem particularly long. Yet when compared to the usual month-long processes, it feels remarkably swift. He confirmed the action, and the system commenced loading the progress bar. He wandered over to the workshop, where everything on the production line appeared to be running smoothly. This indicated that the upgrade process would not disrupt production, which alleviated some of his concerns. Now, he could only await the completion of the upgrade to observe its effects. The following morning, Qin Fan awoke naturally, contemplating whether to visit the factory. After 2 exhausting days, he decided to rest at home for the day. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang. The caller was Pei Yanlan, likely regarding matters related to the chip factory. He answered the call. Pei Yanlan inquired, "Boss, is it convenient for you to talk now?" Qin Fan replied, "Yes, go ahead." She continued, "You mentioned contacting a law firm for collaboration. I made the arrangements on my end. When would it be convenient for us to discuss this?" Qin Fan considered for a moment and suggested, "This afternoon." Pei Yanlan promptly agreed. "All right, I'll make the arrangements right away." In truth, Qin Fan had been quite anxious about this matter. Ever since receiving the order for the 5G baseband chip from Zuaz Technology, the system had made numerous modifications to the original design to avoid patent disputes. These new alterations also qualified for patent applications. Thus, Qin Fan was eager to find someone to handle the patent filing. This was a design that required significant financial investment, leaving no room for negligence. Particularly with a communication chip employing a 7-nanometer process, it was considered top tier on a global scale. Protecting the core technology was of utmost importance. After Pei Yanlan hung up, Qin Fan ordered takeout to suffice for lunch. Before the meal arrived, his phone rang once more. Pei Yanlan asked, "Boss, the law firm did not send anyone to the site today. Should we reschedule?" Qin Fan pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Where are they located?" Pei Yanlan responded, "Near Jindamen." That location was quite close to Qin Fan's home. After some thought, he said, "I can go to their office. A preliminary discussion is fine." Pei Yanlan nodded and immediately began coordinating the change in location. Qin Fan added, "Once the address is confirmed, please send it to me. You need to come over, as it would be quite troublesome for you given that you're the factory. I can manage this first meeting on my own." Not long after finishing his takeout, Pei Yanlan finalized the arrangements and sent Qin Fan the specific address of the law firm. Qin Fan prepared himself and set off in his Neo ES6. The law firm, named Hammerini, was selected by Pei Yanlan. It was a renowned firm within the industry, ranking among the top 10 nationwide, particularly esteemed for its expertise in intellectual property, making it a preferred choice in the capital region. Most of its clients were large enterprises or prominent individuals. As Qin Fan arrived at the location, he was greeted by a rather attractive receptionist who, upon learning he was an appointed visitor, guided him to the waiting area. Indeed, it was a prestigious law firm with an impressive environment. The lounge featured several sets of comfortable sofas adorned with greenery, creating a relaxing atmosphere. In the waiting area, there was already another visitor, a woman clad in a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a black mask. Observing her attire, Qin Fan felt puzzled. Why would she cover up so thoroughly in broad daylight? Although seated, her exquisite figure was evident. Out of curiosity, he stole a few glances. Such a well-proportioned physique was somewhat wasted in a loose-fitting jacket. It seemed she sensed his gaze as she glanced in his direction. However, her dark sunglasses concealed her eyes, leaving Qin Fan unable to discern her expression. He smiled at her amicably, but she lowered her head, not looking up again. This woman was rather enigmatic. Was she trying to avoid recognition? Perhaps she had undergone cosmetic procedures or simply appeared quite ordinary beneath her disguise. Maybe, once all the coverings were removed, she would turn out to be quite unremarkable. Qin Fan shook his head, dismissing his overactive imagination. As he contemplated these thoughts, the woman suddenly removed her mask. Revealed before him was a fair and delicate face, with a straight nose and well-defined, moist lips, a quintessential beauty, likely in her early 20s. Yet she still wore sunglasses, obscuring her eyes. While Qin Fan examined her features, the surrounding area grew increasingly animated, with staff bustling about, appearing particularly busy. In that moment, he was reminded of his past days of toil, filled with exhaustion and poverty. Finally, he had emerged from those struggles. Abruptly, the fully covered woman made a move, She rose and headed toward the water station, grasping a cup to fill with water. Qin Fan froze in shock. She was actually retrieving a cup from the microwave to pour hot water. Realizing something was amiss, he shouted, "Stop! Don't move!" She froze in place. Qin Fan continued, "Put down the cup." She hesitated, asking why not. Qin Fan, feeling anxious, insisted, "Don't ask questions now. Just put the cup down." Reluctantly, she placed the cup gently on the bar. At that very moment, a large plume of white vapor surged from the cup, accompanied by a hissing sound. The girl stood in shock, utterly bewildered by the commotion. Qin Fan immediately stepped forward, grasping her arm and pulling her a few steps away. Almost simultaneously, the water in the cup erupted into a vigorous boil, releasing a massive cloud of steam, which exploded outward, splattering everywhere in a matter of moments. The girl stared at the scene, softly asking, "What just happened?" At this point, Qin Fan still held her slender arm, which felt soft and delicate to the touch. Just then, a hurried figure approached, a woman in her 30s, dressed in formal business attire with a name badge pinned to her chest. By her appearance, she appeared to be associated with the law firm. The badge read Su Jiahui. Upon seeing Qin Fan and the girl in sunglasses, Su Jiahui wore an expression of surprise and exclaimed, "What is going on? Why are you holding her? Let her go." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan immediately released his grip, feeling somewhat aggrieved at being misunderstood. Su Jiahui shot him a cold glance, about to question him further, when the girl beside her gently pulled her arm. The girl softly stated, "Auntie, it's not what you think. He saved me." Su Jiahui was taken aback. "Saved you? What on earth happened?" The girl pointed to the damp spot on the bar and whispered, "Just now I was going to get some hot water. So I took that cup to heat in the microwave, and then, I don't know what happened." Su Jiahui looked puzzled. "You mean hot water? Were you mistaken earlier?" Qin Fan interjected, "This young lady certainly has a bold spirit. Who would use a microwave to boil water?" Su Jiahui was momentarily at a loss for words. Why would she do that? What transpired afterward? The girl pouted and explained, and then he told me not to move. And as soon as I put it down, the water exploded. Qin Fan chuckled. "Your choice of words is rather exaggerated. Who would actually do that?" The girl blinked innocently. "But I simply didn't know. Is it wrong to do it this way?" Qin Fan shook his head with a sigh. "Of course not." He continued, "Do you know why that water exploded?" Without waiting for the young woman to respond, he moved to the bar and began a little science lesson. "Let me explain. When a microwave operates, it heats the molecules within the water, rather than the cup itself." He paused for emphasis and continued, "This means the cup itself does not heat up, and the water cannot circulate naturally." The girl in sunglasses shook her head in confusion. Qin Fan persisted, "Without convection, it becomes challenging to form bubble nuclei. Do you understand what I'm saying?" She nodded, then shook her head. He elaborated, "When water is heated, it may not form bubbles, appearing not to boil at the surface, yet the temperature can be quite high." The girl finally grasped the situation. "No wonder I felt something was off earlier." Qin Fan inquired, "How long did you heat it?" She replied, "I can't quite remember, perhaps a few minutes." Qin Fan nodded. "If heated too long, the water temperature can exceed the boiling point, entering a superheated state. When removed, even the slightest disturbance can cause it to vaporize violently." He paused. "That's why the cup exploded just after being placed down." He pointed to the water stain on the bar and explained, "If you merely set the cup down gently, creating even a slight vibration, the water will immediately boil ferociously, causing the entire cup to burst." He noted, "You were cautious when removing the cup. Your hand was steady." As he spoke, he casually took the girl's hand. "Otherwise, those lovely little hands of yours could have been harmed," he remarked. The girl widened her eyes. "Is it really that serious?" "More terrifying than you think. At least a layer of skin would come off," Qin Fan replied earnestly. Su Jiahui, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, "Hey, stop holding her hand." Qin Fan reluctantly released her hand. Su Jiahui promptly checked her niece for any burns. Linghu Xueqing looked down at herself and sighed, "I hope I'm not burned." At that moment, Su Jiahui suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, your sunglasses are covered in water droplets." This prompted her to hurriedly remove them. Qin Fan couldn't help but internally grumble. Where did this girl come from? She lacks even this basic knowledge. Chapter 41. How stunning. He lifted his gaze to her face and was instantly captivated, thinking, how extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, the more he looked, the more familiar her face seemed. Had he seen her somewhere before? Upon closer inspection, he nearly gasped, "Isn't this the top-tier domestic celebrity, Linghu Xueqing?" Qin Fan stared at her several times to confirm. Unless she had an identical twin, no one could resemble her so closely. He was astonished to encounter her in such a place. It felt akin to winning a lottery. Their earlier conversation had also been clear, and as expected, Su Jiahui was indeed her aunt. Linghu Xueqing nodded at Qin Fan. I didn't get a chance to thank you earlier. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need. It was just a small effort on my part. I'm glad you weren't harmed. After expressing her gratitude, Su Jiahui suggested to Ling Hu Xueqing, let's go to my office to chat. Ling Hu Xueqing agreed and followed her inside. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and asked, are you a teacher? Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Ling Hu Xueqing added, it's rare to meet someone with such knowledge. With that, the two departed together, leaving Qin Fan standing alone, musing, is it me who is knowledgeable? Clearly, you lack basic life skills. However, she was a star in the entertainment industry, raised in a privileged environment and cared for since childhood, which was understandable. Moreover, while many people know that microwaves shouldn't be used to heat water directly, few can explain it as clearly as he did. He was practically a walking encyclopedia, knowledgeable about everything. Suddenly, Qin Fan felt a twinge of regret. They could have taken a photo together, at least to commemorate the moment. Now that she was gone, he had to let it go. A few minutes later, the appointed lawyer arrived. The lawyer was a young man named Qin Song. Qin Fan briefly outlined his needs and intentions for collaboration. After listening, Qin Song provided several options, categorized as A, B, and C. In simple terms, they represented varying levels of service, from basic to premium. Level C was a consultancy type, primarily responsible for answering questions, charging per instance when handling matters. Level B offered a bit more, with monthly fees and a broader range of services, though the lawyers might mostly be novices with less experience. Level A, however, was a VIP service, encompassing all legal support, from consultation to execution, with a team of seasoned professionals. Naturally, Level A required a 1-year contract and was expensive, typically unaffordable for ordinary startups. Qin Song smiled and asked, Mr. Qin, have you made your decision? If you need further clarification, I'm happy to elaborate. Qin Fan took a sip of water and replied without hesitation, no need to deliberate. I choose Level A. Qin Song was taken aback. You decided? Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Yes, Level A. The lawyer was evidently surprised. No one had anticipated such a swift agreement. After all, the cost of Level A was significant. Only companies of a certain scale would dare to consider that level. Qin Song had initially assumed that he represented a fledgling startup merely seeking casual advice, not realizing that this individual would opt for the most expensive service right off the bat. What was going on? Did he truly possess that kind of capability? Or was he merely putting on a facade? In truth, Qin Fan had a clear objective, to swiftly understand how to handle patents. He had long intended to establish his own legal department in the future. However, that was not yet realistic. The company was still in its growth phase, and relying on professional institutions was more reliable at this stage. Qin Song cautiously asked, should we confirm with the company leadership before finalizing your decision? Qin Fan calmly responded, I'm a boss. Oh, the boss is here in person? How unexpected. Nowadays, young bosses were increasingly common in the entrepreneurial sphere, particularly in the internet and finance industries. But in manufacturing, which required substantial capital, such youthful leaders were rare. Although Qin Song harbored some doubts, he remained composed and continued to explain the subsequent cooperation process. That day, they could only sign a draft. The formal contract would need to wait for team confirmation. Qin Fan was unbothered by these procedures. A bit of hassle only indicated reliability, which made him feel more at ease. After signing the contract, the next step was to meet with the responsible team. The following day, Qin Fan arrived at the chip factory to check the production progress. If all went well, the factory could upgrade to level 2 that day. This time, he bypassed the office and headed straight to the control center. Just in time, the system displayed that progress was nearing 100. 99-100. System, congratulations. The upgrade has been completed. System, the chip factory has been upgraded to level 2, with all production equipment and our D functions optimized and enhanced. It seemed everything was progressing smoothly. Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Both production and research and development had improved. He quickly checked the data panel and opened the information interface of the chip factory. Building type, chip factory. Building level, 2, current growth progress, 500,000. Daily output, 500,000 units. Output efficiency, 79. Qualification rate, 75. Cost efficiency, 82. The data clearly indicates significant progress. The production capacity has surged tenfold, allowing for a monthly output of 1 million wafers. This should comfortably meet all current orders. Although the efficiency, product qualification rate, and cost control metrics have slightly declined, such fluctuations are to be expected with the factory's expansion and the increase in personnel. With the recruitment of more experienced technical workers, these indicators will soon rebound. Qin Fan promptly accessed the order plan for mobile communication chips and imported it into the system. Production content: 5G communication chips. Process: standard, 7 nanometers. Raw materials: silicon wafers. Production method: manual assisted operation. Estimated output: 500,000 pieces. Production cycle: 840 hours. Budget funds: 5 million yuan. Reviewing this plan, Qin Fan gained a clearer understanding. A total of 500,000 chips would take approximately 840 hours, translating to around 35 days. This represents an impressively swift pace. Moreover, the budget has significantly decreased, requiring less than 20 million, a substantial saving compared to previous estimates exceeding 30 million. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to initiate production. The chip production line immediately entered a preparatory state, with each piece of equipment sequentially springing to life. He sat before the main control screen, observing the operational status for a while. Although overall efficiency had yet to fully return to peak levels, the system's performance was markedly more stable than prior to the upgrade. He nodded with satisfaction. However, upgrading to level 3 would pose considerable challenges, requiring tens of millions of growth points. Based on the current order intake pace, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Yet, should they receive a substantial influx of 7 nanometer or even 5 nanometer project orders, the growth rate would undoubtedly accelerate. Chapter 42. Just 200,000? Nevertheless, to speak candidly, merely upgrading to a level 2 chip factory has already cost 200 million. Pushing towards level 3 would likely demand an even more extravagant investment. 300 million? Perhaps even more. Regardless, the company's operational status is currently quite favorable and is gradually finding its rhythm. The forthcoming focus is not solely on ensuring production capacity, but also on enhancing brand recognition. That day, in the conference room of the headquarters of the Qin Company, core executives such as Cha Zijuan and Yu Maoqiang sat on one side of the table, facing a group of distinguished visitors. These guests, all of significant stature, included high-ranking officials from renowned domestic and international manufacturers, with some company owners personally attending. For instance, Ning Zhengbing, the supply chain minister for Suafa Company in the Central Plains region, and Geng Jiabao, the business director of Dongfanghong Company. It seemed these individuals had coordinated in advance, all arriving on the same day to visit Cha Zijuan, ostensibly to engage in conversation. Yet their intentions were unmistakably clear. They were there to collect debts. Cha Zijuan could only feign composure, preparing to face this wave of debt collection. The situation unfolded as follows. Cha Zijuan began, "We are currently making every effort to increase production. Once this batch of goods is delivered, we will settle the accounts immediately." He continued sincerely, "You are all aware that our new mobile phone has received a favorable market response, with pre-sale orders surpassing 1 million units and continuing to grow daily, indicating strong product recognition. Therefore, please rest assured, we will not delay a single penny of what we owe." Cha Zijuan's remarks were reasonable, yet the individuals opposite him were evidently unimpressed. Fang Qiuxing was the first to speak up. "President Cha, we're not here for pleasantries today. We came to hear concrete facts, so let us skip the roundabout discussions." Qasim chimed in. "Indeed, President Cha, we seek only genuine information and have no time for niceties." Cha Zijuan adjusted his glasses. "Am I not stating the facts? I'm not intentionally withholding anything." Geng Jiabao surveyed the room before addressing Cha Zijuan directly. "President Cha, let's be straightforward. What is the current production capacity? We seek specific numerical support." Cha Zijuan let out a soft snort. "Let Yu Maoqiang provide everyone with the details." Yu Maoqiang cleared his throat. "Esteemed leaders, our production line is currently operating relatively smoothly, with a monthly shipment volume of approximately 200,000 units. Just 200,000? Qasim expressed clear dissatisfaction. Wasn't it promised that we could achieve 500,000 units? The atmosphere grew tense. Ning Zhengbing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Did you not initially commit to a monthly output of 500,000 units? Yu Maoqiang hastily explained. "We are indeed striving towards that goal. But T3 has only just commenced mass production, and many production processes have yet to be fully optimized. Please grant us a little more time. By next month at the latest, we should be nearing that target." Cha Zijuan added. "In manufacturing, one must not be overly hasty. The product design is quite complex, and the factory requires time to acclimatize. Once everything stabilizes, not only 500,000 units, but 1 million units will also be within reach." The management team at Qin nodded in agreement. "We are also in the business of manufacturing, so we understand this process," Qasim replied calmly. "However, I must emphasize that you are not yet operating at that pace." Cha Zijuan furrowed his brow. "Then where do you believe the problem lies?" Qasim answered bluntly. The primary issue is the chip shortage. To be precise, the lack of critical 5G communication chips. He then posed a question. Can you assert that you can maintain a steady monthly output of 500,000 units in the face of this chip shortage? Fang Xiaoxing followed up. Even if your phone sales are strong, if you lack inventory to fulfill orders, your cash flow will be delayed. If this continues, a significant number of orders will be unable to be fulfilled on time, jeopardizing both cash flow and brand reputation. Can you withstand that? Cha Zijuan and Yu Maoqiang exchanged glances, feeling somewhat uneasy. This matter had been strictly confidential. They indeed faced a shortage of 5G communication chips and had issued a firm directive prohibiting employees from disclosing any related information. Yet, in this world, there are no true secrets, particularly within the tightly knit electronic supply chain, where appearances can be deceiving and news travels swiftly. While Cone-S employees maintain discretion, some peripheral suppliers in the upstream chain likely could not contain themselves and leak the information. Thus, suppliers were urgently knocking on their door, fearing not only delayed payments, but also the risk of becoming bad debts, wasting their efforts without even recouping their investments. Unable to hold back any longer, Cha Zijuan retorted, "Who exactly informed you of this?" The individuals across the table exchanged glances, some wearing faint smiles. Fang Xiaoxing leisurely responded, "President Cha, to be honest, such matters cannot be concealed for long." Qasim added, "Who doesn't he know that the 5G baseband for Cone ST3 is provided by the chips from Gaodu, right?" Cha Zijuan nodded. "Indeed, that is accurate." Qasim shifted the conversation, stating, "But at present, even prominent brands like Rough Grain, Blue Green, and even our own Sansang cannot procure chips. Do you truly believe that Gaotu has the capacity to spare shipments for smaller manufacturers like us?" Upon hearing these words, the expression on Cha Zijuan's face gradually shifted, his smile fading, and his heart sank little by little. He was acutely aware that this was a thorny issue. The inventory of 5G chips was nearly depleted, barely sustaining the production of 200,000 phones, although they had previously reached out to Qin Fan Semiconductor for assistance. The timeline for the arrival of the first batch of chips remained an enigma. Furthermore, many within the company harbored doubts about the feasibility of achieving mass production. After all, handling 7-nanometer technology was no trivial matter. If even the employees within the company were skeptical, how could outsiders be reassured by mere words? Noticing Cha Zijuan bowing his head in silence, Qasim pressed on, "Mr. Cha, shouldn't we be a bit more realistic and lay the situation bare?" Cha Zijuan retorted with a hint of indignation. "Are you implying that I am lying?" Qasim's tone grew cooler. "I did not suggest that you're deceiving us. Merely that we must be reminded that words alone bear no weight. Tangible actions are required." His remarks were unrelenting, disregarding both the occasion and the nuances of the situation. In such circumstances, it was counterproductive to remain vague. Clear communication was essential for resolving the issue at hand. The other supplier representatives, though silent, displayed expressions that indicated a consensus. Without a substantial explanation, today's negotiations would not proceed smoothly. The order from Zhuai Zi was not insignificant. The recovery of funds was critical to the overall operation of their company. Cha Zijuan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "You speak as if I am due to make payments right now. Can we not engage in some reasoned discourse?" Qasim continued, "We wish to engage in reason, but the payment deadline is imminent, and we have grounds to be concerned regarding Zhuai Zi's current state. We merely hope to prepare in advance, as stipulated in the contract." Cha Zijuan could not restrain himself from asking, "So what exactly do you want?" Qasim responded emphatically, "We at Sun have decided that Zhuai Zi must provide a 50% advance payment. This must be completed within 3 days." Just as Cha Zijuan was about to retort, others chimed in. Fang Xiaoxing quickly interjected, "Mr. Cha, our Sansang has always prioritized supplying your screen panels. You must consider this in your calculations." Geng Jia Mao swiftly added, "While this quantity of panels may be negligible to us, our primary panels are produced on your end. The quantity is substantial. So please ensure our payment is settled first." Ning Jingbing, not to be outdone, remarked, "Mr. Cha, our Suafa situation remains unresolved. Let us not forget." Cha Zijuan immediately raised his hand to halt the discussion. "Stop. Everyone, let's pause." He understood that Zhuai Zi resembled an unattended child, with everyone eager to stake their claim. The moment any hint of trouble arose, these individuals would rush forward to demand payment with a fervor surpassing all others. Yet, he also recognized that he could not entirely blame them. The Zhuai ZT3 represented the sole hope for a turnaround. Losing this step would lead to 2 possible outcomes: acquisition, though reliable buyers were scarce, or outright bankruptcy. What would this entail? All debts would likely become worthless. leaving suppliers empty-handed. It was precisely for this reason that they were pressing for payment, while Zhu Z still had some funds to leverage. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Cha Zijuan's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Cheng Xiaofei, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Cheng Xiaofei was a trusted subordinate responsible for the entire supply chain and frequently visited factories to oversee production progress, ensuring no issues arose. This call sparked Cha Zijuan's focus. He apologized to those in the conference room, saying, "Pardon me, I must take this call." He pressed the answer button. Upon lifting the phone, it took only a few moments for Cha Zijuan's expression to shift dramatically, his posture straightening. He exclaimed, "What? We have goods ready for shipment?" His voice was raised, drawing the attention of those around him. Realizing this, he quickly lowered his tone, continuing, "Is this confirmed? Who informed you? When can the goods be dispatched? How many are in the first batch?" After receiving the answers, he instructed, "Good. Ensure someone goes to inspect the goods immediately. Also, arrange for technical personnel to verify them first. We must ensure they are functional before they arrive. This matter must be handled meticulously. There can be no mistakes." He concluded, "Understood. Proceed as planned." Before hanging up, he added, "By the way, please convey to Boss Qin that I'll treat him to dinner soon." Once the call ended, a profound smile graced Cha Zijuan's face. Qasim was the first to speak. "Mr. Cha, regarding the payment issue, shouldn't we arrive at some conclusion?" Cha Zijuan waved him off, his tone now calm and assured. "Everyone need not worry. We will certainly make the payment on time." The room fell into stunned silence. How had his demeanor shifted so suddenly? Had that recent call influenced this change? Or was he merely feigning composure while internally struggling? There was even speculation that the call was fabricated, a mere ploy to assuage their concerns. Not only were the suppliers puzzled, but even his executive team member, Yu Maoqiang, wore a look of skepticism, thinking, today, Lao Cha's performance has reached new heights. Fang Qiuxing could not hold back, asking, "Mr. Cha, you just indicated that the situation was dire. Why such certainty now?" Cha Zijuan replied with a smile, "I never claimed to guarantee anything. I merely stated that it is not yet time for payment. I am now speaking candidly. When the time comes, we will undoubtedly make the payment. Not a moment's delay." The conference room fell into a deep hush, each person exchanging glances, no one daring to speak further. At this juncture, they had no grounds to persist in their demands. Qasim, still somewhat unconvinced, pressed on, "The chip issue remains unresolved. How do you explain that? How can we trust you have truly resolved the problem?" Cha Zijuan stood. "What do you mean the chip issue is unresolved? I have already stated that there are no longer any problems. Soon, a large shipment will commence." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted entirely. While others may have been taken aback, Qasim's face displayed disbelief, and he prepared to question further. However, Cha Zijuan stood up, declaring, "Enough. I have another meeting to attend, so this will have to suffice." He exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Maoqiang, and the two exited the conference room. With their departure, only a few lower-level executives remained, and the suppliers, sensing no reason to linger, began to disperse. As they waited for the elevator downstairs, discussions resumed. Fang Qiuxing voiced his confusion. How did Cha Zijuan manage to resolve the baseband chip issue? TSMC has no production capacity left. How did he manage it? Geng Jiamao speculated. Perhaps he found another manufacturer? Fang Qiuxing shook his head. There are only two manufacturers for 5G baseband chips. It's either Gaotu or Huawei. Huawei is currently short on stock themselves. How could they supply anyone else? Qasim waved his hand and remarked, "I truly do not believe this matter to be genuine. Unless Cha Zijuan has indeed secured investment, how could he possibly possess the resources to undertake such endeavors?" Fang Qiuxing echoed, "Given his current state, who would be willing to invest? Even if someone were inclined to take action, the financial gap is far too immense to sustain for long." Ning Zhengbing, standing nearby, interjected, "Very well, the time for the transaction is approaching. If they can indeed manage it, that would be splendid. If not, we must devise alternative means to apply pressure." Simultaneously, Cheng Xiaofei, who held a significant position at Zhuaz Technology, had assembled his team and arranged for several large trucks, heading straight to the factory of Qin Fan Semiconductor. Chapter 44. Everything proceeded smoothly. Cheng Xiaofei was visiting this locale for the first time, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. However, the urgency of the task loomed large. Today was a directive personally issued by Cha Zijuan. It was imperative to secure the first batch of 5G baseband chips. At that moment, Qin Fan had already left the factory and returned home. Thus the handover was to be conducted by Geng Xiaojun. Not having seen Qin Fan, left Cheng Xiaofei feeling somewhat uncertain, prompting him to instruct the technical personnel to meticulously inspect every detail. Upon entering the shipping area, They were astounded to behold hundreds of large boxes piled like small mountains, all brimming with chips. Cheng Xiaofei quickly organized inspections, and to his relief, everything was in order. He then reconfirmed the quantity of chips with Geng Xiaojun and was taken aback by the response. Geng Xiaojun reported earnestly, exactly 500,000 pieces. This figure left Cheng Xiaofei in a state of shock. Glancing at the impressive row of cargo boxes, it was indeed on a scale of 500,000. Utterly beyond his expectations. Initially, he had assumed there would only be a few tens of thousands. He was astonished by the formidable production capacity of Qin Fan Semiconductor. Still harboring some concerns, he pressed further. Have these chips been fully packaged? Will we need to send them elsewhere for processing and testing? Geng Xiaojun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. This batch of chips has been entirely packaged and tested, and the quality is impeccable. Cheng Xiaofei found it hard to believe that everything had been tested and found satisfactory. Geng Xiaojun assured him with unwavering confidence, rest assured. As long as the products are shipped from the factory and transported properly, there will be no issues. Should any anomalies arise, we will dispatch personnel to assist in addressing them. After hearing this, Cheng Xiaofei naturally had no further objections. Observing the team of technical experts they had brought along, all of whom were highly skilled, he noted that after thorough inspections, they had found no issues, indicating that everything appeared sound. Of course, the true quality would only be confirmed post-installation testing. Subsequently, Cheng Xiaofei directed the loading of the boxes onto the trucks, destined for a cooperative factory located to the south of the capital. For Zhuizi Technology, once this batch of equipment passed testing, the following period would undoubtedly be marked by intense and busy days. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was enjoying a rather leisurely time, with little pressing matters demanding his attention at the factory. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to return to his hometown. Realizing it had been nearly 6 months since his last visit, he felt it was time to check in on his parents and family. Before departing, he intentionally visited the battery exchange station to swap for a fully charged battery, ensuring he would not be stranded mid-journey due to a sudden power failure. The journey from the capital to his hometown, Yinzhou, was just over 200 kilometers, and with the ES6 electric vehicle fully charged, making the round trip posed no issues. As he drove home, an unexpected thought struck him. He had yet to inform his family of his return. Thus, he utilized the in-car voice system to call his mother. Li Tao Tao. After a few rings, the call was answered. Qin Fan smiled and said, "Mom, were you out shopping for groceries just now? Why did it take you so long to answer?" Li Tao Tao replied, "I was not out dancing. I was just preparing dinner." Qin Fan chuckled, "Perfect timing. Please stir-fry some meat for me. I'm almost home." Li Tao Tao laughed. "Oh, you still remember the way home? I thought you might have forgotten all about us." Qin Fan responded with a grin, "Mom, I have a navigation system. How could I possibly not find our front door?" Li Tao Tao playfully chided, "You keep joking. Just be careful on the road, and don't lose anything. It's hard to find lost items." After promising to heed her advice, he ended the call. Yet, in the next moment, an unsettling feeling washed over him. What was it that was so difficult to find if lost? Only then did he realize he hadn't yet informed his family about his recent purchase of a car. His mother likely still assumed he was returning by train or bus. The thought made him chuckle to himself. However, it also presented a delightful opportunity to surprise them upon his arrival. With this thought in mind, he pressed down on the accelerator, feeling a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, in the Beichang community of Yinzhou City, Li Tao Tao had prepared all the ingredients and was awaiting her son's return to enjoy a warm meal together. Estimating he would arrive soon, she removed her apron and informed her husband, Qin Chongfeng, before preparing to head downstairs to greet him. Having not seen her son in several months, she felt a deep longing. As she reached the entrance downstairs, she encountered her neighbor, Aunt Shui watching. Living on the first floor, Aunt Shui frequently came and went, and the two were quite familiar with each other. Li Tao Tao greeted her with a smile, "Sister Shui. Have you not eaten yet?" Shui watching shook her head. "I've already eaten. I'm just out for a stroll to aid digestion." Li Tao Tao nudda. Intending to continue on her way, when Shui watching suddenly inquired, "Isn't your son working in the capital?" Li Tao Tao paused mid-step, turning back to reply, "Yes. He specifically returned today to visit." Shui watching continued, "I've heard he is doing quite well in the capital. How much does he earn in a month?" Li Tao Tao thought for a moment. "I'm not entirely sure. He hasn't shared the specifics with me. Whether he earns a lot or a little depends on his own abilities." Shui watching grew anxious. "As a mother, you should be more attentive. Today's youth spend money like water. It's nearly impossible to save anything. When they start families, it will be you and old Qin footing the bill." Hearing this, Li Tao Tao felt a tinge of displeasure. Shui watching continued, "For our generation, if one earns less than 30,000 a month in the capital, The pressure of living is quite heavy. Li Taotao chuckled lightly. Surely it can't be that exaggerated. Shui watching earnestly analyzed. Think about it. Housing is so expensive in the capital, and when you add in daily expenses for food, clothing, and transportation, the costs quickly accumulate beyond what you might imagine. She went on, I have a nephew working there who earns over 20,000 a month, nearing 30, yet he still struggles to make ends meet. Then she sighed. To be honest, I think it's much more comfortable staying here. Although the salary is lower, life is easier and less taxing. Li Taotao felt somewhat embarrassed at this remark, contemplating how to gracefully end the conversation. However, Shui watching seemed to gain momentum, with no intention of stopping. Moreover, for young people in the capital, buying a car and a house is exceedingly difficult. My nephew couldn't afford a house, so he bought a car instead, which was a last resort. Li Taotao responded, well, I isn't a bit early to buy a car. A new car depreciates the moment it's bought. Shui watching immediately countered, that's not the case. The sooner you buy, the sooner you enjoy. Driving is so much more convenient than cramming into the subway every day. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, hasn't your Qin Fan bought a car yet? Li Taotao felt a bit awkward. I truly don't have much knowledge on that matter. Shui watching interjected immediately. Don't know? That simply means it hasn't been purchased yet. Surely, once he buys the car, he will inform you. Chapter 45. Whose car is this? Li Taotao fell silent, choosing not to respond. Shui watching continued. Moreover, acquiring a license plate in the capital is exceedingly challenging. The lottery is more precarious than winning a grand prize. It's not merely a matter of wanting to buy. Li Taotao couldn't help but remark, then using a license plate from another city should suffice, right? People manage to drive with them. In truth, she and her husband had conversed about this just a few days prior, contemplating adding a vehicle for their son. Owning a house now seemed a distant dream. When would they ever be able to afford one? Without a home or a car, finding a suitable partner for their child was proving difficult. However, as Shui watching pointed out, using an out-of-town license plate was also inconvenient, requiring various permits. Shui watching quickly countered, out-of-town plates are heavily regulated now. Restrictions abound. How many days can you actually drive it? Suddenly, she proposed a new idea. Taotao, what do you think about renting a local license plate? Just as Li Taotao was about to respond, Shui watching interjected, oh right, renting a license plate is exorbitantly expensive. If you calculate the yearly cost over several years, you could have bought an entire car for that amount. She paused deliberately mid-sentence, leaving her words unfinished. Li Taotao felt a sense of discomfort. What was Shui watching implying? Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. Do you think my family can't afford it? Indeed, renting a license plate wasn't cheap. A 20-year period could easily cost over 100,000 yuan, averaging out to about 10,000 a year, which was particularly unreasonable. However, the problem lay in the fact that license agreements couldn't be renewed annually, and any lapse in coverage was uncertain. The more Li Taotao pondered, the more vexed she became, wishing to leave immediately. If Shui watching continued her remarks, Li Taotao might truly lose her temper. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was her son calling, and she quickly answered, hello, son, are you downstairs? On the other end, Qin Fan cheerfully replied, Mom, what do you mean by downstairs? I'm driving back. Li Taotao was taken aback. Driving? Where did you get the car? Qin Fan calmly responded, I bought it myself. No time to chat. I'm entering the community now. With that, he hung up. Li Taotao stood frozen in place. He bought a car? How astonishing. Even his parents hadn't been informed beforehand. Shui watching inquired, are you almost home? Li Taotao nodded. Yes, he said he was driving back. Shui watching, puzzled, remarked, but you just said he hadn't bought a car. Li Taotao smiled. I hadn't heard he bought one, but since he is driving back, he must have indeed. Shui watching pressed further. What kind of car? An out-of-town plate, I presume? Li Taotao replied nonchalantly. I truly do not know. At that moment, a car approached. Shui watching, with keen eyes, pointed out, look at that car, it's truly impressive. The vehicle gleamed brilliantly, its striking blue hue catching the sunlight, exuding an aura of grandeur. It was evidently a large SUV, with an impressively stately appearance. The logo on the front was unfamiliar, suggesting a hefty price tag. Shui watching mused. That car must be expensive. As the vehicle drew nearer and stopped in front of them, she wondered, whose car is this? Why has no one mentioned it? The car door opened, and a young man stepped out. Li Taotao was taken aback. Who else could it be but her own son? Qin Fan. Noticing them by the building, casually inquired, Mom, what are you doing downstairs? Li Taotao hurriedly asked, Xiao Fan, is this car yours? Qin Fan nodded, yes. Spotting Shui watching, he greeted her with a smile. And Zhao, what a coincidence. Out for a stroll? Still in shock, Shui watching merely nodded. Qin Fan beamed, just got back. Mom, don't you think my car looks great? Isn't it cool? Li Taotao walked around the vehicle, her face lighting up with joy. It looks amazing, very impressive. How did you manage to get this license plate? Qin Fan casually replied, it's a new energy vehicle. It's quite easy to handle. Li Taodao immediately understood. You're quite decisive, aren't you? Qin Fan grinned. Of course, when you earn money, you should use it. Hoarding it is pointless. In truth, he hadn't spent a penny. He had secured the car in exchange for facilitating a chip task for the factory owner, a form of reciprocity. Schwer watching internally pondered. While the car appeared grand, it might not necessarily be exorbitant. Curiously, she asked, what brand is it? Qin Fan replied, Neo. Kurushing, perplexed, kvidiad, Neo. A domestic brand? Qin Fan affirmed, yes, it's a domestic electric vehicle brand. Schwer watching's tone lightened. Oh, an electric car? Then it can't be too expensive, right? Qin Fan responded. It's about 40 to 50,000. Schwer watching was momentarily rendered speechless. Heavens, 40 to 50,000. And you consider that a bargain? If she had any more audacity, she would feel embarrassed to say it was inexpensive. Li Taodao, equally astonished, exclaimed, what? Did you just say 40 to 50,000? Is that an RMB? Qin Fan shrugged. Of course, it's an RMB. What do you think? Virtual currency from a game. Li Taodao opened her mouth, left speechless for a while. Deep down, she understood that her son's tone hinted at further concerns. A sum of 40 to 50,000 was no trivial amount. In a city like Yenzhou, it was enough to buy a house in the suburbs. Qin Fan secured the car and quickly took hold of Li Taodao, leading her toward the building. Mom, stop dawdling. Starving. Let us hurry back for dinner. And ciao goodbye. As Qin Fan and Li Taodao departed, Schwer watching remained momentarily stunned. She glanced down at the Neo ES6 that Qin Fan had just parked, thinking, this car is quite impressive, certainly exuding a certain class. As she walked away, she contemplated, what on earth is going on with Li Taotao's son? Spending 40 to 50,000 on a car? Where does he acquire such funds? He certainly spends boldly. Having lived in close proximity, she had some understanding of Qin Fan. After all, they resided in adjacent buildings, and she had heard various accounts from neighbors. It was true that Qin Fan worked in the capital, but he was just an ordinary office worker with a modest salary, barely exceeding 10,000 a month. With such an income, living in Beijing was already a challenge. How could he justify buying such an expensive car? The more Schwer watching thought, the more confused she became. But ultimately, she had to let it go, as they had already gone home for dinner. In truth, it wasn't easy for Qin Fan to return. And Li Taodao naturally wanted to prepare a lavish meal for him, cooking a plethora of Qin Fan's favorite dishes: braised pork knuckle, braised meat, braised chicken wings, all hearty fare. The only dish that could truly be classified as vegetarian was a simple plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Qin Fan had an older sister, but she had long since married and moved out, so this meal was a gathering of the three of them. During dinner, Li Taodao mentioned the car purchase to Qin Fan's father, Qin Chongfeng. Normally reserved, Qin Chongfeng surprisingly expressed interest this time, stating he wanted to check the car downstairs after finishing his meal. However, upon learning the car cost 40 to 50,000, he nearly dropped his bowl in shock. Qin Chongfeng exclaimed in disbelief, what? You bought a car for tens of thousands? What kind of car is it? Chapter 46, Earnings from Business. Qin Fan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Just an electric vehicle, the Neo ES6. Qin Chongfeng frowned. How could you afford something so expensive? Where did you get the money? Qin Fan replied, I earned it from business. The couple exchanged glances, clearly harboring some disbelief. Their son, capable of conducting business? It sounded rather far-fetched. Qin Chongfeng cleared his throat and inquired, so what exactly are you engaged in? Qin Fan hesitated momentarily before responding, I work in the high-tech industry. Qin Chongfeng pressed further, high-tech? What kind of high-tech? Qin Fan popped a piece of braised pork into his mouth and replied, I deal with chips. He understood that a more intricate explanation would likely be lost on his parents, yet a vague response might seem unsatisfactory. At that moment, Li Taodao could not help but interject, just don't get involved in anything illegal or dubious. Her words nearly caused Qin Fan to spit out his food. After much reassuring dialogue, he managed to alleviate his parents' concerns somewhat. Nevertheless, they remained skeptical, doubting the credibility of his claims and suspecting their son might be boasting. Parents can often be excessively pragmatic, lacking a touch of imagination. Qin Fan, reluctant to elaborate further, retreated to his room to rest. Frankly, after driving for over 2 hours, he felt quite fatigued. Having returned home, he intended to spend a few days with his parents, observing their well-being. Of course, if any urgent matters arose at the factory, he would need to attend to them. Before departing, he prepared a red envelope containing a bank card with 200,000 yuan. Alongside the company funds, Qin Fan's personal account still held 20 million. Although 200,000 was negligible for him now, he was cautious not to provide too much. fearing it might raise suspicions among his parents. After all, such a sum would certainly provoke questions about the source of his wealth. He planned to transfer the money back to his account upon returning to the capital, claiming it was for his parents' daily expenses. Not long after lying down, there was a knock at the door. Li Taotao entered softly. "Son, we're heading to your grandparents' house. Would you like to join us?" Qin Fan sprang up from the bed. "Of course, I want to go." Li Taotao advised, "Hold on, we need to prepare first. Rest well, and come over later." This seemed reasonable to Qin Fan, who readily agreed. Once his parents left, he took a refreshing afternoon nap, feeling significantly rejuvenated afterward. After changing his clothes, he descended a drive to visit his grandparents. His grandparents, Qin Sanqing and Hao Xianyu, resided in the old district of Yenzhou South, an area known for its traditional residential buildings. They lived in an old factory dormitory, the house showing its age and wear. He drove into the courtyard and parked by the roadside, noticing that the main gate was open. The house was a single-story structure with 5 rooms, 3 in the main house and 2 additional rooms on the sides. Upon entering, he spotted his grandparents seated on the living room sofa and hurried over to greet them. His grandmother, Hao Xianyu, beamed with joy at her grandson's arrival, eagerly pulling him down to sit. However, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Besides his grandparents and parents, several other relatives were present, including his second uncle Qin Lianxiang and aunt Jing Fangzhen, as well as his third uncle Qin Qinyun and his wife Geng Peili. "Oh, everyone from that generation is gathered today?" Qin Fan mused internally while greeting them, wondering if there was some special occasion. Each face wore a somber expression. His grandfather managed a brief smile upon seeing Qin Fan, but quickly fell silent. His grandmother, seated beside him, occasionally sighed. He began to feel he had overlooked some crucial information. Thus, he discreetly pulled his mother aside and asked, "Mom, what is going on? Why does everyone look so troubled?" Li Taotao lowered her voice. "There's some family strife." "Strife? What is the argument about?" Qin Fan queried, astonished. Li Taotao shook her head. "You're still too young. It's complicated." She attempted to walk away, but her son held her back. "Mom, please tell me what happened." Li Taotao shot him an exasperated glance. "Why are you interrogating me like a reporter?" Qin Fan grinned. "I learned it from you." Ultimately, she laughed, scolded him lightly, and recounted the entire situation. It was indeed a rather delicate matter. The crux of the issue was that Qin Sanqing, his grandfather, suffered from cardiovascular disease, specifically a thrombosis problem. This ailment had manifested 2 years prior, but fortunately, timely medical intervention had resulted in his recovery. Recently, he had experienced similar symptoms. Concerned about her husband's deteriorating health, Grandma Hao Xianyu had contemplated relocating. But why the urgency to move? Primarily because their current residence, an old bungalow, lacked adequate insulation. Despite having installed heating, it proved ineffective during the coldest months, rendering the house damp and frigid, akin to a small icebox. This situation necessitated preemptive action. Should his grandfather fall ill, the living conditions would be inconvenient, complicating recovery. Some might suggest using air conditioning, but in reality, that was impractical. The elderly couple had grown accustomed to frugality, feeling reluctant to incur high electricity costs. Furthermore, the dry air produced by air conditioning could be quite uncomfortable. Thus, Grandma Hao Xianyu's plan was to find a new apartment, a typical modern building. Generally speaking, new constructions offer superior heating and better insulation, ensuring the elderly could spend winter more comfortably and safely. After listening, Qin Fan nodded. "That sounds quite reasonable. Let us proceed to purchase an apartment." Li Taotao rolled her eyes. "Hold on, don't jump to conclusions. I haven't finished yet." In fact, some time ago, Qin Sanqing and Hao Xianyu had managed to save enough for a new home, but unfortunately, this money had been borrowed by his second and third uncles. Qin Fan furrowed his brow. "Borrowed? For what purpose?" Li Taotao sighed. "I heard it was for business ventures." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan fell silent. His uncles, Qin Lianxiang and Qin Qinyun, certainly had their own small enterprises, one having opened a restaurant and the other a clothing store, both only recently operational. He was taken aback that they had borrowed money from his grandparents. Qin Fan felt this was quite unreasonable. Regardless, that was no ordinary sum. It represented the hard-earned savings of 2 elderly individuals for their retirement. He stated calmly, "If we urgently need funds, we should request the return of the borrowed money." Chapter 47. Let us start by reclaiming a portion. Li Taotao shook her head. "If we could get it back, we wouldn't be so troubled." They claim they can't repay it. Neither Qin Lianxiang nor Qin Qinyun outright refused to return the money, as doing so would be socially unacceptable. Instead, their wives responded on their behalf. Unsurprisingly, Jing Fangzhen and Geng Peili echoed similar sentiments, explaining that their businesses were only just beginning to show promise and were currently facing financial strain, making it exceedingly difficult to contribute a large sum. In summary, asking them to produce a significant amount of money was akin to scaling a mountain. After hearing all this, Qin Fan grasped the situation fairly well. In essence, one uncle played the role of the bad cop while the other took on the good cop. Perhaps they are indeed in a difficult situation. The current business climate is less than favorable, and the reality of cash flow constraints cannot be denied. Nonetheless, it remains unjust for the two elderly individuals to bear the brunt of this burden. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle. Li Taotao's tone grew increasingly agitated. When they borrowed the money, they were quite forthcoming, promising to repay within a year at most. Yet, now that so much time has elapsed, they have become evasive. Qin Fan nodded gently. Over the past few years, as he engaged more in family affairs, he had matured significantly. This matter, while seemingly uncomplicated, would indeed cause headaches for anyone who had to address it. Perhaps these families truly face hardships, but from a moral standpoint, they should expedite the repayment to the elderly. What brought him some solace was that his parents had refrained from involving themselves in the borrowing. His father, Qin Chongfeng, and mother, Li Taotao, were both retired civil servants, living comfortably in Yenzhou without significant financial burdens. They did not need to rely on business endeavors to supplement their household income. Moreover, given Qin Chongfeng's character, even if he were to consider entrepreneurship one day, he would never contemplate tapping into the elderly's savings. After speaking, Qin Fan rose and left the room, returning to the living room. As he settled in, he overheard the family discussing the matter. Qin Chongfeng was the first to speak. You all need to act swiftly. Winter is approaching, and time is of the essence. Adjust the cash flow as soon as possible and gather some funds to repay a portion. Upon hearing this, his two younger brothers lowered their heads, seemingly reluctant to meet their elder brother's gaze. Although Qin Fan was unaware of the exact amount owed, their reactions indicated that the two had no genuine intention of repaying. Perhaps the reality was that they simply didn't want to part with their money. Jing Fangjin was the first to interject. Elder brother, the market is already poor this year. It's truly challenging to manage within such a short time frame. Gung Paley immediately chimed in. Exactly, the house exchange isn't urgent. Prices might even drop next year. How Xinyu could not help but ask, can you at least guarantee that you will repay us next year? Jing Fangjin and Gung Paley exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, ultimately failing to provide a definitive answer. It was evident that not only next year, but even the year after or the year after that, one should not expect them to fulfill their promises. Witnessing this scenario, the elderly lady could only sigh. Standing nearby, Qin Chongfeng finally lost his temper. Can you two brothers not offer a straightforward response? Qin Lianxiang quickly explained. We will certainly repay. We absolutely will not default. Qin Xinyan added. It's just that we are currently facing some difficulties. It's not that we are unwilling to pay. The atmosphere grew tense, and it was ultimately Hao Xinyu who stepped in to ease the situation. Let us not speak of such disheartening matters. We are family. Qin Chongfeng, still unconvinced, remarked, I truly worry for the two elderly. If you cannot manage, I will raise the funds myself. Qin Fan understood the implication of his father's words. Raising funds meant tapping into his savings, potentially even the down payment he had set aside for his future home. Although Li Taodao did not verbalize her discontent, she likely harbored reservations about this course of action. Nonetheless, she chose to remain silent, aligning with Qin Chongfeng's sentiments. At this moment, the usually quiet elder, Qin Songqing, slowly spoke. Let us not discuss repayment. Perhaps we should consider selling this old house. Qin Lianxiang and Qin Qingyun's expressions instantly froze. Qin Chongfeng, somewhat resigned, replied, Dad, this house wouldn't fetch much. It wouldn't even be enough to buy a decent apartment. This issue was indeed complex. Located in the heart of the old city, second-hand homes were not in demand, and even if sold, they would not yield sufficient funds to resolve the larger problem. Qin Songqing waved his hand and sighed, Forget it. We can't move this or that. Let us not complicate things. We have lived in this house for half our lives. A few more years wouldn't hurt. Let's make do. Hao Xinyu, feeling uneasy upon hearing this, said, I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest in my room while you all continue discussing. Qin Fan, listening from the side, felt a twinge of discomfort and finally spoke. I will find a way to handle this. As soon as he uttered these words, the gazes of the others converged on him. Li Taodao frowned. What do you mean by that? What can you possibly do? Qin Fan shook his head, Mom. I'm not jesting. I'm serious. In truth, he was aware that his words might not be taken seriously, so he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. I'll step out for a bit. You all can deliberate. Upon hearing that her grandson was leaving, Hao Xinyu stepped out of the room again. Xiao Fan, where are you going? Dinner isn't ready yet. Qin Songqing added, You rarely come home. Why leave so soon? Qin Fan quickly explained, Grandma, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll be back for dinner. I just need to handle a few matters. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. However, mere seconds later, he returned, addressing Li Taotao. Mom, come out for a moment. I need to confirm something. Li Taotao did not ask further questions and followed him outside. The others in the room exchanged glances, uncertain of Qin Fan's intentions. He claimed he could resolve the issue, but how did he plan to do so? Nevertheless, they remained skeptical, dismissing his statements as mere bravado. At this moment, Qin Fan had already led Li Taotao to the gate of the yard. Full of curiosity, Li Taotao asked, Son, what are you up to in such a hurry? Qin Fan replied, Mom, let us not rush. I want to know if Grandpa and Grandma have their sights set on any particular properties. She looked puzzled. Why are you inquiring about this? Qin Fan smiled. Just a casual question. Li Taotao sighed. Well, they aren't entirely sure. They previously looked at the Zijingwa garden, which is a pleasant environment, though it's a bit pricey. Later, they considered older houses nearby, but they had no money, so they didn't continue their search. Qin Fan had heard of Zijingwa garden, located near the city center, boasting a lovely environment and proximity to a large park, making it a favored spot for elderly individuals to stroll and engage in activities. The living amenities were also quite comprehensive. Most importantly, the heating system was underfloor heating, ensuring warmth and stability during winter, which is particularly suitable for the elderly. After absorbing this information, Qin Fan nodded and said to Li Taotao, Understood, Mom. You can head back now. Li Taotao asked, And where are you going? Qin Fan waved his hand. I'll take a stroll nearby. I'll see you later. As she watched her son's retreating figure, she couldn't help but wonder, could he truly be contemplating buying a house? But she quickly shook her head, thinking to herself that purchasing a house was no simple matter. Could it be done so casually? Yet, she was indeed correct in her guess. At that moment, Qin Fan was indeed contemplating finding a new home for his grandparents. Having grown up in the loving embrace of his grandparents, he now felt compelled to express his gratitude as he had acquired the means to do so. Previously, it may have only been a fleeting thought, but now he truly possessed the capability. In fact, Qin Fan had 20 million in savings at the bank, making purchasing a home in a third-tier city like Yenzhou entirely feasible. The housing prices in Yenzhou generally range from several $100,000 to $1 million, which could pose a significant strain for an average family. Yet for him, it was merely a trivial matter. More importantly, his wealth was continuously on the rise. Once, spending over 10 million on a villa would scarcely raise an eyebrow. He drove purposefully towards the city center with a clear destination in mind, the Zijingwa garden. His grandparents had previously visited this place, and since they expressed a fondness for it, he prioritized checking for suitable properties, ready to act swiftly should an opportunity arise. Although the elderly couple found the prices steep, Qin Fan held a contrary perspective. He understood that purchasing a home is not a matter of impulsive decision-making. Finding the right property is no simple task. However, if suitable options were unavailable, it was of little concern, as winter was still some time away, allowing for a leisurely selection process. Furthermore, it was not imperative to confine the search to Zijingwa garden alone, as several other neighborhoods with favorable conditions were also worthy of consideration. Departing from the southern district, Qin Fan arrived near Zijingwa garden after approximately half an hour of driving. Compared to his previous experiences of enduring daily traffic jams in the capital, this was remarkably effortless. He reduced his speed, attentively scanning the roadside for any promising real estate agencies. In such a prime location, most properties were controlled by agents, necessitating their expertise for accurate information. This area was quite popular locally, and several agency offices were in abundance. Qin Fan soon spotted a seemingly reputable agency, parked his car, and entered. Upon stating his intentions, he was promptly attended to by a young woman named Miao Huang. With a smile, she inquired, Sir, what type of layout are you looking for? Qin Fan directly asked, Are there any properties available for viewing at Zijingwa garden? Miao Huang replied with enthusiasm, Mr. Qin, we just received a new batch of listings today, all featuring excellent layouts. Qin Fan chuckled internally, not taking her words too seriously. He had encountered such sales pitches frequently. Regardless of time or place, agents often employed similar rhetoric. His experiences renting in the capital had taught him to remain skeptical. Calmly, he responded, a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom would be fine. Ideally one that is already furnished and available for immediate viewing. Miao Huang asked, Would you like to view them today? Qin Fan nodded, Yes, the sooner, the better. Miao Huang replied, All right, I'll make the arrangements right away. Please hold on for a moment. Qin Fan took a seat on the sofa in the agency while he waited. The view outside was rather pleasant, quieter than most places in Yenzhou, yet still only a short stroll from the bustling city center, making it a suitable residential environment. As he admired the scenery, he heard the restroom door open, and someone emerged. Instinctively, he glanced back. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar face. Among the crowd stood a young woman, his former classmate, Song Mingxue. They had shared both middle school and high school, even sitting together as desk mates for a year during their senior year. Their relationship had been quite amicable, filled with laughter and the occasional whispered secret. Back then, he had often relied on her for homework assistance. After he went to study in the capital, and she stayed local for university, their communication had dwindled to sporadic interactions, mostly just liking each other's posts on social media. Seeing each other again, they naturally exchanged greetings. "Hey, classmate," Qin Fan initiated. Song Mingxue, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, what are you doing here?" Qin Fan smiled. "Is it not permissible for me to be here?" Song Mingxue, still astonished, responded, "Aren't you in the capital? When did you come back?" Qin Fan confirmed, "I've returned." She then inquired, "How long do you plan to stay?" "It's hard to say. I'll stay for a few days and see," Qin Fan replied. "Oh," she acknowledged, then turned to introduce her companion. Beside her stood a woman in her 40s, appearing somewhat aged yet lively. This was her aunt, Song Suyin. Qin Fan promptly greeted, "Hello, Annie." Song Suyin merely nodded, her demeanor rather aloof, and she offered little in the way of conversation. Today, Song Mingxue had matters to attend to, though Qin Fan was unaware of the specifics. Observing her now, he couldn't help but reflect on how much she had changed. Indeed, a girl blossoms into a woman over time. Some grow increasingly beautiful, while others become rather ordinary. Clearly, she belonged to the former category, exuding an enhanced grace and poise. At that moment, the agent Miao Huang returned with a stack of documents. Sensing the shift, Qin Fan remarked, "I have something to attend to. Let us catch up another day." Song Mingxue nodded, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity, but she refrained from probing further. Returning to his seat, Miao Huang began to explain the contents of the documents, which contained information on available properties, complete with images and detailed specifications. Qin Fan quickly skimmed through the materials, identifying approximately 5 or 6 listings. He swiftly dismissed a few due to unsatisfactory renovations and layouts, leaving 3 that warranted a personal visit. Before long, Miao Huang gathered her materials and led Qin Fan to Zihua Garden. This residential complex was quite renowned in Yanzhou, known for its high-quality construction and consistently robust property values. Built 5 to 6 years prior, it remained popular even today, with prices averaging around 8,500 per square meter, categorizing it as a premium development within the city. Qin Fan had heard whispers of this place before, but had never visited. Upon entering the community, he was indeed struck by the distinctiveness of the environment. Lush greenery enveloped the entire area, with flourishing flowers and meandering streams, complemented by artificial hills and pavilions, resembling a park. Occasionally, the sounds of flowing water and chirping insects added to the serene ambience. As they strolled, Miao Huang elaborated on the community's design, which embraced a garden landscape style, with a greening rate exceeding 70%. The stream wound through the entire complex, home to small fish swimming about. Qin Fan nodded in appreciation as he listened. The 3 properties under consideration were a small 3-bedroom unit with areas of 89, 95, and 115 square meters. The first 2 appeared decent in photographs, yet upon inspection, the reality differed significantly. The 89 square meter unit had an impractical layout with a disappointingly small master bedroom and insufficient natural light. The second, at 95 square meters, was satisfactory but presented a concern. It was located on the 4th floor, deemed too low with poor air quality, and some considered it unlucky. Thus, only the final unit remained, the largest of them all. They approached Building 5, centrally situated within the complex, surrounded by greenery and scenic views. Entering the lobby, they found 2 elevators side by side. Miao Huang explained that the number was just right. Too few would require waiting, while too many would waste space. Qin Fan casually inquired, "Which floor is this unit on?" "The 12th, Miao Huang replied. "Oh, the 12th floor? Quite suitable," Qin Fan remarked with a smile, deeming it a prime level. Miao Huang quickly added, "Indeed, Mr. Qin, this is the last remaining unit of this type in our community." They took the elevator to the 12th floor and entered Unit 1205. As soon as he stepped inside, Qin Fan was captivated by the layout of the home. The living room was impressively spacious. An expansive unit exceeding 100 square meters truly belonged to an entirely different category than smaller apartments. The design featured a north-south orientation, with space utilized efficiently, leaving no area wasted. The bright living room faced south, allowing sunlight to pour through large windows, illuminating the entire space. All 3 bedrooms were generously sized, boasting ample light, ensuring they remained neither dim nor cramped. Miao Huang discerned that Qin Fan exhibited considerable interest in the property, and promptly continued her explanation. Mr. Qin, do take a moment to observe the design of the kitchen and bathroom. The windows face outward, ensuring excellent ventilation without any blind spots. Moreover, the materials used in the renovation are of superior quality, and the space has remained unoccupied since its completion. The furniture and appliances are all from renowned brands, allowing for immediate occupancy upon purchase. Qin Fan nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "What about the heating situation?" Miao Huang smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, the entire community utilizes a unified underfloor heating system, maintaining a constant indoor temperature of 25 degrees Celsius year-round. The heating commences earlier and concludes later compared to other neighborhoods, making it exceptionally comfortable to reside in." After absorbing her introduction, Qin Fan posed several additional questions, all of which Miao Huang addressed satisfactorily. His fondness for the property grew steadily. Having heard of the esteemed reputation of Zijingwa Garden, he recognized the quality it represented. Had it been another development, he might have needed to conduct further investigations, for real estate agents often embellish their promotions. At last, the critical moment arrived, the negotiation. Miao Huang opened her dossier, stating, "This unit spans a total of 115 square meters, with the owner listing it at 900,000 yuan, averaging less than 7,900 per square meter." She spoke while observing Qin Fan's expression, eager to gauge his reaction. His demeanor remained calm, and he considered the price quite reasonable, even somewhat below his expectations. A property of over 100 square meters for under $1 million in the capital was astonishingly affordable. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly, "I find this price acceptable. Please assist me in contacting the owner so that we might arrange a meeting today or tomorrow." Miao Huang was taken aback. "You wish to contact them now?" Qin Fan affirmed with a nod. "Yes." "You have already decided to purchase?" she asked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed." Qin Fan replied with resolute conviction. "I have made up my mind." Though Miao Huang harbored concerns about his hasty decision, she nonetheless dialed the owner's number. "Hello. We have a client who is very interested in your property and would like to discuss specific details," she said politely. Yes. He is quite eager and hopes to meet today," she added. "Oh, you're nearby? What a coincidence. Let us meet at our agency," the owner responded eagerly. After hanging up, Miao Huang exclaimed, "Mr. Qin, what a stroke of luck. The owner is in the vicinity, and we can meet immediately." Her excitement was palpable, as a successful transaction would yield her a substantial commission. "Let us go then," Qin Fan replied, and the two returned to the agency. Before long, the owner of the 115 square meter, 3-bedroom unit arrived. To everyone's surprise, Qin Fan recognized the owner. She was Song Mengxue's aunt, Song Suyan, and remarkably, Song Mengxue was also present. When Miao Huang introduced Qin Fan as a prospective buyer, both Song Mengxue and Song Xin momentarily froze, their expressions reflecting surprise. Song Mengxue widened her eyes and asked, "Qin Fan, are you genuinely here to buy a house?" Qin Fan chuckled. "I have no property to sell, so naturally, I am here to purchase." "Oh," Song Mengxue replied softly, initially believing Qin Fan was merely looking to rent. She was astonished to realize he intended to buy, and even more so, that it was her aunt's property. The total price for the 115 square meter unit in Zijingwa Garden was approximately 900,000 yuan, which left her taken aback. Song Suyan, feeling slightly apprehensive, saw confirmation. "Little Qin, are you truly intent on buying?" Qin Fan nodded earnestly. "Yes, aunt. I find this property quite appealing, and I wish to purchase it for my parents." Upon hearing this, Song Suyan's face brightened with a smile. This young man is quite commendable, so thoughtful and filial. Standing nearby, Song Mengxue was momentarily speechless. In her memory, Qin Fan had always been a rather carefree young man, handsome yet somewhat unreliable. The youthful naivety they once shared seemed a distant memory, and now, his transformation was remarkable. To purchase a home for his elders was indeed a rare sentiment. Most people speak eloquently, yet few truly act upon their words. Moreover, the Qin Fan before her now exuded a newfound steadiness, his aura markedly different from the impulsive youth she once knew. If he could indeed muster the funds to acquire a unit in Zijingwa Garden, he must be faring quite well in life. After all, this was a high-end community where property prices soared above those of ordinary neighborhoods by a considerable margin. Song Xian observed the child of her old classmate and could not help but comment, "Your classmate is truly impressive. Handsome, capable, and responsible." Seeing the amiable rapport between them, Miao Huang felt a sense of reassurance. The likelihood of closing this deal had significantly increased, contingent only upon confirming Qin Fan's financial capability. She prepared tea for everyone and engaged them in light conversation. After a while, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Qin, if you are indeed determined, would you like to sign the contract?" Qin Fan turned to Song Suyin and replied, "If possible, we can sign right now." The words hung in the air, leaving the three of them momentarily stunned. Such a significant decision as purchasing a home typically requires viewing multiple properties and discussing with family before reaching a conclusion. Yet, Qin Fan had made his decision after a single visit. How refreshing! Even more astonishing was his lack of negotiation. One would assume, given their acquaintance, that he might at least request a modest discount, perhaps a reduction of 20,000 yuan. Yet he mentioned not a word of it. Song Suyin, noting his serious demeanor, could not help but caution, "Aren't you going to discuss it further with your family?" She feared Qin Fan might be acting impulsively and might later regret his decision. However, Qin Fan's tone was unwavering. "No need. I will make the decision, and I will bear the financial responsibility." Upon hearing this, Song Suyin's smile deepened. You are truly astute." Song Mengxue interjected playfully, "And he has lived in a big city." Song Suyin chuckled in response. "You do enjoy jesting. Many reside in large cities. Yet not everyone can afford to purchase property, especially at such a young age." Qin Fan simply smiled, not disputing her words, relishing the compliments. Indeed, such praise was somewhat intoxicating. Song Mingxue found herself stealing glances at Qin Fan, realizing that his transformation was indeed significant. At that moment, Miao Huang seized the opportunity, continuing, "Mr. Qin, how would you like to arrange the payment? Would you prefer a commercial loan, a provident fund loan, or perhaps a combination of a partial loan with a cash down payment?" Yet, Qin Fan interrupted her directly, "None of that. I will pay in full." The room fell silent. 90,000 yuan paid in one lump sum? That was no small sum. Let us not forget, this was in Yinzhou, not a major metropolis, where prices were considerably lower, and a down payment of over 30,000 yuan would suffice. His decisive action prompted Song Suyin and Song Mengxue to exchange glances, astonished that their former classmate had achieved such success. He must be in a lucrative profession. Once the agreement was reached, Miao Huang promptly rose to prepare the necessary paperwork. Given the full payment, the process was remarkably straightforward. Confirm identity, verify the property deed, sign a few documents, and the transaction would be complete. Next came the moment of payment. Qin Fan retrieved a bank card from his bag and, with a gentle swipe, completed the transaction. The screen displayed a successful payment notification. 900,000 had been transferred. A genuine smile finally graced Miao Huang's face. Not only had she fulfilled this month's task, but she had also exceeded expectations. How could she not be elated? Who would have imagined that this young man before her was, in fact, a significant buyer? The remaining steps involved merely taking the necessary paperwork to transfer ownership alongside Song Suyin in the coming days. Song Suyin's impression of Qin Fan improved even further as she took out a keychain from her bag. She said, "Since we have finalized the deal, let me give you the keys. You may move in whenever you wish." Qin Fan replied with a smile, "I truly appreciate it." Everything unfolded seamlessly, akin to a delightful surprise. It was only natural. With the payment completed, there was little left to worry about. Moreover, given that Qin Fan and Song Mengxue were old classmates, this real estate transaction felt reassuringly familiar. After the arrangements were settled, Song Suyin departed with Song Mengxue. Before leaving, Song Mengxue specifically inquired about Qin Fan's current contact information. She remarked, "Qin Fan, you attend to your matters, and we shall gather again when time permits." Qin Fan nodded in agreement, of course. This encounter deepened Song Mengxue's impression of Qin Fan considerably. However, the Qin Fan standing before her bore a stark contrast to her memories, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Holding the keys, Qin Fan felt a surge of joy. In truth, he had initially intended to purchase a home in the capital, but instead, he ended up acquiring a property in his hometown of Yinzhou ahead of schedule. This residence was specifically prepared for his grandparents. The apartment was quite spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, allowing for ample accommodation should relatives come to visit in the future. Qin Fan's parents, Qin Chongfeng and Li Tao Tao, could also stay for a few days. In the event that his grandparents needed assistance as they aged, or if a caregiver was required, it would be considerably more convenient. He had thoroughly inspected the new residence at Zihua Garden several times, finding the entire environment to be exceptionally pleasing. As soon as his grandparents gave their approval, they could move in at any time. Contemplating these matters, Qin Fan felt particularly lighthearted and content. He decided not to dwell further and prepare to drive back to the old city to see his grandparents. He steered his future ES6 towards the old district as dusk approached, with the sun gradually setting. Upon entering his home, he noticed that some relatives had yet to depart. The atmosphere seemed more relaxed than before, devoid of the earlier tension, and no one mentioned loans or repayments. His grandfather wore a smile, and his grandmother beamed with joy. Observing this, Qin Fan finally felt a weight lift from his heart. The elderly couple, both advanced in age, were most vulnerable to the emotional strain caused by financial issues, which could adversely affect their health. Upon seeing Qin Fan return, his grandparents expressed their delight and suggested a family dinner together. Qin Songqing announced, "No one should rush to leave today. I've already prepared the dishes and meat. I will stir-fry a few more dishes and make some dumplings so we can enjoy a lively meal as a family." Qin Fan interjected, "Grandfather, there's no need for such trouble. I can simply order a few ready-made tables of food." Hao Xianyu quickly waved her hand. Eating out is neither economical nor filling. Qin Fan's mother, Li Tao Tao, chimed in, "Mom, don't worry. Let Xiao Fan handle it." Hearing this, Hao Xianyu smiled broadly and remarked to Qin Songqing, "Look, Xiao Fan has become much more responsible. He has truly grown up." Qin Songqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, he has matured compared to before." Qin Fan offered a wry smile. "I am quite grown up now. I am an adult after all." Yet, in the eyes of his elders, he still resembled the child he once was. Consequently, Qin Fan ordered several substantial dishes, ample enough to satisfy a large gathering, with plenty to spare. Nevertheless, they all rolled up their sleeves to prepare dumplings, and the family sat together for a warm and joyous reunion dinner. During the meal, Qin Fan spoke up, "Grandparents, I have something to share with you." Qin Songqing inquired, "What is it?" Qin Fan smiled, "I recently purchased a property in the city, specifically for both of you." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room for a few seconds as everyone processed his words. The first to react was his mother, Li Tao Tao. "You bought a house? When did this happen?" Qin Fan blinked, implying it was just finalized today. "Just recently acquired," he added. Li Tao Tao had suspected something earlier, but had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. It was rather sudden. Where had he found the funds? This swift action left everyone taken aback. While she believed him, the others were less certain. His father, Qin Chongfeng, could not help but interject, "Xiao Fan, don't jest." Qin Fan replied earnestly, "I am not joking. I truly bought it, and I have the keys. Grandparents, whenever you are ready, you may move in." Li Tao Tao pressed further, "Are you referring to the property in Zihua Garden?" Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing the name Zihua Garden, Qin Songqing and Hao Xianyu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Zihua Garden? That had always been their dream residence. However, the property prices there were not inexpensive. The second and third uncles, along with their families, exchanged doubtful looks at this revelation. Although Qin Fan earned a decent salary in Beijing, it was hard to believe he could afford such an expense. Moreover, living costs in the capital were exorbitant. Rent and daily expenditures were steep. Purchasing a property in Yenzhou was no small feat unless his parents had assisted with the down payment, enabling him to manage monthly mortgage payments. Yet, judging by the reactions of Qin Chongfeng and Li Tao Tao, they seemed unaware of this development. Furthermore, Zihua Garden was a high-end community, not particularly affordable, and the cost-effectiveness was questionable. Qin Fan understood that merely speaking would not convince others, so he proposed, "How about this? After dinner, let us all take a stroll to see the house." After the meal, they departed in 3 separate vehicles, heading directly to Zihua Garden. Naturally, Qin Fan drove his grandparents. The elderly couple gazed curiously out the windows, exploring their surroundings with fascination. Qin Songqing asked, "Xiao Fan, when did you purchase this car?" Qin Fan responded with a smile, "I acquired it recently." Grandmother Hao Xianyu, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Why does it sound so peculiar when it runs?" Qin Fan explained, "This is an electric vehicle. It does not have a fuel engine." Hao Xianyu expressed her astonishment. "It runs on electricity? Is it very expensive?" Qin Fan chuckled. "The price is reasonable. It wasn't excessively costly." He intentionally downplayed it, not wanting to alarm his grandparents. In truth, he understood that when they arrived at their destination, their astonishment would only deepen. As they drove into Zihua Garden, Hao Xianyu gazed out the window, exclaiming, "Songqing, we have truly arrived at Zihua Garden." Qin Songqing responded softly, momentarily speechless. He found himself questioning if this was indeed a property his grandson could afford. Upon reaching the first floor, a group of people followed Qin Fan into Building 5, and they took the elevator to the 12th floor. Qin Fan produced the keys and unlocked room 1205. Turning around with a smile, "Come on in and take a look." As they entered the room and the lights flickered on, the space was instantly illuminated, prompting an involuntary gasp of awe from everyone. Uncle Air and Aunt Air gazed wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. Uncle San and Aunt San stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. The grandeur of this house was indeed astonishing. The living room alone spanned over 30 square meters, exuding an unparalleled spaciousness. The two elders inspected their surroundings, their expressions brimming with astonishment and excitement. How Xin Yu, surveying the scene, inquired, Xiao Fan, is this house truly yours? Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the property is under my name, specifically intended for your residence. Qin Songqing remarked with heartfelt emotion, my goodness, the decor is so exquisite, and the array of furniture and appliances is complete. Qin Fan smiled gently. I simply wish for you to live comfortably. Everything is in place, ready for you to move in. Qin Songqing waved his hand dismissively. How can that be? You are still unmarried. This house should be for your future marriage. How Xin Yu chimed in, exactly. A house like this is sure to attract a fine daughter-in-law, making it easier for you to find a wife. Qin Fan sighed helplessly. Oh, please don't worry about it. I want to need this house. It was purchased solely for your comfort. His mother, Li Tao Tao, cast a glance at her son before addressing her in-laws. Dad, Mom, just settle in without concern. There is no need to worry about Xiao Fan. He is capable and will surely manage. How Xin Yu shook her head repeatedly. Buying a house is no small feat. The expenses are exorbitant. Li Toto responda confidently. Do not fret. Let him earn his keep. He is more than capable of doing so. Observing her son's generous demeanor, she felt a sense of reassurance. How Xin Yu couldn't help but chuckle with delight as she roamed about the house. This place is so comfortable, far larger than our old home. Qin Chongfeng also wore a broad smile. Although he was unsure how Qin Fan had amassed the funds to acquire such a prime property, he felt a swell of pride. In contrast, the couples Qin Lianxiang and Qin Qingyun appeared somewhat uncomfortable. They had not contributed to this endeavor and had previously borrowed from the elders' retirement savings, which they had yet to repay, leaving them with a sense of guilt. Aunt Jing Fangzhen and Aunt Gung palely regarded the house with mixed emotions, both astonishment and envy, as they struggled to comprehend how Qin Fan had accomplished all this. The down payment alone must have started at several $100,000. That is no trifling sum. Once the matter settled, Qin Fan resided in the house for a few more days, primarily to finalize the property transfer. As for when the grandparents would move in, it depended on their own arrangements. Meanwhile, in the southern city of Shanhua, a crucial meeting was underway at the R&D base of the Huawei Group. Most attendees were the company's core personnel, including the current rotating chairman Yen Wu, CEO Yu Jiechi responsible for consumer affairs, mobile business head Chang Hanyang, who had traveled from the bustling metropolis, supply chain manager Shang Dingrong, and quality inspection representative Liu Weiyu. Virtually everyone who needed to be present was there, except for the most pivotal figure, the soul of the group, Kong Peiwu, who was notably absent. In recent years, Kong had stepped back from frontline duties, residing in a tranquil rural area for retirement, rarely attending meetings unless absolutely necessary. Although not physically present, he still played a crucial role behind the scenes. In fact, these executives continued to communicate with him privately, maintaining his considerable influence within the company. The theme of this meeting revolved around a perennial issue, the supply chain crisis, a topic that had become a staple at high-level meetings over the past 2 years. The reason was simple. The external environment had grown increasingly complex, and the supply of electronic components had yet to normalize, forcing the company to engage in continuous discussions to seek alternative solutions to cope with emergencies. Take chips, for instance. Particularly the core processors, CPUs, had been examined repeatedly, yet no definitive solution had emerged. Similarly, the supply of 5G chips for mobile phones was critically short. Although Huawei held the largest number of 5G patents, the absence of a stable production system made it challenging to convert these technologies into tangible products for the market. Currently, the global chip shortage had become a pressing issue, with Huawei undeniably among the most affected enterprises. The company found itself mired in a chip deficit, with core technologies constrained, and the situation was exceptionally dire. The atmosphere in the conference room felt oppressive. At that moment, Yu Jiechi turned to Chang Hanyang, the head of mobile business, and suggested, "Why don't you share the status of a new device?" As the lead, Chang Hanyang picked up the latest P50 prototype from the table and said, "This is our newest P50 model. Everyone has either come into contact with it or experienced it firsthand for a few days. Feel free to share your thoughts." The P50 comes in 3 models: the standard version, P50, the mid-range Pro version, and the high-end Pro version, commonly referred to as the standard cup, medium cup, and large cup. Attendees began to express their opinions. "I think it's great. It feels comfortable in hand. I prefer the standard version. It's lightweight and just right. That liquid lens is truly impressive, much faster than ordinary cameras. It's a standout feature. The new Harmony OS is very smooth. The software is maturing, and the future looks promising. After the exchanges, Chang Hanyang concluded, "Thank you all for your feedback. As you are aware, there is still no definitive release date for the P50, so please continue to provide information to assist the engineering department in making prompt adjustments." A participant raised their hand and asked, "How many units of this batch of P50 do you plan to produce?" Chang Hanyang sighed and replied, "To be honest, the tight chip supply is common knowledge. To manage resources, we can only limit production. The final figures are still being compiled." Hearing this response, everyone sighed in resignation, feeling a sense of helplessness. No one was surprised, as it was widely known that internal resources were constrained. The so-called inventory issue referred specifically to the stock of the high-end Qin 9000 chips. Due to production interruptions, this was the last available processor. Moving forward, reliance on existing inventory would be necessary for some time. Just how much inventory remains? This information is highly confidential within the company, accessible only to a select few high-ranking officials. The atmosphere in the meeting grew heavy, anxiety and concern etched on everyone's faces. Recently, Huawei had launched fewer new mobile phones. In previous years, they could release 7 to 8 models, even 10 in a year, but now they could only manage 1 or 2 to meet minimal expectations. If the chip supply does not normalize, it would be unsustainable to continue even with just one product release per year. While Huawei is diligently working to expand other business sectors to prevent the company from facing existential threats, mobile phones remain the most ubiquitous electronic consumer goods in daily life and are critical for establishing the company's brand image. If the mobile business were to face a complete collapse, it would undoubtedly represent a severe blow to the entire Huawei brand. There is a collective hope that Huawei's supply chain can swiftly resolve the chip dilemma. Observing the despondency among his colleagues, Yu Jiechi spoke up, saying, "Let's not lose heart. We are actively seeking solutions. The chip issue will inevitably find a resolution." Although Yu Jiechi had voiced this sentiment before, as of today, the situation regarding chips remains stagnant, showing no signs of improvement. Everyone understands that resolving this matter within a year and a half is nearly an impossible task. The Qin 9000 chip employs a 5-nanometer process, representing the pinnacle of current technological advancements. Globally, only 2 companies are capable of managing the 5-nanometer process, TSMC and Samsung Electronics. While Samsung's processes may sound impressive, they are somewhat illusory. In actuality, only TSMC can fully realize the 5-nanometer design. However, both TSMC and Samsung are currently unable to manufacture for Huawei due to various constraints, firmly blocking any progress. In plain terms, unless a domestic chip company miraculously experiences a technological leap overnight, this conundrum will remain unresolved. At this juncture, the influential Yen Yiwu interjected, "Let us temporarily set aside the chip matter and focus on other aspects, such as the 5G RF antennas, which are also on the verge of supply disruption. Our inventory is nearly depleted, and we must urgently devise a strategy." Upon hearing this, the team adjusted their demeanor, ready to re-engage in strategizing. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the corner. The speaker was Shun Jiefei, the head of the testing department. His name may seem ordinary, but his capabilities are anything but. His presence in this meeting room signifies his importance. Shun Jiefei remarked, "Mr. Su, may I present a situation for your consideration?" Yen Yiwu replied, "Proceed." Shun Jiefei continued, "As you may have heard, Zuazi Technology is also experiencing a parts shortage." The others nodded in acknowledgement. Zuazi's supply chain has always been subpar, stemming from various reasons. Primarily their lack of resources and influence, causing manufacturers to disregard them entirely. Yen Yiwu urged him to continue. Shun Jiefei elaborated. Their newly released Zuazi T3 has been persistently lacking 5G modem chips, a situation somewhat akin to ours. However, curiously, their shipment volume has recently surged, seemingly resolving the issue. This revelation piqued everyone's interest. Resolved? Such a development was indeed unusual, given the current demand for 5G modems, which are more sought after than gold. Where could they possibly have sourced this supply? Could it be misinformation? It seemed implausible for ZZ, given their scale, to have managed to procure stock. Yu Jiechi interjected. Wasn't the Zuazi T3 initially utilizing a Gaotong modem? Shun Jiefei affirmed, exactly, it was indeed Gaotong. Yu Jiechi furrowed his brow. Gaotong is manufactured by TSMC. Does TSMC even have the excess capacity to allocate to them? Yen Yiwu added, even if TSMC has availability, Gaotong would prioritize its major clients. Zuazi wouldn't stand chance. Shun Jiefei chuckled. That's why I found it suspicious. So, yesterday, I purchased a Zuazi T3 and took it apart. As he spoke, he produced a smartphone from his pocket. Its distinctive design was instantly recognizable to industry insiders as the latest ZT3. Chapter 53. It is indeed not Gaodong's. Yenny Wu and Yu Jiechi immediately perked up, while the others also became intrigued. Disassembling a competitor's device to uncover clues is akin to solving a mystery, which is quite engaging. Shun Jiefei's phone had already been disassembled. He stated, I discovered that the 5G modem in the Zuazi T3 is no longer the original one. Chang Hanyang immediately inquired, not from Gaodong? Shun Jiefei handed the phone over, saying, Mr. Sui, please take a look yourself. Chang Hanyang accepted the phone, lifted the back cover, and began to inspect the motherboard with practiced ease. As the overall head of the mobile business, he was intimately familiar with hardware. He could identify the location of each chip even with his eyes closed. In no time, he pinpointed the modem's location and leaned in for a closer look at the chip's markings. Yu Jiechi pressed, Old Li, what is the verdict? Is it not Gaodong? Yes. Chang Hanyang scrutinized the chip again and eventually raised his head. It is indeed not Gaodong's. Yan Iwu immediately asked, then is it Samsung's? Currently, the three companies capable of producing mainstream 5G modems are Gaodong, Samsung, and Huawei itself. Given Huawei's own chip predicament and the exclusion of Gaodong, only Samsung remained. However, Samsung's modem performance is subpar, riddled with compatibility issues. No one would opt for it unless absolutely desperate. Yet Chang Hanyang shook his head. It's neither Samsung's. The markings appear to read Qin Fan. No, it should be Qin Fan. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Qin Fan? What on earth is that? Who has heard of this name? Yu Jiechi immediately reached out. Let me see. Chang Hanyang passed the phone to him. Both Yu Jiechi and Yan Iwu took turns examining it, ultimately concluding that the chip indeed bore the characters gambling. Yu Jiechi inquired, which company is this Qin Fan from? Does anyone know? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Chang Hanyang pondered. Gaodong's modem is manufactured using a 7-nanometer process. A suitable replacement must match its performance. Judging by the size of this chip, it is likely also 7 nanometer. 7 nanometers? As soon as this information was shared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Presently, only 2 companies globally are recognized for their 7-nanometer mass production capabilities, TSMC and Samsung. If a third company were indeed to emerge, it would be a godsend for Huawei. Even if they could not entirely take over, it would at least provide additional avenues to explore. Yu Jiechi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Old Li, leverage your connections and inquire with Zuazi about this Qin Fan. We need to uncover the truth behind him. Chang Hanyang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was driving towards the capital, blissfully unaware that his company had been the topic of discussion in a high-level meeting. However, his name, Qin Fan, had been mistakenly relayed as Qin Fan. After resting for less than half a day at home, he plunged back into the chip factory the following day. Having not been present for several days, he needed to assess the operation of the production line. To his surprise, everything was running smoothly. Geng Xiaojun was remarkably steady, having organized the factory affairs with clarity, leaving no room for error. The office tasks were primarily managed by Pei Yanlan, who approached her work meticulously, ensuring that even the document archiving was impeccably organized, sparing Qin Fan any concern. As Qin Fan stepped into the office, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. In business, any call could represent an opportunity. He could not afford to miss it. He answered the call, and a calm, unfamiliar male voice greeted him. The stranger said, Hello, may I speak with Mr. Qin Fan? Qin Fan replied, Yes, this is he. Who am I speaking with? The stranger continued, I am from Huawei Group, and I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Would it be convenient to schedule a time? Qin Fan was taken aback. Huawei? They had reached out to him? He quickly responded, Absolutely, I am available at any time. The caller asked, Are you free tomorrow morning? Qin Fan replied, Sure, that works. The caller then inquired, Which area is convenient for you? Shall we arrange to meet in Shangdi? Qin Fan affirmed, That sounds good, quite nearby. The other party mentioned that they would send a text message with the specific arrangements later. Qin Fan responded with a casual okay and hung up the phone. He plopped down into his executive chair, and his mind immediately began a race. The fact that Huawei Group had taken the initiative to contact him felt like an unexpected windfall. He had been contemplating how to forge a connection with this avenue, and now it had presented itself on a silver platter. If he could indeed collaborate with Huawei, the volume of orders would multiply exponentially, and wealth would naturally flow in. More importantly, the name of Qin Fan Semiconductor would shine brightly in the industry. For Huawei, this was not a trivial matter either. They have been facing a significant chip shortage over the past 2 years and have been rather anxious about securing supply, which Qin Fan's company could perfectly fulfill. This scenario was not merely a win-win. It was a situation ripe for multiple victories. The more he contemplated, the more euphoric he felt, as if a fire had ignited within him, leaving him buoyant and lighthearted. Of course, he was no ordinary individual. He was destined to conquer the world with a golden touch. At that moment, a cup of hot coffee was presented to him by his assistant, Xiao Xiaoping. Qin Fan expressed his gratitude, and Xiao Xiaoping did not leave, but stood nearby, organizing documents that required his signature. The aura of authority that came with being the boss was palpable. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air, prompting him to casually remark, "These beans are quite exceptional, very fragrant." Xiao Xiaoping smiled and replied, "This is cat poop coffee. How could it not be aromatic?" Qin Fan grinned. "Is it really produced by cats? Doesn't tea that come with a hint of, well, unpleasantness?" The chill from his words seemed to freeze the air, causing Xiao Xiaoping to blush and stifle a laugh. Qin Fan then added, "I'll be meeting a client tomorrow. You should accompany me." Xiao Xiaoping's eyes brightened, nearly prompting her to leap with joy. This indicated that the boss trusted her. She immediately straightened her posture and declared, "Absolutely, boss. I will perform to the best of my abilities." Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaoping remembered something. "By the way, which client are we meeting?" Qin Fan teased. "You'll find out when we arrive. It's a significant figure." Just as he finished speaking, his phone chimed with a message. Indeed, it was from Huawei, detailing the time and location of their meeting. The address read, "Colorful City." Qin Fan was familiar with this place, having visited frequently in his leisure time. He was somewhat of a regular there. The following morning, Qin Fan drove his future ES6 to pick up Xiao Xiaoping, heading straight for Colorful City. The morning rush hour was somewhat congested, but it was manageable. Their appointment was set for 10:30, and they arrived at 9:30, a tad early. However, it was of no concern, as they had ample time. Xiao Xiaoping inquired, "Boss, where shall we meet the client?" Qin Fan gestured ahead, "Right there, at Starbucks." Conducting business in a cafe is both calm and comfortable. Neither of them had eaten breakfast, so they decided to resolve that within the cafe. They ordered 2 sandwiches and a couple of cups of coffee, enjoying a simple yet satisfying meal. After finishing, Qin Fan remarked, "I'll step out to the restroom." Xiao Xiaoping quickly replied, "All right, take your time, boss." Qin Fan nearly chuckled at her response, thinking to himself, "I'm not an old man. Do I need to take my time just to use the restroom?" Chapter 54. Shall we snap a photo? Once he left, Xiao Xiaoping asked the server to clear the table while she occupied herself with her phone. As she was scrolling, someone tapped her shoulder. Turning around, she was taken aback to see her university classmate, Zhang Qiuhui. Zhang Qiuhui looked surprised. "Oh, Xiao Xiaoping, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be interning?" Xiao Xiaoping smiled. "Yes, I'm here with my boss to meet a client." Zhang Qiuhui glanced around. "Where's your boss?" Xiao Xiaoping replied, "He went to the restroom." Zhang Qiuhui boldly sat down. "Tell me more. Which company are you interning at?" Xiao Xiaoping responded, "Qin Fan Semiconductor. We specialize in chip production." Zhang Qiuhui raised an eyebrow. "A production company? You mean a factory?" Xiao Xiaoping nodded. "Exactly." In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of Zhang Qiuhui, feeling that she often sought connections and showcased her accomplishments. Despite average grades and a tendency to skip classes, she had managed to graduate, thanks to her extensive network. Xiao Xiaoping was aware that Zhang Qiuhui lived in the Colorful City area, and she was surprised to run into her. It seemed that what one fears often comes to pass. Zhang Qiuhui scoffed, "With your excellent grades? Why would you choose to work at such a company? I've never even heard of it. What kind of future can you expect?" Xiao Xiaoping retorted, "What is wrong with it? Our company is quite impressive. My boss is young and reliable, much better than those balding uncles." Zhang Qiuhui let out a derisive chuckle. "And what does being handsome matter? If the company goes under, you won't have any food to eat, no matter how hard you work." Xiao Xiaoping became defensive. "How could our company possibly fail? Business is thriving. My boss is exceptionally capable." Zhang Qiuhui shook her head, pitying her naivety for being so cheerful about working in an obscure little factory. She believed that Xiao Xiaoping did not comprehend that one's first job could define the next decade. Zhang Qiuhui pressed on, "So, which client are you meeting today?" Xiao Xiaoping shook her head. "I'm not sure, but my boss seems to value it highly. It must be important." Zhang Qiuhui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that what significant client could a small company like this possibly have. Just then, the door of the coffee shop swung open, and 3 individuals entered. Zhang Qiuhui's eyes widened in shock. "Oh my, did you see that man? Yu Jieqi." Xiao Xiaoping paused, turning to look, her heart racing. It truly was Yu Jieqi. one of the CEOs of Huawei Group, a prominent figure in the tech industry. Aside from the founder, Kong Peiwu, he was the most renowned figure at Huawei. What an astonishing day. How could such a big shot appear in this Starbucks? But wasn't Huawei's headquarters in Shanghai? Did they have an office over here in the capital? These matters were, ironically, clearer to the recent graduates than seasoned professionals. At that moment, Qin Fan returned. Initially, he didn't notice the additional presence at the table. As he kept his head down, making his way to Xiao Xiaoping's desk. Upon looking up and noticing the unfamiliar young woman, he smiled broadly. Oh, a class reunion? Xiao Xiaoping promptly stood to introduce, this is my college roommate, Zhang Qiuhui. Zhang Qiuhui scrutinized Qin Fan, taking in his energetic demeanor and handsome face. But she noted that he appeared only a few years out of university. How could someone so young hold the title of boss? He must be running a newly registered small firm that wouldn't last long. Yet her thoughts were distracted by the presence of Yu Jieqi. He was a coveted figure in the tech world that many aspired to meet, and here he was. She quietly tugged on Xiao Xiaoping's sleeve, whispering, hey, should we ask for an autograph? Maybe take a photo? Xiao Xiaoping's face flushed, and she replied softly, I think I'll pass. I'm still on duty. She glanced at Qin Fan, anxious that he might disapprove. To her surprise, Qin Fan instead inquired, Yu Jieqi? Which table? Xiao Xiaoping pointed toward the table by the window. Over there, the one in the gray shirt. Without a second thought, Qin Fan stood up and waved, come on, let us go meet a client. Zhang Qiuhui was left dumbfounded. What? Was he really going to strike up a conversation? This young boss knew Yu Jieqi? What a joke. A fledgling entrepreneur could not possibly sit at the same table as the CEO of Huawei. But Xiao Xiaoping suddenly had an epiphany. The significant client Qin Fan had mentioned a few days ago must be Huawei Group. Before she could ponder further, Qin Fan was already striding towards them. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and followed. Zhang Qiuhui stood frozen in place, astonished. They were really going to approach him? Not a joke at all. Meanwhile, Yu Jieqi and his two companions had settled into a window side table, perusing the menu. Qin Fan approached, his tone calm. Mr. Yu, hello, I am Qin Fan. Yu Jieqi was taken aback, abruptly rising from his seat and grasping Qin Fan's hand with enthusiasm. You are the esteemed Qin boss? I never anticipated you to be so youthful. Please take a seat. Realizing there weren't enough chairs, he swiftly fetched another. And soon 5 individuals were encircled in a harmonious circle. Xiao Xiaoping's heart raced. She couldn't believe her ears. Was it truly the helm of Huawei, Yu Jieqi, that the boss wished to meet? Stealing a glance, she noticed Zhang Qiuhui had already vanished, likely frightened away. Her heart brimmed with joy. Who claimed our company was unreliable. We are now in discussions with Huawei. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had already engaged in conversation with Yu Jieqi, prompting her to collect herself and prepare to jot down notes. In truth, Qin Fan had not anticipated crossing paths with Yu Jieqi. Typically, for a colossal entity like Huawei, they would dispatch a mid-level manager for a mere formality when liaising with a small enterprise. Yet this time, 3 high-ranking executives arrived, with Yu Jieqi himself leading the delegation, a spectacle that left Qin Fan somewhat incredulous. The urgency of Yu Jieqi's visit stemmed from his previous meeting, where he had heard about this semiconductor factory engaged in gambling, piquing his interest immediately. He promptly utilized his network to investigate 2 matters. First, whether the company was domestic or foreign, and second, if they could genuinely produce 7-nanometer chips. His inquiries, facilitated by an old acquaintance at Zhuai Z Mobile, revealed an astonishing truth. Initially, everyone assumed it was a covert operation by a Neon or Korean enterprise establishing a foothold domestically. However, upon investigation, it turned out to be a homegrown company without any foreign investment, built entirely from scratch. Even more astonishing was the revelation that they had already achieved mass production of 7-nanometer 5G baseband chips. This technology was nearly unheard of domestically. Yet an obscure company had accomplished it. Yu Jieqi could no longer remain passive. He had to witness firsthand whether this was indeed a true genius or merely a braggart. But upon meeting Qin Fan, he was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly this young? Could he possibly shoulder such a high-tech industry? Yet, he reconsidered. The IT realm was not bound by age, and it was not uncommon for prodigies to emerge. He swiftly set aside his skepticism and engaged earnestly in conversation. Mr. Qin, your company is named Qin Fan Semiconductor, is it not? After your own name? Indeed, I named it myself. Qin Fan confirmed with a nod. And what type of chips does your factory primarily produce? Qin Fan smiled lightly. Mr. Yu, I won't beat around the bush. We can manufacture any chip, irrespective of the type. Chapter 55. The numbers were astounding. Yu Jieqi and his two accompanying executives were momentarily stunned, nearly believing they had misheard. Was this person out of his mind? Who would believe such claims? Yu Jieqi chuckled nervously. You are being a bit too bold, aren't you? Surely you jest? Anticipating this reaction, Qin Fan turned to Xiao Qiaoping. Please, present the materials. Xiao Qiaoping swiftly retrieved a folder from her bag and handed it over. Qin Fan pushed it toward Yu Jieqi. Within lies all the collaboration records, detailing every client and every order clearly. Feel free to verify. As Yu Jieqi opened it, his expression shifted. Future electric vehicles, Peng Peng, coarse grain technology. These are all your clients? He gazed intently at Qin Fan. Coarse grain? Is that for real? They sought your supply? Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Yu Jieqi continued to peruse, reading aloud, communication control chip, 22 nanometer, impressive, truly impressive. He pressed further. Is the Zue ZT3 5G baseband chip produced by you? Qin Fan grinned. I was just about to mention that. Indeed, it is our creation. During that period, Teacher Cha was quite insistent, and we were under immense pressure to deliver. Yu Jieqi hardly processed the latter part of the statement, urgently asking, 7 nanometer process? You can truly manage that? Yes, 7 nanometer, Qin Fan replied succinctly. Are you certain? Yu Jieqi's voice escalated. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Certain, no doubt about it. Yu Jieqi nearly spewed his coffee, exclaiming, Heavens, you cannot be serious. Qin Fan leisurely sipped his coffee, smiling. What I say is genuine. A false claim would cost me my life. Not only was Yu Jieqi astonished, but the two technical executives he brought along were equally dumbfounded. Was this individual a genius or merely deranged? If he were deceiving them, how could Coarse Grain and Zue Z be collaborating with them? Surely, it cannot be said that old Cha was a charlatan? Yet if he truly possessed such capabilities, it was utterly absurd. This shattered their understanding. Globally, only a handful of companies could manufacture chips below 14 nanometers. In their view, even if a genius existed, without the most advanced machinery, one could not possibly produce such chips solely through intellect. Thus, the two experts accompanying Yu Jieqi were there to serve as a litmus test. They were seasoned veterans in chip manufacturing and well-versed in the industry. An astute observer would recognize that Huawei's chip design prowess was among the best in the world. Although they did not directly engage in chip production, their talent pool was unparalleled, and their technical standards held their own against any major global player. One of them, Gu Xiaozhong, had overseas experience and was widely regarded as a master in chip manufacturing. He promptly inquired, Mr. Qin, let's not dance around the issue. What equipment do you utilize? Which brand of core machinery, such as photolithography and etching machines, do you employ? Is it ultraviolet or extreme ultraviolet? These details are essential. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Yu, and esteemed experts, all our equipment is self-developed. The specific technologies used are proprietary and not convenient to disclose. Yu Jieqi was taken aback, encountering an unexpected hurdle. The other two experts exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Self-developed equipment? Capable of creating chip manufacturing machinery independently? Was Qin Fan Semiconductor truly this formidable? It sounded almost like a transparent ruse. Yet, the achievements they presented were tangible, making it difficult to dismiss them outright. The other expert, Mao Tianchong, tentatively asked, what is your yield rate for the 7 nanometer chips? Qin Fan pondered briefly before responding, generally stable between 88 and 92%. Upon hearing this, Yu Jieqi and his companions nearly leaped from their chairs. The figure was staggering. Currently, globally, only TSMC managed to maintain such levels. As Yu Jieqi contemplated how to authenticate this claim, Qin Fan, surprisingly, was the first to speak, his demeanor remarkably calm. Mr. Yu, I can undertake a wafer trial for Huawei, such as with your Kirin 9000. The moment those words left his mouth, Yu Jieqi froze, his eyes wide as saucers, as if struck by lightning multiple times. Gu Xiaozhong and Mao Tianchong were equally taken aback, particularly the two technical experts, who were more astonished than their superior. Qin Fan's assertion was audacious. He proposed to handle the wafer for the Kirin 9000. That was a pinnacle 5 nanometer process, one of the few elite chips globally. Apart from TSMC, currently only a few could barely manage it, yet their process levels fell short and their yield was not guaranteed. In other words, only TSMC could fully unleash the Kirin 9000's potential worldwide. Now, this obscure Qin Fan Semiconductor was boldly stepping forward? Had he lost his senses? Qin Fan was well aware of their thoughts, yet he had to proceed. Otherwise, faced with Huawei's cadre of elite technicians, he would be bombarded with questions, each more challenging than the last. Thus, he chose to flex his muscles directly. Was it merely 5 nanometers? The system of civilizational brilliance could handle it effortlessly. As for the yield, that was a matter for others to worry about. Qin Fan had no reason to fret. His factory operated at an astoundingly low cost. There was no need to procure raw materials, thus saving on transport, storage, and nearly all other expenses. Now, it was merely a question of whether Yu Jiechi had the audacity to take this gamble. After a moment of silence, Yu Jiechi finally spoke. Boss Qin, my apologies. I need to make a phone call. Please hold on. Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. You are welcome to do so. Yu Jiechi picked up his phone and stepped outside. Qin Fan understood that he was likely seeking approval from higher-ups, probably from Kong Peiwu. The design of the Kirin 9000 was a closely guarded secret. Handing it over to a previously unheard-of factory was not just a collaboration. It was a gamble with dire consequences. However, Kong Peiwu had little choice. Huawei's options were dwindling, and the number of factories willing to collaborate could be counted on one hand. Qin Fan felt confident that this endeavor had a high probability of success. At this moment, Xiao Xiaoping finally caught her breath, her legs feeling weak. Witnessing the negotiation between these industry titans, or rather, their sparring, had made her heart race with anxiety. She held a deep admiration for Qin Fan. Faced with someone of Yu Jiechi's stature, he remained unflappable, articulating his thoughts with clarity and composure, displaying no signs of intimidation. Qin Fan, too, felt a sense of satisfaction with his demeanor. He was gradually adapting to this new identity as a significant figure in the tech industry. Although the title of Big Shot was self-bestowed, with the growing prominence of Qin Fan Semiconductor, he was not far from entering the true upper echelons of the field. Securing the deal with Huawei would not only represent a significant personal milestone, but could also be considered a small step for humanity in the annals of industrial history. Yu Jiechi's phone call took longer than anticipated. The two experts beside him were whispering to each other, presumably debating the veracity of Qin Fan's claims and whether they were part of a carefully orchestrated ruse. Convincing these seasoned engineers was a Herculean task. Yet, Qin Fan remained unfazed. The truth would eventually reveal itself. The most pressing concern was to finish his coffee. After a considerable amount of time, Yu Jiechi returned and took his seat again, his expression noticeably more serious. Boss Qin, if we proceed with the production, how quickly can you deliver the chips? Qin Fan replied earnestly. Mr. Yu, as soon as Huawei sends over the IC design files, I assure you we can produce the chips within 2 days. Indeed, Yu Jiechi and the two experts appeared once more in a collective state of disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In truth, Qin Fan had left some leeway. Under normal circumstances, upon receiving the design, the process could be completed in half a day. Although 5 nanometers technology was somewhat complex, it would not take too long. He chose to say 2 days to avoid scaring them off. In hindsight, it seemed he had still managed to frighten them. It might have been better to say 3 or 4 days to allow some buffer. Yu Jiechi collected himself, glancing at Qin Fan several times before finally conceding. All right, I will arrange for the files to be sent over immediately. Qin Fan secretly exhaled in relief and promptly provided the company's email address. Yu Jiechi continued, Boss Qin, since you are operating with such efficiency, I will extend my stay in the capital for a few more days to await the results. Qin Fan acknowledged with a nod, a knowing smile flickering across his face. The show was about to commence. Once the formalities concluded, both parties stood to leave. Just before departing, Yu Jiechi approached Qin Fan, extending his hand for a firm shake, his tone turning somber. Boss Qin, I genuinely hope you could deliver a pleasant surprise for Huawei. You are aware that he paused, letting out a soft sigh, leaving the thought unspoken. Qin Fan understood his sentiments perfectly. He was acutely aware of the unvoiced difficulties. Huawei's current predicament would make any company tremble. He did not beat around the bush, stating plainly, Mr. Yu, all you and Huawei need to do is place your trust in Qin Fan Semiconductor. I cannot guarantee everything, but I assure you we will spare no effort to ensure your journey here is worthwhile. Excellent. Yu Jiechi nodded emphatically. As he spoke, he patted Qin Fan's shoulder. A gesture neither too heavy nor too light, yet it felt as if he had steadied the weight of his own anxieties. Yu Jiechi departed Starbucks with his companions, their figures swiftly vanishing at the entrance of the mall. Qin Fan turned to Xiao Xiaoping. Shall we go? Back to the company? Xiao Xiaoping replied cheerfully. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. After a moment's thought, Qin Fan suggested, since we are already in the city center, why not take some time to relax and explore? Xiao Xiaoping's eyes lit up instantly. Really? We can wander freely? Indeed, Qin Fan affirmed with a smile. I keep my word. The young woman was so thrilled that she nearly jumped for joy, reminiscent of a child who had just received candy. However, I shall not accompany you through the shopping mall, Qin Fan added. I have some matters to attend to at the cafe. No worries. Xiao Qiaoping waved her hand dismissively. I prefer to shop on my own. With that, she dashed toward the mall, bags in hand. Qin Fan returned to his seat, ordered an Americano, and placed his phone on the table. While he claimed to be working, he was merely scrolling through messages, organizing his thoughts. The dialogue he had just had with Yu Jiechi contained a wealth of information that deserved careful contemplation. If he could successfully secure the production for Huawei, orders would come flooding in, with others seeking him out rather than the other way around. The real challenge was to formulate a clear path forward. Yet, despite his deliberations, he found himself at a loss. It might soon be the case that he would not be the one pursuing clients, but rather clients would pursue him. The most uncertain aspect was the intentions of the civilization light system. Would it activate the next phase once the chip factory reached its peak? The system manual provided no clarification on this matter. Lost in thought, his phone chimed, signaling an incoming email. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Huawei, containing the IC design documentation for the Kirin 9000 processor. His heart raced with excitement. This was it, as long as the chip could be successfully produced. It was inconceivable that Yu Jiechi would not award them the contract for manufacturing. Not long after, Xiao Qiaoping returned, her arms laden with shopping bags, her face beaming with satisfaction. Qin Fan glanced at the contents of her bags, all filled with luxury items. He couldn't help but tease, "Your parents are quite generous, providing you with such an allowance." No matter how high her internship salary, it couldn't possibly account for such extravagance. Xiao Qiaoping giggled. On their only daughter. Who else would they spoil? Qin Fan could only shake his head and smile, choosing not to respond. He had accomplished what he set out to do, and with a little break now behind him, it was time to get back to work. With the IC data for the Kirin 9000 in hand, he was ready to head to the factory and commence production. The two made their way to the underground parking garage to retrieve their car. Along the way, Xiao Qiaoping remained animated, excitedly showing Qin Fan her new purchases. "Boss, look at this. Isn't it beautiful?" "Indeed, everything looks splendid. You look good in anything." Qin Fan complimented casually. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he asked, "Do you know how to play cards?" "Pooga." "Of course," Xiao Qiaoping exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "We play do diju every day in the dorm." Qin Fan chuckled. "The way I play, you've surely never encountered it before. Are you brave enough to learn?" Xiao Qiaoping blinked and perked up. "Boss, teach me." "Em clever." Thus, during the drive back, the two engaged in a spirited game of cards, laughter echoing throughout the car. Upon returning to the chip factory, Qin Fan headed straight to the control center. Once seated, his first task was to upload the IC design data from Huawei into the system. He then initiated the chip production analysis program. The screen displayed several lines of text. Production project, Huawei Kirin 9000 Signature Edition. Chip process, 5 nanometers. Chip type, silicon-based chip. Production mode, wafer testing. Estimated time, 18 hours. Qin Fan gazed intently at the identification board, his brow furrowing slightly. He quickly realized that this was a pitfall test orchestrated by Huawei. The chip design provided was not the official version, but a modified one, marked for scrutiny. This served two purposes. Firstly, to assess whether he possessed the genuine capability to produce a 5-nanometer chip, and secondly, to guard against potential deceit, preventing any leakage of core technology. From his perspective, he would have acted similarly. It was only natural to retain a degree of caution in their first collaboration. Without further contemplation, Qin Fan pressed a button to confirm the commencement of work. 18 hours was neither excessively long nor particularly short. Fortunately, he had managed to secure an additional day initially. Otherwise, he would have been pressed for time. The next step was to await the results. After completing the series of tasks, he felt a pang of fatigue. He briefed his team to closely monitor the progress before heading home to rest. At the same time, Yu Jiechi sat in a hotel room, engaged in a remote meeting. On the other side of the video call were Huawei's key personnel, the supply chain manager, the head of chip design, the lead in mobile development, and even the venerable Kong Peiwu. In his 70s, Kong Peiwu exuded a robust vitality that commanded respect simply by his presence, silencing the room even without uttering a word. Within Huawei, there was no one who did not hold him in high esteem. Chapter 57 had already been released. He inquired Xiao Yu, "Do you believe this Qin Fan semiconductor is reliable?" Yu Jiechi responded candidly, "I spoke with him. He is young, but does not seem like the type to engage in deceit." The rotating chairman, Yin Yiwu, interjected, "But can they truly produce a 5-nanometer chip? It sounds rather implausible." Kong Peiwu remained silent for a few seconds before slowly articulating, "While we must acknowledge reality, we must also concede that miracles do exist." Yu Jiechi pressed further, "What if they manage to create the chip, yet its performance is subpar, and the yield is low?" What then? Kong Peiwu's voice carried no hint of hesitation. As long as the performance is not egregiously deficient, even with a yield of merely 30%, I would still want it. With this declaration, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. The old man was resolute. He would go to any lengths to ensure the continuation of the Qin 9000. Otherwise, the mobile phone and tablet division would face dire consequences. Kong Peiwu decisively stated, Xiao Long, and you, Xiao Yu, you two will oversee this personally. Should this endeavor succeed, we will swiftly establish a team in the capital to create a mobile device research and development center. The faster we can commence production, the better. Chang Hanyang from the mobile department nodded in agreement without uttering another word. The following morning, Qin Fan arrived at the chip factory, heading straight for the wafer processing workshop. The progress bar on the control screen indicated that it had reached 95%. In just half an hour, the wafer for the Qin 9000 would be finalized. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan returned to his office, brewed a cup of coffee, and leaned back in his chair for a moment of respite. He pondered why Huawei was so unusually quiet. At this juncture, not even a phone call had come through. Perhaps they had not harbored much hope, he mused. The coffee brewed by Xiao Xiaoping was indeed exceptional, so aromatic that he found it difficult to leave, feeling quite at ease. After finishing his cup, he returned to the control center. Upon entering, he heard a technician exclaim, "It's done. The wafer processing is complete." Without hesitation, Qin Fan rushed to the shipping area to retrieve the Qin 9000 wafer. Just by looking at it, he could discern its superiority. It was far more refined than the older 28-nanometer versions, with dense lines and clean routing. The more he examined it, the more satisfied he became, swiftly packing it securely. Just as he was about to depart, his phone rang. He glanced down and smiled. The caller ID displayed Huawei's number. As expected, they could no longer contain their eagerness. Upon answering, a familiar voice emerged. The same enigmatic individual who had been in contact with him previously, likely someone from Yu Jieqi's side. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin?" The tone was quite cautious. "It is," Qin Fan replied succinctly. "Mr. Yu instructed me to inform you that you mentioned the wafer would be ready tomorrow. Can we arrange a time to meet?" Qin Fan chuckled lightly. "No need to wait until tomorrow. It's already completed." The caller was momentarily taken aback. Taking several seconds to respond, "I didn't catch that. Could you repeat?" Qin Fan rolled his eyes and reiterated, "I said, the wafer processing is complete." "You mean the Qin 9000 wafer?" The voice trembled with disbelief. "Yes, indeed," Qin Fan replied calmly. "Mr. Qin, please hold on. Just a moment." Qin Fan was perplexed. Why was this person acting so flustered? After a few seconds, the voice on the other end shifted, erupting into excitement. "Mr. Qin, the wafer really is ready." It was unmistakably Yu Jieqi, his tone markedly more animated, devoid of any semblance of the composure expected from a high-ranking executive. Clearly, they had not anticipated such rapid progress. Qin Fan maintained his composure. "Yes, it's done. Per our original plan, we'll meet tomorrow. Let us not wait until tomorrow. Can you come today?" "Today?" Yu Jieqi urgently interrupted. "All right, the usual place?" Qin Fan inquired. "Starbucks just there," Yu Jieqi quickly affirmed. They settled on a time of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With it already being 11, time was of the essence. The company cafeteria had yet to open, so Qin Fan hastily grabbed a few biscuits to tide him over. He took the box containing the wafer and set off. The traffic was unbearable, and he arrived at the Starbucks in Wucai City just 2 minutes before 2 o'clock. Upon entering, his gaze immediately landed on Yu Jieqi, who was seated at a window table. This time, he was accompanied by Gu Xiaozhong and Mao Tianchong. The three men had been intently watching the entrance, and as soon as Qin Fan walked in, they all rose to their feet. Yu Jieqi hurried forward to shake hands, exclaiming, Mr. Qin has arrived." Qin Fan smiled. "Apologies for the delay. I got caught in traffic. Not late at all, just in time. Please have a seat." Yu Jieqi was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Gu Xiaozhong took the initiative to order coffee. Qin Fan noticed that Yu Jieqi's eyes kept darting toward the box in his hands, so he decided to open it and place it on the table. "Mr. Yu, take a look at the freshly produced Qin 9000 wafer." Yu Jieqi's heart raced. He remained silent, nodding toward Mao Tianchong. "Mao Tianchong, come see." Mao Tianchong promptly approached, his excitement palpable. Both he and Gu Xiaozhong were key players in Haishi Semiconductor's chip design. After the initial batch of Qin 9000 design data was brought back from TSMC, it had been locked away, and they never imagined they would see it again. However, its authenticity still needed verification. Mere appearance would not suffice. Mao Tianchong cautiously extracted the wafer, holding it up to the light, and his eyes instantly brightened. "This looks promising." At that moment, Gu Xiaozhong returned with the coffee. setting it down before immediately leaning in to examine the wafer alongside Mao Tianchong. The two of them repeatedly compared it under the light, murmuring to each other. Yu Jiechi held his coffee, not having taken a sip in quite some time, his gaze fixated on their side. He was anxious. If this were indeed true, it would be monumental news. Yet, the more astonishing it seemed, the more he feared it might be a fleeting dream. In contrast, Qin Fan remained entirely unperturbed. He had unwavering confidence in his production line. A mishap was simply not an option. After a few minutes, Gu Xiaozhong and Mao Tianchong finally straightened up, their faces betraying their uncontainable joy. Yu Jiechi immediately set down his cup. So what did you discover? Can you tell if it's genuine? Gu Xiaozhong responded, Mr. Yu. Based on the layout, it is indeed the IC design for the Kirin 9000. However, but what? Yu Jiechi's expression darkened. One must return to the laboratory for a thorough examination using specialized equipment, as the nuances of nanoscale materials cannot be adequately discerned with mere observation. Yu Jiechi let out a sigh of relief. You startled me. I thought something was amiss. Could you refrain from fragmented speech? Gu Xiaozhong scratched his head and chuckled. Yu Jiechi then turned to Qin Fan. Mr. Qin, may we take this wafer back to the company for testing? By all means, go ahead, Qin Fan replied with alacrity. As for the costs, I shall have the finance department transfer the amount to you shortly, if that is agreeable. Yu Jiechi inquired. No ruse. We can discuss that once the task is accomplished. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Yu Jiechi felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Dealing with Qin Fan was indeed a hassle-free experience, devoid of unnecessary complications. Once the tests were completed, all challenges would be resolved. Observing that the trio was restless, Qin Fan took the initiative to rise. I have a few matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now, and we'll be in touch. Chapter 58. It's akin to squeezing toothpaste. All right, I will call you the moment I have results. Yu Jiechi nodded vigorously. With that, Qin Fan departed. He had anticipated that Huawei would be eager to conduct tests, yet he was taken aback by their promptness. Just one night had passed, and the phone rang again. Upon answering, Qin Fan was surprised to hear Yu Jiechi's voice on the line. Qin Fan greeted him with a smile. Ah, Mr. Yu, what a rare pleasure to receive a call from you. Yu Jiechi's tone was unsteady. Mr. Qin, the results are in. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. And, did we pass? In truth, he could already sense the uncontainable excitement in Yu Jiechi's voice, akin to a long-suppressed shout finally being released. Yu Jiechi burst into laughter, not just a pass. It's extraordinarily good. Mr. Qin, your chip is remarkable. A broad smile spread across Qin Fan's face as a heavy weight lifted from his heart. He had faith in his production line, but no amount of confidence could mitigate the anxiety of potential mishaps. Yet, judging by Yu Jiechi's exuberance, not only had they met the standards, but they had far exceeded them. Without delay, Yu Jiechi continued. Mr. Qin, I must apologize, but we need to meet urgently to discuss this. How about I treat you to dinner? You can choose the venue. Qin Fan quickly waved his hands. No. You decide. I trust your judgment. Very well. I shall make arrangements, then. Yu Jiechi declared, let's south meet at that place in the city. It's convenient for both of us. Agreed. I'm in your hands, Qin Fan replied readily. What about the timing? What will be suitable for you? I'm free these next few evenings, Yu Jiechi responded. Then let us meet tomorrow evening. Please don't be late. After hanging up, Qin Fan felt a surge of elation. From the looks of it, the dinner was not merely a social outing. It was likely to solidify a significant order. In recent days, Qin Fan's semiconductor had been thriving, surging ahead as if pressing the accelerator. The order for 10 million chips from the coarse grain sector was still processing. Having just supplied products for future electric vehicles, Sui Heron's team had returned without hesitation, presenting another batch of automotive-grade chip orders. 3 new products were on the table. 2 at 28 nanometers, and 1 at 14 nanometers, all formidable challenges. Yet Qin Fan was confident in his production capacity. However, he had noticed a new development. The growth value from the 28 nanometer chips had been halved. It had always been modest, but now it resembled the slow squeeze of toothpaste. Clearly, relying solely on lower process orders could not sustain the pace of upgrades. He needed to secure higher process jobs to accelerate the growth. Yet, he remained unperturbed. As long as he could clinch the order for Huawei's Kirin 9000, everything would fall into place. The 5-nanometer chips, coupled with Huawei's peak shipment of 300 million mobile phones, promised a lucrative return. Once signed, it would lead to a windfall and rapid factory upgrades, a win-win situation. More crucially, this could also provide Huawei with a much-needed respite, aiding them in navigating out of their current predicament. As he pondered, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Xiaoping peeked in, boss. Someone from Cone Technology is here without an appointment. Qin Fan responded. No problem, let them in. All right. Xiao Qiaoping turned to leave, but suddenly came back, smiling. By the way, boss, I practiced the card game you taught me. It's quite fun. We should play again sometime. Qin Fan grinned. Absolutely. Let's have a game when time allows. Xiao Qiaoping left with a cheerful demeanor. Minutes later, two guests entered the office. Qin Fan immediately recognized the one in front. Yu Maoqiang, an old acquaintance from Cone Technology, followed by what appeared to be his assistant. Qin Fan promptly rose to greet them. Mr. Zhua, it's great to see you. Please take a seat. The two settled onto the sofa, and Xiao Qiaoping thoughtfully served 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee. The office was beginning to resemble that of a true boss. Qin Fan inquired with a smile, Mr. Zhua, has there been any issue with the chips? Yu Maoqiang quickly waved his hands. No, everything is normal. We're here to place another order. Qin Fan was somewhat surprised. Now? The last order hasn't even been fully delivered yet. Yu Maoqiang sighed. Well, the world is in a frenzy over chips. Your business hasn't taken off yet, but once it does, who knows who'll get ahead. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan understood. The higher-ups at Cone were not foolish. They realized that once his establishment gained recognition, orders would flood in. Old clients needed to secure their positions early, lest they miss out later. With such support, how could Qin Fan decline? He immediately nodded in agreement. The assistant swiftly retrieved a contract from his bag and handed it over. Qin Fan scanned it briefly, and his eyes lit up. It was a substantial order. They were requesting an additional 5 million units of the 5G baseband chip currently in production, along with 2 million units of the 128 gigabyte storage chips. Such a bold move. Xiao Bao looked at Qin Fan. Mr. Qin, you previously mentioned that you could produce any chip, so we decided to include the storage as well. Is that feasible? Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. A trivial matter, no problem at all. Xiao Bao felt reassured and added, we will settle the remaining payment for the last order within this week. Qin Fan nodded. Is Cone's funding situation stable? Rest assured. Xiao Bao smiled. Thanks to your swift delivery, our cash flow has been quite stable. That is good to hear, Qin Fan acknowledged. Inwardly, Xiao Bao was quite impressed. Though Mr. Qin was young, he was dependable and straightforward. It was evident to any discerning eye that Cone had managed to sustain itself largely due to Qin Fan's timely assistance. Suddenly recalling something, he reached into his bag and placed an item on the table. Qin Fan glanced at it. What is this? An invitation, Xiao Bao replied with a grin. There's a celebration dinner this weekend, and Old Cha specifically asked me to bring this to you, insisting that you must attend. Qin Fan was taken aback. Me? Is that appropriate? Xiao Bao chuckled. Old Cha said that if you don't come, he will personally come and fetch you. With that, what more could Qin Fan say? He could only nod. All right, I will definitely be there. With the task completed, Xiao Bao left with a jubilant expression. Sitting back in his chair, Qin Fan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. It had only been a short while, and now invitations for dinner were rolling in one after another. All from prominent figures in the industry. The pace of change was astonishing, yet genuinely exhilarating. The next morning, Qin Fan did not head to the factory, but drove straight to the restaurant chosen by Yu Jiechi, designated for their meeting. This time, he was not alone. He brought 2 companions, Geng Xiaojun, who adeptly handled both technical and business matters, serving as a crucial pillar in the factory, and Xiao Qiaoping, his assistant and affairs manager. Indispensable for important occasions. When it came to serious discussions, the setup needed to match the significance of the occasion. Over this period, Geng Xiaojun had proven reliable and steadfast, devoid of any ulterior motives. Qin Fan was well aware that this individual warranted focused mentorship. In the future, should he engage with ordinary clients, he need not always be present. Entrusting the matters to Geng Xiaojun would suffice. Naturally, it is imperative not to cultivate only one talent. Several promising individuals must be chosen in succession to gradually establish a formidable team. Chapter 59. Are you willing to accept? The company aims to ascend. Relying solely on the boss's shoulders will inevitably lead to exhaustion. There are too many tasks at hand, and someone must step up. The meeting place is called Xiaoxiang Restaurant, which is evidently known for Hunan cuisine. Yu Jiechi likely selected a restaurant that simply appeared appealing, eschewing any ostentatious displays. This aligns with Huawei's pragmatic style, which favors substance over showmanship. Otherwise, such growth would be unachievable. As Qin Fan entered with Geng Xiaojun and Xiao Qiaoping, they reported their name at the front desk, which promptly directed them to the 2nd floor. The upper level comprises half open seating and half private rooms, adorned in a tranquil style reminiscent of small bridges and flowing water. Upon entering the private room, they found a few individuals already seated. Indeed, Yu Jiechi was present, accompanied by 3 familiar faces. Gu Xiaozhong and Mao Tianchong were among them, but But seated in the principal position was a significant figure, the head of the mobile division, Chang Hanyang. Upon Yu Jieqi's introduction, Qin Fan's heart sank slightly. He had not anticipated that Huawei would deploy two senior executives for their first meeting. This was beyond expectations. Chang Hanyang scrutinized Qin Fan, his surprise more pronounced than Qin Fan's own. He had never imagined that the legendary owner of Qin Fan Semiconductor would be so youthful. This was somewhat counterintuitive. In the semiconductor industry, particularly in cutting-edge chips, one typically requires substantial experience, connections, and background to navigate effectively. Yet, upon investigation, Qin Fan appeared to possess none of these attributes, seeming to have emerged from thin air. However extraordinary it may seem, one must believe it. The factory capable of successfully fabricating the Kirin 9000 is exceedingly rare, with only two global giants, TSMC and Samsung, holding such capabilities. It is inconceivable that Qin Fan would venture to their facilities for production, as they would refuse his request. Thus, the only conclusion remains: this young man truly possesses the technical prowess. This verdict was accepted by Huawei's technical team, prompting Chang Hanyang to travel overnight from the metropolis via high-speed train. After the dishes were ordered and tea served, the discussion turned to the main agenda. Yu Jieqi began. Our technical department has examined that wafer, and the results, well, are far superior to our expectations. Qin Fan raised his teacup, smiling as he offered a toast. Thank you, General Manager Yu. Yu Jieqi beamed with delight. It was no wonder, as the Kirin 9000 had lain dormant for 2 years, and now there appeared to be hope, bringing a collective sigh of relief across Huawei. Even General Manager Kong had approved. The yield rate is irrelevant. The price can be steep. As long as we can produce it, we will do whatever it takes. However, before proceeding with the collaboration, one crucial matter needed clarification. Most importantly, Yu Jieqi stated, Mr. Qin, we trust in your capability for 5-nanometer production, but there is one question that must be asked in person. Qin Fan nodded. Please go ahead. Yu Jieqi hesitated. Can your company establish a connection with us at Huawei? Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback, not grasping the immediate implication. Chang Hanyang interjected, Mr. Qin, you are aware that most chip manufacturers would not dare accept our orders. He did not elaborate fully, but the insinuation was clear. Collaborating with Huawei equated to treading into a minefield of international disputes, patents, embargoes, equipment shortages, risking closure overnight. Even TSMC, as formidable as it is, would not dare to accept such risks. Samsung, equally powerful, would be even less inclined. Thus, this inquiry was not a mere formality. It stemmed from genuine apprehension about potential obstacles. After their statements, both men fixed their gazes on Qin Fan, their expressions tinged with tension. Qin Fan smiled. General Manager Yu. General Manager Sui, consider this. If I were afraid of collaboration, why would I exert effort to fabricate the Kirin 9000? Chang Hanyang was momentarily stunned. Aren't you concerned about the risk of equipment supply disruption? Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. General Manager Sui, I have mentioned this to General Manager Yu. All our equipment is self-sourced, devoid of any foreign technology, and we have not used a single screw from others. Chang Hanyang was left speechless. Turning to look at Yu Jieqi. Yu Jieqi appeared somewhat embarrassed. I neglected to mention that Mr. Qin indeed brought this up, but at the time, I truly did not take it seriously, thinking it was mere boasting. Who would have imagined he not only succeeded in production, but that the technological level would rival TSMC, with certain metrics even exceeding theirs? Now, it was confirmed. Qin Fan Semiconductor was willing and capable of collaboration. The weight that had burdened both men was finally lifted, igniting their spirits. Yu Jieqi continued, Mr. Qin, let us discuss the specifics. One concern remains. There are no other semiconductor manufacturers in the capital. Once the chips are produced, how will we handle packaging and testing? We cannot be shipping them back and forth to the south. That would be too cumbersome. Qin Fan did not respond immediately, but nodded toward Geng Xiaojun. Geng Xiaojun promptly took over. General Manager Yu, General Manager Sui, at Qin Fan Semiconductor. We are capable of managing the entire process, from manufacturing to packaging and testing, offering a seamless service. This revelation left everyone at the table astounded. The ability to produce chips was already impressive, but to encompass the entire subsequent process as well. What formidable foundation did this company possess? The members of Huawei were already itching to send personnel to inspect the site. However, the most pressing matter was to swiftly finalize the collaboration and commence work without delay. Every moment counted. Huawei Group had been severely impacted by the chip supply halt, which had already caused significant delays. Previously, their mobile division had surged to capture a 20% share of the global market, firmly securing the second position, just a breath away from the first. Yet now, Their share had plummeted to around 5%. This dismal performance was a source of heartache for all. Chang Hanyang, who dreamt of propelling Huawei Mobile back to its pinnacle to confront the leader once more, finally spoke up. We intend to place an initial order for a batch of Kirin 9000 chips. I wonder if Qin Fan Semiconductor still has any available production lines? Qin Fan took a sip of his tea and replied nonchalantly, General Manager Sui, rest assured, even if there are no openings, I can free up a line to prioritize producing the Kirin 9000 for you. Chang Hanyang and Yu Jiechi exchanged glances, both somewhat taken aback by his response. This statement did not sound like the usual business rhetoric. Rather, it conveyed a sense of assurance, as if he were declaring, I will take care of Huawei's needs. This was not merely assistance. It was akin to providing a stamp of endorsement. Yet both men understood that Qin Fan was genuinely eager to extend a helping hand. Filled with sincerity, Chang Hanyang nodded. Since you're so forthcoming, let us discuss pricing, with General Manager Yu overseeing the specifics. Yu Jiechi continued. We are aware that there is currently a global chip crisis, causing processing fees to soar. So Mr. Qin, please propose a price, and we will accept it, provided it is not excessively unreasonable. This statement was more than mere politeness. It was an open invitation for Qin Fan to determine his own price. All eyes in the room turned toward Qin Fan, eagerly anticipating his response. In a world where only a handful of factories could produce high-end chips, the price was already somewhat predictable. Given Huawei's unique situation, Qin Fan was almost the sole option available for collaboration. In such a scenario, a shrewd businessman might typically inflate prices by 50 or 70%, and Huawei would have no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 60. This is quite loyal, indeed. However, unexpectedly, Qin Fan gently set down his teacup and simply stated, let us proceed at the standard price. There is no need for any embellishments. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent, some even unable to believe their ears. No price increase. How exceptionally loyal is this? Not only the onlookers, but even Chang Hanyang and Yu Jiechi found it difficult to maintain their composure, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. Despite being the ones purchasing the goods, they inexplicably felt as if they were the ones benefiting, thinking they were receiving too little. Yu Jiechi quickly shook his head, saying, Boss Qin, we appreciate your goodwill. But in business, there must be rules. Everything should be calculated fairly. Chang Hanyang promptly echoed, indeed, in this market, how can there be a reason for prices not to rise? The market conditions are evident. Even a slight increase will be acceptable to us. This scene nearly made Xiao Xiaoping and Geng Xiaojun burst into laughter. They struggled to suppress their amusement, their faces contorting in the effort. Were it not for the solemnity of the occasion, they would have erupted into hearty laughter long ago. Observing the persistence of the others, Qin Fan ceased to decline. After a brief pause, he stated, then let us increase it by 20. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiechi immediately waved his hand. Forget 20. Let us make it 30. Qin Fan was taken aback, thinking this individual was rather peculiar, as if they had an abundance of funds to spare, adamantly insisting on giving more. Since they were so earnest, he decided not to be impolite. After all, Huawei was not lacking in funds, and accommodating them was not a burden. Thus, their collaboration was solidified. The conversation then shifted to the quantity of the first batch of chips. Yu Jiechi and Chang Hanyang proposed a figure, 20 million units of the Kirin 9000. This was neither too much nor too little. A standard operation for a company of Huawei's scale, especially since their inventory had already been depleted by more than half and urgently required replenishment. Furthermore, Chang Hanyang, known for his prudence, made a request to first conduct a trial production of 5,000 units to test the overall performance. This request was reasonable, and naturally, Qin Fan had no objections. He nodded, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Sui, I will prioritize the arrangement of these 5,000 units and ensure prompt delivery. With matters settled, Yu Jiechi and Chang Hanyang felt completely at ease, simply awaiting the trial production samples. This meeting left them with an exceptionally favorable impression of Qin Fan. Firstly, he willingly relinquished production capacity, and secondly, he steadfastly refused to arbitrarily raise prices. Each of these actions was not typical of an ordinary businessman. They certainly did not consider Qin Fan a fool who lacked an understanding of profit. A person capable of running a semiconductor factory could hardly be dim-witted. This was clearly a matter of vision, responsibility, and rare integrity. Those with true insight could discern this at a glance. Geng Xiaojun and Xiao Xiaoping were equally thrilled. Their own company had managed to connect with Huawei and become a supplier, a stroke of fortune for a nascent enterprise. Particularly for Geng Xiaojun. who had previously navigated the tech sphere, he was acutely aware that only top-tier manufacturers had the qualification to produce the Qin 9000. This was no trivial matter. Once the news broke, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the domestic and international tech circles. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before Qin Fan Semiconductor achieved meteoric success. Reflecting on his decisive choice to switch jobs, he felt it was indeed a gamble that paid off. Otherwise, he would have missed this express train. Once the formalities were concluded, the dinner transitioned into a more relaxed atmosphere, shifting to casual conversation. The mood lightened significantly, allowing Geng Xiaojun and Xiao Qiaoping to join in. Especially Xiao Qiaoping, whose quick wit and emotional intelligence shone through, engaging in conversation with grace and ease. Qin Fan took note of this, mentally resolving to treat her to a fine meal in the future. As the dinner concluded, Qin Fan and Yu Jieqi swiftly drafted a contract for the processing agreement, thus formalizing their collaboration. The timing of the signing of the official contract became less significant. The following morning, Qin Fan received an email from Huawei's Haishi Semiconductor Department, with the attachment being the complete IC design files for the Qin 9000. Compared to the previous version, this one was comprehensive, with all modules included. With this document, production could commence directly. Shortly thereafter, the company's account received a notification of a deposit, 50 million renminbi. Qin Fan smirked, amused by Huawei's generosity. They were extraordinarily lavish, providing ample face. Moreover, the processing price for the Qin 9000 chip was inherently high, which was a tangible reason for this. This was a cost price negotiated down due to the large order of 20 million units. For smaller orders, it would not be exaggerated to see prices double. In essence, this transaction amounted to a staggering contract value of 6 billion. For Qin Fan Semiconductor, this was an astronomical figure. Indeed, even on a national scale, any chip factory receiving such an order would be shaken to its core. With funds acquired, it was time to act. That very afternoon, Qin Fan accelerated towards the factory. He bypassed the office entirely, heading straight for the production line's control room. Upon entering, he scanned the production progress chart. The batch of communication chips, totaling 10 million, was already 70 complete. The 5G baseband for Zhuai Z technology was in its final stages, expected to be finished in 2 days. And Zhuai Z had just placed a new order, which could be addressed later. Next, he accessed the factory's status panel. Building type, chip factory. Building level, level 2. Building growth, 500,000. Production capacity, 500,000. Production efficiency, 85. Yield rate, 89. Cost control, 88. Overall, the data had significantly improved. Recently, a batch of skilled workers had been hired, resulting in smoother production line operations and consequently, heightened efficiency. Qin Fan felt a sense of reassurance. Now that the factory had upgraded to level 2, its capacity had more than doubled, making it manageable to handle the influx of Qin 9000 orders without feeling overwhelmed. Looking at the specific project details, production project, Huawei Qin 9000. Process node, 5 nanometers. Chip type, silicon-based chip. Production mode, human-machine collaboration. Current efficiency, 82. Order quantity, 20 million units. Estimated duration, 1,440 hours. Estimated cost, 233 million. He adjusted the quantity to 20 million, refreshing the system, which displayed a cost of 190 million. The profit margin was astonishingly high, exceeding 60. Other processing factories would be grateful to achieve a 30 margin. This order was practically yielding smoke. With over 300 million in liquid assets, paying this amount was a breeze. Qin Fan clicked to confirm production. The production line was immediately rescheduled, officially incorporating the Qin 9000 into the production sequence. Now, all that remained was to await the first batch of 5,000 trial production units to notify Huawei for inspection. In the following days, life returned to a tranquil rhythm. There were no major events, merely the handling of trivial matters. For instance, HR Representative Pei Yanlan had finally secured a reliable team of chefs. After conducting background checks, she found them to be all essential staff from a 4-star hotel kitchen, with impeccable skills and experience. However, they were demanding high salaries, and Pei Yanlan, uncertain, sought Qin Fan's decision. Qin Fan inquired, "Are they reliable?" Pei Yanlan replied, "Absolutely reliable." Qin Fan waved his hand. "All right, sign them on. No haggling." Chapter 61, definitely bringing them tonight. The current Qin Fan was indeed quite resolute. The company was not short on funds, and it was only right for employees to enjoy better meals. On that weekend, his phone rang. It was Chiu Sibao calling. "Boss Qin, don't forget." Qin Fan paused. "What is it?" Qiu Bao, nearly at his wit's end, replied. Stop playing coy. Qin Ge, you really must be joking. Qin Fan chuckled. Just teasing you. I've got it covered for tonight. All right then, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fan pondered for a moment and decided to go alone. The celebration banquet organized by Zhuaz Technology was likely a result of their recent surge in mobile phone sales. Finally catching a breath and wanting to create a lively atmosphere to uplift morale. The nostalgic Cha Zijuan, remembering the favor Qin Fan had done him, specifically invited him. At 5 p.m, Qin Fan set off. The venue for the celebration was rather unexpected, a nightclub, having rented the entire building. Such extravagance was quite remarkable. It was located right next to Sanlitun, and the traffic was horrendous. By the time he arrived, it was already 6:20. Finding parking was a nightmare. After maneuvering through a labyrinth of streets, he finally squeezed into a spot, turned off the engine, and made his way to the entrance. A sign hung at the nightclub's door. Internal event, no entry for outsiders. 2 security guards in suits stood at the entrance. When one spotted Qin Fan, he stepped forward and stopped him. Sir, you cannot enter without an invitation. Qin Fan had anticipated this and produced the electronic invitation, which the guard scrutinized before nodding and allowing him to proceed. Once inside, he was immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere. The music, though not overly loud, had a lively beat and the lights were bright. The entire venue had been decorated with posters and slogans for Zhuaz phones adorning the walls and columns. Scanning the hall, Qin Fan didn't recognize anyone, so he casually settled into a corner. A passing waitress with a tray caught his attention, and he said, I'll have whatever, even if it's just alcohol. The waitress handed him a glass of whiskey. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it and took a sip. Worst case, he could always call a designated driver. There was nothing to fear. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the nearby table, men and women dressed in trendy attire, animatedly chatting. Is Lao Cha out of his mind? Why is he throwing a banquet now when the company is on the brink of collapse? You've been living under a rock. Zhuaz is actually making a comeback. A comeback? What do you mean? Sales have skyrocketed recently. I heard the T3 model sold over 5 million units online this month. No way. Is that true? How do they manage that? Haven T, they've been short on chips? They found a new chip supplier. The supply chain is back on track. Really? Which company is that? I heard it's called something like Qin Semiconductor. Qin what? Qin Semiconductor? Qin Fan nearly choked on his drink. Qin? What kind of semiconductor company has that name? Are they selling speakers? The commotion drew the attention of the group, and a girl waved at him with a cheerful smile. Hey there, handsome. Come join us for a drink. The girl was quite attractive and dressed stylishly, instantly likable. Qin Fan raised his glass, stood up, and walked over. At the table, there were 3 other people besides him, 1 girl and 2 guys, engaged in lively conversation. The girl, named Guan Yupei, was striking, while the 2 guys, one plump, named Wei Yaobua, and the other slender like a bamboo pole, named Fu Jijun, were animatedly chatting. They all hailed from the same media outlet, known as the Shaoxi Review Room, which specialized in tech product evaluations, similar to the Sure Hongdao Review Room, focusing on mobile phones and computers. Shaoxi Review Room had gained quite a reputation, backed by the illustrious C Station of the Second Dimension. Guan Yupei had made a name for herself, frequently appearing on screen, and her good looks were no surprise. She appraised Qin Fan and thought to herself, he is quite handsome. So, handsome, who invited you? She asked. Cha Zijuan and Qiu Bao. Qin Fan replied. The moment he uttered those words, the other 3 burst into laughter, clearly thinking he was joking. Hey, you certainly know how to play along, Guan Yupei remarked. Seeing their joviality, Qin Fan didn't bother to explain further. Whether they believed him or not was inconsequential. The trio continued their conversation, and the topic shifted to the semiconductor matter. Qin Fan, intrigued, perked up and leaned in with his drink in hand. About that Qin Semiconductor you mentioned, I think I've heard someone mention it recently, Guan Yupei said. What did you hear? Fuzijun inquired. I heard it's quite an impressive company, she replied. Fuzijun chacod, impressive. How so? I heard they can produce 7-nanometer chips. Fu Jijun's eyes widened in disbelief. 7-nanometer? Don't joke around. Which company in the country has that capability? Wei Yaobua interjected. Don't underestimate it. I've also heard that the baseband chip for the Zhuaz ZT3 is made by them. If it weren't for them, Lao Cha would have been in deep trouble long ago and wouldn't have time to host this banquet. Fu Jijun was left speechless, struggling to believe it. Guan Yupei added, I also heard that the owner of this company only graduated from elementary school and is entirely self-taught. Qin Fan nearly choked on his drink again, his face turning red. I'm sorry, I swallowed wrong, he managed to say. Fu Jijun was equally astonished. Elementary school? And he runs a semiconductor company? Are you kidding me? Wei Yaobua quickly corrected him. Oh, you're behind the times. It's not elementary school. He is disabled. The owner is handicapped. Guan Yupei and Fu Jijun froze in disbelief. Disabled? How can a disabled person run a semiconductor company? Guan Yupei questioned. Wei Yaobua replied with conviction. Why not? The more physically challenged, the more determined they are. It's about strong willpower. Qin Fan rolled his eyes internally. What kind of rumors have spread? Not only was the elementary school education exaggerated, but now he had also gained a disability? Just as he was lost for words, Guan Yupei chimed in again. The more I hear about this owner, the more I want to meet him in person. Qin Fan raised his head, took a sip of his drink, and was about to speak when she interrupted him again. I really want to ask that elementary school graduate who is disabled how he became a boss step by step. I need some tips. Qin Fan quickly lowered his head, pretending to drink, feeling increasingly embarrassed. The remark felt like a slap in the face. Suddenly, Guan Yupei turned to him and asked, by the way, have you heard of that semiconductor company called Qin something? I have, Qin Fan replied. The trio perked up immediately. What have you heard? Guan Yupei pressed. The company is called Qin Fan Semiconductor. Guan Yupei paused. Qin Fan Semiconductor? That's an odd name. Chapter 62. Why didn't you say anything when you came? Qin Fan added. Also, the owner of Qin Fan Semiconductor didn't graduate from elementary school. Wei Yaobua jumped in. I told you he is disabled. Qin Fan rolled his eyes dramatically. He is not disabled. He just Guan Yupei probed. Just what? Just handsome. Qin Fan replied. Puffed. The trio rolled their eyes in unison, clearly believing he was joking. Just then, two figures entered the door. Guan Yupei, Wei Yaobua, and Fu Jijun immediately fell silent, their playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. Why? Because the big shots had arrived. The newcomers were none other than Cha Zijuan and Yu Maoqiang. Qin Fan hadn't seen Cha Zijuan in a while, and nearly didn't recognize him. He had gained so much weight that his belly almost touched the table. It was evident that he had been enjoying life lately, indulging in fine food and drink. As Cha Zijuan stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Qin Fan and, without uttering a word, seized Yu Maoqiang and made a beeline for them. The three of them instantly felt a wave of panic. Oh no, did they overhear what we just said? Are we about to be summoned for a discussion? However, when Cha Zijuan spoke, it was directed at Qin Fan. Brother Qin, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming? The trio was left utterly dumbfounded. Brother Qin? Who could that possibly be? Isn't Qin the only one with that surname? They watched as Qin Fan rose with a smile, casually draping an arm over Cha Zijuan's shoulder, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries as if they were long-lost brothers. In that moment, the three understood. So this lad is Brother Qin? But who exactly is he? How could he be so familiar with Cha Zijuan? To be addressed so affectionately by such a prominent figure undoubtedly indicates significant stature. Cha Zijuan clapped him on the back. Let us go sit up front. You must drink a few rounds with me today. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. Sure. Before departing, he turned back with a smile. I'm Qin Fan, the owner of Qin Fan Semiconductor. The name may sound a bit odd, but you get used to it after hearing it often. With that, he strolled alongside Cha Zijuan, leaving the three men rooted to the spot in shock. The very boss they had just disparaged was sitting right before them, having heard every word. The more they thought about it, the more awkward they felt, their faces nearly burning with embarrassment. Fu Jijun murmured, This Qin boss is truly formidable. Guan Yupei glared at Wei Yaobua. Where did you hear that? He is not a cripple. He is clearly a handsome guy. Wei Yaobua stammered. Well, his education level might not be just elementary school, Guan Yupei pondered. It might not be that either. Qin Fan followed Cha Zijuan to the circular booth up front, where a familiar crowd was gathered. Cheng Xiaofei was among them. Without a doubt, these were the upper echelons of Z technology. Cha Zijuan enthusiastically pushed Qin Fan into a chair, his arm affectionately draped over his shoulder, and turned to the group, exclaiming, Come, everyone, take a look. This is my brother, Qin Fan, Mr. Qin. Upon hearing the name Qin Fan, everyone at the table instinctively straightened up. That name was well known. Qin Fan Semiconductor was a formidable entity. No wonder Cha Zijuan could refer to him as a brother, without Qin Fan's timely assistance. Z technology would have long since faltered. Yet those executives who had never met Qin Fan before all stared in disbelief. Who would have thought that the CEO of a major semiconductor company could be so young? He looked barely in his 20s, at most just over 30, with a fresh countenance and a charming appearance. If it weren't for Cha Zijuan's personal introduction, who would believe it? They might have mistaken him for an intern who had wandered into the wrong venue. However, these individuals had risen to their current positions by virtue of their sharp intellect, and they quickly gathered their wits, raising their glasses and approaching him. Wow, Mr. Qin is so young and already in charge. Truly impressive for someone so young. And look at you, such a striking young man. Are the ladies chasing after you? To establish such a large enterprise at such a young age is an exceptional feat. Rare in the industry. We owe our ability to enjoy this lavish feast today to Mr. Qin's assistance. We must raise a toast. The flattery flowed like syrup. And though Qin Fan had a thick skin, he felt himself flush, his ears turning red from the praise. Naturally, he was reveling in the moment. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Being a person of significance was indeed gratifying. At a celebratory banquet, one cannot simply indulge in food and drink without a touch of entertainment. Cha Zijuan was undoubtedly the center of attention tonight, his wit sharper than ever. He took to the stage, microphone in hand, animatedly spinning tales, seamlessly weaving jokes and anecdotes, with the audience responding with waves of applause. His mood was exuberant. The more cheerful he felt, the more fluid his speech became. The smile on his round face had not faltered since the beginning, stretching nearly to his ears. Compared to the gloomy visage he wore 2 months prior, he appeared as a different person altogether. In fact, the executives in the audience were similarly uplifted, their faces aglow, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their chests. When the company was on the brink of collapse, everyone walked with their heads down in trepidation. In truth, the accolades directed at Qin Fan were genuine, born from a place of sincere respect. If they hadn't secured the 5G baseband chip, the Zhuo ZT3 would have been impossible to mass produce, and the entire company would have faced ruin. Many had already begun discreetly submitting their resumes, some merely waiting for severance pay. Cha Zijuan's situation was even more dire, burdened with debts in the billions. To put it bluntly, if selling himself could clear the debt, he would have stripped down that very night. Yet creditors are hardly forgiving and would not easily relent. Meanwhile, Cha Zijuan continued on stage. I'm thrilled to share some good news with everyone. The Zhuo ZT3 has surpassed 600,000 in sales. At this proclamation, the room erupted into a cacophony of excitement, applause ringing out like thunder. It was May, and the T3 had launched in mid-March. Selling 600,000 in just over 2 months may not seem extraordinary, but for Zhuo Z technology, it marked the most significant achievement since the company's inception. As long as quality control held, sales could continue to soar. Cha Zijuan waved his hand and continued. Recently, I made a private bet with Shrugs, and I believe you all have heard the rumors. He insisted on signing a wager with me, selling 20 million T3s within a year. If successful, he would give me 100 million. If not, I would owe him 100 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, captivated by his words. As he mentioned, this matter was no longer a secret. At the time, Shrugs had provoked him, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Cha Zijuan had slapped the table and agreed. Everyone had thought him mad. Even he, in retrospect, felt it was akin to courting disaster. Back then, with chip shortages, selling even 10 million seemed a distant dream. No amount of persuasion from Qiu Sibao and Cheng Xiaofei could deter him. Looking back now, it could only be said that fortune smiled upon him. Were it not for Qin Fan Semiconductor, Cha Zijuan would likely be peddling goods on the street to settle debts. Cha Zijuan chuckled as he said, Next, I'll have my legal team reach out to Shrugs to finalize the details of our wager. Chapter 63. However, a 1 TB jumping. At this, the room erupted in laughter, everyone envisioning the furious expression of Shrugs, gritting his teeth in frustration. Cha Zijuan finally raised his glass. Lastly, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to one person, my brother, my comrade, the captain of Qin Fan Semiconductor, Qin Fan. Without him, we wouldn't even be standing here today. Thunderous applause filled the air, a fervent ovation. Some had met Qin Fan, while others had not. But his name had already become legendary within the company. To be perfectly honest, in the future, should anyone dare claim they were introduced by Qin Fan, they would be welcomed with open arms at Zhuo Z Technology. Once Cha Zijuan finished speaking, he resumed his seat, and others took to the stage to give speeches and perform. Observing the jubilant atmosphere permeating the company, Qin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He had earned wealth, forged bonds, and helped others preserve their dreams. This venture was indeed rewarding. After clinking glasses with Cha Zijuan and indulging in several rounds, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. His face flushed, and he started to feel lightheaded. Suddenly, caught up in the moment, he began to slap his own face and howl. Slap, slap, slap. Teacher Cha, calm down. Yu Miaoqiang and Cheng Xiaofei immediately rushed to restrain his arms, while others held down his feet. A flurry of activity ensued, and the scene spiraled into chaos. After several rounds of drinks, the time finally arrived for free dancing. The organizers were well-versed in handling such occasions. The young ladies adorned themselves beautifully, their skirts swaying captivatingly. As the music blared and the lights dimmed, the dance floor erupted with energy. Qin Fan welcomed everyone with open arms, toasting one by one, his smile radiating joy. While he was enjoying his drinks, a young woman approached him. "Mr. Qin, may I invite you to dance?" Upon looking up, he recognized her as Guan Yupei, with whom he had exchanged a few words earlier. "Sure, but I must admit, I'm not a dancer," he replied. "I'll teach you," she smiled, her eyes sparkling. Qin Fan thought to himself, why not dance? What is there to fear? At worst, I'll just let go of my inhibitions. After all, pride cannot fill one's stomach. Besides, even if the dance were intimate, he would not lose out on the chance to be close to a beautiful woman. Thus, he and Guan Yupei made their way to the center of the dance floor. Qin Fan, possessing quite the sense of rhythm, quickly found his groove. Although his moves were not professional, they appeared quite pleasant, even a touch charming. After dancing until they were both drenched in sweat, they settled into a corner booth, each with a drink in hand, engaging in casual conversation. During their chat, Guan Yupei playfully asked, "Could I visit your company sometime? I'd love to see what our local chip enterprises look like." Qin Fan chuckled. "Now that you've asked, how could I possibly refuse? It would be my honor to host a beautiful guest." The celebration banquet organized by Zhuizi Technology was indeed a delightful experience for Qin Fan. Although he had never been a recluse, he had rarely participated seriously in such vibrant gatherings. This time, he felt he had made up for lost time. The following day, he indulged in a full day of sleep to recuperate, and by the third day, he returned to his work duties. Early that morning, he walked into the chip factory as usual, where his assistant, Xiao Xiaoping, had prepared a warm cup of coffee for him. After taking a sip, he turned and entered the control room of the production line. For ordinary employees, that place was akin to forbidden ground, accessible only to Qin Fan himself. Even if others managed to enter, they could not operate the equipment. The system required an iris scan, recognizing only Qin Fan's unique pattern. No one else's presence would suffice. He first reviewed the progress reports from each production line. Recently, everything had been running smoothly, with no significant issues arising, and the growth metrics were soaring impressively. Particularly, the production of the Kirin 9000 chip for Huawei was yielding growth points of 5 to 6 per unit, a remarkable profit. At this rate, with just this batch of orders, it wouldn't be long before the chip factory would elevate to a third tier. Even more gratifying was the fact that the trial production of 5000 Kirin 9000 chips not only met the deadline, but exceeded expectations with a surplus. Qin Fan promptly instructed Xiao Xiaoping to contact Huawei Group to arrange for inspection and collection of the goods. Meanwhile, at Huawei, the higher-ups were already mobilizing. Yu Jieqi personally led a team to establish a mobile terminal research and development center in the capital, initially focusing on smartphones and tablets, with potential future expansions into laptops, smartwatches, and audio devices. However, this initiative faced internal dissent, with persistent opposition. For instance, the director of the Terminal Development Department, Yuan Hansong, had been frequenting Yu Jieqi's office, ostensibly to discuss ideas, but in reality, he was adamant about halting the project. He vehemently opposed the establishment of a research center in the capital, deeming it a wasteful endeavor that misallocated resources. Even when Yu Jieqi informed him that this decision had been sanctioned by Kong Peiwu, he remained obstinate in his opposition. The root of his resistance lay in his disbelief that Qin Fan Semiconductor could successfully produce the Kirin 9000. He viewed Yu Jieqi, Chang Hanyang, and Zheng Jingfei as deluded dreamers, hastily seeking a turnaround and falling prey to deception. In his eyes, Qin Fan Semiconductor was merely a facade of high-tech sophistication, a company adept at manipulating the anxieties of industry leaders into believing that an obscure small factory could handle 7-nanometer chip manufacturing. Even more absurdly, they managed to persuade Huawei to establish a research center in the capital. To Yuan Hansong, this notion was utterly preposterous. A project sustained by deception hardly warranted the group's financial investment. He prided himself on being rational and logical, and such anti-intellectual maneuvers ignited his fury. Thus, having just concluded a routine meeting, he knocked on Yu Jieqi's office door once more. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Jieqi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This individual was as stubborn as a mule, impervious to persuasion, akin to a piece of chewing gum that stuck around indefinitely. Recognizing the familiar opening lines, he knew they were about to delve into the topic of the research center in the capital. Unable to contain himself, Yu Jieqi chuckled. "Old Yuan, have you lost your mind? Should I find you a psychologist?" Yuan Hansong's expression darkened. "You call me insane? I see you all as collectively deluded." Yu Jiechi raised his hand to interrupt. All right, let's not escalate things. Sit down, have some water, and let us discuss this calmly. Yuan Hansong took the bottle of mineral water, sat down, and sighed. Last time, you didn't heed my warnings, but this time I've brought reinforcements. Yu Jiechi was taken aback. Reinforcements? Who? Yuan Hansong checked his phone. They're almost here. I'll go to the front desk to greet them. Please wait a moment. Yu Jiechi shrugged, wondering what new trick was in store. A few minutes later, Yuan Hansong indeed returned with someone. The individual was in his 40s of average build, wearing glasses, exuding an air of refinement, yet his eyes conveyed a sense of disdain. Yu Jiechi stood up to offer his seat, courteously inviting both to sit. Chapter 64. A Clear Disbelief. Yuan Hansong introduced, "This is Chai Xingliang, a seasoned chip expert from the island, previously associated with Lianhe and TSMC, highly regarded in the industry." Upon hearing his background, Yu Jiechi immediately adopted a serious demeanor, exchanging pleasantries with a smile. Chai Xingliang got straight to the point. "I hear from Director Yuan that you found a factory capable of producing the Kira 9000? Yu Jiechi glanced at Yuan Hansong and nodded. "Indeed, we have secured a factory for contract manufacturing." Chai Xingliang laughed dismissively, clearly skeptical. "How is that possible? It's not like pies fall from the sky. You're not being duped by some fly-by-night company, are you?" At this remark, Yu Jiechi's expression shifted. He felt a surge of irritation. Such words were discomforting, implying that he, Yu Jiechi, was a fool, easily manipulated. Chai Xingliang, noticing the change, remained unyielding, adjusting his glasses with a condescending air. "I'm not trying to be harsh, but Mr. Yu, you ought to be knowledgeable in this field. Currently, globally, aside from TSMC and the absolute giants, no one can manufacture the Kira 9000, not even Intel." This statement was hardly a revelation. It was common knowledge in the industry. As the CEO of consumer business, Yu Jiechi dealt with chips daily. He was well aware of these intricacies. Had this been years prior, he would have retorted immediately. But his circumstances had changed. He had learned to exercise restraint and composure. He merely nodded gently. "Your theoretical perspective is valid. Indeed, no one can achieve it. But the reality is, the factory we found can indeed produce high-processed chips." Upon hearing this, Chai Xingliang immediately shook his head, his tone as unyielding as steel. "Absolutely not. This is entirely impossible." Yu Jiechi narrowed his eyes, his voice low yet tinged with irritation. "I am aware of your doubts, but I have repeatedly confirmed with Chong Hanyang, General Sui, and our chip experts that there have been no errors." "Huh." Chai Xingliang could not suppress a laugh, then coughed lightly, feigning decorum as he said, "My apologies. I seem to have lost my composure. However, to speak candidly, your expert here appears to have a rather skewed perception." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiechi's expression immediately darkened. Given his fiery temperament, anyone else would have been swiftly dismissed. Within the entirety of Huawei, only a handful could temper his ire. Yu Jiechi scoffed, "Mr. Zhou, I can see that Xiao Dao is indeed at the forefront of chip technology, brimming with talent and boasting distinct advantages. Yet, Huawei's success is not merely the result of empty boasts. If we lack genuine prowess, will we have achieved our current standing? Wouldn't you agree?" Chai Xingliang snorted dismissively, adjusting his glasses as he spoke languidly. "While I certainly admire Huawei's overseas success, you must acknowledge that mere capability is insufficient. One must also ride the winds of fortune. As luck is an intrinsic aspect of skill." Yu Jiechi's brows knitted in displeasure. "Are you suggesting that Huawei's accomplishments are solely due to luck?" "I did not state that." Chai Xingliang waved his hand dismissively. "I merely speak the truth. Which enterprise has grown robust without a modicum of luck supporting it?" His words, seemingly innocuous, concealed sharp barbs. This man epitomized the mindset of Xiao Dao, profiting handsomely from business with the mainland while harboring a deep-seated disdain for its enterprises. Convinced that technological advancement on the mainland was merely a stroke of luck. In their eyes, Huawei's success in selling phones was solely due to the robust chips produced by TSMC. If success were to be attributed, it would rightfully belong to TSMC, leaving Huawei out of the picture entirely. Such sentiments not only vexed Yu Jiechi, but also left Yuan Hansong feeling quite disrespected. However, as he had brought Chai along, he could not afford to confront him directly and could only chuckle awkwardly. "Xiao Chong is known for his forthrightness. Don't take it to heart, old Yu." Yu Jiechi shot him a glance before turning to Chai Xingliang, stating, "I do not wish to argue further. Our technical department has already assessed that the new supplier is reliable." Yet, Chai Xingliang was relentless. Even if they can produce the Kirin 9000 in trial runs, it is not guaranteed they can achieve mass production. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiechi was momentarily taken aback. This was precisely his greatest concern. While there were indeed domestic facilities capable of trial production, those able to sustain mass production could be counted on one hand. What compounded the issue was that even if such capability existed, external pressures often deterred them from accepting orders from Huawei. Initially, when Chang Hanyang approached Qin Fan to propose trial production of 5,000 current 9,000 units, it was to explore whether this path could be viable. If they could truly deliver, it would indicate their ability to mass produce. However, those 5,000 units had yet to yield any news, leaving both Yu Jiechi and Chang Hanyang with a weighty sense of uncertainty. Chai Xingliang continued, "You are well aware that to produce 5-nanometer chips without extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment, all discussions are moot, correct?" Yuan Hansong nodded in agreement from the side. Indeed, that equipment is simply unattainable domestically. Thus, I reiterate, Chai Xingliang's tone rose. Not having it means you cannot proceed. Ordinary lithography can only manage up to 7 nanometers, at best. This is not something that can be caught up to merely through sheer determination. Understand? Yuan Hansong concurred emphatically. Even if there were a factory capable of producing 7-nanometer chips, would they dare collaborate with you? They still have to consider their own equipment purchases. After all, this is no jest. Their exchange, filled with earnest conviction, weighed heavily on the atmosphere. Yu Jiechi bowed his head in silence for a moment, finally uttering, "Let us wait a bit longer, if they can indeed produce. News will eventually arrive." Chai Xingliang sighed, adopting the guise of concerned ally. "I understand the difficulties Huawei faces. I merely wish to remind you that how you navigate this path is ultimately your own decision." Seizing the moment, Yuan Hansong interjected, "Old Yu, I believe we must promptly adjust our direction. Let us set aside the phone business for now and pivot to other ventures. We must act swiftly. If we delay any longer, it could lead to dire consequences." Yu Jiechi remained silent, his head bowed. Yuan Hansong grew agitated. "You should speak with General Kong. Don't let this drag on. Opportunities wait for no one." His genuine concern for the company prevented Yu Jiechi from lashing out. At that moment, Chai Xingliang added, "Forgive my bluntness, but you truly need to reconsider your approach. Without chips, the mobile business cannot sustain itself. It is only a matter of time before it is cut." Just as Yu Jiechi was about to respond, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He swiftly retrieved it and answered, "Hello, Xiaoliang, speak." "What? Please repeat that." 5,000 Kirin 9,000 units? Completed? You must be mistaken." His voice trembled, and a cascade of emotions erupted on his face. Shock, joy, disbelief, and excitement, all mingling together. Yuan Hansong and Chai Xingliang sat on the sofa, exchanging bewildered glances, completely taken aback. Did this imply that the Kirin 9000 could truly be mass-produced? How could that be possible? Yu Jiechi's voice soared. "Immediately notify Chang Hanyang. Have the team in the capital retrieve it right away and deliver it directly to the R&D department in Modu. Now, at once." Chapter 65. The speed was utterly astonishing. As the call ended, the excitement on his face was barely containable. "My apologies. I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot stay." He stood up, speaking as he walked. "Old Yuan, please see Mr. Zhou out." With that, he strode out of the office, leaving Yuan Hansong and Chai Xingliang frozen in place, akin to two statues. Not long after, Chai Xingliang also departed. Walking down the street, he felt increasingly uneasy, his heart tightening. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The recipient was Duan Quancheng, a senior executive at TSMC. "Hello, Hong Yi. I need to discuss something with you." Chai Xingliang lowered his voice. "There's a company on the mainland called Qin Fan Semiconductor. You must keep a close watch on them. I have heard, and I stress the word heard, that they are already capable of producing Kirin 9000 chips." He did not elaborate further, but the implication was clear. Chai Xingliang himself harbored doubts about whether any company on the mainland could genuinely produce Kirin 9000 chips, but having witnessed Yu Jiechi's astonished expression, he began to entertain doubts of his own. To be safe, it was prudent to have TSMC prepare in advance. Being overly cautious was never a mistake. The folks at TSMC were not easily satisfied. Beyond the absolute value of the square root of 9, they had no desire for a fourth contender capable of challenging them. Meanwhile, Yu Jiechi received the news. The trial production of 5,000 Kirin 9000 units had been completed. He was so excited he nearly leaped from his seat. Simultaneously, Chang Hanyang, far away in Modu, also received the notification. To say that neither of them expected Qin Fan Semiconductor to accomplish this so swiftly would be an understatement. This speed surpassed even TSMC's initial trial production by a significant margin. Initially projected to take several weeks, The process had taken only a matter of days. It was astonishingly rapid, yet a pressing question remained. Would these chips perform adequately? Would their performance meet the standards? The immediate priority was to expedite the samples to Modu for comprehensive testing, even to directly install and run them. At this moment, both Yu Jieqi and Chang Hanyang shared a singular thought. They did not wish to wait a second longer. For this purpose, they had already kept a few personnel in the capital, specifically awaiting this batch of goods. Among them was a technical expert named Gu Xiaozhong, a seasoned veteran in the chip industry who had previously engaged in core research at Haishi Semiconductor. He had played a significant role in the design of the Kirin 9000. This individual possessed a keen eye and could instantly discern whether a chip was genuine or not. Upon receiving the notification, Gu Xiaozhong immediately set off with two assistants, driving straight to the premises of Qin Fan Semiconductor. The trio was filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety, eager to witness the legendary batch of chips with their own eyes. To be candid, they had never truly anticipated the day when a Kirin 9000 would be produced again. Yet, the more exhilarated they became, the more Gu Xiaozhong reminded himself to remain composed, fearful that a moment of impulsive enthusiasm might cloud his judgment. Following the navigation, they soon entered the Qin Fan Semiconductor campus and parked within the courtyard. As they disembarked, they looked around, almost incredulous. Particularly Gu Xiaozhong, whose first reaction was, "This factory is exceedingly small. Not to mention in comparison to TSMC, it barely measured up to even a fraction of the likes of Zhongxin International. Could a factory of such modest scale truly manufacture chips? Especially with a cutting-edge process like 5 nanometers? Doubt began to creep into his mind. While he pondered, a figure approached, Geng Xiaojun, the technical production manager at Qin Fan Semiconductor. They had crossed paths previously and recognized each other. Geng Xiaojun smiled and remarked, "You all arrived quite promptly." Gu Xiaozhong, disregarding pleasantries, directly inquired, "Manager Geng, is the Kirin 9000 truly produced? Otherwise, would I have called you here?" Jing Xiaojun gestured, "Come. I will show you the actual items." Gu Xiaozhong nodded and followed him. Upon reaching the shipping warehouse, they were greeted by rows of silver-gray alloy boxes, all specially designed to be shockproof, moisture-proof, and magnetic-proof. Gu Xiaozhong immediately recognized these boxes, as they were specifically crafted for high-precision semiconductor components. His heart settled a little. At least the superficial presentation was commendable. Geng Xiaojun pointed to several boxes, stating these contain 5,000 Kirin 9000 chips, all right here. Gu Xiaozhong hurried over, lifted the lid of one box, and as he leaned in, his eyes lit up. A familiar scent wafted towards him, the aroma of freshly manufactured chips. A mixture of silicon and the unique fragrance of photoresist, dry yet with a hint of metallic essence. Have these all been packaged? Not only packaged, but they have also undergone preliminary testing, Geng Xiaojun replied succinctly. Gu Xiaozhong turned abruptly, his face a mask of astonishment. Are you serious? Impossible. In such a short time, have the wafers, packaging, and testing all been completed? This is the 5-nanometer Kirin 9000, one of the most challenging chips to produce globally. The packaging difficulty is leagues ahead of the 14-nanometer process. How could it be done so swiftly? Observing his skepticism, Geng Xiaojun chuckled and made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Gu Xiaozhong remained silent, retrieving an independent anti-magnetic box from the carton, cautiously opening it to extract a chip. He held his breath, meticulously examining both sides of the chip, afraid to touch it carelessly. At that moment, another individual entered. Geng Xiaojun immediately greeted boss. The newcomer was none other than Qin Fan himself. He remained silent, simply observing Gu Xiaozhong's inspection. 5 minutes later, Gu Xiaozhong suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "It worked. It truly worked." The other two were startled, wondering if he had lost his mind. Gu Xiaozhong turned to them, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, this is the Kirin 9000. Identical, without a single flaw." Only then did he notice Qin Fan's presence. Quickly nodding, "Boss Qin, you have arrived." Qin Fan offered a slight smile. "Have you verified it thoroughly? Don't mistake counterfeit for treasure." Gu Xiaozhong grinned widely. "There is absolutely no mistake." "Boss Qin, can we take these now?" "Feel free to take them. The vehicle is waiting at the entrance. We will drive through the night to the Magic City, conduct testing, and report results to you at the earliest opportunity." "Understood. Please drive safely." "Absolutely. Thank you, Boss Qin." Who would dare to be careless? These boxes were of utmost importance. If anything went awry, not only would there be trouble explaining to Chang Hanyang and Yu Jieqi, but Gu Xiaozhong's reputation in the industry would also be at stake. He hastily directed his team to bring the vehicle to the entrance, ensuring the alloy boxes were loaded securely. The vehicle was a 7-seater MPV, more than capable of accommodating the boxes. As he watched the vehicle exit the factory grounds, Qin Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had never truly considered the outcome of the testing to be a concern. This batch of Kirin 9000 chips, whether in speed, power efficiency, or thermal management, was vastly superior to those produced by TSMC. Yet, deep down, Qin Fan remained uncertain. However, given Huawei's decisive and efficient operational style, he estimated that it would not be long before news would return. By that time, Qin Fan Semiconductor might have already manufactured tens of thousands of Kirin 9000 chips. As it turned out, Qin Fan not only guessed correctly, but also underestimated the situation. Gu Xiaozhong and his two companions pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing through the night towards the Magic City. Chapter 66. The Engineer of Unsurpassed Caliber. They took turns at the wheel, swapping out whenever fatigue set in. The journey from the imperial capital to the Magic City spanned over 1,000 kilometers, requiring 14 hours of driving, with the three of them sharing the driving duties. It was not too arduous. The following morning, they entered the Magic City and headed straight for the Huawei Mobile R&D Center. Chang Hanyang had already assembled a team waiting at the entrance, with nearly all the core personnel of the Mobile R&D department present. A cursory glance revealed 50 to 60 individuals, all elite engineers of significant stature. Chang Hanyang himself stood guard at the entrance, accompanied by several technical leaders, all intently focused on the direction of the gate. The atmosphere was intimidating. Those in the know recognized it as a reception for the chips, while those unaware might mistake it for the arrival of a nuclear launch code box. In essence, this batch of trial-produced chips represented the lifeblood of Huawei, especially for the mobile division. The Kirin 9000, Huawei's crown jewel, the flagship among flagships. Over the past 2 years, this trump card had nearly been rendered obsolete. As Gu Xiaozhong's seven-seater business vehicle appeared in the distance, a voice erupted from the crowd. "They're here. They've arrived." Chang Hanyang felt a jolt of adrenaline, his heart racing uncontrollably, his palms sweaty. He was not tall, with a slender frame, a quintessential southern appearance, yet his stubborn disposition was undeniable. At that moment, he was completely unaware that his hands were trembling slightly. The excitement was overwhelming, impossible to suppress. Yet amid his exhilaration, he desperately reminded himself, do not harbor excessive hopes. The greater the hope, the harsher the fall. If this batch of Kirin 9000 chips from Qin Fan failed to power on, he feared he might collapse on the spot. The business vehicle slowly rolled into the courtyard, surrounded by a throng of developers. Gu Xiaozhong and his companions stepped out, looking disheveled, their eyes bloodshot, three veritable pandas from sleep deprivation. They were a sight to behold, neither human nor ghost. Although they had taken turns driving, none had truly slept. It was not that they did not want to sleep. It was that sleep was utterly elusive. This sensation was more invigorating than consuming 10 cups of espresso. Chang Hanyang approached, his voice trembling slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. Are the chips in the vehicle?" Gu Xiaozhong rubbed his face and replied, "They're in the back. I've verified it. 5,000 chips, all accounted for." Chang Hanyang's eyes widened, repeating several good exclamations, his face flushing with excitement. He waved his hand. "Lu, get people to unload it. Hurry, no time to waste." In response, several burly young men rushed forward, lifting the dark, rugged alloy boxes from the trunk and placing them onto a flat cart, pushing it inside with urgency. The faces of everyone present bore the unmistakable expression of exhilaration. For this group of individuals engaged in mobile phone research and development, these boxes represent the entirety of Huawei's future hopes. The outcome hinges on this one decisive moment. Teams had already received notifications that the chips were en route. Everyone sprang into action, moving with the urgency akin to that of a battlefield. All department heads were on standby, ready for deployment. "The chips have arrived." Chang Hanyang bellowed the first command. "Testing team, immediately assess performance. Monitor power consumption. Preliminary data must be gathered within a day. Durability tests can proceed at a slower pace." He then shouted, "Prepare for actual machine testing. Form groups of 5, and submit preliminary reports within 2 days." He added, "The preparations for the new research center in the capital are progressing simultaneously. Don't wait for results to commence. That would be too late." As the overall head of the mobile phone and mobile device business, Chang Hanyang personally stationed himself on the front lines to oversee the operation, which was inherently absurd. Logically, he should not have been present there. However, no one found it strange. For today marked the most crucial day for Huawei's mobile division in nearly 2 years, without exception. While the team busied themselves, he too could not remain idle. He picked up a chip and examined it closely, running his fingers over it. Although he was not a chip expert and lacked knowledge in circuit design, he simply wished to see and touch it for himself. which brought him a sense of reassurance. On this day, Yu Jiechi from Deephua City made 4 phone calls, one of which included the presence of the esteemed leaders Kong Peiwu and Yenny Wu. It was evident that the entire upper echelons of Huawei were fixated on this batch of Kirin 9000 chips produced by Qin Fan, their anxiety palpable. Yet, they could only wait, as the true conclusions would rely on the engineers' meticulous testing. A day may not seem long, but for this group, it felt as if it stretched into an eternity. As lunchtime approached, no one rose to eat. Eventually, it was Li Xiaolong's assistant who grew anxious, arranging for the company cafeteria to pack a multitude of boxed lunches and deliver them directly to the site. Without this, it was likely that no one would remember to eat throughout the day. Chang Hanyang remained on site, delegating daily affairs to his deputy. This was both to fight alongside his comrades and to receive testing results as swiftly as possible, even if it meant a matter of seconds. The day wore on, and by 10 o'clock in the evening, there was finally some commotion from the testing team. The leader, Yin Hongmin, shouted, President Sui, come quickly. The preliminary results are in. Chang Hanyang, who had been engrossed in his phone, sprang up from his chair upon hearing this, making a beeline for the testing station. Nearby employees, who had not been occupied, gathered around, each craning their necks to catch a glimpse. The chip was inserted into the development board, specifically designed for testing purposes. The development board was connected to a display screen, showcasing various data curves. Performance and power consumption were laid bare. These 2 metrics were the lifeblood of the chip, the most critical indicators. As for durability, results would take time to manifest. When the data first appeared, the entire room fell silent, stunned into inaction. The series of numbers on the screen was astonishingly outrageous. Yin Hongmin adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. President Sui, look here, our self-produced chip's performance. And over here, the parameters of the Kirin 9000 from Zhongwanjidian. Chang Hanyang stared intently for a long while, his mouth agape, finally managing to utter, this. Does this mean we have completely surpassed them? Yin Hongmin nodded vigorously. Yes. We have exceeded them in every aspect. Not a single category was left behind. Suddenly, Chang Hanyang felt a warmth on his face, as tears streamed down his cheeks. Something was amiss. Why were his eyes watering? It wasn't tea, as if he were drooling. At 1:30 in the morning, Qin Fan lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, the television providing background noise. Drowsy, he pressed the remote to turn off the screen and staggered toward the bedroom. Just as he began to doze off, a cacophony erupted from his bedside table, startling him awake. It was his phone ringing. Who on earth would be calling at such an ungodly hour? In the past, Qin Fan would have certainly hung up without a second thought. However, circumstances had changed. With his new responsibilities weighing heavily on his shoulders, he could no longer afford the luxury of impulsiveness. The call had to be answered. Missing a critical piece of information could spell disaster. Chapter 67. The speed is astounding. His mind was foggy in the dim room. He fumbled on the bedside table until he finally grasped his phone. Squinting, he was taken aback. Chang Hanyang was calling. His mind instantly cleared, and he answered promptly. Hello, President Sui. You're still busy at this hour? The noise on the other end was chaotic. He could not discern what was being said. He faintly heard shouting, the sound of people banging on tables and chairs, followed by a crash, as if a bottle had been dropped. Whether it was a beer bottle or a soda bottle, it sounded like a party was underway. Qin Fan glanced at the time on his phone. It was exactly 1 in the morning. What was going on? Were they engaging in some sort of performance art? The time difference between the capital and Shanghai was minimal. It couldn't be a New Year celebration. Of course, he dared not voice his complaints, hastily replying, President Sui, I can't hear you clearly. What did you just say? Chang Hanyang took a breath. Let me find a quieter spot. It's too noisy here. A few seconds later, the background noise subsided somewhat, and the voice returned. Sorry, Qin boss. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep. Qin Fan quickly reassured him. It's fine. I usually sleep late. Chang Hanyang replied with relief. That's good to hear. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Fan asked, President Sui, has something happened on your end? It's not a fire at Huawei headquarters, is it? Chang Hanyang burst into laughter, clearly overjoyed. He knew that his mood could hardly be described as simply good. It was euphoric. The last time he felt this exhilarated was likely several years ago. No fire. It's just that the chips produced by your Qin Fan semiconductor are too impressive. Our entire laboratory is in an uproar, and we don't know how to contain our excitement. Qin Fan was taken aback. Is it already tested? Has it only been a day? That's an astonishing speed. Chang Hanyang replied. The preliminary results are already in, and they are remarkable. We are currently running stability and durability tests, but these are merely formalities. As it stands, Your Kirin 9000 not only functions but outperforms the original version. It excels in every aspect. Qin Fan felt a surge of joy. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was only when it became a reality that he felt a sense of relief. The burden that had weighed heavily on his heart had finally lifted. Then we can officially proceed with the collaboration, right? Absolutely. I made this call specifically for that purpose. We are placing an order for 20 million Kirin 9000 chips, and we will arrange for mass production immediately. The sooner, the better. Qin Fan smiled. Rest assured, President Sui, our production line has already been set in motion. Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyang was elated. Qin boss, you've really prepared everything in advance. Such foresight. After a moment, he added, additionally, we will hold an internal meeting tomorrow. I anticipate that we will soon increase our order for the Kirin 9000 and also request a batch of other chips, such as the Kirin 9000D. Qin Fan nodded. Understood, no problem. I will do my utmost to facilitate and optimize production capacity. The Kirin 9000E is essentially a lightweight version of the Kirin 500000, with only minor adjustments in circuit design compared to the 9000. Otherwise, they are quite similar. Having uttered these words, Chang Hanyang let out a long sigh, his tone suddenly subdued. Boss Qin, please don't hold it against me for disturbing you at this late hour. I simply cannot contain these thoughts until dawn. I am utterly compelled to speak. His voice trembled slightly, and despite his effort to suppress his emotions, Qin Fan could perceive it distinctly. In that moment, an understanding dawned upon Qin Fan. He recognized the immense dedication Chang Hanyang had invested in Huawei's mobile business. It was a matter he had borne with great resolve. Chang Hanyang concluded, all right, I've said all I needed to. You should rest early. We will meet again soon. Qin Fan responded, sure, when we next meet. We must celebrate with a few drinks. Chang Hanyang affirmed, absolutely. As the call ended, Qin Fan sat on his bed, grinning widely. Orders were about to surge. And not only would the money flow in abundantly, but more importantly, Huawei's mobile business was finally poised for resurgence. The only disappointment was that, cursedly, Chang Hanyang's late-night call had completely robbed him of any drowsiness. The following day, Qin Fan slept until noon, contemplating whether to take a leisurely stroll around the factory. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID read, Pei Yanlan. Pei Yanlan inquired, boss, is it convenient to talk? Qin Fan replied, of course, go ahead. She continued, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Could you come over? Qin Fan agreed. All right, I'm on my way. It appeared that his plans for a lazy day were dashed. After quickly freshening up and dressing, he headed downstairs to start his vehicle. Making his way directly to the chip factory. Along the route, he pondered what Pei Yanlan wished to discuss. Not long after arriving at the office, Pei Yanlan entered, and Qin Fan gestured toward a chair. Have a seat. What's on your mind? She settled into the chair and began. I was having dinner with a few old classmates in the media industry yesterday, and a thought struck me. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what thought? Pei Yanlan suggested. I was thinking we should perhaps consider some advertising promotion. Even a small-scale campaign could help more people become aware of our brand. Qin Fan stroked his chin, increasingly convinced of the merit in her suggestion. Orders were currently secure, but they were reliant on networking. They had not engaged in any brand promotion. If they continued to delay, their reputation would inevitably falter, leading to future complications. Although they were not struggling to meet basic needs at present, for Qin Fan's ambitions in the semiconductor industry, striving for excellence, such a situation was far from advantageous. Noticing Qin Fan's furrowed brow, Pei Yanlan spoke slowly. Boss, I merely mentioned it casually. Perhaps you should weigh the idea first? Qin Fan nodded. Your idea holds water. We should indeed establish a dedicated team to handle promotions and brand building. Pei Yanlan smiled. I was worried you might consider it unnecessary. I have been mulling over the same thought. Qin Fan decisively stated, then you shall take the lead on this matter. Keep a close watch. Find individuals who understand the media and possess the right connections. If necessary, don't hesitate to recruit talent from other companies. Pei Yanlan promptly agreed, understood. If I find someone suitable, I will bring them in for an interview. Qin Fan grinned, excellent. I trust this will be in capable hands. After receiving a couple of compliments, Pei Yanlan cheerfully added, by the way, our employee cafeteria officially opens today. You might want to give it a try. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Fan's stomach growled, as if it were starving, yearning for a hearty meal. That sounds splendid. I must go and check it out. He exclaimed, already standing and heading toward the exit. Pei Yanlan, who had already eaten, accompanied him to the door, while Qin Fan strolled toward the cafeteria. It was just a little past the opening hour, and the cafeteria was scheduled to close in an hour and a half. A time agreed upon with Pei Yanlan to avoid the lunchtime rush and allow for some cleanup. Situated on the second floor of the office building, the cafeteria was spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of individuals without feeling cramped, boasting a considerable scale. However, as it was still in trial operation, not all staff had arrived, and only a few food stalls were open, merely running through the motions. Qin Fan grabbed a couple of hot dishes and a serving of fried rice, casually finding a table to sit and eat. The cafeteria was impressively designed, with quality tables and chairs and greenery adorning the perimeter, lending a refreshing ambience that enhanced the dining experience. Nearby, a few young employees were chatting while enjoying their meals. Qin Fan perked up, eager to eavesdrop on their gossip. "Hey, have you noticed?" One asked. "Notice what?" Another replied. "Isn't the workload increasing significantly lately? Now that you mention it, I've been counting. We're shipping out hundreds of boxes daily. We've really made a name for ourselves, partnering with major brands like Coarse Grain, Future, Xiaoping, and even Cone Technology. And don't forget Huawei. We're even handling the Kirin 9000. One young man, who had been quietly eating, nearly choked on his bun. "What? The Kirin 9000? Is that for real? How come I didn't hear about it? You took a couple of days off, so of course you missed it. It just happened a few days ago. Wow, that SA 5nm chip. Can our equipment even handle that?" Honestly, I was stunned at first. But when I saw the machinery, I couldn't believe my eyes. I've never seen anything so impressive. Qin Fan's lips curled into a smile, feeling a swell of pride. Finally, someone recognized the value of their work. At that moment, a female employee lowered her voice, speaking of the boss. "Do any of you newcomers know what he looks like?" Instantly, the table erupted with interest. One asked, "How old is he? Is he over 50? Another chimed in, "Is he fat? Does he have a beer belly?" A third teased, "How many hairs does he have left on his head? Surely, he must be balding by now." Qin Fan nearly spat out his food. "Wow, you all have no filter. Do you think I'll just let you off the hook for this tomorrow?" A male employee waved his hand dismissively. "Don't listen to Zhao Man. She has only been here a few days and hasn't even seen the boss." Zhao Man retorted, "I may not have seen him, but I heard it from the old employees. Do you know Xiao Wang? He has talked to the boss face to face and told me directly." As Qin Fan continued to eat, he froze at the mention of Xiao Wang. "Who? I don't recall having a friendly conversation with anyone named Xiao Wang." Zhao Man continued to tease, "You all are such fools. Listen carefully, the boss is actually a..." The others urged her eagerly, "Come on, hurry up. You're killing me here. If you don't spill, I'm not giving you that $100 back." Zhao Man exploded. "You dare?" She dramatically paused, enunciating each word. "The boss is a woman." Qin Fan erupted, spraying his food across the table. "Wow, you guys are something else. You've even changed my gender? What's next? Are you going to claim I'm transgender?" The commotion caught the attention of everyone at the table. Zhao Man, staring at Qin Fan, grinned. "Hey there, which department are you from?" Qin Fan flashed a smile. "I'm just one of your old, well, never mind, having just been labeled as a female boss." He was too weary to claim his identity on spot. Zhao Man was relentless. "Come on, with that face of yours, I should introduce you to a girl sometime." Just then, someone entered through the door. Qin Fan turned to look and exclaimed, "Oh, Xiaoping has arrived." Xiaoping had yet to catch sight of Qin Fan when she called out to the chatting employees, "Hurry up and eat. We're about to commence work. So don't dawdle." Zhao Man and the others quickly nodded and bowed. "Understood. Just a moment. We'll finish right away." Someone playfully teased, "Miss Jing, you look particularly radiant today. What skincare products are you using? Do share." Xiaoping sighed in resignation. "Could you all please quiet down? If you linger too long, Sister Pei will come and check on us." Just as she finished speaking, she lifted her gaze and saw Qin Fan seated there, momentarily stunned. "Boss, you're having a meal as well?" Qin Fan chuckled wryly. "I just sat down. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse." At the sound of his voice, the entire table froze, eyes wide and mouths agape, resembling sculptures struck by lightning, momentarily forgetting to breathe. "Boss? This handsome man is our boss. What a joke. Oh no, this is embarrassing." Zhao Bo nearly burst into laughter, deciding not to tease the employees further. He stood up and said to Xiaoping, "I've finished eating. Let us go." Xiaoping promptly tidied her tray and followed Zhao Bo out of the cafeteria. In the following days, Qin Fan had few tasks at hand and thus visited the chip factory daily, diligently overseeing each step of the production line. Orders from Coarse Grain Mobile, Cone Technology, and Xiaoping Motors progressed seamlessly, as if on autopilot, requiring no concern. Only the Kirin 9000 from Huawei was slightly delayed, as it involved a 5nm process that posed significantly greater challenges than the 7nm one. Despite the mere difference of 2 digits, the technical barriers had escalated, making it nearly impossible for ordinary manufacturers to even approach. However, The production line developed by the Civilization Light system withstood the demands of such high-precision manufacturing, proving to be extraordinarily impressive. To characterize the pace as slow was merely relative. When considering time, their mass production speed was even swifter than TSMC's. What warmed Qin Fan's heart even more was the increasingly stable overall status of the chip factory. Building type, chip factory. Building level, level 2. Building growth, 500,000. Production capacity, 500,000. Production efficiency, 85. Production yield rate, 89. Cost efficiency, 90. The growth value was nearing the 30% threshold, and if this momentum continued, the factory could potentially reach level 3 upon the full shipment of the Kirin 9000. Even if they fell slightly short, there were already subsequent orders from Huawei on the way. For instance, the Kirin 9000E, also utilizing the 5-nanometer process, would ensure a continuous boost in growth value. Meanwhile, Huawei's headquarters had been busy, holding several high-level video conferences. On this day, another significant meeting took place, attended by all the core figures, Yen Yiwu, Jiechi, Chang Hanyang, and Yuan Hansong. Some were stationed at the Shenzhen headquarters, such as Lu Jichuan and Yu Jiechi, while others joined remotely from Shanghai, including Chang Hanyang and Yuan Hansong. A group of individuals gathered across the screen, each matter becoming increasingly substantial. The successful mass production of the Kirin 9000 served as a powerful morale booster, while Huawei still had its 5G base stations and enterprise routers to sustain it. The most lucrative and highest volume remained in smartphones. With tens of thousands of stores globally, the primary focus was indeed on mobile phones and tablets. Consequently, the chip supply disruption from previous years had nearly driven the entire group to the brink of collapse. Had it not been for their robust foundation and swift response, they would have faltered long ago. Now, with the Kirin 9000 successfully rolling off the production line, the management finally glimpsed the dawn of a new era, much like having endured the longest night only to see the first rays of light. Yet, no one rushed to celebrate, for the testing of chips demanded utmost precision and diligence. Yen Yiwu posed a direct question. Old Li, have the overall testing results been released? Chang Hanyang promptly replied, yes. They are astonishing. I'll share a comparison chart for you to examine. As soon as he spoke, the screen shifted to display data charts, showcasing two sets of data side by side. On the left was the Kirin 9000 produced by Qin Fan Semiconductors, and on the right, the older version from TSMC. The comparison items were clear: performance scores, power consumption, durability tests, and the overall score when integrated into the P50. Upon the unveiling of the charts, everyone's eyes lit up. Some even leaned closer to the screen, whether out of fascination or poor vision. Yu Jiechi couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, exclaiming, wow, this is utterly outrageous. Old Li, you mentioned this to me before, and I thought you were bragging. I can't believe it's actually been achieved. Qin Fan's technology surpasses TSMC? Chang Hanyang grinned. Would I dare to make such a claim about something of this magnitude? Each metric is based on actual test data, black and white. At this, he could hardly contain his excitement, clearly overjoyed. Yu Jiechi thumped his thigh. Excellent. Once this batch of chips arrives, we'll immediately ramp up production for the P50 and reclaim our foothold in the overseas market. Let those who doubted us witness our success. Everyone understood whom he referred to. At that moment, Yen Yiwu suddenly furrowed his brow. Isn't Qin Fan concerned about being targeted for publicly collaborating with us? Yu Jiechi quickly responded. Old Li and I have spoken directly with Boss Qin. He is resolute and unafraid, not the slightest bit worried. Yen Yiwu inquired again. Will there be any technological bottlenecks with their equipment? This question struck a chord with everyone. After all, much of the global chip manufacturing equipment was intertwined with American technology. And who wasn't afraid of a sudden supply halt? Chang Hanyang calmly stated. Boss Qin assured us that all the equipment for their production line is self-developed and not subject to external constraints. As soon as these words left his mouth, the meeting room fell silent for a second. A self-developed production line? Such a robust company exists domestically? Yen Yiwu's eyes brightened. Interesting. I must visit the site one day. Yu Jiechi seized the opportunity to ask, does anyone have any other thoughts? If there are no objections, the terminal R&D center in the capital should commence operations, ensuring seamless coordination with Qin Fan's side. Everyone shook their heads, no one voicing any dissent. At that moment, Li Jianing spoke up. Since Qin Fan has managed to tackle the Kirin 9000, could we also have them manufacture our other chips at Haishi? Li Jianing was the foremost figure at Haishi Semiconductor, a top-tier chip design expert, and a prominent leader within Huawei. The Haishi chips he referred to, aside from the Kirin, included Balong, Tiangang, Lingxiao, and Kunpeng, all core products that have been stymied by supply disruptions. Chang Hanyang nodded. I'll discuss this with Boss Qin. I believe he can handle it. Yu Jiechi concluded decisively. Let us not rush into other matters. Once the first batch of Kirin 9000 is in place, we'll launch it immediately. The P50 flagship should go full throttle into the international market. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room erupted with excitement. Everyone's eyes gleaming as if they had discovered a treasure. These past 2 years, Huawei had struggled in smartphone sales, only moving a few tens of thousands of units monthly, with products selling out immediately upon release, to the chorus of user complaints. This was all due to the supply blockade of the Kirin 9000. Now that the constraining rope had loosened, it felt as though they had suddenly won the lottery. Their pockets suddenly filled. Previously mentioned, Huawei boasts 2 flagship product lines, the Mate series, which targets the high-end market in the latter half of the year, and the P series, which makes its debut in spring to generate a wave of excitement. Ideally, the P series would launch in the first half of the year, followed by the Mate series in the second half, creating 2 grand feasts annually. However, in recent years, the severe shortage of chips has left the company in dire straits, with a limited stock of Kirin 9000 barely sufficient to support a single flagship model without delays. Not to mention the P50 generation, which was originally planned to consist of 3 models: the standard P50, the P50 Pro, and the top-tier P50 Pro. The initial strategy was to release the first 2 models, but it was not due to technological constraints. Rather, it was simply a matter of insufficient chips to distribute. Although they had managed to secure a considerable stockpile from TSMC before the supply chain disruptions, the demand for chips extends beyond smartphones to tablets as well, leading to a patchwork approach that could not sustain for long. Now that the Kirin 9000 is steadily in production, the executives of Huawei feel as though a heavy burden has been lifted from their shoulders after 2 years, and they walk with a newfound lightness, almost humming a tune. The pace of meetings has swiftly transformed, with everyone focusing on the impending release of new devices and strategizing how to reclaim their market standing. Yin Yiwu slammed the table. As General Yu just articulated so clearly, now that we have overcome the chip hurdle, we can no longer afford to hide. We must take the initiative. Upon hearing this, the room erupted with enthusiasm, everyone eagerly rolling up their sleeves and vying to present their proposals. Ultimately, the decision was made. 3 flagship P50 models would launch simultaneously worldwide. The new Mate Pad Pro tablet would also be released globally. The older Mate 40 and Mate 40 Pro models would have their stocks released for unrestricted purchase. The second-generation Mate X folding phone would also be available without limits across all platforms. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiechi burst into laughter. I can hardly believe it. Truly beyond my wildest dreams. I've envisioned this moment countless times, and today is finally within reach. Chang Hanyang remained silent, yet his smile betrayed an inner tumult of emotions. It was evident to all that if this wave of releases were to unfold, the media, both domestically and internationally, would erupt in a frenzy. At over 40 years of age, Chang Hanyang had spent the majority of his life at Huawei. By rights, he could have long since retired to a life of luxury, counting his earnings. So why did he still immerse himself in projects, racing against deadlines, sacrificing holidays? What was the motivation? It was the aspiration to see Huawei's smartphones reclaim their position among the global top 3, even surpassing Apple and overtaking the likes of Samsung. Ascending to the pinnacle, as this thought washed over him, he felt a wave of emotion swell within, quickly lowering his head to retrieve a tissue, wiping his face, fearful of being seen. After all, this was a video conference, and the camera was on. How embarrassing it would be for a senior executive to be caught in tears. At that moment, Li Jianing from Haishi Semiconductor spoke up. I understand the rationale, but I have one question. Can Qin Fan truly supply what we need? This inquiry was indeed pertinent. Currently, the world is in a fierce competition for chips, with smartphone manufacturers, drone companies, and even electric vehicle producers clamoring for resources. And production capacities are already stretched thin. Qin Fan Semiconductor? It was a name few had heard of. Regardless of how advanced their technology may be, it ultimately depended on their capacity to fulfill an order of Huawei's magnitude. Chapter 70. How could one not go crazy? At present, Huawei's issue is not a lack of demand, but rather a complete absence of stock. Sales have plummeted, not because consumers are unwilling to purchase, but because they simply cannot buy what is not available. Everyone exchanged glances, a sense of trepidation permeating the atmosphere. Yet upon reflection, they realized that even a modest supply was better than none at all. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, and any quantity would be a welcome relief. Yu Jiechi turned to Chang Hanyang. Old Li, have you confirmed the production capacity with Mr. Qin? Chang Hanyang smiled. In this matter, it would be best to invite the person in question to speak for themselves. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a small window popped up on each participant's video feed, the progress bar spinning a few times before revealing the image. It became clear Chang Hanyang had already invited the CEO of Qin Fan Semiconductor to join a meeting. Typically, outsiders would not be permitted in Huawei's high-level closed-door meetings. But he must have coordinated in advance with the rotating chairman, Yan Yiwu. Yan Yiwu nodded in agreement, allowing Qin Fan to make an appearance, thus giving the supplier an opportunity to address any inquiries. Among the executives present, only Yu Jieqi and Chang Hanyang had met Qin Fan in person. Everyone else, including Yan Yiwu, was seeing this enigmatic figure for the first time. As the screen brightened, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The image displayed a young man, quite handsome, dressed in a simple hoodie, looking more like a recent college graduate than the head of a chip manufacturing enterprise. How could he be so young? The CEO of a top domestic chip factory was, astonishingly, a youthful figure. Who would dare believe such a sight? Qin Fan grinned. Greetings, esteemed leaders, I am Qin Fan, the CEO of Qin Fan Semiconductor. Yan Yiwu chuckled. Oh my, Mr. Qin is so young. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they quickly got to the heart of the matter. Yu Jieqi cut to the chase. Mr. Qin, let's not beat around the bush. Qin Fan waved his hand. Ask away, General Yu. I will answer without reservation. Yu Jieqi fixed his gaze on the screen. How much production capacity can you allocate to Huawei? Qin Fan smiled calmly. To put it plainly, we aim to deliver 20 million Kirin 9,000 chips within 40 days. What? 40 days? 20 million? The conference room erupted into chaos. This speed surpassed even TSMC's capabilities years ago. How could this be possible? Even Yan Yiwu and Yu Jieqi were left speechless. Back when TSMC had all their production lines running, they barely managed to achieve such a pace. Now, TSMC itself was overwhelmed. With 90% of the world's chips reliant on their output, there was no room for additional orders. Yet, could this little-known Qin Fan Semiconductor really possess such formidable capabilities? The cost of a high-end chip production line is in the hundreds of millions, not in yuan, but in dollars. Li Jianing couldn't contain his curiosity. Mr. Qin, do you truly have such capacity? 40 days is but a blink of an eye. Can you manage? Yuan Hansong interjected. Unless you're only accepting our orders, how could you possibly accommodate such demand? Qin Fan remained unperturbed, casually responding, Everyone, please remain calm. I do not make idle claims. To be completely transparent, we currently have over 100,000 Kirin 9,000 chips ready for delivery. As soon as this statement left his lips, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. How long had it been? At most, only 7 days had passed, and already 100,000 chips were available. Each person present was a seasoned veteran in their field, yet even they found it hard to process this information. Their initial reaction was one of ecstatic disbelief, swiftly followed by incredulity, as if caught in a dream. Even Chang Hanyang was taken aback. This was news he had not anticipated. Qin Fan had a mischievous streak when they spoke privately a couple of days prior. He had not mentioned this, clearly intending to drop a bombshell during the high-level meeting, catching everyone off guard. And what a bombshell it was. For years, Huawei had been living off its reserves, slowly depleting its chip inventory, with no new stock in sight, merely scraping by to maintain appearances. Now suddenly, someone announced that 100,000 Kirin 9,000 chips were readily available for pickup. The sensation was akin to a parched traveler in the desert suddenly discovering an oasis. Complete with palm trees, how could one not go mad with joy? Wow, this is utterly unbelievable. Yu Jieqi was the first to speak, his tone noticeably altered. Mr. Qin, you cannot make such claims lightly. If you are serious, we will take you at your word. Qin Fan chuckled. I would never jest about such matters. The goods are in the warehouse, and you may collect them at any time. Chang Hanyang abruptly stood up. Excellent. Fantastic. Let's make arrangements immediately. Tomorrow, will it be possible to pick up the goods? Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. No problem. Chang Hanyang immediately pulled out his phone to take note, his fingers trembling with anticipation. In truth, there was no need to jot it down. He would undoubtedly remember this matter throughout the night, and sleep would evade him. It wasn't just him. Yan Yiwu, Yu Jieqi, and others would also find themselves wide awake until dawn. Observing the reactions of these prominent figures, Qin Fan felt a swell of satisfaction within. Normally, one would have to schedule an appointment to meet such high-caliber individuals. Yet today, a single statement from him had rendered them collectively dazed, an extraordinary scene not often encountered. Subsequently, a barrage of inquiries ensued, one after another. Li Jianing, the head of Huawei's Haishi Semiconductor, had a plethora of questions he was eager to pose. He spoke directly, Mr. Qin, aside from Kirin, we also have the Balong, Tiangang, Lingxiao, and Kunping series. Can your factory accommodate all of these? Qin Fan readily responded, certainly. I will do my utmost to arrange it. However, we must discuss the prioritization of these tasks. Li Jianing beamed. Of course, that sounds agreeable. While Qin Fan's words flowed effortlessly, internally, he felt a sense of trepidation. With such a multitude of product lines from Haishi, it remained uncertain whether his factory could handle the influx. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Li Jianing finally exhaled in relief. The past 2 years had been exceedingly challenging for him. The chip supply disruption had nearly crippled the company, leaving the team in a state of stagnation. Now that Qin Fan's operation had resumed, it felt as though their lives had been salvaged. The subsequent questions pertained to intricate processes, and Qin Fan addressed them all meticulously. Once the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. But for the Huawei team, the night was merely the beginning of their battle. At such a juncture, no one dared to let their guard down. The following morning, Qin Fan drove to the factory. As he entered the premises, he spotted 2 large trucks, standard container types, parked at the entrance. A few individuals were speaking with Geng Xiaojun. Upon inquiry, he learned they were a transport team dispatched by Huawei, specifically to collect the Kirin 9000 chips. The team leader, Zhu Guangpeng, was part of Huawei's supply chain for components. Upon being introduced, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor towards Qin Fan. Despite Qin Fan's youthful appearance, he exuded an undeniable charisma, especially with Geng Xiaojun nodding and bowing in deference beside him, which solidified his authoritative presence. Zhu Guangpeng promptly inquired, Mr. Qin, shall we take this batch of chips? Qin Fan nodded. Are they to be sent directly for assembly? Yes, primarily to Baiyangdi and Songshan Lake, Zhu confirmed. Chapter 71. That was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Huawei had its own factory located in Dongguan, Songshan Lake, along with several partner factories, and currently maintained the closest relationship with Baiyangdi. Qin Fan smiled. Excellent. We look forward to your phones selling exceptionally well. Zhu Guangpeng nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Honestly, we never expected anyone to produce the Kirin 9000. When we heard the news, many colleagues were teary-eyed. Qin Fan patted him on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Good days are ahead. Zhu Guangpeng responded cheerfully, absolutely. In reality, the shipment consisted not of merely 1 million chips, but a staggering 2 million. The efficiency of the second chip factory had significantly improved. Previously, producing 20 million chips took 60 days, but with new workers and optimized processes, the timeline had been shortened by several days. Zhu Guangpeng couldn't contain his joy upon seeing the shipment numbers. Not only was he elated internally, but he would also undoubtedly receive praise from his superiors, leading to celebratory dinners and ample enjoyment. Bonuses? Those were a certainty. The 2 trucks, laden with 2 million Kirin 9000 chips, slowly exited the factory premises. Qin Fan stood at the entrance, exhaling a long breath of relief. Given Huawei's operational speed, it would take long for all of their stores, counters, and franchises nationwide to be fully stocked. Online sales were bound to surge as well. 2 weeks later, casually browsing several e-commerce platforms, Qin Fan was taken aback by the results. Whether it was Tianmao, Jingxi, or Pinduoduo, Huawei dominated nearly half of the mobile sales rankings. The flagship Mate 40 series, Mate 40, Mate 40 Pro, and Mate 40 Pro were all vying for the top positions. Even the high-end Porsche edition was fiercely competing with its American counterparts. What was going on? Upon investigation, Qin Fan discovered Huawei had commenced a promotional campaign. Goodness, they were indeed bold. Over the past 2 years, Huawei had faced severe supply shortages. Their official website was out of stock, platforms were lacking inventory, and physical stores were no exception. Ordering one would require a wait, often bundled with accessories for sale, and even a price increase was common. Discounts? That was a mere fantasy. Being able to purchase at the original price was already commendable, let alone expecting a reduction. Even in the second-hand market, Huawei phones and tablets maintained their value remarkably well. More resilient than certain foreign brands, and even outperformed Apple products in terms of depreciation. Now, they were launching discount events. Ordinary consumers looked at this and thought, hey, we don't need to scramble for speed anymore. The prices are even more affordable. What was there to hesitate over? They rushed to buy. When the Huawei P50 officially debuted and was distributed nationwide, the scene would undoubtedly explode. By that time, even Apple's flagship models would need to take a back seat, let alone other domestic manufacturers like Coarse Grain and the Blue-Green Giants, not to mention second-tier brands like Zuei, all would be overwhelmed by this momentum. In the following days, major tech media outlets and news apps across the country were flooded with reports of Huawei's seismic resurgence. Almost every article posed the same question. The Kirin 9000, could it truly be alive? On the popular QA platform, Zhuhu, 5 of the top 10 trending topics were linked to Huawei. Among those, 3 titles explicitly included the words Kirin chip. Weibo was no exception. Huawei's revival and the Kirin 9000 surged into the top 3 trending topics, garnering explosive attention and becoming the hottest subject online. Journalists, editors, tech bloggers, and ordinary netizens all found themselves grappling with a significant question. Who secretly manufactured the Kirin 9000 chips for Huawei? One particularly eye-catching post read, who dared to act boldly and undertake chip manufacturing for Huawei? Below, a flurry of comments erupted. It certainly wasn't TSMC. The Americans had their grip firmly around its neck. Isn't that obvious? Who suggested TSMC? Would it dare to take the order? The equipment would be immediately cut off, leaving it to merely breathe air. That leaves only one possible answer. Root 9 absolute value star? But even Root 9 absolute value star wouldn't do, as it utilized American technology. Wake up, folks! Would Root 9 absolute value star risk offending the Americans to assist Huawei? It was even more apprehensive than TSMC. Exactly. Root 9 absolute value star was notoriously indecisive. Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps the Kirin 9000 wasn't outsourced at all, but rather produced in-house by Huawei. Come on now, are you imagining a sci-fi film? Where would Huawei find the capability to establish a 5nm production line? How would they resolve the EUV lithography machine issue? Dream on. I can't stop laughing. Perhaps this batch of Kirin 9000 chips was refurbished, defective, or merely filler. Makes sense. Otherwise, why sell at such a low price and even offer discounts? My mother taught me since childhood, cheap goods are rarely good. This post accumulated tens of thousands of replies, nearly reaching 1 billion views. Everyone was fervently speculating about the mysterious emergence of the Kirin 9000. Who was supporting it from behind the scenes? Who was manufacturing this chip for Huawei? The newly unveiled Kirin 9000. What level of performance does it truly possess? How does it compare to the version from TSMC of yesteryears? Just a couple of days later, a deluge of reviews for Huawei's smartphones flooded video platforms. With the Mate 40 Pro emerging as the most representative model, the consensus was astonishingly unanimous. This new batch of devices exhibited performance that was incredibly impressive. Consequently, the usual online critics erupted in outrage, inundating the comment sections of every video with vitriol. How much did they receive? Have they gone mad with poverty? The Huawei trolls are out in full force. Run for cover. It wasn't merely insults. Some individuals presented their arguments with a veneer of sophistication. Previously, they had criticized the Mate 40 Pro for its overheating issues, yet now, mysteriously, all faults seem to have vanished. Excessive praise? Let us be frank. They must have received some form of benefit. Such sentiments proliferated across the comments, creating a toxic atmosphere beneath each review that left viewers exasperated. Whether Huawei had indeed engaged in monetary inducements remains uncertain, but every evaluation lauded the Kirin 9000 to the skies. Soon enough, another wave of content creators emerged, conducting comparative tests across multiple devices, focusing primarily on the processors. 3 contenders were presented. Device 1, the Huawei Mate 40 Pro equipped with the Kirin 9000. Device 2, the Apple 12 Pro featuring the A14 Bionic chip. Device 3, the Xiaomi 11 Pro powered by the Snapdragon 888. The results were jaw-dropping. In terms of performance, the Huawei Mate 40 Pro decisively outperformed the Xiaomi 11 Pro, falling just short of the Apple 12 Pro. Most astonishing was the power consumption. Huawei surprisingly surpassed the Apple 12 Pro, leaving the Xiaomi 11 Pro far behind. The thermal output and battery life followed suit, yielding similar outcomes. The data was simply bewildering, leaving all who witnessed it in a state of disbelief. Given that the Kirin 9000's architecture was inherently at a disadvantage, it was understandable to lose to the A14. But the minuscule gap was utterly unreasonable. Even more preposterous was the power consumption, which evidently proved to be more efficient than the A14 renowned for its low power usage. What does this imply? Both chips are fabricated using a 5nm process, which can only suggest that the manufacturing technology of the Kirin 9000 is more advanced. This revelation left experts in the evaluation and technology circles utterly flabbergasted. Furthermore, the Kirin 9000 demonstrated remarkable durability, maintaining consistent performance during prolonged gaming sessions without throttling. It was as if 2 entirely different machines were being compared to the previous Mate 40 Pro models. This was a staggering leap in capability, bordering on the divine. Chapter 72. How can one possibly continue working normally? Consequently, curiosity burgeoned. What exactly distinguishes the Qin 9000 from its predecessors? Many individuals resorted to disassembling their smartphones, scrutinizing the chip with unwavering attention. They discovered a series of letters inscribed on the chip, Dubois, strangely unfamiliar. Those with a keen interest scoured the internet, tracing the clue back to a little-known company, Qin Fan Semiconductor. Qin Fan Semiconductor? No one in the tech industry had ever heard of this name. While it was claimed that no one knew, there were exceptions. Apart from a select few within Huawei's supply chain, only a handful of employees from other companies had a vague awareness of this name, identifying it as a supplier for one of their components. Yet, none anticipated that this small enterprise could be responsible for the Qin 9000, let alone venture into 5-nanometer technology. In the eyes of industry insiders, there were only two companies globally capable of producing 5-nanometer chips, TSMC and Samsung's logic technology. Now, suddenly, a third contender emerged, and it was domestic. Isn't that astonishing? This kind of discourse sparked fervent discussions online, and Qin Fan was well prepared for the scrutiny. However, his team was restless. Particularly, Pei Yanlan and Geng Xiaojun swiftly convened a meeting with Qin Fan. Geng Xiaojun candidly stated, "Boss, we've truly made a breakthrough. Should we capitalize on this momentum and push further?" Pei Yanlan added, "Currently, we lack sufficient personnel in the market, but we could outsource to professional advertising firms and PR teams to leverage this wave of attention and elevate our profile." Qin Fan was acutely aware of their intentions. He understood their aspirations all too well. Both Geng Xiaojun and Pei Yanlan were eager for Qin Fan Semiconductor to grow rapidly and establish a strong reputation. This indicated that they had begun to see themselves as integral members of the company, developing a sense of belonging and genuinely treating it as their own. Moreover, the ordinary employees felt similarly. Who wouldn't want to work for a prestigious company? Although the current benefits were satisfactory and the environment pleasant, outsiders had never heard of this name. Who wouldn't wish for a workplace with a resounding reputation? Even when dining out and boasting, mentioning their company could evoke awe. If the company lacked recognition, people would merely nod in acknowledgement and quickly forget. Conversely, if it were well known, conversations would ignite with enthusiasm, inquiries about one's role, salary, and engaging discussions would ensue, bringing a sense of pride. After everyone had spoken, they turned their eager gazes towards Qin Fan, awaiting his decision. However, Qin Fan merely replied nonchalantly, "There's no rush. Let the situation develop a bit longer." The group was taken aback. Was the boss perhaps too influenced by movies? Lost in fantasy? In reality, Qin Fan had his own strategic plan. Discussions regarding Qin Fan Semiconductor Online had yet to reach their peak, and interest was still on a rise. Jumping in to promote the company prematurely might dilute its value. It was wiser to maintain a degree of mystery, which would further pique curiosity. As anticipated, just a couple of days later, a torrent of sensational information erupted online. A post on the Zhihu forum suddenly went viral, titled, "Who is truly backing Qin Fan Semiconductor?" The author traversed topics from technology to industry, employing an array of technical jargon that blurred the lines between truth and fiction, culminating in a lengthy analysis that concluded, Qin Fan Semiconductor is, in fact, not a new company, but a shadow operation established by TSMC in mainland China, essentially a front to circumvent regulations and assist Huawei. This revelation stirred a hornet's nest. Immediately, voices of dissent erupted. Pure nonsense. What do you know to make such absurd claims? The prevailing opinions split into two factions. One faction contended that TSMC, constrained by external pressures, would never take the immense risk of aiding Huawei. The other pointed out that the machinery required to produce chips below 10 nanometers, particularly the EUV lithography machines, were tightly controlled resources that could not be imported. In simpler terms, even if TSMC wished to establish a factory in mainland China, it would be impossible without the necessary equipment. This was common knowledge. Everyone understood it. Yet, if neither perspective was valid, what exactly was Qin Fan Semiconductor? Surely, it couldn't have materialized from thin air? The netizens became restless, their imaginations unleashed as they crafted elaborate theories. Some posited that this company was, in fact, a covert collaboration between Huawei and Zhongxin, representing a trial project of an experimental nature. Others speculated that it was a national initiative, consolidating efforts across the country to forge a breakthrough in the chip monopoly. A plethora of theories circulated, yet none proved convincing. Now, it was the technology media's turn to take action. The phone lines at Qin Fan Semiconductor were inundated, ringing incessantly for days. nearly transforming into a hotline. Major media outlets clamored to uncover the truth, even specifically requesting interviews with the elusive Qin Fan. Pei Yinlan was horrified and promptly turned them all away. With so many people flocking to the company, how could they possibly continue their work? The reporters were relentless, escalating their protests with Lu Shui over the phone. Your secrecy is quite remarkable. Are you perhaps a sensitive organization? Allow us a glimpse inside. We assure you we will remain utterly discreet and cause no disturbance. Surely, there is nothing to hide, is there? Could it be that you are merely a facade, with all your contracts funneled to Bei Semiconductor? Pei Yinlan is on the verge of a breakdown. She hastily seeks out Qin Fan for consultation. Boss, this commotion is beneficial. But if the entire media in China floods in, we might as well abandon our endeavors, she cautioned. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. What are your thoughts? Pei Yinlan proposed. Why not hold a small press conference to address inquiries directly? It would clarify misunderstandings and provide an opportunity for us to make an appearance and promote ourselves. Qin Fan grinned widely. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Let us conduct a live broadcast across the internet and engage directly with everyone. Upon hearing this, Pei Yinlan immediately set about organizing the event. However, just 2 days later, an unexpected development arose that took Qin Fan completely by surprise. That day, Pei Yinlan rushed into his office exclaiming, Boss, the representative from the square root 9 absolute value star wishes to see you. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Who? The representative from square root 9 absolute value star. The head of their project specifically requests an audience with you. What do they want? Qin Fan furrowed his brow. They wish to discuss a potential collaboration, she replied. Initially surprised, Qin Fan's curiosity piqued. Who, exactly, was square root 9 absolute value star? A colossal entity in the tech realm, boasting the highest mobile phone sales globally. They dominate the market in panels, memory, and storage chips. Most significantly, they possess their own top-tier chip manufacturing facilities, expertly crafting 5-nanometer processes, rivaling Bei Semiconductor. Why would such a titan seek collaboration with a modest company like his? It seemed utterly unnecessary. Furthermore, Qin Fan had long been aware of square root 9 absolute value star's reputation. Their might was formidable, yet their tactics often left much to be desired, frequently exploiting others. Was this sudden visit a genuine gesture of collaboration or a veiled agenda? Nevertheless, it would be inappropriate to dismiss their approach outright. A meeting was warranted to discern their intentions. Truth be told, the mere fact that such a world-class enterprise sought him out did instill a sense of pride within Qin Fan. Yet this pride swiftly diminished, as he was already partnered with Huawei. The prospect of an alliance with square root 9 absolute value star, while intriguing, did not evoke overwhelming excitement. Noticing Qin Fan's prolonged silence, Pei Yinlan gently prompted, Boss? Regaining his composure, he replied nonchalantly, Very well, make the necessary arrangements. I am eager to hear their proposal. Pei Yinlan nodded and exited to attend to her duties. Leaning back in a chair, Qin Fan gazed blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. At this juncture, Qin Fan's semiconductor had finally embarked on the right path, no longer plagued by the anxiety of its nascent days. Huawei had taken decisive action, shaking the entire tech industry. If this momentum continued, the territories they had previously lost could be reclaimed in no time. When that day arrived, orders for chips from major manufacturers like Huawei and Haishi would surely pour in like snowflakes. Truth be told, Qin Fan found himself troubled. If orders became too overwhelming, it remained uncertain whether the factory could sustain the demand. Staffing, machinery, and production lines all posed potential challenges. The silver lining, however, was that, given the current pace, the factory was on the verge of an upgrade. Once the chip manufacturing facility reached level 3, production would see a significant leap, hopefully alleviating some of the pressure. Lost in contemplation, Xiao Qiaoping entered, cheerfully asking, Boss, would you like a cup of coffee? Certainly, please prepare a hot one, he responded, with deft movements. Xiao Qiaoping brewed a steaming cup, the inviting aroma wafting through the office. After enjoying a few sips, the two engaged in a brief game of cards, alleviating the tension that had accumulated over the past few days. Once Xiao Qiaoping had tidied up and left, Pei Yinlan re-entered. Boss, the representatives from square root 9 absolute value star are nearly here, she informed him. Qin Fan was taken aback. What? They're arriving now? Pei Yinlan confirmed. Yes, they will be entering shortly. Initially startled, Qin Fan soon felt amused. In such haste? What matters are so urgent that they require an in-person meeting? They mentioned they have pressing matters to discuss with you and have prepared a highly sincere collaboration proposal, Pei Yinlan replied. Qin Fan mused. A highly sincere collaboration proposal? This could be intriguing. He gestured, very well, let them in. Approximately half an hour later, a sleek black Mercedes glided into the factory grounds and came to a halt. As the door opened, three individuals emerged, two men and a woman. The men, both in their 30s, donned impeccably tailored suits, exuding an aura of professional excellence. The woman, younger and in her 20s, with long hair and high heels, walked with confidence, radiating a formidable presence. It was evident to all that the true decision-maker among them was not the two men, but rather this young lady. As the trio stood in place, surveying their surroundings, expressions of astonishment emerged on their faces, clearly taken aback by the factory's modest appearance. Before long, Pei Yanlong approached them. "Are you manager Lin Yiping from Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star?" she inquired. The young woman extended her hand in greeting. "Yes, I am Lin Yiping. You must be manager Pei." Indeed, this woman was Lin Yiping, the deputy general manager of the project division at Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star. A native of Nanjing, she had studied abroad in the past, and her fluency in Mandarin left no room for miscommunication. She glanced around, asking, "Where's Boss Qin?" Pei Yanlong gestured, "Follow me. He is waiting for you in his office." Upon hearing this, Lin Yiping's brow arched slightly, seemingly displeased that Qin Fan had not personally come to greet them. The expressions of the two men also darkened, clearly harboring some reservations. What was Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star? A global leader in technology, a prestigious name in the industry. What was Qin Fan Semiconductor? A relatively obscure company, hardly known within the domestic landscape. The fact that the boss did not even bother to greet them personally and sent someone to lead them was a blatant dismissal of their significance. However, all three were seasoned professionals, adept at concealing their emotions, their faces betraying little. One of the men, named Dai Zhihui, a local from the area, cautiously inquired, "Is Boss Qin in good health?" Pei Yanlong raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "Quite well. He is simply busy, spending all day managing affairs in his office." Dai Zhihui remained silent, his expression darkening further. Though Pei Yanlong's words appeared courteous, they were, in fact, a subtle retort. He had intended to imply that Qin Fan was being aloof, yet Pei Yanlong's response deftly deflected that notion, casting him in a petty light instead. Pei Yanlong guided the three towards the office building. Along the way, employees passed by, and the trio observed three neatly arranged production lines within the factory. Another man, named Chang Qinghe, lowered his voice to Lin Yiping. "This place feels off. The factory is so small. Can they truly manufacture 5-nanometer chips?" All three were well-versed in the industry, aware that any facility capable of producing high-end chips would typically occupy hundreds of acres. Lin Yiping responded nonchalantly. "Perhaps they have other facilities." Chang Qinghe pondered this, considering it a plausible explanation. Being situated near the capital, it was conceivable that the factory could be dispersed across multiple locations. Dai Zhihui added quietly, "We should discreetly investigate later." The group entered the building, making their way directly to Qin Fan's office. Lin Yiping stood frozen at the entrance, extending her hand for a handshake while exclaiming, "I never expected Boss Qin to be so youthful." Qin Fan grinned widely, responding, General Manager Lin is not to be outdone. Youthful and beautiful. And your Mandarin is impressively authentic." Indeed, Lin Yiping's Mandarin was commendable, though slightly stiff, revealing her foreign background. Qin Fan was also quite taken aback. It was rare to see a South Korean lady leading a delegation from the company Root 9 Absolute Value Star. He invited the three of them to take a seat. Xiao Xiaoping promptly served coffee. Qin Fan lifted his cup and, getting straight to the point, said, "Since you've come such a long way, please, let us get to the matter at hand." He was well aware that their visit was likely about collaboration, though he couldn't immediately discern their intentions. Given that their businesses were quite similar, competition seemed more plausible than cooperation. As he pondered this, Lin Yiping spoke up, her tone calm, yet infused with confidence. "Boss Qin, we at Root 9 Absolute Value Star wish to acquire your Qin Fan Semiconductor." Qin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind momentarily buzzing. Utterly taken aback by the abruptness of the proposal, Root 9 Absolute Value Star's approach was rather brazen. They had come to the table with a direct offer, devoid of any preliminary discussions. It was a blatant display of strength, intending to intimidate him. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel flattered or infuriated. Logically speaking, his small enterprise was just beginning to gain traction domestically, remaining largely unknown abroad. The willingness of Root 9 Absolute Value Star to purchase indicated that his brand held some weight. However, the outright audacity of their offer was disconcerting, lacking even the basic respect typically afforded in such negotiations. Most small business owners would likely have nodded in agreement right then and there. Chapter 74. Satisfied, yet refusing? Who is Root 9 Absolute Value Star? Among the top 5 in the Fortune Global 500, with financial prowess unmatched. They could easily swallow a medium-sized enterprise with a mere trifling sum. Yet, Qin Fan was different. He stood firm and had no intention of selling. What a ridiculous notion. The gifts from the light of civilization are not for sale. Even mountains of gold would not entice him. Furthermore, he was currently enjoying a steady stream of income. So why would he relinquish his lifeblood? Lin Yiping seemed to read his thoughts, pulling out a small notebook from her bag, flipping to a page, jotting something down, and then handing it to Qin Fan. He focused intently and discovered it was a checkbook, a genuine checkbook. The amount section was left blank. Lin Yiping gently stated, "Boss Qin, you may fill in the number." Her words sounded firm, yet to Qin Fan, they felt rather empty. He chuckled. "I can write whatever I want? How about a number followed by 10 zeros? Lin Yiping's tone remained unflappable. "As long as it does not exceed the account limit, whatever you write will be valid." Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Not exceeding the limit? That's hardly sufficient. I should write 100 billion. No, 1 trillion. He paused and added, "in dollars." Dai Zhihui's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Yiping raised a hand to silence him. Her gaze fixed on Qin Fan. Is Boss Qin not intending to negotiate? Leaning back in his chair, Qin Fan replied, "Of course not. Suizone might not fully grasp, but we are not an ordinary factory. We are engaged in semiconductors, which is a field with high entry barriers." Lin Yiping nodded. "I am aware. You have dealings with coarse grain, future automotive, Xiaoping, Cone Technology, and Huawei." Qin Fan regarded her with newfound admiration. "You truly astonish me. Root 9 Absolute Value Star, with such a grand reputation, has thoroughly researched our small company." Lin Yiping leaned forward, both hands resting on the table, locking eyes with him. "If you can connect with Huawei, who dares still call you a small factory?" Qin Fan scrutinized her for several seconds before speaking. "Did you come here today solely for this matter?" "That is merely the first," Lin Yiping replied. "And the second?" Qin Fan inquired. Lin Yiping's smile deepened, hinting at something significant. "The second might cause you some concern." Qin Fan shrugged. "Perhaps not." Lin Yiping continued. "However, you have no grounds to refuse." "Oh." Qin Fan leaned back against his chair. "Please enlighten me, Ms. Sui." Lin Yiping stated, "We at Root 9 Absolute Value Star wish to acquire all high-end production lines of your Qin Fan semiconductor." Qin Fan was taken aback. "All high-end production capacity? What does that entail?" Lin Yiping turned to Chung Qinghe. "You explain." Chung Qinghe stood, adjusted his suit collar, and spoke steadily. "Boss Qin, to put it plainly, we wish to buy out all your manufacturing capabilities below 14 nanometers. Qin Fan's brows furrowed. "Below 14 nanometers? All of it?" Chung Qinghe nodded. "Precisely. In the industry, anything below 14 nanometers is considered high-end, such as 7 nanometers, 6 nanometers, and the latest 5 nanometers all fall within this range." Qin Fan paused for 2 seconds. "But we already have orders scheduled. Our bookings extend into next year. We can't just abandon our clients, can we?" Chung Qinghe waved his hand. "We are not unreasonable. Existing orders will be fulfilled as scheduled, but new orders cannot be accepted, as we will be taking over that portion of capacity from now on." Lin Yiping added, "For orders of 14 nanometers and above, you may continue to accept them. We will only take the high-end segment." Chung Qinghe asked, "Boss Qin, is that sufficiently clear?" Qin Fan smiled and nodded. "Quite clear. But I am curious. Why should I relinquish my core business entirely to Root 9 Absolute Value Star?" Lin Yiping replied with a smile, "It's business. It all comes down to the price." "And how much are you offering?" Qin Fan asked. "Regardless of others' offers, we will exceed them by double," Lin Yiping stated confidently. "This price will hold for 1 year, after which we will renegotiate." Qin Fan was stunned, looking up at her. Double? A direct doubling? That was no trivial sum. Over the course of a year, this segment alone could yield several times the profit. He had to admit, it would be hard for anyone to resist such temptation. Lin Yiping continued, "Boss Qin, how do you find the terms? If agreeable, please sign the contract and stamp it. We shall leave the rest to the lawyers." She placed the document on Qin Fan's desk. He did not lower his gaze to examine it. Instead, he asked, "Ms. Sui, I still do not understand. Is Root 9 Absolute Value Star not a leading global chip giant? Why do you need to buy our production lines?" Lin Yiping replied nonchalantly, "Our production capacity cannot keep up with the orders. There are too many orders that we cannot accommodate, so we must seek external resources." Qin Fan acknowledged her statement with a sound. Lin Yiping then asked, "So, shall we proceed with the signature?" Qin Fan sighed, gently pushing the contract back. "I'm afraid I cannot sign this." "What? You refuse to sign? Why?" The faces of the three from Route 9 Absolute Value Star darkened instantly, as if they had stepped on a tail. They were utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing the sun rise from the west. It was no wonder they reacted so dramatically. A bid at double the price equated to free money. Who would refuse such a golden opportunity? Dai Zhihui suddenly stood up. What exactly are you after? Lin Yiping raised her hand to signal him to sit down. She fixed her gaze on Qin Fan. Boss Qin, you have stated your satisfaction with the terms. Why the sudden withdrawal? Qin Fan replied, I am indeed satisfied. Lin Yiping frowned. Satisfied yet refusing? Qin Fan paused for a moment, then slowly replied, precisely because I am too satisfied that I hesitate to accept. Lin Yiping's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt that Route 9 Absolute Value Star can pay? Qin Fan shook his head. That is not the case at all. Who does not know of your family's considerable wealth, stacked like mountains of gold? He paused, his tone shifting to one of earnestness. To speak candidly, I am indeed inclined to collaborate, but not in this manner. As a proprietor, I find myself unsettled. Lin Yiping fixed her gaze upon him for a full 10 seconds before finally straightening up. Very well, she replied. Since you are insistent, let us consider this matter concluded. Qin Fan acknowledged with a hum, offering no further elaboration. Lin Yiping continued, yet I maintain my stance. We at Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star possess ample sincerity. Should you ever reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out. Qin Fan smiled and nodded, agreed, no problem. The three rose to depart, and this time, Qin Fan exhibited notable thoughtfulness, personally escorting them to the entrance of the office building. Take care on your way, he said, but I shall not see you off any further. Dai Zhihui huffed through his nose, his expression dark as thunder. Chung Qinghe merely uttered a platitude, brushing it aside. They struggled to fathom Qin Fan's reasoning. Was he truly so bewildered as to reject such enticing terms outright? Before departing, Lin Yiping cast a final glance back at Qin Fan, her mind racing. This man, indeed, was no simpleton. His thoughts ran deep. The trio soon slipped into a gleaming black Mercedes, which, with a swift turn, roared out of the park, leaving not even a trace of dust in its wake. Chapter 75. A truly thorny dilemma. Qin Fan wandered back to his office at a leisurely pace, sinking into his swivel chair and leaning back, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He was not averse to wealth. Who in business would scoff at a lucrative opportunity? Yet to engage in collaboration with Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star under such terms would be akin to leaping into a pit of despair. While it may seem advantageous in the short term, it would ultimately block all avenues for future endeavors. It was evident to any discerning eye that Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star was not motivated by a mere lack of production capacity. Such rhetoric may deceive children, but who would believe it? Their true aim was to sever the last breath of Huawei Mobile. For Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star, this matter was of utmost importance. Huawei Mobile had managed to hold its ground over recent years solely due to its self-developed chips. Were it not for the disruption in supply, Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star would have long been relegated to obscurity. Even now, they still clung to the title of global sales leader. However, should Huawei regain its footing and once again secure a chip supply, who could predict if that position would be preserved in the coming year? Thus, for Qin Fan, semiconductors had become a thorn lodged firmly in his throat. Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star must extract it. Lin Yiping's initial approach was, of course, a direct acquisition. A swift resolution would prevent unnecessary complications. Qin Fan's refusal was anticipated. Then, a secondary strategy would be employed to offer him incentives, compelling him to yield. The terms were indeed tempting. Otherwise, Lin Yiping would not have dared to gamble on his acquiescence. Profits would double, yet the contract would span only a year. Money was a tangible gain for Qin Fan, but what would follow could not be redeemed with mere currency. First and foremost, it would jeopardize the Huawei contract. Even if they were to reconcile and collaborate again next year, the relationship would be irrevocably altered, lacking the current fluidity. More troubling still, any orders below 14 nanometers would need to be circumvented entirely, rendering them untouchable. This was tantamount to slamming the door on the high-end chip market, locking themselves out. One must realize that those awaiting orders for 14 nanometers and below were not limited to Huawei alone. Brands such as Coarse Grain, Blue Green Mountain, and Cone Technology were all potential clients. Even overseas giants like High Graph and Fruit might soon seek collaboration. While the contract appeared to last but a year, the variables within that time frame were immense, and the market could shift dramatically. Moreover, Square Root 9 Absolute Value Star's personnel were notorious for their unscrupulous competitive tactics. Who could say how many traps lay hidden within the contract? Therefore, signing was simply out of the question. Not only would he refuse to sign, but he also needed to distance himself from that company as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, he would find himself both ensnared and financially exploited. Only a fool would partake in such folly. Meanwhile, a Mercedes cruised steadily down the road, carrying Lin Yiping and her two companions, silence enveloping the interior. Dai Zhihui, seething with frustration, could no longer contain himself. This Qin Fan is exceedingly unappreciative. We presented him with genuinely generous terms. How has he been wronged? Lin Yiping narrowed her eyes and inquired. Do you think he is perhaps hoping for an even higher offer? Cheng Qinghe shook his head. Not likely. His attitude clearly indicates he has no desire to collaborate with us. Dai Zhihui, agitated, pressed on. So, what now, President Sui? We cannot simply stand by and watch Huawei secure another large batch of chips. This would be a lethal blow to square root 9 absolute value star. Lin Yiping paused, then spoke slowly. There is an old saying in our country. If you refuse the fine wine, you shall be forced to drink the penalty liquor. Cheng Qinghe quietly corrected her. President Sui, you refuse the toast and are forced to drink the penalty liquor. Lin Yiping shot him a glare. I know. Enough with the chattering. Cheng Qinghe immediately fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. This young Lin was not only high-ranking, but also possessed a formidable temper. When angered, she recognized no kin, and no amount of persuasion would sway her. It was evident that she was harboring a considerable amount of ire, likely provoked by Qin Fan. Lin Yiping continued, no matter. If he will not cooperate with us, we shall ensure he cannot thrive within the industry. Dai Zhihui questioned, how shall we accomplish that? Lin Yiping retorted, can you guess where Qin Fan Semiconductor's equipment originated? Dai Zhihui was about to respond instinctively when he abruptly halted, his eyes lighting up as he grasped her intent. His tactic was ruthless. The fact that Qin Fan could produce 5-nanometer chips indicated he possessed imported high-end equipment. Yet those items were all on a restricted list. The deeper the origins, the greater the leverage. If they were to expose the connection between Qin Fan and Huawei to the Americans, a storm would surely ensue. Before long, Qin Fan's operation would be paralyzed, possibly even facing power outages and production halts by the next day. Dai Zhihui quickly praised. Truly, President Sui's strategy is brilliant. Lin Yiping's lips curled into a slight smile, and though she said nothing, her demeanor noticeably relaxed. Just moments ago, Qin Fan's indifferent, ostentatious display had infuriated her. In her position at square root 9 absolute value star, she was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers. When had she ever been so blatantly disregarded? She eagerly awaited the day when Qin Fan would be brought to his knees, pleading for mercy, with nowhere to weep for his misfortune. The following morning at 10:30, Huawei Group unexpectedly convened an urgent high-level video conference. The urgency implied that a significant issue had arisen, necessitating immediate strategizing. The earlier the meeting, the more pressing the matter. Summoning participants at 10:30 indicated that the situation was dire. After all, most employees at Huawei were just clocking in for their shifts, still finishing their breakfasts. The attendees were much the same as last time, comprising the company's notable figures. As soon as Yu Jieqi joined, he inquired, why the rush to gather us? What has occurred? Li Jianing chimed in. Indeed, what is the matter? Has the sky fallen? Everyone was puzzled. The mobile business had been thriving, with sales soaring, and they were on the cusp of international expansion. What major trouble could possibly have arisen at this juncture? All eyes turned toward the presiding chairman, Yin Yiwu. Since he called the meeting, the explanation naturally fell to him. Yin Yiwu sighed. We have indeed encountered a sticky situation. Chang Hanyang's heart sank. What is it? Surely, it cannot be a problem with the mobile division. Yin Yiwu managed a bitter smile and nodded. It just had to be the mobile phone business. Chang Hanyang's face drained of color. At this critical juncture, any issues arising could render all his efforts over the past 6 months futile, jeopardizing his very livelihood. His voice trembled slightly. What exactly is the situation? Haven't our misfortunes passed? Yu Jieqi, equally anxious, interjected with indignation. Exactly. They've exhausted every tactic available to them. What more could they possibly conjure? Yin Yiwu raised a hand to calm the room. Everyone, please. Let Manager Wu elaborate on the situation. This Manager Wu, named Wu Jiqing, was a woman in charge of Huawei's public relations department, essentially the chief custodian of the company's external image. In simpler terms, she was the face of Huawei. Chapter 76. You are too naive. It was well known in the industry that Huawei's steadfast reputation was largely due to Wu Jiqing's deft handling and swift responses. Her extensive network and acute awareness meant that even the slightest whispers within the industry reached her ears almost instantaneously. enabling her to act decisively. This skill set was comparable to that of a seasoned intelligence officer. One must not underestimate this. A single misstep could ignite a public relations crisis capable of undermining the entire company's foundation. Presently, the news she bore was unmistakably grim, regardless of their reluctance. Everyone had to brace themselves to listen. Wu Jiqing began. The situation is as follows. The company known as Route 9 Absolute Value Star has been quietly making moves domestically. Yu Jiaqi blinked in confusion. What do their actions have to do with us? Wu Jiqing replied. Logically, there should be no intersection. However, this time is different. I only obtained concrete intelligence last night. The room fell silent as everyone awaited her continuation. Wu Jiqing proceeded. To be precise, this event transpired yesterday. A vice president from the Idea District of Route 9 Absolute Value Star, by the name of Lin Yiping. I believe everyone is familiar with her. The collective response was a resounding affirmation. Of course. Who in the industry doesn't know the key figures steering the Idea District? Especially Lin Yiping, who is not to be underestimated. Though young, Lin Yiping held considerable weight within the group, her words and actions influencing multiple business lines. Wu Jiqing continued. Yesterday morning, Lin Yiping, accompanied by a few trusted aides, journeyed to the capital specifically to meet with Qin Fan Semiconductor. The air in the conference room chilled instantly. The attendees, seasoned veterans of the industry, immediately began to connect the dots, their minds racing with possibilities. Even without grasping the finer details, they understood that Lin Yiping's intentions were far from benevolent, and it was clear who the target was. Who else could it be but Huawei Group? On the surface, Huawei and Route 9 Absolute Value Star appeared to be on amicable terms, yet beneath the facade, they had been engaged in a fierce battle for survival. Their business interests were intertwined like two venomous serpents, perpetually inflicting wounds upon one another, with no avenue for retreat. Chang Hanyang furrowed his brow and inquired, what exactly do they seek from meeting with Qin Fan? Wu Jiqing replied calmly, for what I have gathered, there are likely two objectives. First, Route 9 Absolute Value Star aims to fully acquire Qin Fan Semiconductor. At this pronouncement, astonished glances were exchanged, disbelief evident in their expressions. Acquire Qin Fan Semiconductor? What a preposterous notion. Qin Fan currently possessed a cutting-edge chip manufacturing line, akin to holding a golden goose that guaranteed a steady stream of income. Who would willingly part with such a treasure? Yu Jiaqi pressed further. And the second objective? Wu Jiqing paused, weighing her words. The second possibility is that Route 9 intends to monopolize Qin Fan's high-end production capacity entirely. What? This is outrageous. They're attempting to strangle us. The room erupted with indignation, voices raised in anger. For the employees of Huawei, it felt as if they had just overcome one hurdle, only to find themselves plunged into another abyss. The pent-up frustrations of 2 long years exploded in an instant. Yenny Wu raised a hand to restore order. Let us not panic. Manager Wu, is there any latest development? Will Qin Fan agree? Wu Jiqing shook her head. There's no conclusion yet. The owner of Subo Semiconductor has yet to make a decision, and their stance remains unclear. Yu Jiaqi scoffed. Lin Yiping wouldn't dare show up without offering a substantial price. Yuan Hansong sighed, managing a wry smile. Not just substantial. It's likely that the offer is so enticing that turning it down would be unthinkable. This remark plunged the room into silence. Yenny Wu, remaining relatively composed, reassured. Even if a deal is struck, there's no need to panic. Our contract with Qin Fan is still in effect, at the very least. They cannot evade the order for those 2 million Kirin 9,000 chips. This statement somewhat alleviated the tension. However, Li Jianing slammed his fist on the table. I regret it. We should have pursued more orders earlier. Now, we're at a disadvantage. Yu Jiaqi attempted to stabilize the situation. Let us not be too pessimistic. Subo isn't the type to easily concede. He might not cave to Route 9's tactics. Yuan Hansong chuckled softly. That's a tough call. The terms from Route 9 would make most small and medium enterprises kneel in acceptance. Who could withstand that? Chang Hanyang banged the table. What good is speculation? Let's call Subo directly and ask. Yuan Hansong shot him a sidelong glance. Old Chang, you are far too naive. Do you think they would divulge the truth in such matters? Dream on. Just then, Wu Jiqing suddenly stood. Excuse me, I need to take a call. There may be new information. Everyone knew that Wu Jiqing had an extensive network across the tech industry. Whether it was Route 9, Rough Grain, or the Blue-Green Factory, even within mainstream media, she had informants everywhere. Such intelligence networks were commonplace among large enterprises, for in this industry, a single delayed piece of information could lead to total defeat. The call she was receiving was from an insider within Route 9. The earlier report regarding Lin Yiping's visit to Qin Fan had been relayed to her by this very source, who had even divulged the details of their discussion. The only unknown was the outcome. Wu Jiqing had instructed him to maintain vigilance. As the phone rang, she stepped outside to take the call. The room fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on the vacant chair, hearts racing with anticipation. Minutes later, Wu Jiqing returned. Her expression was inscrutable, almost wooden. Instantly, a wave of apprehension swept through the room, and everyone's demeanor shifted. In particular, Yu Jiaqi and Chang Hanyang stared at her, wide-eyed and unblinking. Was it over? Had Qin Fan already acquiesced? If it was merely a matter of production capacity being monopolized, there remained room for negotiation. With the contract in hand and deadlines established, they could resort to desperate measures, even if it meant begging or throwing money at the problem. There was always a way to fight back. But if Qin Fan had been outright acquired, then all hope would be lost. However, the owner of Qin Fan wasn't foolish. Surely, he wouldn't take that step. Would he? Yan Yiwu cautiously inquired. Manager Wu, did you find out anything? What did Qin Fan have to say? Wu Jiqing cleared her throat. I have the result. I now know what transpired. Yu Jiaqi, in a state of urgency, urged, quickly, tell us. What happened? Chang Hanyang echoed. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it. Wu Jiqing exhaled slowly, delivering her verdict. The owner of Qin Fan Semiconductor has rejected all of Route 9's conditions. The entire venue fell into a momentary silence, followed by a collective widening of eyes, their expressions resembling a toppled spice jar. Shock, confusion, joy, and fear all mingled together. Some wished to laugh, but held back, while others felt the urge to shout, unsure if it was merely an illusion. Chapter 77. No one opposed. Yuan Hansong wore a skeptical expression. This cannot be possible, can it? Is the news credible? Wu Jiqing nodded. The informant is reliable. There will be no mistake. Yuan Hansong pondered. If they truly refuse, it indicates that the offer from Route 9 is not sufficiently ruthless. Wu Jiqing shook her head. You are mistaken. The terms from Route 9 are exceedingly harsh. I have heard that the acquisition price has no upper limit. You can propose whatever you wish. At this revelation, the crowd was no longer surprised. Route 9's tactics had always been straightforward. Matters solvable with money were not regarded as problems. If they cannot break through, they would simply increase their offer until their opponent capitulated. They lacked for nothing but capital. Yan Yiwu chuckled softly, shaking his head. This is indeed characteristic of Route 9. It is no small feat for Su Bo to withstand such pressure. He spoke truthfully. Were an ordinary businessman, merely glancing at these terms would likely have them swayed on the spot. Route 9's financial power was astonishing. Adding a few hundred million was but a trifle. As long as they did not cross a bottom line, retrieving it was effortless. Moreover, acquiring Qin Fan Semiconductor was no trivial matter, requiring a substantial financial commitment. Lin Yiping must have prepared for the worst before her negotiations. However, Route 9's strategy was not entirely transparent. Their approach was rather insidious. Should they encounter a timid, risk-averse entrepreneur eager for a quick profit, a mere lowball offer could lead to a swift agreement, allowing them to reap a windfall. Yu Jiaqi could not help but inquire. Is Lin Yiping really conceding just like that? Doesn't she have a backup plan? Wu Jiqing continued. Indeed. But they proposed an even more ruthless scheme to secure all of Qin Fan Semiconductor's 14-nanometer and below production capacity for a full year. At this announcement, the room fell silent once more, and the expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically. This was not merely a negotiation. It was a lethal maneuver. The 14-nanometer technology was the lifeblood of Huawei's chip production, with all core technology hinging on it. If Qin Fan acquiesced, it would be akin to strangling Huawei's throat, leaving them gasping for air for an entire year. Who could predict what the next year would hold? If Route 9 was determined to cause turmoil and escalated their offer further, swallowing up 2 years' worth of high-end production capacity, Huawei would be left without a way forward. Wu Jiqing continued. The contract manufacturing price they offered has doubled. What? Doubled? Have they lost their minds? This is tantamount to overturning the table. Is this not a blatant attempt to disrupt the market? Yan Yiwu frowned. With such favorable conditions, why hasn't President Qin agreed? Wu Jiqing nodded. Not a moment of hesitation. He outright rejected them, leaving no room for negotiation. Bang! Yu Jiaqi slammed the table, rising with a laugh. Excellent. Truly commendable. Qin Fan. I never expected him to be so resolute. Chang Hanyang grinned. I knew it. Qin Fan is not that kind of person. Yu Jiaqi protested. Wait. I said that first. How did it become yours? Chang Hanyang laughed. I thought the same thing. You just spoke first. Yu Jiaqi glared. That is called hindsight. Who would believe you? Nearby, Li Jianing, the head of Haishi Semiconductor, shook his head. All right, you two stop bickering. This is a reason to celebrate. But let us not make a ruckus. Upon hearing this, the two only laughed louder. In truth, it was not a quarrel, but rather a manifestation of their exhilaration. Unable to contain their delight, Qin Fan's move was both incomprehensible and yet perfectly logical. By conventional reasoning, isn't business all about profit? The price offered by Route 9 was so generous that it was not merely profitable. It was worth pursuing even at a loss. If it were any other company, the board would convene to discuss, possibly bickering for days. But Qin Fan Semiconductor had a single decision-maker, Qin Fan himself. He could make the call independently, and yet, without a moment's thought, he turned away Lin Yiping and Route 9 with a dismissive wave. Yeniwu remarked, "It's quite remarkable. At such a young age to make such a decision, he is quite astute. This individual is no ordinary character." What made him extraordinary was his insight into Route 9's true intentions. Just as Qin Fan had surmised, their motives were far from benevolent. First, they sought to completely obstruct Huawei's chip pathway, leaving no opportunity for recovery. Second, Qin Fan Semiconductor itself posed a potential threat. Route 9 also operated a wafer fab, ranked second globally, just behind TSMC. These past 2 years, TSMC had expanded aggressively, becoming a behemoth in the industry, which made Route 9 appear somewhat diminished. However, they would not tolerate the emergence of another TSMC, especially one sprouting from their own territory. Qin Fan Semiconductor was located at the heart of the industry. With immense developmental potential, its influence would only grow. How could they possibly allow it to flourish unchecked? Chang Hanyang interjected, "I believe that President Qin is not solely focused on profit. He is helping us at Huawei." At this, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Those who had interacted with Qin Fan knew that his loyalty to Huawei was genuine. Given the current situation, he could easily take advantage and significantly raise his prices, delivering a severe blow. To put it bluntly, if he were to relent, allowing Huawei to pay double for high-end chips, no one could stop him. When he had previously manufactured the Kirin 9000, he had merely added a 30 markup, which was already considered exceedingly generous in the industry. Yen Yiwu stood. "Since Qin Fan Semiconductor has withstood the pressure, we must not delay. Let us promptly assess our inventory and place orders swiftly." Everyone responded in unison. He added, "We must reciprocate towards Qin Fan Semiconductor. They will officially be classified as an S-level supplier." An S-level supplier for Huawei? That was an elite designation, with only a handful of firms globally able to qualify. Giants like TSMC, Soitec, and Dongfanghong had fought tooth and nail to gain entry. Now, with a single statement from Yeni Wu, Qin Fan Semiconductor was placed on the same pedestal as these titans. Under normal circumstances, such a decision would require several rounds of meetings and evaluations. Yet this time, no one opposed it. Anyone daring to voice dissent would likely face immediate backlash. No one would want to be the scapegoat at this moment. Far away in the capital, Qin Fan remained entirely unaware of the tumultuous emergency meeting convened at Huawei, which experienced emotional highs and lows before unanimously elevating him to the highest tier of suppliers. That day, he arrived at the factory, as usual, first inspecting the production line, assessing yield and progress, before returning to his office to brew a cup of coffee. The coffee, prepared by Xiao Xiaoping, was aromatic, and a sip was utterly invigorating. After enjoying his coffee, he even played a few hands of poker with Xiao Xiaoping, feeling as relaxed as if on vacation. Once everything was in order, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Without looking up, Qin Fan said, "Come in." Pei Yinlan entered. "Boss, I found a rather reliable person. They previously worked in a major company in marketing and public relations. Would you like to meet them?" Chapter 78. This order is astoundingly large. For the past few days, she had been out and about, seeking someone capable of handling the publicity aspect. She had contacted several headhunters, but every candidate they introduced was filtered out. It was not that she was being picky. The position was too critical, and only someone with considerable skill could suffice. Finally, she had encountered someone who matched her expectations, professional, well-connected, capable of bringing an entire team, and possessing ample public relations experience. She immediately rushed to report to Qin Fan. This individual not only possesses formidable combat skills, but also excels in team building, boasting an extensive network that enables them to manage various external affairs. She added a note of clarification. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan instantly understood. The company is currently in dire need of such multifaceted talent, someone who is well-versed in publicity and adept at navigating complex relationships. He nodded in agreement. "All right, let's arrange time." Pei Yinlan inquired, "Shall we meet at the company or elsewhere?" Qin Fan pondered for a moment. "Let us meet outside, somewhere quieter, allowing for a more comfortable discussion. Pei Yanlan acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave. Qin Fan has become increasingly meticulous in his work, particularly regarding the selection of crucial positions. He would not tolerate any negligence. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of complications. Over the past month, the company's various departments have gradually taken shape, with comprehensive functions in place, and operations have become increasingly smooth, marking a true return to form. At that moment, Xiao Xiaoping was seated at the assistant's desk, her gaze fixed on the computer screen when she suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, we just received an email from Huawei. It's a draft of an OEM contract." Qin Fan approached to take a look, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This order was extraordinarily substantial. It was several times larger than the previous one. In addition to the continued order for the Kirin 9000, several other types of chips have been added. Kirin 9000, 5-nanometer processor, an additional 50 million units. Kirin 990, 7-nanometer, 20 million units. Balong 5000, 7-nanometer, 5G modem, also 20 million. Ascend 910, AI chip, 10 million units. Following this was an extensive list, including the Kunping series. Qin Fan nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Was Huawei truly willing to commit to such quantities? Xiao Xiaoping, equally flabbergasted, raised her head to ask, "Boss, can we handle this?" This question was remarkably candid. Although Qin Fan's semiconductor monthly production capacity had already increased to 1 million wafers, swallowing this order whole would still be somewhat challenging. Was Huawei intending to contract out the entirety of his factory's output? Qin Fan couldn't suppress a wry smile. Previously, he lamented the lack of orders. Now, he worried about being overwhelmed by them, unable to keep pace with demand. This sensation was reminiscent of leveling up in a game and discovering a new map. However, his production shortages differed from those of other manufacturers. When others faced capacity issues, they often had to delay for 6 months to a year. His situation wouldn't require such a lengthy wait. The order for coarse grains was nearing completion, and the freed-up production lines would perfectly align with this batch from Huawei. All things considered, it should take about 2 to 3 months to digest this order. Furthermore, the growth progress of the chip factory had surpassed the halfway mark. With a bit more accumulation, the tertiary factory would soon be unlocked. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone on the desk suddenly rang. Qin Fan glanced at the caller ID, Yu Jiechi. Upon seeing that name, he felt the weight of the moment and promptly answered the call. A hearty laugh resonated from the other end. Qin Fan was taken aback. What could have caused such exuberance? Had he won the lottery, or just finished a bottle of Erguo too? Yu Jiechi's voice boomed. "Boss Qin, it's been too long. I missed you terribly." Qin Fan inwardly mused. "You miss me? I certainly haven't been pining for you." Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and replied, "Oh, Yu Zong, when shall we meet for some skewers and drinks?" Yu Jiechi chuckled. "Next week, I'm heading to the capital." Qin Fan was momentarily astonished. "Surely, Yu Zong, you wouldn't fly all this way just for a barbecue?" The airfare alone wouldn't justify the trip. "Where are you getting that from?" Yu Jiechi laughed. "We're having the P50 launch event. I've already sent you the invitation to your email." Qin Fan paused, turning to Xiao Xiaoping. She quickly checked her computer and gave him an okay sign. Sure enough, another email had just arrived, a formal invitation from Huawei, requesting his presence at the P50 flagship phone launch. Yu Jiechi on the line insisted, "Boss Qin, you must attend." Qin Fan smiled. "In the capital? Perfect. That saves me the trouble of traveling far." The launch of Huawei's new flagship certainly warranted his personal attendance. For Qin Fan, simply making an appearance would also serve as a splendid opportunity for exposure. Yu Jiechi began with a jovial tone. "This time, we plan to ramp up the spectacle, leveraging this opportunity to generate buzz for the P50, aiming for a resounding success and substantial sales." Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. From the sound of it, was there an initial intention to keep things low-key? Yu Jiechi waved his hand dismissively. "To be honest, my brother, we initially intended to keep it under the radar, just a quiet launch. But the circumstances have changed. Thanks to your efforts, everything is transformed." These past 2 years had indeed been challenging for Yu Jiechi. By convention, he managed consumer electronics, such as smartphones, tablets, watches, and headphones. Yet, each time a launch event approached, he felt compelled to keep a low profile, fearing that too much attention would backfire. Why? A lack of inventory. Supply chain issues had left them in a dire state. Take the Mate 40 series, for instance. The launch event was splendid, yet once sales commenced, the official website was cleared in seconds. Platforms like JD, Tmall, and Pinduoduo faced similar fates, with stock vanishing the moment it was listed. Offline flagship and specialty stores were scarcely able to secure any units, leaving customers to pay deposits and await uncertain delivery times. Scalpers were rampant, driving prices up to ludicrous levels. Such circumstances inevitably tarnished the brand's image. Previously, it was said that coarse grain phones were a joke, with Lei Jun dubbed the Monkey King. Now, Huawei found itself in an even tougher spot, and Yu Jieqi was perilously close to being crowned as the new Monkey King by netizens. For the P50 launch, the chip inventory was tighter than ever, with stock levels not even matching those of the Mate 40. Thus, the company's higher-ups had initially planned for a modest launch event, fearing that a surge in excitement would make it even more embarrassing if they couldn't sell products. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Qin Fan's semiconductor had emerged, reviving the Kirin 9000. Now, shipments of this chip were occurring every few days, continuously dispatched from the capital to various assembly plants collaborating with Huawei. Currently, the total supply of Kirin 9000 chips from Qin Fan had surpassed 10 million units. What did that mean? Simply put, combined with Huawei's existing inventory, the stock for the P50, P50 Pro, and P50 Pro models would easily exceed 10 million units at launch. Moreover, Yu Jieqi discreetly revealed that they would also be introducing the second generation of the MatePad Pro at the launch. This tablet, regarded as the top-tier model within Huawei's tablet line and adored by fans, would also utilize the Kirin 9000 chip and feature the latest Hongmeng operating system, ensuring it would attract significant attention. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan nodded eagerly. Absolutely, Yuzong, I will definitely be there. Chapter 79, The Company's Financial Might. Yu Jieqi quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for coming to support us. Qin Fan replied with a smile. Oh, Yuzong, you're being too modest with Huawei's stature. You hardly need me to bolster your presence. Yet, Yu Jieqi's demeanor shifted. He spoke earnestly. Brother Qin, let me be candid with you. Without the backing of you and Qin Fan Semiconductor, the Huawei mobile division would truly struggle to endure. I convey this on behalf of the company. Thank you. Only then did Qin Fan realize that the address had shifted from Boss Qin to Brother Qin, the familiarity unmistakable. It was noteworthy that this was the legendary Yu Jieqi, someone with whom it had once been challenging even to exchange a few words. Had this been in the past, being able to call such a figure a brother would have been a source of pride for Qin Fan for a lifetime. More crucially, he could discern that this gratitude stemmed from the depths of the heart. The conversation between the two shifted to the chip procurement draft just sent by Huawei. Yu Jieqi remarked, My dear brother, do not be alarmed by that order just yet. We will prioritize accordingly. As for the pricing, we can discuss it in further detail. He paused momentarily before adding, I, Yu Jieqi, assure you today that as long as you do not demand exorbitant prices, we can negotiate the terms. The implication was crystal clear. You can propose a price, and as long as it is reasonable, Huawei would be amenable. After all, the company was financially robust and not particularly constrained by funds. However, to be frank, the figures were indeed daunting. This contract with Huawei would undoubtedly exceed the threshold of 2 billion yuan, not a penny less. Qin Fan smiled broadly, his tone unwavering. President Yu, let us not rush into the specifics. Qin Fan Semiconductor is on board, and you need not worry about timely delivery or quality. We will absolutely not falter. On the other end of the line, upon hearing this, Yu Jieqi burst into laughter. Excellent. I will call on Old Chang shortly. The three of us shall convene for a thorough discussion. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Following this conversation, Qin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he leaned back in his genuine leather executive chair, propping his feet up, and began to hum a tuneless melody. Xiaoping, observing from the side, was filled with admiration. To be able to engage so intimately and humorously with a titan like Yu Jieqi from the tech industry made her boss appear truly remarkable. She felt a sense of assurance, believing that the future of Qin Fan Semiconductor was indeed radiant. In a celebratory mood, Qin Fan also pulled Xiaoping along for a game of cards, filling the office with an atmosphere as lively as a festival. The following morning, as Qin Fan entered the office, Pei Yimon knocked and entered. Boss, the time has been set. The meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Pacific Coffee Shop on the first floor of a new Dongguan shopping mall. If you have no objections, I will officially extend the invitation. This individual referred to was an expert in marketing and public relations. Qin Fan replied affirmatively. Sounds good. Go ahead and arrange it. Once Pei Yimon left, it suddenly struck Qin Fan that the day after tomorrow was Saturday, the very evening of Huawei's flagship model launch at 7 p.m. Was there a scheduling conflict? He pondered briefly and then sighed in relief. An afternoon meeting at 3 p.m. left ample time before the launch commenced at 7 p.m. Moreover, the new Dongguan shopping mall was conveniently located just a street away from the venue for the launch, easily reachable on foot. This arrangement was indeed simpler, eliminating the hassle of navigating through the city center during peak traffic which could drive one to madness. By the way, the invitation from Huawei clearly stated each guest was allowed to bring 2 companions. Qin Fan decided to bring along both Xiao Xiaoping and Pei Yanlan. Both resided within the 5th Ring Road, making transportation effortless, and they could easily make their way there on their own. Xiao Xiaoping could arrive later, as she was not required to participate in the afternoon meeting. Pei Yanlan's presence was sufficient for business discussions. As for why it was termed a meeting rather than an interview, the reason was that this was inherently a mutual evaluation. They had not insisted on a formal employment arrangement, and Qin Fan was not merely bestowing a position, but rather it was an opportunity for both parties to meet, share ideas, and assess compatibility. In this day and age, truly capable individuals seldom worried about employment. Headhunters pursued them with fervor. Conversely, those seeking to attract such talent had to demonstrate genuine sincerity and substantial financial commitment. At noon, Qin Fan casually ordered takeout for a quick meal. After a brief nap, he drove straight to the new Dongguan shopping mall. Meanwhile, the Pacific Coffee Shop on the first floor was already bustling with patrons. Despite the lively crowd, the spacious venue did not feel cramped, making it an ideal spot for discussions. In a corner of the coffee shop sat 2 young women, both appearing to be in their early 20s. Their attire was sharp and professional, clad in shirts and slacks, carrying commuting bags, resembling the quintessential urban white-collar elite depicted in workplace dramas. One of them, with long hair and a strikingly graceful demeanor, was Lu Lufang. The marketing and public relations prodigy Qin Fan was scheduled to meet. Despite her youth, her experience was anything but ordinary. A graduate of a top-tier international university, she returned to the country and joined a large foreign enterprise in the capital, where she excelled for 4 years. In that brief span, she had established nationwide market channels for the company and built an efficient, youthful, and highly capable team. Not only that, but she also headed the public relations department, spearheading efforts to mitigate any negative press or brand crises, swiftly turning around public perception through adept strategies. This young woman was nothing short of a genius, having ascended to the pinnacle of her industry at such a young age. The other young woman was her trusted aide, Guan Haimin. Having been mentored by Lu Lufang since she entered the field, she possessed formidable skills and a sharp intellect, making her Lu Yofang's most reliable confidant, frequently contributing ideas and strategies. The two were not there for work. They had spent the morning shopping and enjoyed lunch in the mall, now seated with coffee in hand, waiting for Qin Fan to arrive. Guan Haimin suddenly broke the silence. Lufang, do you think Qin Fan Semiconductor is reliable? Lu Lufang inquired. What do you mean by unreliable? Guan Haimin replied, I mean the company seems rather obscure. Lu Lufang responded thoughtfully. I've done my homework. While they may not have much notoriety now, they have a solid foundation and genuine capabilities. Guan Haimin asked, a potential gem? Lu Lufang nodded. Indeed, in semiconductor manufacturing, one cannot thrive without substantial expertise. She had done her due diligence, not only through inquiries but also by scouring numerous online resources. If she had found credible information, she would not have made the effort to be present. Guan Haimin hesitated. So, if negotiations go well, would you really consider switching jobs? Lu Lufang took a leisurely sip of her coffee. I haven't made a definitive decision yet. After all, the semiconductor industry differs significantly from our current field. It will depend on the circumstances. Guan Haimin nodded. That's fair. Being cautious is wise. After a moment, she murmured, what is frustrating is that you're doing so well. Why should they send an outsider to overshadow you? Lu Lufang sighed and set her cup down. We cannot control the decisions made by the headquarters. Let them handle their affairs. Guan Haimin retorted, exactly. If you're unhappy, just leave. If they don't value you, there will always be other opportunities out there. Lu Lufang shot her a sidelong glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Guan Haimin laughed until she could hardly stand. They both worked for a globally renowned sports brand, Nike. The company was affluent, with a generous budget and an open-minded approach to talent, eschewing outdated hierarchies. It was precisely this environment that allowed Lu Lufang to carve out her niche and flourish. However, recently, the headquarters had dispatched someone from abroad to take charge of their branch. His name was Qiao Lewis, an Eagle Man. This individual had been placed directly into Lu Yofang's department, holding a position above hers and overseeing marketing and promotion, precisely her area of expertise. The official narrative was that they were concerned about her workload and had appointed someone to share her responsibilities, allowing her to focus on public relations. Who would believe that? Lu Lufang understood, well, that this was merely a facade for a covert power play, a blatant attempt to usurp her authority. It was hardly a pleasant situation for her. When Lu Lufang initially joined Nike Point subsidiary, she was directly appointed to the illustrious position of marketing director. Subsequently, at the behest of her superior, She seamlessly took on the role of Director of Public Relations, thus bearing dual titles. However, with the arrival of this Qin, she was unceremoniously displaced from her role as Marketing Director, which unmistakably felt like a blatant attempt to usurp her position. If he had ventured into public relations, it might have been more palatable. At least he wouldn't have been directly encroaching upon her responsibilities, allowing Lu Lufang a modicum of relief. Yet, the notion of a foreigner handling public relations? It seemed akin to a blind man attempting to cross a river. Failure was inevitable. Initially, Lu Lufang contemplated enduring the situation. After all, she had invested many years in the company, fostering both attachments and securing reasonable compensation. It would be unreasonable to depart solely due to one individual. Yet, Nika's subsequent maneuvers relentlessly encroached upon her personal boundaries. Most infuriatingly, Qin was permitted to attend internal meetings of the Public Relations Department, where he frequently sought the limelight, incessantly critiquing the tasks assigned by Lu Lufang, as if he were the foremost authority on the matter. His pretense was transparent to Lu Lufang. She perceived nothing but posturing devoid of substance. Even more nauseating was his veiled probing into her private affairs, often laced with an insidious flirtation that made her skin crawl. While she could grit her teeth through various other tribulations, this particular intrusion was impossible to ignore. Unable to contain her frustration, she approached the higher-ups of the company, only to be dismissed with a flippant remark about it being a cultural quirk of the Americans and advised not to be overly sensitive. Not overly sensitive? It was infuriating. Time and again, her patience wore thin. Enough was enough. It was time to leave. At this juncture, Pei Yanlan, the HR manager of Qin Fan Semiconductor, reached out to her for a discussion. While Lu Lufang was not exclusively tied to her current position, having explored several other opportunities, nothing had particularly captivated her interest. The greatest obstacle she faced was the non-compete clause she had signed years prior. The contract was stringent, stipulating that she could not transition to a competing firm for several years post-departure, lest she incur a substantial penalty. Despite Nika presenting itself as a mere sports brand, it secretly operated across a vast array of sectors, from athletic equipment to electronics and educational services, encompassing both online and offline markets. This predicament effectively broadened the definition of competition, making nearly any transition a potential legal minefield. In Lu Lufang's case, a breach could result in penalties ranging from 700,000 to 1,000,000 yuan, an unbearable sum. Although she had the means, she was unwilling to part with such a hefty amount without cause. Thus, if the prospective company fell outside the competitive scope, she could proceed without worry. Otherwise, she would need to negotiate a plan of action. Either the company would cover her, or she would find a way to circumvent the issue. Unfortunately, Qin Fan Semiconductor was indeed on that blacklist, and she had not held out much hope for this meeting. It was merely an exploratory endeavor to assess any possible avenues. At that moment, Guan Haimin set down her phone and remarked, "I just looked it up. Qin Fan Semiconductor is a newly emerged company. Whether it can sustain a platform of your caliber with reliable funding remains uncertain." Lu Lufang nodded in agreement. She understood that while the semiconductor industry sounded glamorous, replete with wealth and advanced technology, most entities beyond the top-tier players were essentially paper tigers. Such manufacturing companies were notorious for their high cash burn rates, heavily reliant on loans and financing to survive. Any misstep could lead to immediate collapse. Though Qin Fan Semiconductor was currently enjoying a surge of popularity, with various rumors circulating, the reality of their credibility remained to be seen. Perhaps it was best to engage in conversation and see where it led. Just then, the door of the Pacific coffee shop swung open, revealing a young man and woman. The man appeared youthful and well-groomed, dressed in formal attire, while the woman, slightly older, exuded a sharp professionalism indicative of a business meeting rather than a casual outing. Upon entering, they scanned the room, clearly searching for someone. Guan Haimin gently nudged Lu Lufang. "Do you think that could be them?" Lu Lufang was uncertain. She had only conversed with Pei Yanlan over the phone and had yet to meet her in person. Although she had seen a photograph, she needed further confirmation. In truth, the individuals were indeed Qin Fan and Pei Yanlan. While Pei Yanlan had not encountered Lu Lufang in person, she had reviewed her profile picture and quickly identified her target. She nodded towards a man. "Boss, it's those two over there." Qin Fan responded affirmatively. "Let us go over and greet them." The pair approached, and Lu Lufang and Guan Haimin immediately recognized them as representatives from Qin Fan Semiconductor. They rose, exchanged handshakes, engaged in polite pleasantries, and then took their seats. Qin Fan glanced at Lu Lufang and remarked with a smile, "Lu Lufang, I didn't expect you to be so young." Lu Lufang assessed him in return. "Mr. Qin, you're quite youthful as well." In truth, She was taken aback, having anticipated that the head of a tech company would at least be in his 30s or 40s. Yet Qin Fan appeared to be barely past 30, if not younger. Qin Fan chuckled. Not only young, but also a striking beauty. Lu Lufeng bantered back, Mr. Qin is young and handsome. Who do you think is more stunning between us? Qin Fan laughed heartily. Very well. Pay manager has truly unearthed a gem. Lu Lufeng's initial impression of him was quite favorable. She had encountered many young entrepreneurs, the majority of whom were wealthy, second-generation individuals, exuding arrogance and a penchant for ostentation. However, Qin Fan was different. His demeanor was composed, his gaze earnest, devoid of any frivolity. At such a tender age, how had he managed to establish a semiconductor company? The mystery of his background eluded her. Just as Qin Fan was about to speak, Lu Lufeng interjected, Mr. Qin. Please call me Lufeng. Qin Fan smiled. All right, Lufeng. Our company is just getting started, focusing on chip production. I assume you are somewhat familiar with us? Lu Lufeng nodded. I've heard about you. Recently, Qin Fan Semiconductor has been making waves, with notable partners such as Liang, Future, Zhuai Z Technology, and Huawei Group. Guan Haimin's eyes sparkled at the mention of these names. While the first few were common partners within the domestic tech sphere, the inclusion of Huawei Group lent significant weight to Qin Fan's credibility. Suppliers for Huawei were no small fry. They were either industry leaders or international giants. Gaining a spot on that list indicated that Qin Fan Semiconductor was far from ordinary. Qin Fan smiled and casually inquired, Is there anything else? Lu Lufeng continued. I also discovered that you are currently developing a top-tier chip for Huawei Group, the Kirin 9000, utilizing 5-nanometer technology. In reality, only 2 companies globally can accomplish this, TSMC and Root 9 Absolute Value Star. Yet, it seems you're the third. Qin Fan nodded and asked, Anything more? Lu Lufeng pressed on, I also heard that Root 9 recently approached you with some collaboration proposals, but you turned them down. Guan Haimin was left speechless, astonished at the wealth of insider information Lu Lufeng had uncovered. Information even she, as her personal assistant, had been oblivious to. What astonished her even more was that Qin Fan's company bore no resemblance to a mere amateur ensemble, possessing an unfathomable strength. At this juncture, Lu Lufeng raised her eyes to glance at Qin Fan. This is all I know. Qin Fan chuckled. Indeed, quite well. I'm very pleased. Lu Lufeng was taken aback. Could it be that this President Qin was testing me? In fact, he was. After a brief contemplation, Qin Fan spoke directly. When can you and your team commence work? Upon hearing this, both Lu Lufeng and Guan Haimin were rendered speechless. What did this mean? Were they being offered positions immediately? This was utterly unconventional. Lu Lufeng quickly interjected. But we haven't discussed the terms yet. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Lufeng, you and your colleagues will each receive double your current salaries. Whatever you earn at your current positions, it will be doubled here. The two were momentarily stunned, their minds short-circuited. This boss was ruthless. Not even a single question asked. And he was already doubling their salaries? Regaining her composure, Lu Lufeng cautiously inquired. But I have signed a non-compete agreement, and your business directly overlaps with the restricted area. If I switch jobs, I might incur significant penalties. Qin Fan merely acknowledged her concern with an O and turned to Pei Yanlan. If she joins us, the company will cover any fines arising from the non-compete. Pei Yanlan responded succinctly, Sure, no problem. Lu Lufeng was utterly taken aback. Was this truly how one recruited talent? No background checks, no procedural formalities, not even a few rounds of negotiation, and decisions are made on the spot? Qin Fan lifted his cup to sip his coffee. Inquired with a smile. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Lufeng, do you and your companions have any further requests? Lu Lufeng and Guan Haimin exchanged glances. Rendered speechless, they had exhausted all pertinent inquiries. The most critical issues, salary and legal risks, had been effortlessly resolved with a single statement. Qin Fan set down his cup and reiterated. So let me ask once more, when can you report for duty? Lu Lufeng had never encountered a boss quite like this. Extraordinarily generous and assertive. She hesitated, wanting to push back a little. President Qin, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Qin Fan regarded her. Do you believe I would jest with the future of the company? Lu Lufeng hesitated. But the company I previously worked for had no connection to the manufacturing industry. Are you certain I would be competent? Qin Fan countered. You are in marketing and occasionally handle public relations. How does that pertain to the industry? Lu Lufeng pondered and realized there was indeed little correlation. Qin Fan smiled. Then what are you hesitating for? Can I not trust you? Lu Yofeng's expression grew complex. To speak candidly, she had confidence in her and her team's abilities. Yet, this opportunity had come upon her so abruptly that she was entirely unprepared mentally. The only thing causing her hesitation was whether Qin Fan's semiconductor enterprise was truly as formidable as rumored. There were countless companies that appeared splendid on the surface, yet were rotten to the core. Who had not stumbled into a pitfall or two? Lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Qin Fan. He rummaged through his bag, glancing at the screen. Ujechi. He must have already arrived in the capital. Qin Fan said, "Pardon me, I have to take this call." Lu Lufang nodded. "Please, go ahead." He answered, "Hello? Manager, have you arrived?" "Just landed," came the voice from the other end. Qin Fan was taken aback. "So soon? Time is tight. I was working late at Shanghai yesterday and couldn't make it last night. It's rough," Ujechi replied with a wry smile. Qin Fan asked, "Can you manage? The press conference will last at least 2 hours." "No problem. I'm used to it." "Enough about me, Qin. Are you on your way?" Qin Fan checked the time. It was still early. He replied, "Heading in now? Isn't a bit early? I'm currently nearby, discussing matters with someone. Wrap up quickly and come over. I want to introduce you to a few friends." "Isn't there a limit of 2 guests?" Qin Fan inquired. Ujechi laughed heartily. "Not for you. Bring as many as you like, as long as there is enough seating. I want to take up more of your time. I need to get busy," he concluded before hanging up. A sudden realization struck Lu Lufang. Was a manager he referred to truly the pillar of Huawei, Ujechi? Her suspicion was swiftly confirmed. Qin Fan put away his phone and turned to the two. "Are you busy today?" Lu Lufang and Guan Haimin exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "Not busy." Qin Fan smiled. "Then join me tonight for Huawei's flagship launch event." Their eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that appropriate?" Lu Lufang stammered. Qin Fan replied, "What is inappropriate about it? Manager has agreed to introduce me to some people. You might find it beneficial for future employment." However, before they could finish, Qin Fan had already ushered them away. Chapter 82. The event had already set sail 10 miles ahead. At the venue of the press conference, they witnessed the heavyweight of the tech industry, Ujechi, in person. Upon seeing Qin Fan, he immediately approached with a warm smile, draping an arm over his shoulder and sharing a few jovial words, as if they were long-lost brothers. Who would have thought that an industry titan would exhibit such familiarity with a young man? Even more astonishing was that Qin Fan and his party were seated prominently in the front row. What did this signify? It indicated that, in Huawei's eyes, Qin Fan was not merely a typical client, but rather a premier strategic partner, a VIP among VIPs. Guan Haimin tugged at Lu Liufang's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Lufang, are we truly going to follow through with this? Is there no turning back?" Lu Lufang did not even glance away, but whispered, "Is it too late to consider turning back now? We are already here." Guan Haimin swallowed hard. "Is there really no other choice?" Lu Lufang cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fan, lowering her voice further. "Do you see him as someone who would reconsider? This ship has already sailed 10 miles. The Huawei product launch was conducted with significant flair. Ujechi took to the stage, engaging the audience with charisma, maintaining a steady rhythm, and displaying more ease than at any previous event, delivering quotable lines that prompted nods from the audience. What truly astonished everyone was the content of the announcements. There was a general consensus that this time, they would unveil a standard version of the P50 and a Pro version, with the latter expected to be released in a few months. But what happened? Huawei decisively presented all 3 models without holding anything back. Additionally, the MatePad Pro 2, which had been rumored to feature 2 chip versions, one high-end with a Kirin 9000 and a lower-end model with a third-party mid-range chip, was revealed to contain only Kirin chips across the board. While the entry-level model utilized the Kirin 9000E, a streamlined version of the 9000, it remained a legitimate flagship chip without compromise. Ujechi raised his hand, speaking with poise. "Thus, we present to you our 2 core flagship models." With a shift in tone, he smiled. "I know you all have a question on your minds. Will there be enough supply?" He scanned the audience, adding a touch of humor. "I will state it plainly today. Unlimited supply. Take as much as you need." The auditorium fell silent. The audience comprised distributors, media reporters, and a plethora of loyal fans. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd was momentarily stunned. How many years had passed? They couldn't even recall the last time Ujechi had the audacity to speak so boldly. After the initial shock, thunderous applause erupted. Some individuals captured images of their crimson palms, while others immediately turned to their companions, questioning, "Is it truly unlimited? Did I hear correctly?" Recently, Huawei had indeed been aggressively promoting the Mate 40 online, but that was merely an older model. It was not surprising that they were clearing out inventory. Many harbored doubts, suspecting that Huawei was merely putting on a facade, desperately showcasing outdated chips. However, this time it was the P50 series, a new flagship, alongside the second generation of the MatePad Pro, which also included the entire Kirin lineup. Remarkably, Yujichi boldly proclaimed there would be no limits. Was he boasting? Or did he genuinely possess such confidence? Yujichi had previously made grand claims, some of which were fulfilled, while others fell just short. Yet this time, the confidence radiating from his demeanor seemed authentic. Addressing the audience, he smiled and remarked, "I know you're skeptical. How could Huawei suddenly have such abundant production capacity? Allow me to assure you, this time it is indeed true. I, Yujichi, guarantee that if you wish to purchase, you will be able to acquire it." He paused and added, "Unable to secure it online? Visit our physical stores. Every location is stocked, and you can take it home immediately." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement, particularly the fervent fans who nearly leaped from their seats, applauding and shouting. Their faces flushed with joy akin to receiving red envelopes during the new year. At this juncture, even the most doubtful individuals had to reconsider their skepticism. However, the truth would ultimately be revealed through market reactions. At that moment, Lu Lufeng discreetly cast a glance at Qin Fan. He remained relaxed against his chair, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence that betrayed no hint of anxiety. Recalling Yujichi's earlier enthusiastic demeanor towards Qin Fan, his attitude was far more respectful than that of an ordinary business partner. A thought erupted in Lu Liufeng's mind. The rumors were likely true. Huawei had indeed unraveled the deadlock in chip supply, particularly concerning the Kirin 9000 line. Behind this support was the suddenly ascendant Qin Fan semiconductor. To her, this matter no longer required speculation. It was as clear as day. If this were indeed the case, then Qin Fan's company was on the brink of an extraordinary future. The realization struck Lu Lufeng like a bolt. She had not merely boarded a ship of dubious intent, but had unwittingly stepped into a den of thieves, becoming an accomplice to their leader. This press conference, while focused on the P50 and the second-generation MatePad Pro, also showcased a plethora of accompanying products, speakers, headphones, and a new smart bracelet, all included. The entire event was substantive and well-paced, leaving attendees feeling their investment was worthwhile, and many wished to relive the experience. However, astute observers had already noted the presence of several unfamiliar faces in the front row. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the composed and handsome young man was none other than Qin Fan, the owner of Qin Fan Semiconductor. Everyone present was acutely aware that this individual was of significant importance to Huawei. Many began to strategize, planning to approach him after the conference to establish familiarity. 2 hours passed, and the conference drew to a close. Rather than departing hastily, Yujichi called Qin Fan aside into a corner. Qin Fan, with a playful smile, teased, "Director you, being all mysterious. Do you have a little secret you can't share?" Yujichi waved his hand dismissively. "Don't be ridiculous. What secrets could I possibly have? I'm discussing serious matters. You heard what I announced on stage, that the Kirin 9000 would be unlimited." He fixed his gaze on Qin Fan. "Can you expedite our orders? The sooner, the better." Qin Fan, nearly bursting into laughter, realized that Yujichi was indeed just boasting. No wonder he was dubbed Big Mouth You in the industry. His impromptu declarations were audacious, seemingly without regard for future consequences. However, since the request was made directly, Qin Fan nodded, "Rest assured, Director you. I will do my utmost to ensure there are no delays in your shipments." Upon hearing this, Yujichi's face lit up with delight. He promptly had several items brought over and handed them to Qin Fan. Upon inspection, Qin Fan found they were all newly released products, each a high-end model, the Porsche design version of the P50 and the top-tier MatePad Pro. Qin Fan protested, "This is not appropriate. It's too extravagant." Yujichi waved his hand dismissively. "These are our own products. Consider them a token of appreciation. Why act so formal? Take them." Such high-value items were casually given away. Qin Fan accepted them without further protest. While these items would be exorbitant for an average person, for him, they merely represented a respectable gift, lacking any overwhelming impact. That day, Qin Fan's fortune soared, especially with the formal acquisition of Lu Lufeng and her team, effectively eliminating a significant concern. Chapter 83. Infringement of Intellectual Property? In the chip manufacturing industry, one is often under scrutiny, making a reliable external communication team particularly vital. For this reason, Qin Fan had long been mentally prepared and was willing to invest generously. For Qin Fan Semiconductor, these expenditures were not a significant burden, as the industry is inherently lucrative, especially with the utilization of fully automated production lines, which yield even greater profits. Currently, the government offers tax incentives for chip-related enterprises, effectively expanding their profit margins. As long as the company operates smoothly, Qin Fan finds himself sitting on a gold mine, with money flowing in effortlessly. When news broke, Lu Lufeng promptly expressed her willingness to join the effort. However, formal onboarding would take some time, approximately a month, to finalize. Qin Fan had no objections and readily agreed. Positions like Lu Yofeng's are sensitive in any company. Her departure would necessitate a lengthy process, especially since she needed to assemble a team, requiring ample preparation beforehand. The following morning, Qin Fan refrained from visiting the factory, intending to dine with the staff at the cafeteria to foster camaraderie. However, upon entering his office, Xiao Xiaoping rushed in with urgency. Boss, we have a situation." Qin Fan paused, chuckling. "What is it? Did the wildcat at the factory entrance trip the security guard?" Xiao Xiaoping replied anxiously, "No, it's not that. The company just received an email from the Eagles." Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. "An English email?" "Yes. What does it say?" "I need to review the content to clarify." Qin Fan coughed lightly. "Skip the reading. Just tell me directly." He was somewhat embarrassed to admit that his English skills were quite poor, rendering him unable to comprehend the message. Xiao Xiaoping composed herself and stated, "It's a warning letter, claiming that we have infringed upon their intellectual property." Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. "We? Infringing upon the Eagle's intellectual property?" Xiao Xiaoping nodded. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes. "Could it be a mass scam email?" Xiao Xiaoping shook her head. "No, I've verified. The sender is from the official email of the Eagle's Wall Street Chamber of Commerce." She began translating the email, sentence by sentence. Having majored in foreign languages, Xiao Xiaoping was fluent in English and translated without hesitation. The gist was that Qin Fan Semiconductor's production equipment allegedly utilized patented technology belonging to the Eagles, requiring immediate cooperation in the investigation or punitive measures would be imposed. After listening, Qin Fan was stunned for a couple of seconds. The Wall Street Chamber of Commerce? That was a globally renowned super organization, controlling the economic lifeblood of the Eagles, wielding immense influence. Why would such high-profile individuals suddenly send a warning letter to a Chinese chip manufacturing company, accusing him of infringement? That was absurd. The production line was directly generated by the Civilization Light System, a technology that is entirely foreign to Earth. The enterprises under the Eagle's aegis have never even laid eyes on such black technology. So how could they claim infringement? As Qin Fan pondered this, he began to piece together the circumstances. It was undoubtedly linked to the incident from a few days prior. Lin Yiping had come knocking, initially with the intent to acquire, and later to request exclusive production capacity, all of which he had firmly rejected. The failure of the Route 9 Absolute Value Star Group negotiations had left them embarrassed, prompting them to turn to the Eagle. This so-called Southern Bang enterprise was, in reality, controlled by the Eagle South Wall Street capital and was closely aligned with the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, this email served as a warning, but in essence, it was a final ultimatum. Yet, Qin Fan remained unperturbed. Such accusations were utterly fabricated. What nonsense! His production line technology was unparalleled globally, with not even a shadow to be found. How could it possibly be a copy of the Eagles? Had these foreigners become overly paranoid, seeing enemies in every rustle of leaves? Xiao Xiaoping's face paled, her voice trembling. "Boss, should we respond to the email?" Qin Fan waved his hand, dismissively. "Respond? Treat it as junk mail and delete it." Her reaction was understandable. Aside from Qin Fan himself, no one knew where those devices had originated. Industry insiders were well aware that high-end semiconductor equipment was predominantly controlled by foreign giants, with core technologies deeply rooted in Eagle lineage. Being singled out by the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce could lead to fines and bans at best, or outright severance of supply at worst. Anyone would be frightened. However, seeing Qin Fan's calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss, Xiao Xiaoping gradually steadied herself and returned to her work. Qin Fan felt a sense of amusement. Cooperating with an investigation? What audacity! Who granted them the authority to scrutinize me? I neither consume their resources nor rely on their support. Why should I heed their commands? He rose from his desk and made his way to the central control room of the chip production line. The screens displayed production data fluctuating normally, with a stable yield rate and a progress bar glowing green. The warehouse was brimming with packaged chips, with transport fleets bustling in and out daily, hauling the goods away. All the vehicles collecting the shipments belonged to partners, Serial Grain, Huawei, Future Automotive, Xiaoping, and the logistics of Cone Technology, making the factory as lively as a spring festival travel scene. Recently, several payments had also been received. Serial Grain settled their final payment, Huawei paid the interim payment for the first batch and in advance for the second, and the deposits from several other companies had all been credited. The account suddenly swelled by tens of billions, the capital pool swollen to the brink. Given the current global chip shortage and the overwhelming demand, such a bustling scene was hardly surprising. Yet among domestic peers, Qin Fan's semiconductor enterprise was a low-profile, yet ruthless player, amassing wealth. Wasn't Zhongxin International impressive? Yet, in comparison, their profits were but a meager endeavor. Qin Fan was now contemplating renting an office building in the capital city, relocating some departments that did not require constant oversight of the production line. Especially Lu Fong and her team. They frequently needed to liaise with the government, clients, and the media, and being situated in the suburbs was too inconvenient. With the company in good financial standing, renting an office space was a trivial expense. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed. He glanced down to see two characters on the screen. Yu Jiechi. He answered with a smile. Director Yu. Calling at this hour. Are you looking to treat me to a fine meal? On the other end, a hearty laugh erupted. Of course. Let us set it for tonight. And you can choose the venue. No need to fuss over it. Qin Fan waved his hand. Let's keep it simple. Some skewers by the roadside and a few cold beers. Nothing beats that. Yu Jiechi paused. Skewers? Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Oh, how long has it been since I indulged in a feast? Qin Fan chuckled, imagining the juicy meat bursting with flavor, followed by a refreshing sip of cold beer. That was pure bliss. It's settled then. Great. Yu Jiechi nodded. Lao Chong will join us. He just arrived in the capital. Lao Jiang. Qin Fan recognized that as Chong Hanyang. How wonderful. He clapped his thigh, envisioning the three of them enjoying drinks and meat, growing more spirited with each round. Just minutes after hanging up, a notification pinged with the location and time. Arriving at the designated spot punctually, Qin Fan stepped inside. The place chosen by Yu Jiechi was not overly extravagant, a rustic wooden barbecue restaurant with a reserved private room. Quiet enough for undisturbed conversation. Yu Jiechi and Chong Hanyang had already arrived, and upon seeing Qin Fan, the trio immediately set about ordering. Lamb skewers, chicken wings, beef tripe, and yellow throat. Nothing was left out, and they even ordered an entire case of beer. The restaurant was remarkably swift with service, and soon the table was piled high. Yu Jiechi casually grabbed a glistening grilled kidney and handed it to Qin Fan. Here, Qin, replenish your energy. Qin Fan grinned. Director Yu, I think you look more in need. You should go first. Though he feigned reluctance, he nimbly accepted the offering. A bite into the succulent meat released an explosion of flavor. This restaurant was renowned for its grilled kidneys, rich yet not greasy, with an aroma that wafted delightfully. Wow, this is amazing. Qin Fan chewed, turning to Yu Jiechi and Sui. You two look a bit pale. Better eat a few more to regain your strength. This remark sent the other two into fits of laughter, playfully chastising him for his sharp tongue. Although there was a slight age gap among the trio, they felt no barriers, sharing a camaraderie that allowed for easy conversation. As they ate and drank, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant with each round of drinks. Despite having known the two big shots for only a short while, the interactions had dispelled any initial awkwardness. They spoke freely about what was appropriate, and even dabbled in lighter topics that were typically off-limits. Qin Fan lifted his glass. See, I told you. Eating skewers is the most enjoyable, far superior to those opulent banquet halls. Yu Jiechi and Chong Hanyang, usually suited up for contract negotiations, were now dressed casually, nearly ready to toast without their jackets. At first, the trio shared an unspoken understanding, avoiding any mention of work, simply enjoying lighthearted banter. However, as the drinks flowed, the conversation inevitably edged towards serious matters. Currently, both Yu Jiechi and Chong Hanyang had only one thing on their minds: Huawei Mobile. They were eager to break into the global top 3 and challenge the Route 9 absolute value star for dominance. Yu Jiechi slammed the table. As long as Qin maintains a steady chip supply, victory is only a matter of time. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the matter. It's not difficult. As long as the price is right, there's no reason for Qin Fan Semiconductor not to cooperate. Good, Yu Jiechi exclaimed, slapping him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I love your straightforwardness. Yet, at that moment, Chong Hanyang frowned, appearing hesitant. Yu Jiechi glanced at him. Lao Chong, what's wrong? Did your wife run off with someone? Shut it. Chong Hanyang shot him a glare. Then why the long face? Qin Fan chimed in. Director Sui, if there's something troubling you, feel free to share. We can have a laugh about it. Or rather, help you brainstorm solutions. Chong Hanyang sighed. It's not my personal issue. I've recently caught wind of some rumors. What rumors? Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Yu Jiechi's expression darkened. He lowered his voice. Qin, there are indeed whispers, and they pertain to your Qin Fan Semiconductor. Qin Fan was taken aback. What does that have to do with me? Chong Hanyang continued slowly. I've heard that you've caught the attention of the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce in America. They might be moving against you soon. Yu Jiechi nodded. This matter is no longer a secret. The individuals from Wall Street are adept at establishing surveillance throughout the country, especially considering that you recently offended the Route 9 absolute value star. If they are not coming for you, then whom else? Young Qin, you must brace yourself mentally. Qin Fan responded with a calm tone. Indeed, they have already made their approach. What? So soon? Yes, Qin Fan nodded. I received an email this morning from the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and concern. As senior members of Huawei, they were accustomed to being suppressed by Wall Street and having their resources throttled. They had learned to be unperturbed by numerous debts. However, their apprehension lay in the fear that Qin Fan Semiconductor might not withstand the pressure. Should supplies be cut off, Huawei would revert to its former state, plagued by a chip shortage and halted production lines, unable even to produce low-end machines. For Qin Fan, the situation would be even graver. If trouble arose from assisting Huawei, it could jeopardize his investments and potentially lead to the downfall of his company. Chang Hanyang pressed further. What did their email convey? Not much, Qin Fan shrugged. Merely that we have infringed upon the intellectual property rights of American enterprises. With a resounding slap, Yu Jiechi struck the table, a flare of anger igniting within him. Indeed, these people are more astute than hounds. They have descended upon us with such swiftness. Chang Hanyang inquired further. Is there anything else? Any additional demands? Qin Fan pondered for a moment. They request our cooperation in the investigation. Otherwise, we shall see what follows. A heavy silence enveloped them. This was no trivial matter. They were well aware of Wall Street's methods. Inspecting equipment, restricting materials, freezing accounts. Light measures could lead to resource throttling, while severe ones could result in outright closure. Yu Jiechi could not restrain himself. Young Qin, what do you plan to do? Qin Fan hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. What else can be done? Simply pretend not to see it. Yu Jiechi and Chang Hanyang were both taken aback. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads inwardly. This youthful individual was still too naive. Chang Hanyang sighed. Ignore them? They will soon dispatch someone with lawyers, following a rigorous process, pressing us step by step. Yu Jiechi's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. This investigation is indeed severe. They will scrutinize every piece of equipment in our factory. Should there be any trace of technology from the Eagles, they will swiftly label us with a severe accusation. The waters behind this matter run deep. Chang Hanyang nodded in agreement, Brother Qin. If it turns out that we utilize technology from those enterprises, a plethora of troubles await you. Qin Fan merely replied with a calm affirmation. However, our production line has never employed technology from Eagle Corporation. Yu Jiechi and Chang Hanyang exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with doubt. Not a single machine was used. Yu Jiechi pressed. Not a one. Qin Fan replied. I've already mentioned to both of you that all our equipment is self-developed. Chang Hanyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that so? Not a single piece of purchased equipment in the entire production line? As Qin Fan poured beer for the two, he waved his hand with a smile. Rest assured, gentlemen, only a few vehicles in the factory were purchased. The rest of the machines were all developed in-house. Such a statement was difficult to believe. A chip production line requires at least hundreds of machines. In this day and age, which enterprise could establish an entire line solely relying on its own resources? It seemed utterly fantastical. Previously, Qin Fan had mentioned self-research of equipment, but at that time, both men had regarded him as boasting, merely hoping that he had a few key devices that were self-manufactured. However, witnessing the conviction in his words now, it seemed less like a fabrication, and slowly, Yu Jiechi and Chang Hanyang began to feel a sense of relief. Yu Jiechi willingly spoke up, Young Qin, if you require legal assistance, do not hesitate to ask. You are aware that our Huawei legal team is well respected in the industry. Such a statement was indeed rare coming from him. It was quite extraordinary for Huawei to offer its top legal resources to support Qin Fan Semiconductor. This gesture was truly commendable. Qin Fan raised his glass with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Yu. With your assurance, I feel reassured. With a chime, their glasses clinked together. Qin Fan continued, rest assured, no matter how much trouble those Wall Street individuals may stir, they shall not lay a finger on Qin Fan Semiconductor. He gestured in the air. We are like an impregnable fortress. Those words sounded audacious. They were backed by a certain confidence. The two men, their faces slightly flushed from the drinks, were still harboring some reservations, yet they could not help but absorb his words. Suddenly, Chang Hanyang recalled something, by the way. President Qin, Huawei's Research and Development Center in the capital is about to be inaugurated. It will officially commence operations at the beginning of next month. We would love for you to visit. Qin Fan was taken aback. So soon? It was only mid-month, with barely 10 days until the start of next month. Huawei's speed was astonishingly rapid. All right, I shall definitely come take a look, Qin Fan replied. The trio continued their revelry until 10:30 in the evening before parting ways. The following day, Qin Fan had intended to indulge in a leisurely morning, taking a day to rest. However, at 9:30, the ringing of his phone jolted him from his slumber. The screen illuminated with Pei Yinlan's name. Rubbing his eyes, he answered groggily, "Hello?" Pei Yinlan's voice was taut with urgency. "President Qin, you need to come to the company immediately." Qin Fan rubbed his eyes. "Manager Pei? What has happened?" "I receive a lawyer's letter as soon as I arrive at the office," Pei Yinlan explained. Qin Fan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "What does it say?" "It states that an expert group intends to investigate us and hopes for our active cooperation." "Who sent it?" Qin Fan inquired. "Juming Law Firm." Though Qin Fan was unfamiliar with the name, Juming was one of the most prominent law firms in the domestic legal sphere, known for its strong background, which included foreign investment. Pei Yinlan continued, "The client is Okaner Technology Group." Qin Fan was momentarily stunned. "What is that? Which obscure company is this?" Pei Yinlan hesitated briefly. "Boss, I have heard of this company. It has ties to Wall Street capital." Understanding dawned on Qin Fan. "Ah, a shell company established by the eagles in the country?" "Indeed, boss," Pei Yinlan confirmed. "Should we cooperate? Is there any benefit to cooperating?" Qin Fan countered. "None. However, if we refuse to cooperate, they might resort to legal action, compelling us to comply." Qin Fan fell silent. It appeared that Wall Street had moved more swiftly than he had anticipated. The so-called legal process was essentially the other party finding a pretext, such as patent infringement or intellectual property disputes, to drag Qin Fan's semiconductor into court, forcing them to open their doors for inspection. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What kind of situation was this? These people were truly vexatious. If you ignore them, they pursue you relentlessly. But once you yield, you feel like a subordinate, utterly humiliated. Stuck in a limbo, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Noticing his silence, Pei Yinlan tentatively suggested, "Boss, shall we first meet with their representatives and hear what they wish to discuss?" Qin Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, arrange it." This idea was, in fact, quite sensible. Since evading the inevitable was futile, it was better to first ascertain the nature of the threat. Pei Yinlan was known for her prudence, thorough consideration, and high efficiency, so Qin Fan felt assured. Just as he hung up, his phone rang once more. It was still Pei Yinlan. "Boss, they say they wish to meet with you immediately, preferably today." These individuals were indeed swift. Qin Fan smirked coldly. "Very well, let it be today." Pei Yinlan quickly arranged the time and place, following up with a notification. The meeting was set at a Starbucks, conveniently located not far from Qin Fan's residence, at 2 in the afternoon. Qin Fan let out a dismissive grunt. "Very well. I shall see who these remarkable individuals are." Pei Yinlan inquired, "Shall I accompany you?" "No need," Qin Fan replied. "Please contact the Hammerini law firm and have them dispatch a formidable attorney to accompany me." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." The Hammerini law firm had a contract with Qin Fan Semiconductor, and a considerable sum had been spent. It was time for them to deliver value. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan dialed Lu Liufeng's number. The response was prompt, "Hello, boss." Qin Fan acknowledged with a brief "How are the resignation procedures progressing?" "The resignation email has been sent. I am awaiting the company's response." "Are you free now?" Qin Fan stated, "I am about to meet with the company. You may join as an observer." Without hesitation, Lu Liufeng replied, "Sure, boss. Please send me the time and address, and I will make my best effort to arrive." Qin Fan responded affirmatively, hung up, and promptly sent the information. Glancing at the time, he hastily consumed a few bites of food, grabbed his keys, and departed for his vehicle. He needed to meet with Lu Liufeng and the attorney before heading to meet the representatives of Okaner Technology. As he traveled, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Upon arrival, he was surprised to recognize the individual sent by Hammerini. It was none other than Su Jiahui, the sister-in-law of the famous star Ling Hushueching, whom he had encountered previously at the Hammerini headquarters. This individual deserved his attention, so Qin Fan quickly greeted her, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. Su Jiahui got straight to the point. "Manager, Pei has briefed me on the situation. I am quite familiar with Okaner. They present themselves as a legitimate enterprise. But they are, in fact, backed by the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce, with all domestic operations conducted under their auspices. It will be quite challenging, and I will do my utmost to assist you in navigating this." Qin Fan nodded. "I appreciate your efforts." With a professional attorney by his side, he felt less apprehensive about being ensnared by the opposition. Shortly thereafter, Lu Liufeng arrived in a hurry. Qin Fan succinctly summarized the situation in a few sentences. Lu Liufeng's expression darkened. With her experience, she immediately recognized that the name Okinoko, when technology, signified a formidable adversary, indicating a depth of complexity behind the scenes. Although she was not entirely familiar with Qin Fan Semiconductor, the atmosphere suggested they were likely facing a tough challenge. However, it was not the time for inquiries. She pursed her lips and remained silent. At precisely 2 p.m., the three of them entered the predetermined Starbucks. As it was a weekday, the cafe was sparsely populated, with only a few solitary patrons sipping their coffees. Their counterparts had already arrived. Interestingly, the opposing team was also composed of 3 individuals. Among them was a blonde foreigner named Mucklin, an American. The other 2 were locals. One was surnamed Xia, called Xia Xianda, and the other was named Qinzilong. Xia Xianda, representing Juming Law Firm, specialized in legal processes, while Qinzilong was a departmental head at Okinoko Wind Technology. As for Mucklin, though he held no official title, all 3 were acutely aware that, since they recognized the company as a front for the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce in China, Mucklin was likely a representative sent to oversee matters, essentially a watchdog and a real decision-maker. The initial hurdle to overcome today was Mucklin. The 2 parties exchanged perfunctory handshakes before sitting down opposite one another. Upon learning that Qin Fan was the owner, their faces displayed surprise. Who would have imagined that the proprietor of a capital-intensive semiconductor enterprise would be so youthful? Typically, such industries are dominated by middle-aged individuals, while the youth gravitate towards the internet or finance. Although Mucklin had remained silent, he appeared to comprehend Mandarin, as evidenced by the absence of a translator. Skipping the pleasantries, they delved directly into the discussion. Xia Xianda was the first to speak. Boss Qin, you must have seen the legal letter we sent to your company? Qin Fan acknowledged with a calm yes, uttering no more than that. Su Jiahui immediately interjected, we cannot accept your allegations. You have presented no evidence to substantiate your claims of intellectual property infringement. This is unreasonable. Pei Yanlan had already forwarded the legal letter to Su Jiahui, and she swiftly grasped the entire situation. Chun Zilong smirked, his expression bland. Well, that is precisely why we are here to seek evidence, isn't it? Su Jiahui seek evidence? To condemn us without proof is a presumption of guilt. How tyrannical. Chun Zilong shrugged. Where's the tyranny in that? Isn't it quite evident? Boss Qin, let me ask you, where did you procure the equipment for producing your chips? Qin Fan replied nonchalantly, we didn't purchase any. We manufactured everything ourselves. The moment those words left his lips, the 3 individuals opposite him were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Manufactured everything themselves? Who would believe that? Was this not an outrageous boast? Chen Zilong could not help but chuckle. Boss Qin, you certainly have a flair for humor. Which company can independently procure an entire production line of chip manufacturing equipment? That is impossible. At this moment, Mucklin finally spoke up. If such a company exists, it would certainly not be on Earth, but rather. He gestured upward, pointing to the ceiling. In an accented Mandarin, he remarked, Mars. His Mandarin was indeed commendable, albeit with a strong accent. His grammar and vocabulary were largely intact. Qin Fan, unfazed, retorted, I'm afraid, Mr. Mucklin, such companies do indeed exist on Earth. And they are right here on this very land. After saying this, he even pointed to the ground beneath him. The statement bore a sharp edge, particularly to the foreigners, as it was an overt challenge. Yet Mucklin seemed entirely unfazed, or perhaps indifferent, as he shrugged and continued, Boss Qin, we have reason to believe your equipment originates from our friendly partner nations. The term friendly partner was readily understood by anyone with discernment. It referred to those countries producing chip equipment using Eagle technology, such as Windmill Nation or Sun and Moon Nation. Chun Zilong quickly chimed in. We are unclear about how you acquired this equipment, but it is evident that this violates the technical control agreement of the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce. Your procurement activities constitute an international violation. Qin Fan smiled and countered, I find it curious how you so confidently assert that I purchased the equipment. Chen Zilong fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze. You are collaborating with Huawei, correct? Indeed, Qin Fan nodded. And you are working on the Kirin 9000 chip. Is that not so? Correct. The Kirin 9000 requires a 5-nanometer process. Without ASML's lithography machine, how could you possibly achieve that? Qin Fan sipped his coffee, set the cup down, and shrugged. Who says it cannot be done? Look, we at Qin Fan Semiconductor have managed to accomplish it. Chen Zilong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a response. Do you realize the gravity of your attitude, Boss Qin, if this reaches the higher-ups? Beside them, Lu Lufang listened intently. Her heart lodged firmly in her throat. Although she had never worked in the chip industry, someone like her, accustomed to the professional realm, was well-versed in news and gossip. She understood the basics of chip manufacturing to some extent. Truth be told, Chen Zilong and his associates had valid reasons for their suspicions, which emboldened them to demand an explanation. Yet, Qin Fan appeared utterly unfazed, treating the matter with a nonchalance that left her questioning the source of his confidence. Could it be that Qin Fan's semiconductor is truly flawless? At this moment, Qin Fan leisurely inquired, "What do you suppose the consequences might be, Lawyer Liu? What are your thoughts?" Su Jiahui narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on the trio across from her, and reiterated emphatically, "I shall state once more, I represent my client, Mr. Qin Fan," in a solemn declaration. Qin Fan's semiconductor has never infringed upon the intellectual property rights of any institution or individual. You must retract your accusations forthwith, or we shall employ every legal means at our disposal to counteract. Su Jiahui, a seasoned attorney particularly adept at intellectual property litigation, was well aware of the appropriate demeanor for each occasion. At this moment, she was here to exert pressure. An attorney must possess such fortitude. The atmosphere can win half the battle, intimidating the opposition in the process. The expressions of the three individuals suddenly shifted. Xia Xianda, with a stern countenance, remarked, "Lawyer Liu, we have already clarified our position. We have ample reason to suspect that Qin Fan's semiconductor has plagiarized the patented technology of our client. This is not mere conjecture. They must be substantiated with evidence." Xia Xianda cast a sidelong glance at Mu Kelin, asserting scientific analysis serves as our evidence. Mu Kelin interjected, "There's a saying in the East that I quite appreciate. You cannot awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep. You are well aware that without our Eagle's technology, you could not possibly manufacture a decent chip. It is disappointing to see you feigning ignorance." Su Jiahui turned her head to glance at Qin Fan. He promptly replied, "Mr. Mu Kelin, while you may speak a few words of Chinese, your comprehension of the language is insufficient. The phrase about awakening the pretender does not apply here. If you were in my class, you would receive a 0 for that response." Mu Kelin was taken aback. "What?" Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not digress. We have a saying as well. Better to believe in something than nothing. If others repeatedly caution you, and you remain obstinate, the only one who will ultimately suffer is yourself." Mu Kelin, agitate, retorted, "No. Mr. Qin Fan, you are merely arguing for the sake of it. You must cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we will sue Qin Fan Semiconductor." Chapter 87. Do you dare accept? Qin Fan immediately shot back. "Come for a tour? You are welcome. Our doors are wide open. But as for your so-called investigation, forget it. Go wherever you please. Just do not inconvenience us here." Mu Kelin was taken aback. "Go wherever? What does that mean?" Xia Xianda and Chen Zilong understood the implication, but hesitated to translate in front of outsiders, exchanging awkward smiles as their expressions stiffened. Lu Lufeng pressed her lips together. As a public relations professional, she instinctively felt that Qin Fan's words were too confrontational. Setting aside the question of whether there was indeed infringement, if they were to be dragged into court, even if they ultimately triumphed, their reputation would still be tarnished. However, at this moment, she had yet to grasp the full situation, reluctant to act hastily for fear of exacerbating the issue. Chen Zilong tempered his tone. "Mr. Qin, you must weigh this carefully. The Warren Street Business Association's control over the entire chip supply chain is no trivial matter. If you stand your ground so firmly, you will inevitably find yourself in a precarious position." Mu Kelin scoffed. "You Easterners love to play these games. Having spent years over there, I've seen it all." Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. In the past, he would have unleashed a barrage of insults. But now, with a different status as a boss, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum in public. Mu Kelin continued to apply pressure. "I advise you, Mr. Qin, to recognize the situation and not to bring upon yourself unnecessary hardship." This foreigner had quite the silver tongue. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the preaching. We Chinese do not fall for your tricks." Just as Mu Kelin was about to retort, Qin Fan interjected, "Arguing verbally is pointless. Let us get down to something tangible. I propose a wager. What do you say?" Mu Kelin was momentarily taken aback. "A wager? What do you mean?" Qin Fan elaborated. "Your team may come to our factory, but let me be clear. This is a tour. We shall establish 3 rules. This visit will yield only 2 possible outcomes." He raised one finger. "First, if you indeed find that we have utilized your technology with irrefutable evidence, I, Qin Fan, will admit defeat on the spot and compensate accordingly." Mu Kelin smiled smugly. "Then that is the only outcome." Qin Fan cautioned, "Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Allow me to finish." He then raised a second finger. "Second, If you turn over every stone and find no trace of infringement, and it is entirely your fabrication, then I'm afraid you will owe me $100 million as compensation for defamation and emotional distress. The three individuals across the table were left dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to believe Qin Fan's audacity in guaranteeing the cleanliness of his production line. Chen Zilong steadied himself and stated, Mr. Qin, I will speak plainly. The second scenario you mentioned is simply impossible. Qin Fan replied coolly, do not speak so definitively. I have but one question. Do you dare accept this wager? Chen Zilong hesitated briefly before turning to Mu Kelin. Mu Kelin squinted, Mr. Qin Fan. Have you lost your mind? Qin Fan shrugged, enough with the chatter. I'm simply asking if you dare. Mu Kelin gritted his teeth, fine. Let us wager. Draw up the agreement. Qin Fan responded, excellent. Suddenly, Xia Xiandan interjected, wait a moment. Mr. Qin, I need to confirm one thing. If the first scenario occurs, will you accept any conditions we propose? Qin Fan nodded, certainly, as long as they are reasonable and not excessive. Xia Xiandan continued, and if I say if. The result is the second scenario. How much would you require us to pay? Qin Fan raised one finger again. Not much, just $100 million. Well, what? $100 million. Are you attempting to rob us? This is sheer lunacy. The trio erupted into a cacophony of outrage, their faces flushed with indignation. Qin Fan, however, found amusement in their reaction, chuckling softly. He leisurely remarked, did you not firmly believe that I would lose? Then how much I am required to pay is inconsequential, is it not? I could ask for $1 billion, and it would make no difference to you. Chen Zilong was momentarily stunned. Mu Kelin pondered for a moment, then suddenly smacked his forehead. Ah, there's indeed some wisdom in that statement. Xia Xiandan quickly cautioned him, Mr. Mu Kelin, let us proceed with caution and not act impulsively. Mu Kelin waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly. No need to dither. We have the upper hand. What is there to fear? Let us proceed with the agreement. Once the terms were settled, they could finalize it immediately, as both parties had their lawyers present, ready for on-site execution. Su Jiahui pulled Qin Fan aside, lowering her voice to ask, Mr. Qin, are you truly confident in winning this agreement? She was concerned that Qin Fan, in a moment of fervor, might entangle himself in a gamble with Okano Qin technology, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Qin Fan grinned broadly. Not only am I confident, but I'm also nearly certain. Losing is not an option. Upon hearing this, Su Jiahui felt reassured. Very well. As long as you are confident, I have no objections. Subsequently, Su Jiahui and Xia Xiandan, the two attorneys, collaborated, exchanging ideas to finalize the terms and draft a wager agreement, then hurried downstairs to the printing shop, producing 4 copies, one for each party. Why 4 copies? Naturally, each side's lawyers required a copy for their records. Qin Fan took the pen and swiftly signed all 4 documents, then pushed them towards Mu Kelin. Mu Kelin glanced over the pages, filled with dense Chinese characters, and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He could utter a few clever remarks, but if tasked with meticulously reading the contract, it would truly be a challenge. Frowning, he directly handed the document to Chen Zilong, saying, take a look and see if there are any pitfalls. Chen Zilong carefully read through the entire text. Mr. Mucklin, the content is fine. Good, then let us sign. Mucklin nodded. Chen Zilong immediately took up the pen and inscribed his name, completing 4 copies and returning them to Mucklin, who also signed in turn. Thus, this agreement came into effect. Mucklin looked up and inquired, Mr. Qin Fan, when can we send someone to investigate your factory? Qin Fan replied nonchalantly, you can come now. All right, we shall arrive tomorrow. Mucklin paused, adding, I hope you will cooperate then. Qin Fan shrugged, we don't need to cooperate. You're welcome to come anytime. He found it amusing, wondering if he needed to brew tea, slice fruits, and prepare a fruit platter for them. Such thoughtful consideration. Mucklin replied earnestly, Mr. Qin Fan, I admire your confidence, but there's an old saying in America, excessive confidence can lead to foolish boldness. Qin Fan raised his hand, first pointing at himself. So I am confident. He then pointed at Mucklin. You, however, are the foolish bold one. The moment the words escaped his lips, Mucklin stood there stunned, his expression frozen. Having mingled in the capital for several years, he had encountered many who would bow and scrape, but he had never met anyone like Qin Fan, unfazed and ready to confront him head-on. Chapter 88. There are always ways. While others would approach him with their tails between their legs, Qin Fan appeared as if he had come specifically to disrupt the gathering. This man might indeed be the eccentric type that others spoke of. Glancing at his watch, Qin Fan remarked coolly, is everything settled? If not, I shall take my leave. Do as you please. With that, he turned and walked away, followed closely by Lu Lufeng and Su Jiahui, leaving Chen Zilong and Xia Xindao exchanging bewildered glances. One must admit, Qin Fan, as a boss, was audacious, possessing a remarkable boldness to stand up against Mecklin. While Mecklin himself was not particularly intimidating, he was backed by the powerful Wall Street Chamber of Commerce. What kind of place was that? The heart of global capital. One of the most formidable financial conglomerates in the world. What could a private enterprise owner like Qin Fan hope to gain by offending them? Did he not fear being choked off when seeking financing in the future? Originally, the Chamber of Commerce had intended to control Qin Fan Semiconductor through financial means, which would have been the ideal scenario. If negotiations faltered, they could directly intervene, bringing his factory to a standstill. If they truly wanted to, they had myriad means at their disposal. Just consider the materials: photoresist, high-purity hydrogen fluoride, none of which could be produced domestically. Should they cut off supplies, Qin Fan Semiconductor would be relegated to producing only low-end chips, destined to share the same fate as Huawei Group. Little did they know, Qin Fan Semiconductor did not rely on external supplies in the first place. Forget about materials. They didn't even have to pay for utilities. Mecklin gritted his teeth and cursed. This brat, I must make him kneel and admit his mistake. Simultaneously, Qin Fan sneezed, nearly spraying snot on the wall. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who the hell is gossiping behind my back?" Subsequently, Qin Fan, Su Jiahui, and Lu Lufeng moved to a different location to continue their discussions. Tomorrow, the automotive technology team would come to inspect the factory, and Su Jiahui had to be present to oversee matters. Though Lu Lufeng had not officially started working and was oblivious to the company's affairs, she felt a sense of admiration for Qin Fan's tenacity and standing firm. She hoped he was not merely a braggart, but possessed genuine capabilities. She also offered a few suggestions from a public relations perspective, such as how to respond if the situation escalated. By the time their conversation concluded, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Each returned home to wash up and rest. The next morning, Qin Fan awoke naturally, lazily rising to brush his teeth. Just as he was squeezing toothpaste on his brush, his phone rang. It was Pei Yanlong calling. After spitting out the foam, he answered the call. "Boss, the personnel from automotive Technology have arrived and said they want to inspect the production line." Qin Fan rinsed his mouth and replied, "Let them inspect. Remember, they can only look, not touch." In truth, they wouldn't be able to touch anything. All the equipment was locked behind transparent dust covers. Not even a fingerprint could be smudged. Pei Yanlong acknowledged, then asked, "When will you be coming over?" Qin Fan wiped his mouth. "I'll be there shortly." He was in no rush. Rather than accompany those individuals in circles, he preferred to have a proper breakfast first. Pei Yanlong inquired further, "Should we prepare lunch for them?" Qin Fan chuckled, "No need. If they wish to eat, the cafeteria is open. They can pay for themselves. If they don't want to eat, they can leave promptly after the inspection." Upon hearing this, Pei Yanlong laughed. This reception plan is remarkably straightforward. Meanwhile, a convoy of 5 vehicles from automotive Technology made its grand entrance into the Qin Fan Semiconductor Park. Mecklin, Chen Zilong, and Xia Xindao were all present. In addition to them, several company employees accompanied 5 semiconductor experts. These experts had flown in from America and Windmill Country, all top figures in the industry. It would be no exaggeration to say that with a mere glance at the equipment, they could discern parameters, principles, and process routes with ease. These individuals had been specifically brought in as living radar by Mecklin. For this on-site inspection, they had prepared for a full half-month. The primary representatives to greet Mecklin's team were Pei Yanlong, Geng Xiaojun, and Xiao Xiaoping. As Mecklin entered, he immediately asked, "Where's your boss?" Pei Yanlong replied unhurriedly. He said he would arrive shortly. Mecklin's expression immediately soured. Chen Zilong also looked displeased, furrowing his brow. "We had a good discussion with Boss Qin yesterday. We should be able to inspect the workshop today." Pei Yanlong nodded. Indeed, he confirmed it. "You can see everything you need to see." Mecklin snorted lightly. "I trust he hasn't fled, leaving the factory an empty shell?" Pei Yanlong did not respond, but internally she was taken aback. This foreigner's tongue was quite sharp. Yet, she understood Qin Fan's intent. "You wish to look? Go ahead, but do not expect warm hospitality." These individuals were clearly not there as guests, but rather to find fault. Just then, another vehicle rolled in, coming to a steady halt at the factory entrance. It was Su Jiahui from Hanrini Law Firm. Pei Yanlong recognized her and quickly went over to greet her, ushering her inside. She had been feeling anxious, fearing that some detail might be overlooked and a fault be found. Now that the lawyer had arrived, it felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, bolstering her confidence. Regardless of what automotive Technology or these foreign experts attempted, they would not find a way to manipulate the situation. Meanwhile, Mucklin and Shinzalong were surveying the premises of Qin Fan Semiconductor. As previously mentioned, anyone knowledgeable would immediately sense something was amiss upon entering this place. The individuals Mucklin had brought along were all seasoned veterans in the chip industry, with keen instincts sharper than a dog's nose. Mucklin approached the experts, asking, "What impression does this factory leave you?" One named Odom spoke first. "This place is far too small. Not only could it not accommodate a complete chip production line, but even half of one would be a squeeze." Another, named Glee, quickly chimed in. "Indeed, with only 3 factory buildings, it can at most handle some low-end semiconductor work." Jonathan hesitated for a moment. "Perhaps the main factory is not located here?" Odom stroked his chin. "That is also a possibility." Upon hearing this, Mucklin's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting that they are toying with us?" Igley hastily interjected. "Mr. Mucklin, we must enter to ascertain the truth. Drawing conclusions solely based on what we see from the outside is premature." Mucklin nodded, recognizing the validity of this statement. These individuals were the creme de la creme of the industry, possessing an intimate familiarity with the equipment, capable of sketching structural diagrams with their eyes closed. Once they stepped into the workshop, not even a needle could escape their keen observation. He exchanged a glance with Chun Zilong, who promptly stepped forward and inquired of Pei Yanlan, "Shall we commence now?" Pei Yanlan replied succinctly, "Yes, let Manager Gung lead the way." Gung Xiaojun acknowledged and proceeded to take the lead. A large group of individuals marched toward the nearest factory building. The entrance was equipped with electronic access control, ensuring robust security measures. Gung Xiaojun swiped his card, and the door opened with a click, revealing a clean and spacious corridor. Chapter 89. This is no jest. The procession traversed the corridor and arrived at the second door. Gung Xiaojun turned and remarked, "Beyond this door lies our chip production line." One of the experts, Udom, could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Do we need to change into dust-proof suits to enter?" Gung Xiaojun shook his head. "No need." At this statement, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What? No need for dust-proof suits? Who has ever heard of entering a chip workshop without wearing a cleanroom suit? This is absurd. In any legitimate chip manufacturing facility, every strand of hair in the air must be filtered out. How could it be so casual? The experts exchanged incredulous glances, clearly seeing through the facade. Mucklin let out a cold laugh, sensing that something was indeed amiss. Ignoring their expressions, Gung Xiaojun swiped his card once more, and the door opened. The experts exchanged furtive glances, their faces reflecting disdain. How could a place devoid of basic protective measures possibly produce chips? It was nothing short of a farce. However, the moment they stepped through the door, the derision on their faces was instantaneously frozen. The environment within was nothing like they had envisioned. The walls, floors, and ceilings exuded an indescribable sense of sophistication, resembling some high-strength composite material, perhaps a nanostructured coating or aerospace-grade carbon fiber. Even more astonishing was the immaculate cleanliness of the floor and equipment, devoid of any speck of dust, despite the absence of dust-proof suits. Yet, this was not the most shocking revelation. What truly left them dumbfounded was the production line itself. As the experts from Aoking Nuquin Technology caught sight of the equipment, they collectively gasped, immediately erupting into a cacophony of English exclamations, their voices brimming with astonishment and disbelief. "Oh my God, what on earth are these? What is going on? Is this really equipment for chip manufacturing?" Mucklin, Chun Zilong, and the others stood frozen in place, unable to reconcile these machines with their preconceived notions. However, observing the expressions on the experts' faces, they sensed something was decidedly off. The experts clustered around the production line, peering closely, craning their necks, crouching down, and squinting through the glass, inspecting every inch of the machinery. They circled the machines repeatedly, inside and out, as if they might use a magnifying glass to scrutinize every corner. This was not the demeanor of individuals examining defective products or searching for faults. Quite the opposite. They were witnessing something novel, a rare technological marvel, something they had never heard of or seen before. Mucklin stepped closer to observe intently. Each piece of equipment was operating at lightning speed, encased in transparent protective shields, so pristine that not a speck of dust could infiltrate. The elite experts gazed in rapt attention, babbling in English terminology that left others bewildered. This mode of operation was utterly extraordinary. Indeed, I have been in this industry for decades and have never encountered such a procedure. Igley, do you understand what that machine over there is doing? I suspect it is the mass stage for photolithography. Good heavens, the entire machine is sealed. It requires no additional dust protection. Yet, I'm puzzled. How is it controlled? Where are the buttons? The interfaces? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my! Come quickly! Here!" This is the main control console. The brain of the entire line is right here. The crowd surged forward, heads craned, fingers pointing, nearly pressing their noses against the screen. Pei Yinlan exchanged a glance with Xiao Xiaoping, who promptly raised her voice to caution. Everyone, please step back. Standing too close may lead to accidental touches. It's dangerous. Yet, the foreigners remained undeterred, engrossed in studying the icons, buttons, and parameters on the interface. They speculated on the machine's functions and capabilities. This is definitely a mass device. Just look at the precision adjustment range. My word, it's astonishing. Have you noticed? It's fully automated. There is no manual intervention at all, not even for calibration. I never even dreamed of such a machine. Mucklin stood at the back, his expression darkening. His heart raced with an ominous premonition. The experts' reactions were far too genuine. None were feigning ignorance. They were truly unfamiliar with this equipment. Not only did they lack recognition, but they were also utterly astounded. Did this imply that these machines were not sourced from abroad? At the very least, they were not procured from the globally renowned manufacturers. The more Mucklin pondered, the more bewildered he became. Chen Zilong was no better off. As a senior executive at Outclasses Technology, he had personally signed a wager agreement with Qin Fan. If Qin Fan truly possessed such capabilities, their company would face a 100 million loss. Even more critically, the plans of those at the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce to suppress Qin Fan's Semiconductor and Huawei Group would be utterly derailed. But as Mucklin contemplated, he reasoned that with dozens or even hundreds of machines along a single line, surely not every single one could be this extraordinary. Yet, as the experts turned to the next workstation, another wave of exclamations erupted, akin to country folk witnessing an elevator for the first time. This state of astonishment had persisted throughout their exploration. By the time they completed a tour of the workshop, the expressions on the experts' faces had remained anything but calm. Observing these international authorities trembling with excitement, Pei Yinlan, Geng Xiaojun, and Xiao Qiaoping merely smiled silently. Even Su Jiahui was internally murmuring, "This wager is likely a sure win. The foreigners can't find any flaws. Outclasses has no chance of turning the tables." Of course, it was still too early to celebrate. There lingered the fear of potential pitfalls ahead. After surveying the first factory, Mucklin hastily called the experts aside and pressed, "What have you discerned? Where did these devices originate?" The experts exchanged glances, whispering among themselves for what seemed an eternity, none daring to reach a definitive conclusion. Mucklin felt a growing sense of urgency. "You are the world's foremost chip experts. Surely you can't have nothing to say?" Finally, Udom spoke up, "Mr. Mucklin, in my opinion, these devices are certainly not produced by the manufacturers we are familiar with." Jonathan nodded in agreement. "I concur. I have visited numerous wafer fabs worldwide and have never encountered a facility utilizing such machinery." Igley lamented, "The level of automation in these devices is astounding. It's simply inconceivable. What kind of company could produce such equipment?" After listening to their remarks, Mucklin found himself even more perplexed. What did this mean? After all that discussion, they still had not gleaned any clarity? Anxiety began to grip him. What was he to do now? Mucklin, steeling himself, inquired, "Could this be a ruse? A disguise? These devices are hardly meant for chip fabrication. They might well be intended for something else entirely, perhaps slippers, socks, or even lighters and pot lids." Jonathan shook his head resolutely. "Impossible. The structure of the equipment, the process flow, and the materials all align perfectly. It is evidently a semiconductor production line, and it is operational." Chapter 90. Such a thing cannot be fabricated. Udom added, "We have witnessed the wafers being processed, transported, cut, inspected, and packaged. The entire workflow is unmistakably in motion." Mucklin remained unconvinced. Then, do these devices incorporate any Eagle technology? The experts exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. They saw no trace of any Eagle patents. "It was certain, Mr. Mucklin, that these devices are not only advanced, but even surpass the current capabilities of Eagle's domestic technology." Mucklin expressed his disbelief. "If not Eagle, then what about other nations? Sakura? Will? Holland?" Again, the group shook their heads, engaging in a lively discussion. But the conclusion remained unchanged. There is no evidence to suggest these devices utilize Eagle's technology. Even manufacturers who have collaborated with American firms for years cannot produce such equipment. What chilled Mucklin further was the unmistakable glimmer in the eyes of the experts, an expression of undeniable intrigue. The entire system at Qin Fan Semiconductor was astonishingly avant-garde, operating autonomously without human intervention. Such a spectacle appeared utterly ludicrous to this assembly of seasoned experts. Jonathan's mouth fell agape. Good heavens, this is true black technology. Something conjured by the idea nation. It's utterly bizarre. Upon hearing this, Muklin felt a surge of pressure in his temples, his mind racing. Chen Zilong could not contain himself. What about the other two workshops? We ought to inspect them. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. Muklin clapped his hands. Yes. We must investigate the other two factories. We cannot leave without clarifying everything. Geng Xiaojun shrugged and led the group towards the next workshop. This was not a leisurely stroll in a park. The experts from O'Connor were observing intently, missing not a single detail. Yet, the outcome was the same. Nothing was gleaned. After examining the two workshops, the foreign experts still left empty-handed. Muklin grew anxious, persistently questioning, is there truly no evidence whatsoever? Did you examine every detail closely? Or are you merely going through the motions? At this query, the experts' tempers flared. Enough. We have scrutinized everything meticulously. I've stated this countless times. These devices are not available for purchase on the market. It's utterly absurd. Mr. Muklin, if you believe we are ineffectual, then perhaps you should take the lead yourself. One of the colleagues chimed in with a jest. I have a theory. These devices might just be a gift from extraterrestrials. Should Qin Fan have heard that, he would surely have been taken aback, as it nearly grazed the truth. Muklin was thoroughly flustered, whispering to Chen Zilong. What do we do now? What do we do? Chen Zilong was equally troubled. If they lost this gamble, they would be liable for $1 billion, a staggering sum. The Wall Street tycoons would undoubtedly be incensed upon learning of this. Muklin gritted his teeth. Impossible. How could the idea nation possess such technology? This is sheer nonsense. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chen Zilong finally muttered, perhaps they truly did develop it themselves. Upon this pronouncement, Muklin's face turned pale. Just then, Chen Zilong suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait. They must require raw materials, right? The source of those materials surely cannot bypass Eagle's technology. Muklin snapped his fingers. Chen, you are a genius. I shall reward you upon our return. This line of reasoning was nothing short of brilliant. Even if the devices bore no trace of Eagle's influence, the materials for chip production were an entirely different matter, especially in the case of high-end chips, such as photomasks, photoresists, and high-purity hydrogen fluoride. While most were supplied by Japan and Korea, they were all fundamentally linked to Eagle's technological chain. This was common knowledge within the industry. Chen Zilong promptly approached Pei Yanlan and Geng Xiaojun. We need to inspect your materials storage warehouse. The two exchanged glances, and Pei Yanlan gestured towards Geng Xiaojun. Let Manager Geng explain. Geng Xiaojun cleared his throat. To be honest, you may find it hard to believe, but we truly do not use any materials. What? What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Zilong nearly jumped up in disbelief. Muklin's eyes widened like saucers as he unleashed a barrage of expletives in English. Geng Xiaojun had delivered his statement far too casually. They were not merely incredulous. They were utterly bewildered. Chen Zilong shouted, are you joking? How can chips be produced without materials? Don't toy with us. Geng Xiaojun maintained a calm demeanor. What would I gain from deceiving you? We simply do not utilize materials. Muklin waved his hands dismissively. Impossible. Impossible. Manager Geng, you are spouting nonsense. Who would believe such a claim? There is no way to fabricate anything without materials. That is basic knowledge. Other experts quickly gathered around. Upon hearing the phrase producing without materials, they recoiled as if struck by lightning, stepping back in disbelief. Who would believe such a thing? This was beyond absurd. My ears cannot be deceiving me. Are these people mocking us? Wait, Udom, did you not notice? As we walked through, we did not see any pipelines or systems for raw material delivery. I sensed something was amiss. It appears the issue lies here. Muklin's voice trembled. You must provide me with an explanation. How can chips be fabricated without materials? Especially high-end chips? Geng Xiaojun shrugged. Mr. Muklin, if you look around, you will understand. Muklin stood frozen. Understand what? Geng Xiaojun replied. We have no warehouse, because we simply do not require materials. Muklin's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. His mind buzzed, and he felt as though he were teetering on a cotton cloud. This world had turned upside down. He muttered to himself, am I dreaming? This is impossible. Producing chips without materials? This is the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard. No wonder these people were all in shock. This matter, even for experts, would seem unbelievable. It was more absurd than mythology, something even the most audacious novelist would not dare to write. Yet, the reality was laid bare before them. They had thoroughly scoured the entire Qin Fan semiconductor campus and uncovered not a single trace of raw material ingress or egress. This situation was beyond bizarre. Muklin and Chen Zilong were utterly dumbfounded, caught in a dilemma with no way forward or backward. At present, they could find no evidence to prove that Qin Fan had utilized Eagle's technology, nor was it likely that they would. These devices bore no connection to Eagle or their allied nations. Even more perplexing was the factory's assertion that they did not use materials at all. What should they do? Admit defeat? Admitting defeat would mean disbursing $1 billion, a catastrophic loss. Qin felt the throbbing in his temples intensify. He needed to calm down and contemplate whether he had overlooked any details. Chapter 91. Take your time pondering. Just as he was lost in thought, a sky-blue SUV entered the factory premises and came to a steady stop. Pei Yinlong glanced up. The boss has arrived. In the next moment, the car door swung open, and Qin Fan emerged. Qin Fan greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Good morning, dear Mr. Qin." Qin's face had turned rigid, his mind cursing the individual before him 1,000 times over, utterly vile and insidious. Qin Fan, observing the expression of his counterpart, felt an overwhelming sense of delight, his smile blooming like a flower. It was evident to any discerning eye that Qin and Chen Zilong had been thoroughly cornered. Qin Fan leisurely inquired, "Mr. Mao, Mr. Chen, how goes the investigation? Have you stumbled upon any grand secrets?" Chen Zilong chuckled awkwardly. "Boss Qin, your methods are simply outrageous. Conducting chip manufacturing without raw materials? In our decade-long experience in this industry, this is the first we've heard of such a thing." Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "You hadn't heard of it before. But now you have, haven't you? We have never relied on those materials. Facts are facts." Qin erupted. "I don't believe it. You must be concealing something." Qin Fan turned calmly. "Ah, that statement is rather flawed. We conduct ourselves with integrity. There's nothing we fear you investigating if we have not done it. Is there anything else you wish to inspect? Feel free to ask. We harbor no secrets." Qin was momentarily taken aback. They had thoroughly inspected 3 factories and had not even entered the office building. What more was there to see? As for the research building, they had already shown it to them, desolate and devoid of staff. The keys were still not fully allocated. Qin Fan was clearly engaging in psychological warfare, confident they would unearth nothing. This young man was certainly not to be underestimated. Qin gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. He forced out a statement. "Mr. Qin Fan, we have finished our review and need further deliberation." Qin Fan nodded with a smile. "Very well, take your time to ponder." He turned to Su Jiahui and asked, "By the way, does the contract stipulate a deadline for delivering results?" Su Jiahui promptly responded, "Yes, it states that a conclusion must be provided within half a month." Qin Fan was well aware of this. He was merely fishing for information. Su Jiahui cleared her throat and addressed Qin and Chen Zilong earnestly. "Gentlemen, you have half a month remaining. If you cannot present evidence of our utilization of Eagle Company's technology by then, you will need to pay $100 million within 3 days. Please prepare accordingly." Qin's face drained of color, fluctuating between shades of green and purple, as though he had been dealt a series of slaps. Chen Zilong was no better. His complexion paled, palms sweating, as if he had been sentenced to death. Should that $100 million be paid, O'Connor Keown Technology would surely suffer a grievous setback. It was time to conclude this farce, and Qin and his entourage departed, looking utterly defeated. However, unlike Qin and Chen Zilong, the foreign experts, on their way out, kept murmuring about that production line. "Jonathan, I believe that set of equipment might be the most advanced in the world today." "I concur. I never expected Chinese technology to reach such heights. It's almost unbelievable. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would have thought it a scene from a science fiction film. Unless extraterrestrials intervened, it could only be their own creation." Qin, sharing a vehicle with these two, felt as though his ears were being assaulted, his irritation mounting, yet he could not vent his frustrations. Previously, he had meddled with several enterprises in China, employing methods he was well versed in. Fixating on a semiconductor factory, he would uncover illicit overseas procurement of embargoed equipment, each instance a certainty, ultimately compelling them to pay protection fees. He dictated the terms of supply, leaving no room for dissent. In those days, he reveled in the authority he wielded, feeling akin to an enforcer sent by the Wall Street Chamber of Commerce. When he received orders to thoroughly investigate Qin Fan Semiconductor, he initially dismissed the task. However, upon investigation, he was astounded to discover the company could mass-produce 5-nanometer chips and had linked with Huawei Group, even producing the Kirin 500000. Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. He felt as if he had struck gold. Not only could he impose a hefty fine, but he could also sever Huawei's supply line. His mind was filled with euphoric idioms, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, achieving dual benefits, good fortune coming in pairs. He promptly signed a bet agreement with Qin Fan. Convinced of his inevitable victory, he believed that no matter how impressive Qin Fan appeared, he was likely just putting on a facade, boasting without consequence. Ultimately, it would be Qin Fan who would be paying that $100 million, not Qin. Yet, he had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time, with all avenues blocked. Despite bringing an entourage of experts, they could not find a shred of evidence for infringement. Now, the situation had reversed, and he found himself liable for $100 million. In simpler terms, his plans had backfired, with no profits gained and his own resources squandered. Mao Qin was seething with frustration, pondering how he would explain this to the Wall Street headquarters, his reputation in shambles. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was in high spirits. Having successfully sent off the troublemakers, he immediately summoned his core team members, Pei Yinlan, Geng Xiaojun, Su Jiahui, and Xiao Xiaoping, exclaiming, "Let us not go home. Let us head to a farmhouse for a feast." That farmhouse was situated within the picturesque Guwan Gorge, conveniently adjacent to Qin Fan's villa. He had once spent nearly 20 million on that villa, lamenting the expense for quite some time. Yet now, in retrospect, that sum seemed trivial. With several collaborative payments received, Qin Fan's wealth had soared, elevating him firmly into the ranks of true affluence. Today, he walked with an air of confidence, his words carrying weight, though youthful in age. He embodied the essence of a seasoned entrepreneur. The meal was lively and jubilant, and after several rounds of drinks, Qin Fan waved his hand. "Let us go to my villa and continue the celebration." The group cheerfully made their way to the luxurious villa atop the mountain. The breathtaking scenery outside, with mountains and lakes, resembled a painting, prompting exclamations of awe from all. Geng Xiaojun could not contain his curiosity. "Boss, is this villa rented or purchased?" Pei Yinlan playfully retorted, "Are you foolish? Who would rent out a villa in such a prime location? It must be our boss's own purchase." Xiao Xiaoping marveled. "This place is absolutely stunning. The boss must be living in luxury." Qin Fan chuckled. "If you have no pressing matters, why not stay the night? We can chat a bit more and discuss the company's future direction." He also invited those with families to bring them along. With such a vast house, with over a dozen rooms, accommodating dozens would not be a squeeze. Once the boss extended the invitation, who would dare decline? Su Jiahui had to leave early due to family commitments, but the others remained, reveling into the night. In truth, there were no serious matters to discuss. They gathered simply for the camaraderie, sharing laughter, playfulness, and banter, as this was, after all, a team-building event. After the ordeal with O'Connor Keown Technology, everyone felt reassured. Their outlook on Qin Fan Semiconductor's prospects exceedingly bright.